9. Masonry in Norman England. We made mention in our last chapter of a series of Masonic legends which are, in some measure, historically opposed to the old Saxon constitutions. These first appear in written documents of about 1450 AD. But as these are copies of still older misas, may well date into the 12th century in this country. There are two old misas the laws of which differ in essential points, in the Elder or Cook MS. Those legends which imply a Semitic origin and actually represent our present craft rites, form the preface, or commentary, to an actual Saxon charge, whilst the later, or W.M. What's in MS, is a copy of a much older document, and itself over 2 centuries old, is complete in itself, with a modified series of charges. The second part might belong to a guild which had a traditional preference to a Saxon constitution, and the first to a later compiler, one who had accepted the Norman system, and its rites. We will endeavor in this chapter to supply such reliable information, as can be gathered, to account for the legend superimposed upon the older. It is in Norman times, adding French details, that this matter shews itself, and as there is yet no established view on the subject, it may be examined in various aspects. In the first place, these legends may have been fixed in France by the conquests which the Saracens made in that country, or 2 ndly, they may have reached that country through the Moorish conquests in Spain. Or 3 rdly, and a probable view, they might have been brought from the East, by those Masons who returned in the train of the Crusaders. Lastly, but upon this we place small credence, some of our able critics have held that the Oriental legends are collected from books of general history by the first compiler of this version of the charges, though admitting that the author had old Masonic charges to guide him. A very elaborate paper, which may be classed with the first of these views, has been written by Brother C. Howard, of Picton, New Zealand, and he relies upon the fact that this new charge draws its inspiration from Roman Verlum and the erection of St. Albans by Offa, king of Mercia, circa 793, and that one Namaz Graecus, under various spellings, is given as the teacher of Masonry in France. Offa is supposed, by Brother Howard, to have brought Masons from Nimes, or Nîmes, in southern France, for the purpose in view, hence the derivation of Namaz Graecus. A theory such as that of Brother Howard would well account for all that is peculiar in this constitution. The present Nîmes is a very ancient Greco-Roman town, and has perfect remains of the work of their architects. Moreover, it was for 2 centuries in the hands of the Saracens, until Charles Martel, who was the traditional patron of French Masons and the hammer of the Saracens, drove them out of that town, and may then have appointed a duke or prince to rule it. The Cook MS, like the Strasbourg statutes, speak of Charles II. But this is an error, and it is noteworthy that the charges of David and Solomon are invariably united with the French patronage, proving that we derive these Masonic views from French sources. At whatever date these constitutions first appeared in this country, they eventually superseded the English version. The Saracens were large builders in the East, and even the mausoleum of Theodoric of Ravenna, erected in the 6th century, is considered by de Vogue to be the work of Syrian Masons brought forward by Byzantines. It is said that about the year 693 they assembled 12,000 stonecutters to build the Great Lamia at Damascus. 199 The Tuluan Mosque at Cairo, which was built in the 9th century, has all the main features of Gothic styles, and the same race erected numerous magnificent works in Spain. Gibbon informs us that between 813 to 33 the Moors brought into Spain all the literature which they could obtain in Constantinople, and that between 912 to 61 the most celebrated architects were invited from thence. We learn from a catalogue of the Escurial Library that they possessed 70 public libraries, and that the MSS handed down includes translations from Greek and Latin and Arabic writers on philosophy, philology, jurisprudence, theology, mysticism, talismans, divination, agriculture, and other arts. They gave us astronomy, alchemy, arithmetic, algebra, Greek philosophy, papermaking, the pendulum, the mariner's compass, and our first notions of chivalry, and armed fraternities. Whether they gave us Gothic architecture may be doubtful, but the durability of their own buildings is astounding, and Cordova, the seat of empire, covered a space 24 miles by 6 miles, even in the 8th and 9th centuries. And was filled with magnificent palaces and public edifices. Roger Bacon probably derived gunpowder through their intermediary. It is possible that Syrian fraternities of Masons continued to exist until its invasion by the Saracens, and they themselves, as we have seen, had secret fraternities analogous to Freemasonry. And as the Quran accepts the history of the Jewish patriarchs, such a system as we now possess is in accord with their feelings. And might possibly be acceptable to a French fraternity who were Christians and had derived building instructions from a Muslim race. If the Saracenic theory in regard to Nimes is inadmissible, or the derivation of the French charges under Norman introduction, when the system had consolidated under the Sons of Solomon, there are two other views we may notice. The possibility of a derivation from the Spanish Moors, or through the Crusaders who returned from Palestine after erecting endless works with the assistance of the native Masons. Neither of these two views will account fully for the fact that the constitutions of the period of this chapter connect the charges of David and Solomon with the Namas Graecus, who had been at the building of Solomon's temple, with Charles Martel, or even Charles II. But this is not a great difficulty, for Namas does not appear until circa 1525, and was always a trouble to the copyists. Sometimes he is Namas, at others he is Ammon, or the man with a Greek name, and on one occasion he is Granius. Again, building, in Europe, was a clerical art down to the 12th century, and laymen were subject to them. But the religion of the Saracens was of a different caste, and admitted from the very first, of the continuance of independent schools of architecture attached to no Sheikh al-Islam, Mullah, or Dervish. On the whole, we seem to be led by these considerations to the Norman French introduction into this country of a species of Masonic rules, rites, and legends which existed in southern France, and which were still further influenced in the 13th century by Masons from the East. But the reader can judge of this upon reading all the facts. When Abdurrahman built the great mosque of Cordova in the short space of 10 years, he said, "Let us raise to Allah a Jama Masjid which shall surpass the temple raised by Suleiman himself at Jerusalem." This is the oldest comparison which we have of Solomon's erection as compared with medieval erections, and coming from a Moslem is eminently suggestive. Some 30 years ago Bro. Wiener Bidulph brought forward some cogent arguments to prove that though our craft masonry had been derived from the Roman colleges, the third degree of modern masonry had been added, in its second half, by Moslems. But as a matter of fact, the existing Jewish guilds have a ceremony from which our modern third degree is derived through the ancient guilds, and it is quite possible that the workmen of Abdurrahman found it of old date in Spain, as we shall see later, and that a guild of them was employed at Cordova. Mecca has had for ages a semi-Masonic society which claims its derivation from the Quraysh who were guardians of the Kaaba, namely, the Bani Ibrahim. For some hundreds of years our constitutions have asserted that Nimrod was a grand master and gave the Masons a charge which we still follow. Its first degree is the Builders of Babylon, and is directed against Nimrod and his idols, and against idolatry in general. Its second degree is the Brothers of the Pyramids, and teaches, as do our own constitutions, that Abraham taught the Egyptians geometry, and the mode of building the pyramids. The third degree is Builders of the Kaaba, in which the three Grand Master Masons Ibrahim, Ishmael, and Isaac, erect the first Kaaba, on the foundations of the temple erected by Seth on the plans of his father Adam. At the completion of the Kaaba, the 12 chiefs or assistants of the three Grand Masters are created princes of Arabia. The society was clearly ancient in AD 600, as Al-Quran alludes to the legendary basis on which it is formed. There is a very interesting French romance of the 12th century by Juan de Villeneuve which seems to have a bearing upon the names of our old Masonic Mizas, or at least on a corrupt version of them, and which moreover commemorates the Masonic death of a person who is supposed to have battled with the Saracens in France and Palestine. Either the work may veil legends of the compagnonage, or, with less probability, these latter may have drawn something from it. This romance is entitled Les Qualra Fils Ammon. Charlemagne returns victorious from a long and bloody war against the Saracens in Easter, 768, and has to listen to accusations against Prince Ammon of the Ardennes, for failing to perform his fealty in not warring against the Saracens. Charlemagne has as colleagues Solomon of Bretagne, and his trusty friend the Duke of Nazmes. Renaud, Allard, Guichard, and Richard, the 4 sons of Aymon, depart from the court in quest of adventure. They defeat Borgans the Saracen chief before Bordeaux, cause him to become a Christian, and after that restore Jan, king of Aquitaine, to his throne. Renaud marries his daughter Laura and erects the castle of Montauban. Jan fears the anger of Charlemagne, persuades the 4 Aymons to solicit his grace, and they set out, with olive branches in their hands, but are treacherously waylaid by their enemies. And would have been slain but for the arrival of their cousin Maugis, and that the cypress was changed for the palm. Richard is taken prisoner, and condemned to death, but Maugis disguises himself as a pilgrim, hangs the executioner, carries off Richard, and also the golden crown and scepter of Charlemagne, who thereupon resolves to attack Montauban. After a due amount of battles, peace is restored on condition that Renaud departs on a pilgrimage to Palestine. On arrival there he is surprised to meet Maugis, and between them they restore the old Christian king of Jerusalem to the throne. After an interval Renaud is recalled to France and on his arrival finds his wife dead of grief, as well as his aged father Aymon and his mother. His old antagonists, Nazmes, Ogre, and Roland have been slain at Roncevaux. 5 years later Charlemagne visits Aix-la-Chapelle, with the 3 brothers Aymon and their 2 nephews, and the following is a literal translation of what occurred. Hollow. Says the emperor, to a good woman, "What means this crowd?" The peasant answered, "I come from the village of Crosne, where died 2 days ago a holy hermit who was tall and strong as a giant. He proposed to assist the Masons to construct at Cologne the church of St. Peter. He maneuvered so well that the others who were jealous of his ability, killed him in the night time whilst he slept, and threw his body into the Rhine, but it floated, covered with light. On the arrival of the bishop the body was exposed in the nave, with uncovered face that it might be recognized. Behold what it is that draws the crowd." The emperor approached and beheld Renaud of Montauban, and the 3 Aymons, and 2 sons of Renaud, mingled their tears over the corpse. Then the bishop said, "Console yourselves. He for whom you grieve has conquered the immortal palm." The emperor ordered a magnificent funeral and a rich tomb. In the translation of Caxton it is the bishop who does this and also canonizes him as Saint Renaud the Martyr. In the time of Charlemagne, and even much later, there existed a great number of pre-Christian and Gnostic rites, and the emperor is credited with reforming, or establishing, in Saxony, the country of Aymon, whose memory was held in great veneration even down to the 19th century, a secret fraternity for the suppression of paganism, which has most of the forms of modern Freemasonry. Hargrave Jennings holds that the fleur-de-lis may be traced through the bees of Charlemagne to the scarab of Egypt, and is again found on the tiaras of the gods of Egypt and Chaldea. After the Culdi Alcuin had assisted in building the church of St. Peter at York, he went over to France, and became a great favorite at court, having the instruction of the emperor himself whom he terms a builder, by the art of the most wise Solomon, who made him an abbot. Apart from the significance of this romance in a Masonic sense, which appears to have drawn on existing Masonry, there are some peculiar correspondences. The body of Osiris was thrown into the Nile, that of Renaud into the Rhine. The address of the bishop to the mourners is almost identical with that of the old hierophants to the mourners for the slain sun god. As before stated, the branch varied in the mysteries, as the erica, the ivy, the palm, the laurel, the golden bough. As in the case of the substituted victim for Richard, the Moslems held that a substitute was made for Jesus. The romance confuses the time of Charlemagne, if we accept it literally, with that of a Christian king of Jerusalem, as the Masonic Mizas confused the date of Charles of France with an apocryphal Aymon who was at the building of Solomon's temple. Possibly the Masons confused the Temple of Solomon with that existing one which Cardinal Vitry and Mondeville inform us was called the Temple of Solomon to distinguish the Temple of the Chivalry from that of Christ. They allude of course to the House of the Knights Templars. These legends may well represent some ancient tradition, and we know not what Mizas have perished during the centuries. A curiously veiled pagan mythology may be traced in Paris. Comparing street Denis to Dionysus. The death of Saint Denis takes place on Montmartre, that of Dionysus on Mount Parnassus. The remains of Denis are collected by holy women who consign them with lamentations to a tomb over which the beautiful abbey was erected, but he rises from his tomb like Dionysus, and replacing his severed head walks away. Over the southern gate of the abbey is also sculptured a sprig of the vine laden with grapes which was a Dionysian symbol, and at the feet of the saint, in other parts, the panther is represented, whose skin was in use in the rites of the mysteries. Other attempts to identify Namaz Graecus may be given. Brother Robert H. Murdoch, Major R.A., considers that this person is the Marcus Graecus from whose M.S. Bacon admits in De Nullitate Magii, 1216, that he derived the composition of gunpowder. There is one old MS in the early days of the Grand Lodge that has adopted this view. Here again we run against the Saracens, for Dutton shews that the Brahmins were acquainted with powder from whom it passed to the Lully or Gypsies of Babylon, the Greeks and Saracens. And it is thought to have been used by the Arabs at the siege of Mecca in 690. Again Peter Mahia shews that in 1343 the Moors used explosive shells against Alfonso XII. Of Castile, and a little later the Gypsies were expert in making the heavy guns. Very little is known of Marcus Graecus, but early in the 9th century his writings are, erroneously, supposed to be mentioned by the Arabian physician Meju. 200 The acceptance of Marcus of gunpowder notoriety as identical with Namaz or Marcus of Masonic notoriety, necessitates one of two suppositions: 1. Either he was the instructor, or believed to be so, of Charles Martel in military erections. Or, 2. The fraternity of Masons had a branch devoted to the study of alchemy and the hidden things of nature and science. Much might he said in its favor, but unless there was some MS. Of a much earlier date that mentions Namaz or Marcus, and is missing, the introduction is probably only of the 16th century when Masons were actually students of Masonry and the secret sciences. Another theory has been propounded by Brother Klein, FRS, the eminent PM of the Quatuor Coronati Lodge, namely that Harun al-Raskid's son the Caliph al-Mamun is the man with a Greek name. He shews that in the time of this caliph the books of Euclid were translated into Arabic for the colleges of Cordova, and it was not until the 12th century that Abelard of Bath rendered them into Latin. The original Greek MS was lost for 700 years when it was found by Simon Grynaeus, a Swabian and co-laborer of Melanchthon and Luther. In 1530 he gave the MS to the world, and we actually find that in some of our MSS. Graecus is transformed into green, Grenanois, Greenus, Granius. Caxton printed the Four Sons of Ammon in the 15th century, and we find some scribes transforming Namaz into Ammon. Here we have a later attempt to identify the personality mentioned. He was a man of whom nobody knew anything, and each scribe sought to develop his own idea, if he had any. Charlemagne was a contemporary of the Harun al-Raskid here mentioned, who sent him a sapphire ornament and chain by his ambassador. Green in his Short History of the English People, London, 1876, says, a Jewish medical school seems to have existed at Oxford. Abelard of Bath brought back a knowledge of mathematics from Cordova. Roger Bacon himself studied under the English rabbis, page 83. Bacon himself writes, I have caused youths to be instructed in languages, geometry, arithmetic, the construction of tables and instruments, and many needful things besides. The great work of this mendicant friar of the order of St. Francis, the Opus Majus, is a reform of the methods of philosophy, but from grammar he passes to mathematics, from mathematics to experimental philosophy. Under the name of mathematics was enclosed all the physical science of the time. It is beyond doubt that after the Norman conquest in 1066 the predominant genius of Masonry was French. The oversight and the design were French, the labor Anglo-Saxon, but the latter were strong enough as shown, by an eminent architect, to transmit their own style in combination with that of the French. It must also be borne in mind that if the English towns have some claims to Roman succession, that feature is doubly strong in France, even to the language. Long after the conquest of the country by the Franks, and even until modern times, the people were allowed to continue Roman laws, privileges, colleges, and guilds. Pure Roman architecture exists to this day, and notably at Nîmes. Lodges, though not perhaps under that name, must have existed from the earliest times, for we find that in the 12th century, the craft was divided into 3 divisions. We may even say 4, for besides the past masters' associations, there were apprentices, companions or journeymen, and perpetual companions, or a class who were neither allowed to take an apprentice, or to begin business as masters. That is, they could employ themselves only on inferior work. The eminent historian of Masonry, Brother R.F. Gould, shews this, and also that the so-called fraternities of France were the masters' associations, but that the companions and apprentices had to contribute to the funds that were necessary for their maintenance. The qualification necessary to obtain membership of this association was the execution of a masterpiece, which was made as expensive as possible, in order to keep down the number of masters. It will be seen at once that this is a very different organization to the constitution of the assemblies of our last chapter, and the reader must keep this distinction in mind. As well as the fact that there came over to this country a class of men impressed with these discordant views. It would extend far beyond the scope of this book to give more than a very slight account of the numerous abbeys, monasteries, churches and castles which were erected after the Norman conquest. It is, however, necessary, in our inquiry after the speculative element, to say something of these, and of the persons who erected them. Dr. James Anderson states that King William the Bastard employed Gundulf, Bishop of Rochester, and Earl Roger de Montgomery in building, or extending, the Tower of London, castles of Dover, Exeter, Winchester, Warwick, Hereford, Stafford, York, Durham, Newcastle, also Battle Abbey, St. Saviour's in Southwark, and 90 other pious houses, whilst others built 42 such, and 5 cathedrals. Battle Abbey was in building 1067–90, the architect being a Norman monk who was a noted arrowhead maker and therefore named William the Faber, or Smith. Between 1070–1130 Canterbury Cathedral was in course of erection. In 1076 Archbishop Thomas began the re-erection of the Cathedral of York, which had previously been burnt in contest with the Normans. Between 1079–93, Winchester Cathedral was in progress. The white or square tower on the Thames is of this period, and Jennings mentions one of the main pillars which has a valuta on one side, and a horn on the other, which he considers to have the same significance as the 2 pillars of Solomon's temple. That is, symbolizing male and female. It is evident that Masons must have now been in great demand, and that whether Saxon or Norman were sure of employment. The following are of interest, and as we meet with any particulars, which have a distinct bearing upon the Masonic organization, we will give them. The new castle, whence the name of that town is taken, was built by a son of the bastard, and thenceforth became, as in Roman times, a place of great strength, and also the chief home of the monastic orders, for Benedictines, Augustinians, Carmelites, Franciscans, Hospitallers of St. John, and nuns all built houses here, and their conventual buildings within its walls, and many an hospitium for wayfarers, many guilds, and many a chapel of black, white and grey friars were founded. The Percys had a town residence here in the narrow street called the Close. In 1074 Lincoln Cathedral was begun by Remgius Fauschamp, the Norman bishop, who had it ready for consecration in 8 years. It was destroyed by fire in 1141, but Bishop Alexander restored it to more than its former beauty. Where the castle now stands existed an ancient fortress which the bastard converted into a Norman stronghold. In 1077 Robert the Cementarius, or Mason, had a grant of lands in reward for his skill in restoring St. Albans, and we may find in this circumstance the origin of the Street Alban charge combined with that of Charles Martel and David and Solomon. Including the Norman fiction that Street Alban had for his Masonic instructor Saint Amphibel out of France. We say fiction because Britain at that day sent Masons to Gaul. In Yorkshire a Godefroid the master builder witnesses the Whitby Charter of Uchtred, the son of Gaspatrick. These are Danish names, and the marks of Yorkshire Masons, in this and the following century, are strong in the use of letters of the runic or Scandinavian alphabet. Baldwin, abbot of St. Edmunds began a church in 1066 which was consecrated in 1095. Hermanus the monk compares it in magnificence to Solomon's temple, which is the first Masonic reference we have to that structure, and in Norman times. Payne Peveril, a bastard son of the king, built a small round church at Cambridge which was consecrated in 1101, this form being a model of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. He also began a castle in Derbyshire, on a peak inaccessible on three sides, one of which overlooks the Peak Cavern, which Faber supposes was used in the Druidical mysteries. A round church was erected at this period in Northampton, probably by Simon de St. Luz. An ancient sundial is built into its walls. The tooling of the building is Saxon chevron style, in contradistinction from the Norman diagonal axe work. There is a curiously mystic monument at Brent Pelham to Piers Schanck, who died in 1086. Weaver calls it a stone whereon is figured a man, and about him an eagle, a lion, and a bull, having all wings, and an angel as if they would represent the four evangelists. Under the feet of the man is a cross fleury. We must not hastily confound these emblems with the present quartering in the arms of Freemasons. During the reign of Rufus the great palace of Westminster was built, and 30 pious houses. In 1089 the king laid the foundation of St. Mary's Abbey at York. In the same year the Bishop of Hereford laid the foundation of the Gothic cathedral at Gloucester, and it was consecrated in 1100. In 1093 William of Carolipho, Bishop of Durham, laid the foundation of his cathedral, in the presence of Malcolm King of Scots and Prior Turgot. Surtees says that it was on a plan which he had brought with him from France. In the same year the church of the old Culdee settlement of Lindisfarne was erected, and Edward, a monk of Durham, acted as architect. In 1093 Hugh Lupus, Earl of Chester, sent for Anselm, abbot of Bec, by his concile to build the abbey of St. Werburgh at Chester. It contains an old pulpit of black oak which is full of heraldic carving which has been mistaken for Masonic emblems. 201 It was in this monastery that Ralph Higden compiled the Polychronicon, a history often referred to in the Cook MS. The work of Durham Cathedral was continued by Bishop Ranulph de Flambert from 1104 and completed before the year 1129. Under Bishop William de Caroloph the grant which Waltheof, Earl of Northumberland, had made to the See of Durham was confirmed, of the Priory of Teignmouth to the Church of Jarrow, which was built by Benedict Biscop in 689 and of Wearmouth 8 years later. Also Robert de Mowbray brought monks from St. Albans to rebuild the Priory Church, which was completed in 1110. Anything connected with these northern provinces is Masonically important, for Northumberland and Durham had many operative lodges long prior to the GL. Of 1717, and any legitimacy which that body can have it owes to those northern lodges, which eventually joined its ranks. Northumberland is studded with fortified piles or towers and fortified vicarages which must have given much employment to masons. Elsden possessed one of these and also 2 Falkmote Hills, where in old time, justice was administered in the open air, as in the Vem of Westphalia, dating back 1,000 years. Oswald the good Bishop of Salisbury built the church of St. Nicholas at Newcastle about the year 1004. In 1115 Henry I made grants to the canons regular of Carlisle. Many parts of the church of St. Andrew are earlier than St. Nicholas, but its erection is of later date. The church of St. Mary, Beverley, is supposed to have had upon its site a chapel of ease dedicated to St. Martin by Archbishop Thurston, of York, between 1114–42, it is certain, however, that it was constituted a vicarage of St. Mary in 1325. The nave was built about 1450, and consists of 6 bays and 7 clerestory windows, but in 1530 the upper part of the central tower fell upon the nave with much loss of life. Its pillar was erected by the Guild of Minstrels, which like that of the Masons, claimed to date from Saxon times. It has upon the fluted cornices 5 figures of the minstrels with their instruments, of which only 2 respectively with guitar and pipe are intact, and stands on the north side facing the pulpit. The Mizir stalls in the chancel are of the 15th century, with carved bas reliefs under the seats. One of these represents a fox shot through the body with a woodman's arrow, and a monkey approaching with a bottle of physic. In regard to symbolism, Brother George Oliver, D.D., mentions an old church at Chester, which he does not name, containing the double equilateral triangles, also the same in the window of Lichfield Cathedral. Mr. Goodwin states that the triple triangles interlaced may be seen in the tower of a church in Sussex. We are now approaching the period of the Crusades, and it may be noticed that Cluny and other great French abbeys are usually considered the centers of action whence proceeded the builders that accompanied the armies of the cross to Palestine. Here an enormous number of buildings were erected, between 1148 to 89, in which Europeans directed native workmen, and in which the former learned a lighter style of architecture which resulted in pointed Gothic. A style which had early existence in the East, for Professor T. Hayter Lewis points out that the 9th century mosque at Tuluan in Cairo has every arch pointed, every pier squared, and every capital enriched with leaf ornament. This style the returned Masons began to construct and superintend in the West. Mr. Wyatt Papworth mentions that a bishop of Utrecht in 1199 obtained the Arcane Magisterium in laying the foundation of a church, and that he was slain by a master mason whose son had betrayed the secret to the bishop. About this time was begun the old church at Brownsover, near Rugby. When it was restored in 1876, 2 skeletons were found under the north and south walls, in spaces cut out of the solid clay, and covered over with the oak blocks of 2 carpenters' benches. A similar discovery was made in Holsworthy Parish Church in 1885, in this case the skeleton had a mass of mortar over the mouth, and the stones were huddled about the corpse as if to hastily cover it over. There is no doubt that in this and many other cases the victims were buried alive as a sacrifice. 202 They are instances in proof of a widespread and ancient belief of a living sacrifice being necessary. King Henry I. 1100–35, built the palaces of Woodstock and Oxford, and 14 pious houses, whilst others built 100 such, besides castles and mansions. The Bishop of Durham confirmed and granted privileges to the Hallyworkfolk who would be Saxon artificers. In 1113 Joffried, abbot of Croyland, laid the foundation of that abbey. About 22 stones were laid by patrons, who gave money or lands. Arnold is described as a lay brother, of the art of masonry a most scientific master. About this time, or a little earlier, the 7 liberal arts and sciences are designated the trivium and quadrivium. And the chronicler gives us the following illustration of the first division. During this time Odo read lessons in grammar to the younger sort, Teric logic to the elder students at noon, and William rhetoric in the afternoon, whilst Gilbert preached every Sunday, in different churches, in French and Latin against the Jews, and on holiday evenings explained the scriptures to the learned and clergy. In Essex's Bibliotheca Topographia, 1783, Volume 4. We find it stated that the builders of this portion cut rudely at the west end of the south aisle, a pair of compasses, a Lewis, and 2 circular figures, which, he supposes, are intended for sun and moon. In 1427, however, there were repairs in progress, not of this part, but in the west and north aisles. This abbey possessed a library of 900 books, and save that Joffred, or Gilbert, exhibited so much animosity against the Jews, is so consonant with the first part of the Cook MS. that we might have taken it as a proof that the Semitic rites existed in 1113. They probably did in France and parts of Spain. The bronze candelabrum of Gloucester was made in 1115, and has the double triangles and much other Masonic symbolism. It is of Byzantine design and approximates to old Egyptian work and symbolism. King Stephen, 1135–54, employed Gilbert de Clare to build 4 abbeys, 2 nunneries, and the Church of St. Stephen at Westminster, whilst others built about 90 pious houses. Jesus College at Cambridge was founded in this reign, and a very remarkable church was erected at a dell near Leeds. It is recorded of a soldier of King Stephen, named Owen or Tyndall, that he received a species of religious initiation at the Culdee Monastery in Donegal, placed in a postos of the cell. He then went on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and on his return, as has been recorded of Renaud of Montauban, assisted in building the Abbey of Bosmagavsich. The marks of Birkenhead Priory of this date have been collected and printed by Brother W. H. Rylands, also those of St. John's Church in Chester, the Cathedral, Chester, and the walls, some of which are Roman work. 203. In 1147 Henry de Lacy laid the foundation of Kirkstall Abbey in Yorkshire. It is of pointed Gothic. Roche Abbey was built between this date and 1186, and these two are believed to be by the same architect. Rivolx and Fountains Abbey were begun in 1199 and 1200. At this time Adam, a monk of Fountains Abbey, and previously of Whitby, was celebrated for his knowledge of Gothic architecture, and officiated at the building of the abbeys of Mull, Woburn, and Kirkstead. It is not said whether he was lay or cleric. York Cathedral was again destroyed by fire in 1137, and Archbishop Roger began to re-erect it in 1154. In Normandy the guilds were travelling about like those of England and were of importance in 1145, and had a guild union when they went to Chartres. At this time Hugues, Archbishop of Rouen, wrote to Theodoric of Amiens informing him that numerous organized companies of Masons resorted thither under the headship of a chief designated prince. And that the same companies on their return are reported by Himon, Abbé of St. Pierre sur Dive, to have restored a great number of churches in Rouen. The Priory of St. Mary in Furness was commenced by Benedictines from Savigny. In 1179 the Priory of Lanercost was founded by Robert de Vallibus, Baron of Gillisland. Bishop Hugh de Pudsey rebuilt the Norman castle of Durham, dating from 1092 to 1174. Between 1153 to 94 this prelate was the great transitional builder of the north, and he began the erection of a new church at Darlington in 1180 on the site of an old Saxon one. The great hall of the castle of Durham was the work of Bishop Hadfield in the reign of Richard III. On an older Norman one. Henry II. Between 1154 to 89 built 10 pious houses, whilst others built 100 such. It is the era of the advent of the transitional Gothic. In the first year of this king's reign, 1155, the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ, and of the Temple of Solomon, began to build their temple in Fleet Street, London, and continued at work till 1190. It is a round church in pointed Gothic to which a rectangular one was added later. By papal bull of 1162 these knights were declared free of all tithes and imposts in respect of their movables and immovables, and their serving brethren had like favours, indulgences, and apostolic blessings. James of Vitry says that they had a very spacious house in Jerusalem, which was known as the Temple of Solomon to distinguish the Temple of the Chivalry from the Temple of the Lord. In the rule which Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux, drew up for them, he speaks of the poverty of the knights, and says of their house that it could not rival the world-renowned Temple of Solomon, in chapter 30. He again speaks of the poverty of the house of God, and of the Temple of Solomon. As a fraternity he designates them valiant Maccabees. Sir John Maundeville visited the house, and speaks of it in 1356 thus: near the Temple of Christ, on the south is the Temple of Solomon, which is very fair and well polished, and in that temple dwell the knights of the temple, called Templars. And that was the foundation of their order, so that knights dwelt there, and canons regular in the temple of our Lord. As Masonic symbolism is found in their preceptories, this would be a channel from which to deduce both our Solomonic legends, and the alleged papal bulls, which Sir William Dugdale asserted were granted to travelling Freemasons. But this view has never met with favour from Masonic historians, who aim chiefly at writing things agreeable to their patrons and rulers. Brother Oliver states that the high altar has the double triangles, at any rate these appear on the modern embroidered cover. There is the anchor of the Virgin, also the busant of black and white, which Vitry interprets that they are fair to their friends but black to their enemies, but Jennings says, this grandly mystic banner is Gnostic. And refers to the mystic Egyptian apothegm that light proceeded from darkness. He further mentions these symbols in the spandrels of the arches of the long church: the busant, paschal lamb on a red cross, the lamb with the red cross standard triple cloven. A prolonged cross issuing out of a crescent moon, having a star on each side. The arches abound with stars, from which issue wavy or crooked flames. The winged horse, white, on a red field, is one of their badges. He adds that there is a wealth of meaning in every curve of the tombs, which appear in the circular portion. Ireland has many works erected during this period, and Mr. Street says of them, "I find in these buildings the most unmistakable traces of their having been erected by the same men, who were engaged at the same time, in England and Wales." The same remark will apply to Scotland. The ancient preceptory of the temple at Paris contained, says Atlanta 11. p. 337, 24 columns of silver which supported the audience chamber of the Grand Master, and the chapel hall paved in mosaic and enriched by woodwork of cedar of Lebanon, contained 60 huge vases of gold. The fortress was partially destroyed in 1779. Batassir in his Elements of Archaeology, Paris, 1843, says that the name Magister de Lapidibus Vivis was given in the Middle Ages to the chief artist of a confraternity, Master of Living Stones. Or the person was simply termed Magister Lapidum, and he refers on both these points to some statutes of the Corporation of Sculptors quoted by Father de la Valle. For the origin of the first of these terms consult the apocryphal books of Hermas, but the term has more in it than appears on the surface, for in guild ceremonial the candidate had to undergo the same treatment as the stone. Wrought from the rough to the perfect. Amateurs were received, for the 1260 Chart Octroi is quoted by the Bishop of Bale thus, "The same conditions apply to those who do not belong the métier, and who desire to enter the fraternity." A priory of the Clunic order of monks was founded in 1161 at Dudley by Gervas Pagnell, and they had others at Lewes, Castleacre, and Bermondsey. A fire having occurred at Canterbury, Gervasius, a Benedictine monk, in 1174, consulted French and English artificers, who disagreed in regard to the repair of the structure. The account which Gervais gives is highly interesting and instructing. The work was given to William of Sens, a man active, ready, and skillful both in wood and stone. He delivered models for shaping the stones, to the sculptors. He reconstructed the choir and made 2 rows, of 5 pillars on each side. But in the 5th year he was so injured by the fall of his scaffold that he had to appoint as deputy a young monk as overseer of the masons. When he found it necessary to return to France, the masons were left to the oversight of William the Englishman, a man small in body, but in workmanship of many kinds acute and honest. The nave was completed in 1180, and Gervais informs us that in the old structure everything was plain and wrought with an axe, but in the new exquisitely sculptured with a chisel. We gather 2 points of information from this account of 1160. First, we have the information that William of Sens issued models to the workmen, which explains a law of the Masonic misses that no master should give mold or rule to one not a member of the society. We see, in the second place, that the chisel was superseding the axe. We will also mention here that there is charter evidence of this century, that Christian the Mason, and Lambert the Marble Mason had lands from the Bishop of Durham for services rendered. The fall of Jerusalem in 1187 brought back from the east many artisans to the west, whose influence is traceable in the early pointed style, or as it is termed the lancet, or early English. A noteworthy movement, which extended to other countries, had place in France at this period. A shepherd of the name of Benezet conceived the idea of building a bridge over the Rhône at Avignon. The bishop supported his scheme and superintended its erection between 1171 to 88. Upon Benezet's death, in 1184, Pope Clement III canonized him, and sanctioned a new fraternity of Frères Pontives, bridge builders. In 1189, Fitz-Alwine, mayor of London, held his first assize, from which we learn that the master carpenters and masons of the city were to be sworn not to prejudice the ancient rights ordained of the estates of the city. Between 1189 to 1204 Bishop Lacy was engaged in adding to Winchester Cathedral. There are references worthy of note in Scotland at this time. In 1190 Bishop Jocelyn obtained a charter from William the Lion to establish a fraternity, to assist in raising funds wherewith to erect the Cathedral of Glasgow. It is supposed to imply the existence of a band of travelling masons. The same bishop undertook the erection of the Abbey of Kilwinning. The Templar Preceptory of Red Abbey Stead was erected at the same time, and an ancient lodge of masons existed here last century. In the reign of John, 1200–16, about 40 pious houses were erected. Hugh, Bishop of Lincoln, about 1200, wrought with his own hands at the choir and transept of the cathedral, the designs being by Goffredston Wars, constructor ecclesiae. The mason's marks are numerous, and it is asserted by Brother Emra Holmes that, from the central tower, may be seen 3 large figures of a monk, a nun, and an angel, each displaying one of the signs of the 3 degrees of masonry. The cathedral has also an ancient stained glass window, which has the double triangles in 4 out of 6 spaces, an engraving of which appears in the Historical Landmarks of Brother George Oliver. Brother Fort asserts that the Masons of the Middle Ages must have received their technical education from the priories, and that a tendency continually reveals itself to use the abstruse problems of geometry as the basis of philosophical speculations, thus blending the visible theorems with unseen operations of the spirit. He considers that the building operations of the Masons were canvassed in the lodge and worked out mathematically, the plan of the building serving as the basis of instruction. These views mean in 2 words that Masonry in all times was operative and speculative, but the identical system prevails today in some still existing stonemasons' guilds. In 1202 Godfrey de Lucy, Bishop of Winchester, formed a fraternity for repairing his church during the 5 years ensuing. There is nothing to disclose the nature of these fraternities. It may mean no more than a committee for collecting the means, possibly the masters' fraternities of the French may have given the idea. At this period Gilbert de Eversold was laboring at St. Albans Abbey, as the architect, and Hugh de Goldcliffe is called a deceitful workman. In 1204 the Abbey of Beaulieu in Hants was founded by King John, and Durandus, a master employed on the Cathedral of Rouen, came over to it by request. In 1209 London Bridge, which was begun by Peter de Colchurch, was completed. There is a slab, of this period, in the transept of Martin Church, Wr. Yorkshire, which has upon it a Calvary cross, a cross-hilted sword, and a Mason S square and level, pointing to the union of arms, religion, and art. In 1212 a second assize was held in London by Mayor Fitz-Alwyn, when owing to a great fire it was thought necessary to fix the wages. At this time a horse or cow could be bought for 4 shillings. Masons were granted 3d per day with food, or 4 1/2d. Without, laborers had 1 1/2d. Or 3d, cutters of freestone 2 1/2d. Or 4d, the terms used are cementerii, and sculptors lapidam liberorum. John died in 1216, and Matthew of Paris, and others, write his epitaph, who mourns, or shall ever mourn, the death of King John. Hell, with all its pollutions, is polluted by the soul of John. I. 288. In the reign of Henry III. 1216–72, 32 pious houses were erected, and the Templars built their Domus Dei at Dover. The beginning of this king's reign is the period when laymen, emancipating themselves from the monasteries, come to the front as builders, and leaders of working masons. It is also the commencement of a more highly finished style of pointed Gothic introduced by the Masons who returned from Palestine. During this reign flourished the celebrated Friar Roger Bacon, who, as member of a sworn fraternity, gave himself to the investigation of the hidden things of nature and science. In the reign of Henry III, the monks of Teignmouth raised a masterpiece of architecture in their new conventual church, which they completed by 1220, and were engaged in constant contention with the claims to jurisdiction of the bishops of Durham. And then followed disputes with the burgesses of Newcastle, owing to the monks fostering the trade of North Shields. The prioress officers were in the habit of meeting those of the common law on the hill of Gateshead, or beneath a spreading oak in Northumberland, when they came to hold assizes in Newcastle. In 1220 the foundation of Salisbury Cathedral was laid by Bishop Poore. Robert was master mason, and Helius de Barham, one of the canons, employed himself on the structure. Its base is the patriarchal cross, its erection occupied 38 years, and it is the only Gothic cathedral in England built in one style of architecture. The 5-pointed star is found in the tracery of the arcades, and heads of 32 windows, and the equilateral triangle is the basic design of the parapet. In 1220 Peter, Bishop of Winchester, levelled the footstone of Solomon's porch in Westminster Abbey. He is the same person as Peter de Rupibus, a native of Poitiers, who served with Coeur de Lion in Palestine, and was knighted by him, created Bishop of Winchester in 1204, Chief Justice in 1214. Went on a pilgrimage to Palestine and returned in 1231. Amongst his architectural labours is a Dominican convent in Winchester, the Abbey of Pitchfield, part of Netley Abbey, a pious house at Joppa, and the Domus Dei in Portsmouth. He died in 1238, and his effigy, which is a recumbent figure in Winchester Cathedral, has the right hand on the left breast, and his left hand clasping a book. 204. From 1233 to 57 the Close Rolls give numerous details of the King's Masons who were employed at Guildford, Woodstock and Westminster. In 1253 the King had consultations with Masons, Francis et Youngly. It is also the period of origin of the geometrical style. There is a document of 1258 which, though French, has an important bearing on English Masonic legends, referring amongst other things to Charles Martel, and which, though traditional, was accepted as sufficient to secure important freedoms. In this year Stephen Boileau, Provost of the Corporation of Paris, compiled a code of regulations concerning the arts and trades of Paris, based upon the statements of the masters of guilds. And amongst these we find the following in regard to the Masons, which gives them a double title to the term, free, for they were freestone cutters and free of certain duties. 21. The Masons, Macons, and plasterers are obliged to do guard duty, and pay taxes, and render such other services as the other citizens of Paris owe to their king. 22. The mortar-makers are free of guard duty, as also every stone-cutter since the time of Charles Martel, as the ancients, prud'hommes, or wise men, have heard, from father to son. The question arises here whether masons and setters, who were not free of duty, though cutters and sculptors were, used the term corolla secundus in England as a claim for the masons and setters. The prud'hommes were the wardens under the master who rules the craft, and we are further told that this master had taken his oath of service at the palace, and afterwards before the provost of Paris. It is also said that, after 6 years' service the apprentice appeared before the master who keeps the craft, in order to swear, by the saints, to conform to craft usage. He thus became a journeyman, or companion, but could not become a master, and undertake the entire erection of a building, until he had completed such a masterpiece as was appointed him, and which entailed much outlay. But if this was past he became a member of the master's fraternity. The difference between the Saxon and the French custom appears to be this, that whilst in the former case the acceptance of a master rested with the same assembly as that to which the journeyman belonged, in the latter case the master's fraternity was now a separate body, with independent laws. The custom of Montpellier, according to documents printed by Brother R. F. Gould, would seem to have developed somewhat differently. Here, after an apprentice had served 3 years, he was placed for another 4 years to serve as a journeyman, under a master. At the end of this period he might present his masterpiece, and if it was approved he took the oath to the provosts and only such sworn master was permitted to erect a building from the basement. But it was allowable for a journeyman to undertake small repairs. Thus as city customs varied confusion must at times have arisen in journeying abroad. There is mention in 1287, when the cathedral of Ups in Sweden was begun, that Etienne de Bonnuel took with him from Paris 10 master masons and 10 apprentices. Possibly some of the masters or some of the apprentices were what we call fellows, but there is nothing to warrant any classification. It is important to shew the secret nature and the import of the French organization, and fraternities, and we quote the following from Brother J. G. Findel's History of Freemasonry. The fraternities, existing as early as the year 1189 were prohibited by the Council of Rouen, cap. 25, and the same was most clearly expressed at the Council of Avignon in the year 1326, where, cap. 37, it is said that the members of the fraternity met annually, bound themselves by oath mutually to love and assist each other, wore a costume, had certain well-known and characteristic signs and countersigns, and chose a president, majorum, whom they promised to obey. Nothing very vile in this. In 1242 Prior Melsonby made additions to Durham Cathedral, and others were made by Bishop Farnham before 1247, and by Prior Houghton about 1290. At Newcastle the Church of All Saints was founded before 1296, and that of St. John in the same century. The Church of St. Nicholas was rebuilt in the 14th century, but the present tower only dates from the time of Henry VI. Clavel says that the seal of Erwin de Steinbach, Chief Master of Cologne, 1275, bears the square and compasses with the letter G. Turning to the north of England we find that at York in 1171, 1127, 1241, and 1291, the choir, south transept, and nave of the minster were either completed or in course of erection. And the workmanship is infinitely superior to later portions of the building. In 1270 the new church of the Abbey of St. Mary in York was begun by the abbot Simon de Warwick, who was seated in a chair with a trowel in his hand and the whole convent standing around him. There is also a deed of 1277 with the seal of Walter Dixey, Cementarius, de Burnwell, which conveys lands to his son Lawrence. The legend is, S. Walter le Mason, surrounding a hammer between a half-moon and a five-pointed star. In this same year, 1277, Pope Nicholas II is credited with letters patent to the Masons confirming the freedoms and privileges, said to have been granted by Boniface IV. In 614, if such a bull was issued, it has escaped discovery in recent times. In these somewhat dry building details it will have been noticed that references are made to French designers, and to consultation with French and English Masons. And with this enormous amount of building there must necessarily have been a constant importation of French Masons, with the introduction of French customs. On the symbolism of this period there are some interesting particulars in the rationale of Bishop Durandus, who died in 1296. The tiles signify the protectors of the church. The winding staircase imitated from Solomon's temple, the hidden knowledge, the stones are the faithful, those at the corners being most holy, the cement is charity, the squared stones holy and pure have unequal burdens to bear. The foundation is faith, the roof charity, the door obedience, the pavement humility, the four side walls justice, fortitude, temperance, prudence, hence the Apocalypse saith, the city leath foursquare. 205 The custom is Hindu, French, British. In a paper recently read before one of the learned societies Professor T. Hayter Lewis has shown that the builders of the early, pointed Gothic, of the 13th century were of a different school to those who preceded them in the 12th century. He shews that the mason's marks, the style, and the methods of tooling the stones, differ from the older work, and whilst the older was wrought with diagonal tooling, the later was upright with a claw adze. He traces these changes in methods and marks through Palestine to Phoenicia. This new style, he considers, was brought into this country by Masons who had learned it amongst the Saracens, and though Masons' marks were in use in this country long before they were now further developed on the Eastern system. 206 There is as well tangible evidence of the presence of Oriental Masons in this country. 2 wooden effigies, said to be of the time of the Crusades, were formerly in the manor house of Woburn in Buckinghamshire, of which drawings were shown to the Society of Antiquaries in 1814. And have recently been engraved in Ars Quatuor Coronatorum. 207 These effigies are life-size, one represents an old man with quadrant and staff, the other a young man with square and compasses, and the attire, headdress, and even features, indicate Asiatic originals. It has been thought that the Moorish Alhambra at Granada indicates the presence of Persian Masons, and we find the translator of Tassos, Jerusalem delivered, in every case substitutes the word Macon for Muhammad. But this is only a provincial abbreviation for Mahometo. Though supported in a superior manner, the theory of Professor Hayter Lewis is not new to Freemasonry, as in the 17th century Sir William Dugdale, Sir Chris Wren, and others fix upon the reign of King Henry III. As the period when the Society of Freemasons was introduced into England by travelling Masons, protected by papal bulls, and Wren is said to have added his belief that pointed Gothic was of Saracenic origin. and that the bands resided in huts near the erection upon which they were working, and had a warden over every 10 men. But Elias Ashmole held that whilst such a reorganization actually took place, it was upon a Roman foundation. Dugdale probably derived his views from some monastic document, or tradition, whilst Ashmole as a Mason, with better information followed the old MS constitutions, as we have done in these chapters. Brother Gould is of opinion that the alleged bulls were given to the Benedictines and other monkish fraternities who were builders, and that they only apply to Masons as members, or lay brothers of the monasteries, and, we may add, Templars. It must be clear to all who have eyes to see, that with this importation into England of the foreign element a new series of legends were engrafted upon the original simple account of the Old English Masons. Such are the charges of Nimrod, of David and Solomon, and of Charles Martel, and though we have no misses of this period to confirm us, there is no doubt that they are of this period. Equally we have no contemporary text of the charges by which the newly imported Masons were ruled. The information already given enables us to see that there was a difference both in legends and laws between the two elements and that it was a sectarian difference. English MSS. Of more modern date, refer to Books of Charges, where those of Nimrod, of Solomon, of St. Alban, and of Athelstan are included, and if they actually existed, as we see no reason to doubt, they were of this century. Moreover, the references to Carolus Secundus, or to Charles Martel, must be of this period, though there can be no doubt that this refers to Carolus Magnus or Charlemagne, as small importations of French Masons in Saxon times would not have influenced the older legends, nor stood a chance of adoption by the English. In regard to the laws by which the French Masons were governed, we are, however, informed in the more modum misas that they differed but little, or were found all one, with the Roman, British, and Saxon charges. It is very evident that the early foreign element had a charge of their own referring to Nimrod, David, Solomon, and Charles of France, applicable to their own ceremonies, and that in England, they united therewith the charges of Euclid, St. Alban, and Athelstan in a heterogeneous manner, and these are found in 2, or more, misas to which we refer later, as having been approved by King Henry VI, and afterwards made the general law. There is one piece of evidence which might enable us to settle certain difficult points if we could rely upon it. Professor Marx, a learned Jew, has stated that he saw in one of the public libraries of this country a commentary upon the Quran of the 14th century, written in the Arabic language, with Hebrew characters, referring according to his view to Freemasonry, and which contained an anagrammatical sentence of which each line has one of the letters M, O, C, H, and which he reads, "We have found our Lord Hiram, Chiram," but the Dervish sects have a similar phrase, which would read, "We have found in our Lord Rest, Karim or Cherim." We must therefore hold our minds in reserve until the book has been refound and examined. In any case it seems to add a link to the chain of evidence as to the Oriental origin of our present rites. We may feel assured that the Masons who returned from the Holy Land were of a class calculated to make a marked impression on the society. The word to which the foregoing alludes, in modern Arabic, might be translated, "child of the strong one." Several modern writers, both Masons and non-Masons, hold to the opinion that there were 2 artists at the building of Solomon's temple, Huram the Abiv, who began the work, and Hiram the son, who completed what his father had to leave undone. Sukkos, where the brass ornaments for the temple were cast, signifies booths or lodges, and Isaratitha means sorrow or trouble. 208 Josephus says that Hiram was son of a woman of the tribe of Naphtali, and that his father was Ur of the Israelites. The account that we have of him, in the Bible, is that he was expert in dyeing, and in working in gold, and in brass, which makes him a chemist and metallurgist, rather than a mason. There were many arts in which the ancients were our superiors. A very important lecture on this point has recently appeared from the pen of the Reverend Bro. M. Rosenbaum. After this long digression we will return to architecture in general. Mr. Wyatt Papworth points out the use of the term ingeniator, in various documents, between 1160 to 1300 referring to castles repaired or constructed. Some of these were undoubtedly architects and not engineers, whose duties were the construction of warlike machines. And though gunpowder had not yet come into use in this country, the connection with Masoning might, at a later period, lead to the introduction of Marcus Graecus into our MSS. In the reign of Edward I. 1272–1307, Merton College in Oxford, the Cathedral of Norwich and 20 pious houses were founded. The noble Gothic style had reached its climax. Between 1291 to 4 several crosses were erected. And there are mentions of masons who were employed by the king. Some items of expense refer to timber, to make a lodge for Master Michael and his masons. Peter de Cavallini designed the Eleanor crosses. The one in Cheapside was begun by Richard de Crumble, and completed by Roger de Crumble. It was of 3 stories, decorated with niches having statues executed by Alexander le Imaginator. A still more beautiful one was the Charing Cross. From 1290–1300 West Kirkby Church was building, and the marks are recorded by Brother Rylands, as well as those of Eastham and Sefton churches. 209 in 1300 Henry the Monk, surnamed Latham, Latimus, mason or stone-cutter, rebuilt part of the Abbey of Evesham. In 1303 the mayor and 24 aldermen of London made ordinances for the regulation of the carpenters, masons and labourers. The mayor was Gregory de Roxley, and the maçons mestres, or master masons, and master carpenters are mentioned, in conjunction with their servants. From 1308 to 26 William Boyden was employed in erecting the Chapel of the Virgin at the Abbey of St. Albans. In the reign of Edward II, 1307–27, Exeter and Oriel colleges in Oxford, Clare Hall in Cambridge, and 8 pious houses were built. During this king's reign we have the advent of the curvilinear, or decorated, style, which held its ground for near a century. In 1313 the Knights Templars were suppressed with great brutality in France. In England their property was confiscated to the Knights of St. John, their leading preceptories being at London, Warwick, Walsden, Lincoln, Lindsay, Bolingbroke, Wydene, Agerstone, York, Temple Sorby, Cambridge, etc. They were distributed throughout the monasteries, or joined the Knights of St. John. Those of York had lenient treatment by Archbishop Greenfield, and were relegated to St. Mary's adjacent to the Culdee Hospital of St. Leonard. Their lay brethren, amongst whom would be a numerous body of masons, were liberated, a circumstance from which might spring more than a traditional connection. Some of the knights returned to lay occupations, and even married to the great annoyance of the Pope. In Scotland the knights, aided in their aims by the wars between that country and England, retained their preceptories, and though they seem to have united with the Order of St. John in 1465 they were as often distinguished by one name as the other. The Burglaws of Stirling have the following: in 1405, "No Templar sol intromet with any merchandise or goods pertaining to the guild, be buying and selling, within or without their own lands, but gif he be ane guild brother." 210 thus implying that the knights had actual membership with the guilds. The Templars, at the like date, 1460, are mentioned in Hungary. 211 in Portugal their innocence of the charges brought against them was accepted, but to please the Pope their name was changed to Knights of Christ. In an old Hungarian town, where the Templars once were, the arms are a wheel on which is the Baptist's head on a charger. A bishop of Durham, circa 1295 to 1300 named Beek had required more than the accustomed military service from the tenants of St. Cuthbert, who pleaded the privileges of Halliwork Falk, not to march beyond the Tees or Tyne, and Surtees explains that Halliwork Falk or Holywork people, whose business, to wit, was to defend the holy body of St. Cuthbert, in lieu of all other service, 212, are here alluded to, but of Culdee original the term implied an art origin. Sir James Dalrymple, speaking of Scotland, says, "The Culdees continued till the beginning of the 14th century, up to which time they contended for their ancient rights, not only in opposition to the whole power of the primacy, but the additional support of papal authority." Noted lodges exist from old times at Culdee seats, such as Kilwinning, Melrose, Aberdeen, and as the period when this was shown was that of the suppression of the Templars, and the Scotch generally never allowed themselves to be pope-ridden. We have one reason why the name of Templar was continued in that country. There was everywhere a growing discontent against the Church of Rome secretly indicated, even in the art of the Masonic sodalities. Isaac Disraeli alludes to it in his Curiosities of Literature. In his chapter entitled, Expression of Suppressed Opinion, he states that sculptors, and illuminators, shared these opinions, which the multitude dare not express, but which the designers embodied in their work. Wolfius, in 1300 mentions, as in the Abbey of Fulda, the picture of a wolf in a monk's cowl preaching to a flock of sheep, and the legend, God is my witness, how I long for you all in my bowels. A cushion was found in an old abbey, on which was embroidered a fox preaching to a flock of geese, each with a rosary in its mouth. On the stonework and columns of the great church at Argentine, as old as 1300, were sculptured wolves, bears, foxes, and other animals carrying holy water, crucifixes, and tapers, and other things more indelicate. In a magnificent illuminated chronicle of Froissart is inscribed several similar subjects, a wolf in a monk's cowl stretching out its paw to bless a cock, a fox dropping beads which a cock is picking up. In other cases a pope, we hope Clement V, is being thrust by devils into a cauldron, and cardinals are roasting on spits. He adds that, at a later period, the Reformation produced numerous pictures of the same class in which each party satirized the other. Over the entrance to the Church of St. Genevieve, says James Grant in Captain of the Guard, ch. 33, at Baumel is the sculpture of mitred cat preaching to 12 little mice. There is a somewhat indecent carving at Stratford upon Avon. The Incorporated Society of Science, Letters, and Art, in its Journal of January, 1902, contains a paper by Mr. T. Tyndall Wildbridge upon the ideographic ornamentation of Gothic buildings. He observes that there were Masons who possessed the tradition of ancient symbolic formula, and that whilst the Olympic mythology is almost ignored, the subject being, by them, derived from the zodiacal system, and it is, he observes, that this symbolization, often satirical, holds place on equal terms with the acknowledged church emblems. He instances some of these at Oxford and elsewhere, one of which is the symbol of Horus in his shell, and in a second instance reproduced as a fox, with a bottle of holy water. The altar of the Church of Dobrin in Mecklenburg exhibits the priests grinding dogmas out of a mill. In 1322 Alan de Walsingham restored Ely, himself planning and working at the building. The 1322 will of Magister Simon le Masson of York is printed in the Surtees Society's collection. Of 1325 is the tomb of Sir John Croke and Lady Aline his wife at Wesley Wanterleys in Cambridgeshire. Upon it is the letter N, with a hammer above it, and a half-moon and six-pointed star on each side. The N is an old Mason S mark, and also a pre-Christian Persian symbol. Of this period there is a stone coffin lid at Thornton Abbey in Lincolnshire, which has upon it a shafted floriated Greek cross, and besides the shaft a square, religion and art united. A similar one occurs at Blidworth in Northamptonshire having upon it a square and axe. At Halsall in Lancashire is a three-step cross on one side of which is a square, and on the other an ordinary set square. There is also in Lincoln Cathedral a gravestone of this century representing Ricardus de Gainsbourg, cementarius, or mason, on each side of whom is a trowel, and a square. Chartres Cathedral in France has a window containing the working tools of masons. Mr. Wyatt Papworth observes that at the end of the 13th century, and beginning of the 14th, there is mention of the Magister Sementarii and his socii, or fellows. There is documentary evidence of the term Freemason in 1376, and it may have been in use at an earlier date. Brother F. Schnitger argues, on the evidence of a Nuremberg work of 1558, that the prefix indicates a free art, as sculpture, which the ancients say that handicraft is not, but that the former is, the use of the square and compasses artistically. 213 Brother G. W. Speth advocated, with a little hesitancy, that as the traveling masons moved about they adopted the term free to indicate that they were outside, or free from any guild but that established under their own constitution. It does not necessarily follow, however, that the term free had everywhere the same import. 214. Scotland has many important documents. The Chevalier Ramsay, in his Paris oration of 1737, states that James, Lord Steward of Scotland, in 1286 held a lodge at Kilwinning and initiated the Earls of Gloucester and Ulster into Freemasonry. What authority there is for this statement no one now knows, but Tytler in his History of Scotland shows that these two earls were present at a meeting of the adherents of Robert Bruce at Tinbury Castle, which is about 30 miles west of Kilwinning Abbey, and were concerting plans for the vindication of his claims to the Scottish throne. The rebuilding of Melrose Abbey in Scotland was begun in 1326 under King Robert the Bruce, who seems to have been a protector of the Templars. There is a legend in regard to a window which is said to have been wrought by an apprentice who was slain by his master out of jealousy, and the same myth applies to similar work in other countries. The structure is full of recondite symbolism both within and without. The chapel is interpreted to represent the human body in all its parts. In symbols there is a pelican feeding its young, and the phoenix rising from its ashes. It contains a later inscription on the lintel of the turret stairs, as follows, and there are others of like import. Sa gaze ye compass roinabut. Truth and lout do but do't. Behold to ye hend Q, John Morveau. A second on the west wall of the south transept is a shield inscribed to the next John Moray, or Murray, who was son of Patrick, bearing two pairs of compasses laid across each other between three fleur-de-lis. Though his own arms were three mullets, in chief, and a fleur-de-lis in base. The older of the two inscriptions refers to a John Moray who died 1476, a mason but also keeper of Newark Castle in 1467, and whose son Patrick had the same status until 1490. The epitaph of the second of the name is thus read, 215. John Morrow son time Cowlet. Was I and born in Paris. Certainly and had in Kepying. All mason work of Sant Androys. Ye high Kyrk, of Glasgow Melrose and Pasley of Nittiesdale and of Galway. Pray to God, and Mary Baith. And sweet Sant Ton to keep this. Halley Kirk Froscale. This John Moray had grants of lands from James IV. In 1490 and 1497, was Sheriff of Selkirk 1501, and assassinated on his way to the Sheriff's Court in 1510. In the reign of Edward III. 1327–77, we are told by Anderson that lodges were many and frequent, and that great men were masons, the king patronizing the arts and sciences. He says that it is implicitly implied, in an old record, that in the glorious reign of King Edward III, when lodges were many and frequent, the Grand Master with his wardens, at the head of Grand Lodge, with consent of the lords of the realm, then generally Freemasons, ordained, that for the future, at the making or admission of a brother, the constitutions shall be read and the charges hereunto annexed. Such specific statement is not at present known and is doubtless a paraphrase of the existing MSS. The king founded the Abbey of Eastminster, and others built many stately mansions and about 30 pious houses, in spite of all the expensive wars of this reign. The south transept of Gloucester Cathedral was begun about the year 1330, and is traditionally said to be by John Gower, who built Camden Church and Gloucester Tor. He is believed to be represented in a monument, of which an engraving appears in Ars Quatuor, Volume 2. It is in form of a mason square. And the builder is represented as if supporting it, his arm is in the position of hailing his fellows, below the man's effigy is a budget of tools. Until a recent restoration of the ancient church of the Dominicans in Limerick, there was on the gable end, the half-length figure of a person in monkish dress, the right hand was clutching the heart, and the left arm, kept close to the side, was raised with the palm outward, index and second finger raised. 216. In 1330, Thomas of Canterbury, a master mason, began work at St. Stephen's Chapel, Westminster. The Abbey Gate of Berry Street Edmund S. contains the double triangles, and is of this period. On the carved bosses of a Gothic church at Linlithgow are these emblems: 1. A double circle within which is a book upon which are square and compasses. 2. A double square within which are two circles, and in these a double lozenge in the centre of which is the letter G. 217. The brass of John de Bereford at Allhallows, Mayor 1356-7 of Oxford, contains a shield on which are square compasses. At Dryburgh Abbey there is a tomb, late this century, on which is a cross-hilted sword, surrounded by a wreath of ivy, and on each side of the sword, the square compasses. This, and others of like nature, might imply the initiation of a person of knightly rank. The condemnation of the 1326 Council of Avignon would seem to have had its influence in England, for upon the Black Death of 1348, when near half the population died, an ordinance of 1350 confirmed by statute law in 1360, forbade all alliances, covens, congregations, chapters, ordinances, and oaths, amongst masons, carpenters, and artisans, and this statute was endorsed by others of a like nature in 1368, 1378, 1414, and 1423. These laws are, however, rather directed against journeymen, apprentices, and laborers, and, in any case, from their repetition at long intervals, had little effect upon the Masonic assemblies. A much more important bearing upon the Masonic organization is a record of 1356. At this period there was a dispute in existence between the layer masons or setters, and the mason squarers. 6 members of each class appeared before the mayor, sheriff, and aldermen of the city of London, to have their organization defined in order that the disputes, which had arisen between them might be adjusted. Because that their trades had not been regulated by the folks of their trade in such form as other trades are. That is, they had not yet been so regulated in the city of London. Amongst these representatives of the Mason squarers was Henry Yeveley. The Freemasons, as opposed to the layer Masons, who were perhaps derived from the ancient body of the kingdom, who would suffer in status by French importations, and would prefer, elsewhere, the Saxon constitution. The mayor, after consultation with these 2 sections, drew up a code of 10 rules, which appears in full in Gould's History of Freemasonry, and which virtually allowed the 2 bodies identical privileges, and rules, mutually with a 7 years' apprenticeship. In either case a master, taking any work in gross, was to bring 6 or 4 sworn men of the ancients of his trade, to prove his ability and to act as his sureties, and they were to be ruled by sworn overseers. 12 masters were sworn, which virtually united both bodies, and made a uniform rule for both, thus establishing the London Company of Masons. Such a union of the Christian Masonry of York and the Semitic Masonry of the Normans, coupled with the grant of royal charters to the masters, might lead to the recognition of the rights of the Heredem Rosy Cross as the unification of the 2, which it actually is. It is quite probable that this judicious action of the mayor saved London a repetition of the disturbances which occurred in France amongst the sects of the Compagnonage. In the middle of the 14th century Ranulph Higden had compiled his Polychronicon in the Benedictine monastery of St. Werburgh, Chester, which is here noted as it constituted the authority for all the Masonic charges as to Jabal, Jubal, Tubal, and Naamah, Nimrod and his cousin Ashur, the 2 pillars of Enoch, the origin of geometry, etc. And which introduced into the Saxon charge by the author of the Cook MS, whoever that may have been, became the basis of all the later charges which have come down to us. It is quite probable that the old 17th century lodge, of which Randall Holmes was a member, dates from the earliest period of Norman architecture in Chester, if not beyond. Its prior antiquity is proved by the fact that it had in the 17th century ceased to have any practical object in relation to architecture. The ancient Scotch lodges in most cases advance such claims. This era was the beginning of the rectilinear, or perpendicular, style of architecture, which continued in vogue down to 1550. From 1349 works were in progress at Windsor, and John de Spouilly, Master Stonecutter, to whom Anderson has given the title of Master of the Giblin, though in Ashmole's Order of the Garter, the term used is stonecutter, had power given him to impress masons. He rebuilt St. George's Chapel where the king instituted the Order of the Garter in 1350. In 1356 William of Wykeham, who was made Bishop of Winchester in 1367, was appointed surveyor, and in 1359 chief warden and surveyor of various castles, and employed 400 Freemasons at Windsor. In 1360 the king impressed 360 Masons at his own wages, and attempts were made to punish those who left work, and this is the year in which the statute law was passed against all alliances, covens, and oaths, so that the one may have influenced the other. About this year William Eddington, Bishop of Winchester, erected a very beautiful church at Eddington. In 1362 writs were issued for the king's works to impress 302 masons and delvers of stone, and the counties of York, Devon, and Salop were to furnish 60 men each. These arbitrary proceedings of the king have an explanatory bearing upon both the statute laws and the Masonic charges. In 1365 Henry Yeveley, already referred to as a mason cutter, was director of the work of St. Stephen S. Chapel, now the House of Parliament, and according to Anderson is called at first, in the old records, the King's Freemason. He built for the King the London Charter House, King's Hall in Cambridge, and Queensborough Castle. In 1370 William de Winsford, Cementarius, was sent beyond sea to retain divers masons for the service of the king. In 1375, Robert A. Barnum at the head of 250 Freemasons completed St. George's Great Hall. And Simon Langham, Abbot of Westminster, repaired the body of that cathedral. In Prior Fosser's time, 1341–74, the great west window of Durham Cathedral was placed, and the altar screen finished in 1380, to which Lord Neville of Raby contributed 600 marks. Green, in his History of the English People, has some remarks on the English guilds which we may run over here. He says that Frank Pledge and the Frith Guild sprang out of kinship and were recognized both by Alfred and Athelstan. The Merchant Guild of London sprang out of various guilds in the city which were united into one by Athelstan. But this led to a craft guild struggle, for their wardens had the inspection of all work done, all tools used and everything necessary for the good of their several trades. Apart from the Masons who had their own records, not mentioned by Green, the first to secure royal sanction was the weavers who had their charter from Henry I. Though the contest went on during the reign of John, for the control of trade in the 11th century had begun to pass from the merchant guild to those of the craft. It may also be added that the Masons had begun to pass from monastic control and were becoming secularized. A constant struggle was taking place between the prud'hommes, or wise, and the commune. Those craftsmen who were unenfranchised united in secret frith guilds and mobs arose, but the open contest did not begin until 1261, when the craftsmen invaded the town moat, set aside the aldermen and chose Thomas Fitz Thomas for their mayor. The contest continued until the time of Edward III, who himself joined the Guild of Armourers. Charters had now been granted to every trade, and their ordinances duly enrolled in the mayor's court, and distinctive liveries assumed. Green adds that the wealthier citizens now finding their power broken sought to regain their old influence by enrolling themselves as members of the trade guilds, pages 189–95. With the exception of the Masons' Guild at York, which was continuously employed on the Minster, and other churches in York, and as these sent guilds to other distant parts which ceased to exist when their work was done. It is impossible to trace old guilds in permanency. When they had completed their labors they would report to York, and as workmen were required elsewhere, a guild with the proper complement of apprentices, fellows, and past masters would be sent there. In some cases, in small towns, a remnant would remain in permanence, and it is to such as these that we owe a special charge distinct from that of the General Assembly. In 1377 the guilds of London were reconstituted and became known as livery companies, from their special livery or dress. In place of guild, we now have crafts and mysteries, and 4 aldermen, the masters or wardens. The Masons had sent 4 members and the Freemasons 2 members to the municipal council, but an old list shews that this distinction had been done away with and an erasure is made to credit the delegates as Masons. The oath of the wardens is preserved. They swore, well and truly to oversee the craft of Masonry, to observe its rules, and to bring all defaulters before the chamberlain of the city, to spare no man for favor, nor grieve any man for hate. To commit neither extortion nor wrong, nor in anything to be against the peace of the king or city. The oath concludes, as in the French formula before mentioned, so help you God and all Cindies. The title of the London Company of Masons, at this time, was the Craft and Fellowship of Masons. The Court Rolls, of the Manor of Long Beninton, County of Lincoln, the Lord being Thomas of Woodstock, the youngest son of Edward III. Has John Plaister and John Freemason in this year. 218 The charters of city companies of Masons was clearly a legalized usurpation of the Saxon right of assembly, and modelled upon the older fraternities of France. Where such city companies were chartered, the result might be the withdrawal of the masters into the livery, leading to the continuation of the assembly by journeymen and amateurs. To put the question in other words, some assemblies may have become livery companies, whilst York, and other northern towns, continued the ancient right of Masonic assembly. And in regard to this, the views of Brother Speth that the Masonic assembly, and the charges belonging thereto, is a claim that they were free from the guilds is worthy of close consideration. Brother Gould has mentioned several instances where journeymen attempted to establish guilds for their own enjoyment and protection, but were speedily suppressed by the masters. In 1387 3 cordwainers had been promised a papal brief for this purpose, but only obtained the privilege of the London prison of Newgate. A similar attempt of the journeyman saddlers was suppressed in 1396. The same befell the journeyman tailors in 1415, also the Journeyman Guild of St. George at Coventry in 1427. Unfortunately, all the documents of the London Company of Masons prior to 1620 have been lost, or we should have had valuable information as to the working of that guild. Brother Edward Conder has shown that the company at the earliest period of its records had a speculative lodge meeting at its hall, which was not confined to Masons by profession. And that a Master S grade such as is spoken of in the Regius, and Cook MSS, was the uppunnage of the fellowship, by which accepted or non-operatives became qualified for the rank of liverymen and assistants who composed the governing council. And thus the esoteric or symbolic branch was allied with the exoteric one on the council. We will now return, in a few notes, to works in progress at this period. In the reign of Richard II, 1377–99, about 15 pious houses were built. Between 1380–86 the building of the new college, in Oxford, was accomplished by William of Wykeham. The wardens and fellows, April 14, 1386, made solemn entrance, marching in procession with the cross borne before them and chanting litanies. Between 1387–93 the same architect founded Winchester College. It contains the arms of the architect, which have a peculiarity worthy of notice. They are 2 chevron L's or carpenter's couples between 3 roses, motto, manners maketh man. It is probably but a coincidence that if we reverse a Master Mason's apron, it is a copy of the arms of Wykeham, whilst the motto, as previously noted, is found in the Regius MS. And in a book on etiquette styled Perbanitatis, of which it is possible he may have been author. His Master Mason was William de Winsford, mentioned here in 1370, and his portrait as William Winfer, Lathamus, appears in stained glass, with that of the Master Carpenter, and Dominus Simon Membury, supervisor or clerk of the works. In the old Masonic charges there is a law that no fellow shall go into the town at night, without a fellow to bear him company, as witness of his good conduct, and Brother F. Compton Price, who has executed the beautiful facsimiles of Masonic MSS, points out that Wykeham had the same law for the monks and canons, who were prohibited from going abroad without leave of the prior, and without a companion. From 1389 to 91 the celebrated poet Geoffrey Chaucer was clerk of the works over the King's Masons, and it is possible that our old charges may have had some influence upon his poetical works. Romsey Abbey has a pillar in the south aisle, upon the capital of which is sculptured certain figures supposed to represent the dedicators of the church. It has a trowel and a large square said to contain the words, Ro hurt me fecit. Between the years 1389 to 91 2 very beautiful churches were erected, one at the village of Shotsbrook in Berkshire, and the other at Winnington in Beds, but the Perpendicular style had not reached these places. St. Michael's Church in Coventry was completed in 1395, St. Nicholas in Lynn, 1400, the collegiate church in Manchester was in progress, and it has been supposed the builders met at the adjacent 7 Stars, a very ancient hostelry. Works were in constant progress at York from 1349 to 99, and even down to 1520. In the year 1352, the chapter of the Minster issued regulations for the masons employed, which are interesting in themselves, and indicate to us various particulars which shew how carefully old Masonic customs have been handed down to us. It would be an error to suppose that such lodges as are described herein were the York Assembly. That body was an annual assembly drawn from all the Masons within a wide circle. Such lodges might possibly receive apprentices. The document from which we quote the following particulars is part of the Fabric Rolls, printed by the Surtees Society, 1352, the first and second Masons, who are masters of the same, and the carpenters, took an oath to carry out these regulations. After work, between May and August, breakfast was to last half an hour, and then the aforesaid masters, or one of them, shall knock upon the door of the lodge, and forthwith all shall go to their work. After dinner they shall sleep within their lodge, and when the vicars have come from the canon's dinner table, the master mason, or his substitute, shall cause them to rise and come to their work. Then they were to work from the first bell for vespers, and then drink within the lodge until the 3rd bell of St. Mary's Abbey called Low Lunge Bell. The aforesaid 2 master masons and carpenters of the fabric shall be present at each drinking time, and these shall notify to the keeper of the fabric, and to the controller thereof, all failures and absences. In 1370 the Dean and Chapter issued another code of regulations under which none were allowed to go away above a mile, under penalty of a fine. A new workman was to be tested for a week, and if he is found inconnaissant of his werke, be recade ye commune assent of ye meester, and ye keeper of ye werke and of ye master masown. Shall swear upon ye boke yet he shall trull Andy Bicelai at his poor, for out anya manner gilery, faintus, out her desate, hold, and keep holy, all ye points of ys versade ordinance in all things yt him touches or may touche. Fra time yt he be recavide. In this same year Master Robert de Patrington, and 12 Masons appeared and received articles to this tenor, Lords, if it be your wiles, we grant for to stand at our works truly, and at our power. In the following year we find that this master had under him 35 masons and apprentices, 18 laborers, and the church found them livery of tunics, aprons, gloves, and clogs. In 1389 the masters and wardens of guilds were ordered by the crown to make a return of their laws, oaths, feasts, meetings, and if they possessed charters to produce them. And the existence of both social and craft guilds is admitted by issue of separate writs. A body such as the London Fellowship of Masons, says Bro. R.F. Gould, would not be affected by such writs, for it had the governance of the London craft, and Anderson expresses an opinion, in 1723, that its members had first been received according to well-known Masonic forms. Masons in many parts, who had no charters, would no doubt be affected by the writs of 1389, and it is very probable that the order may have led to the compilation of a series of constitutional charges, which were, again and again, recopied and handed down to us in later misas. But it is clear that such scribes did not hesitate, at any time, to introduce supposed improvements of their own. Whether or not such a recompilation originated thus, the laws of the country shew that assemblies continued to be held down to the 15th century, and Masonic documents prove their later continuance, and the variations in the MSS lead us to believe that if there were Masons who preferred a Norman French charge, there were others who preferred their ancient Saxon privilege of a right of assembly to obligate fellows, and pass masters. And we will give particulars of 2 such documents shortly, both of which embrace legends of this date. We will now say a little upon the symbolism of the time, both English and foreign. Dar. Inman, of Liverpool 219, has the following: the ancient parish church of Bebington, Cheshire, has not only the solar wheel, the spikes of which terminate in the phallic triad, as one of the adornments of the reredos, but abounds with deltas, acorns, Maltese crosses, enfolding triangles, and virgins who, like the ancient Isis, are crowned with the inverted crescent, the chaplet being still further adorned with the 7 planets. A very interesting series of marks, cut between 1120 to 1534 has been collected by Brother Rylands. 220 at Great Waltham there are some well-carved panel heads of open seats, the tops of which in triplicate form contain the five-pointed star, with a ball in the center. The pavement of Westminster Abbey contains the double triangle, each angle containing a small one, whilst three triangles separated appear in the center. During the 18th century certain leaden medals designated morali were disinterred at Dover, and believed to be traveling tokens from one monastery to another, ensuring welcome. Some bore a five-pointed star, others had a dot at each angle, and the letter G in the center. 221 Masons as a necessity were travelers, and could not carry work to their shop. The Reverend Bro. A. F. A. Woodford, whose ability as a Masonic authority is unquestioned, has several times stated in print that there was found in the Minster Yard in York an ancient token or seal, undoubtedly of the 14th century, which had upon it words only known to Masons and Hieronymites. By a statute of Henry VI. 1406, the liverymen of guilds were permitted to wear girdles of silk, embroidered with silver and gold. The date to the will of John Cadaby is indecipherable, but earlier than 1451, as one of the persons mentioned in it died in that year. Bro. G. F. Ford in his treatise on builders' marks quotes Matthew of Arras and Peter Arler, whose images in the Cathedral of Prague, of the end of the 14th century, where in the former case his mark on a keystone, set in a semicircle, depending from a broad band of blue, and Peter Arler's is a perfect square. A guild mason would say that the mark of Matthew of Arras proves him to have belonged to an arch guild, though blue is a craft color. The inventory of the will here named of John Cadaby, of Beverley, Mason, has mention of several zonas, which though literally girdles, may be interpreted aprons. 1 silk zona, green and red, silver mounted, weight 17 ounces, 32s. 8d. 1 silk zona, silver mounted, with leaves and ivy, weighs 7 1/4 ounces, 40s. 8d. 1 silk zona, silver mounted, with roses, weighs 9 3/4 ounces, 16s. 3d. 1 damaged silk zona, silver mounted, with letters B and I in the middle, weight. 1 zona, of mixture, silvered, ornamented with stars, 3s. 1 zona, of black and green silk, weight 3 ounces, 3s. The girdle, then an article of clothing in general use, was appropriate to a master. The foreign churches of the 14th century are equally suggestive in symbolism common to Masonry. The Dome of Würzburg, in front of the Chamber of the Dead, has 2 columns, which are supposed to date from 1040 but may be later. On one is the letters IACHION and BOOZ. There is an old church in Hanover which was building from 1284 to 1350, and which contains the circle, double triangles, and pentagon. In this church is also a statue of St. George with the Red Cross, and one of St. James the Pilgrim. At one time it possessed a charger with the Baptist's head. An inscription says, "The fire was a sore thorn to Stoics and Hebrews," which a chronicle of 1695 refers to the fact of the burning of the Templars, 1310-3. A remark which would seem to imply a belief that these knights were guilty of monotheistic heresy. Hargrave Jennings says that in old representations of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, the sun and moon, with other emblems, are placed respectively on the 2 porches. The Church of Dobrin has many double triangles, placed in a significant manner, 3 vine leaves united by a cord, and symbolic ciphers. There is also a painting in the same church, in which the apostles are represented in Masonic attitudes. 222 Ford asserts that in one of the churches of Florence are life-size figures in Masonic attitudes. Many paintings of the old masters are said to exhibit similar characteristics. The Church of Santa Croce, Florence, over the main portal has a figure of Christ, holding in the hand a perfect square. He it was who told Peter that, "Upon this stone, Petra, I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." Clavel states that the figure of Christ in the Church of St. Denis has the hand placed in a position well known to Freemasons. At the beginning of this chapter we gave other information hereon. The Abbey Church of St. Owen in Rouen, begun in 1318, and completed by Alexander Berneval, who died in 1440 and was buried in the church, has a legend in regard to a very fine rose window which is identical with that of Melrose. The five-pointed star appears in the stone tracery, and Murray says that there is a tradition that it was made by an apprentice whom Berneval, the master mason, slew out of jealousy because he had surpassed himself. Other edifices at Rouen contain the Pentagon. This general identity of symbolism in various countries tends to prove a secret understanding amongst all Masons as to its meaning, and a similar initiation of the builders everywhere, which as they travelled about ensured a brotherly welcome. Victor Hugo in his novel of Notre Dame says that there is an intimate connection between architecture and the Hermetic philosophy. He further alleges an alchemical symbolism in the sculpture attributed to Bishop William of Paris in the Great Portal. He also instances the virgins with their lamps turned down, and those turned up, the opening of the book of philosophy. Some naked figures at the foot of Mary, one with wings on the heels, Mercury, the sower, Job, the philosopher's stone, tortured to become perfect, a dragon with its tail in a bath from which rises smoke and a king's head, demons and dragon's head. And Abraham offering his son Isaac. In the reign of Henry IV, 1399 to 1413, 6 pious houses were built, the Londoners erected their guild hall, and the king founded Battle Abbey in Shrewsbury, and afterwards that of Fotheringay. In 1399 Hugh de Hedon had employed at York 28 masons, but fuller information will be found in the fabric rolls. In the reign of Henry V, 1413 to 22, 8 pious houses were built, and the king rebuilt the palace, and the Abbey of Sheen, under the direction of Henry Chicheley, Archbishop of Canterbury. At York, our dread Lord the King had, in 1416, given them William de Colchester from Westminster Abbey. The appointment must have been an unpopular one, for, in the 3rd year of his mastership, certain stonecutters assaulted and did grievously injure him and his assistant. The work continued here down to 1520. Cattrick Bridge was constructed in 1413, and the 3 masons were to have a gown according to their degree, but this will mean employment rank. Cattrick Church was begun in 1421, and the masons were to have a luge of tray, with 4 rooms of ciels, and of 2 henforks. The reign of Henry VI lasted from 1422 to 61, and he was an infant upon his succession. It is tolerably certain that in his reign the Masons were dabblers in the Hermetic sciences. During the time of Henry IV, alchemy was made felony, by an act of 1404, which continued in force during the reign of Henry V. Henry VI took the art under his protection and obtained the consent of Parliament, empowering 3 Lancashire gentlemen, lovers of truth and haters of deception, to practice the art. 223 An Act of Parliament was passed in 1425 alleging that by the yearly congregations and confederacies of the Masons in their general chapters assembled, the good effect of the statutes of labourers was violated and prohibited all such meetings. No effect was given to this act, and it remained a dead letter on the statute book until the reign of Queen Elizabeth, when it passed into oblivion, being annulled by other acts. In 1424 Prior Wessington repaired the tower of Durham Cathedral, and spent £1,454 of the money of the time. In 1426 the masons erecting Walberswick steeple were to be provided with a house to work in, to eat and drink, and to lie in and to make meat in, to be built near the place of working. In 1427, William of Warmington began the rebuilding of the western tower of Croyland Abbey, and the vaulting with stone of the north aisle. His memorial stone, which has been engraved in Ars Quatuor, 224, represents him as holding a square in his right hand, and a pair of compasses in his left. There are other Masonic symbols carved here, for which consult the reference under the date 1113. There was a lodge of Masons attached to the Priory of Canterbury at this time. As the Register of William Monash, in 1429, mentions Thomas Stapleton, the Master, John Morris the Custos, or Warden, both of whom rank as esquires, and 16 Masons, all received their livery, or clothing. Chicheley also had livery, and these extracts prove that Christ Church Convent had a considerable body of Masons working at the building. St. Mary's Church, Bury, was begun 1424. In the contract with Horwood for building the nave of Fotheringay Church in 1434 it is enacted, that if the two said letters, or any of them, be not profitable any sufficient workman for the Lordis avail, then, by oversight of master masons of the county, they shall be denied. If Horwood did not fulfil his engagements, he shall yield his body to prison at my Lordis will, Duke of York, and all his movable goods and heritages be at my said Lordis disposition and ordinance. In 1439 the Abbot of St. Edmundsbury contracts with John Wood for the restoration of the great bell tower, in all manner of things that lunge to Freemasonry, and to have board for himself as a gentleman, and his servant as a yeoman, and thereby 2 robus. One for himself after a gentleman's livery. 225 Southwold Church was begun 1440. In 1436 an act was passed which required the masters, wardens, people of the guilds, fraternities, and other companies incorporate, to produce their letters patent to the justices and others, where such guilds and fraternities be, for their approval. This act is directed against such bodies making their own laws, and it mentions the chief master as distinct from the masons under him. It is a very valid supposition that it was this circumstance which led to the production of the Masonic Constitution for the sanction of the king, as several old copies known last century assert that it was. It has been suggested that the King's Master Mason of our large cities might be the head of the Masonic assemblies to whom the rest were responsible. There is a catechism purporting to be the examination of a Freemason by Henry VI, which admits occult studies. It was given to the world last century under the name of the antiquaries Leland and John Locke, and though possibly a forgery, in its present shape may have been the actual catechism of some lodge given to these studies. There is, however, ancient and genuine testimony to the practice of alchemy by the Masons. We instanced in our chapter 6, on the Hermetic Schools, the nature of the symbolism of Jacques Coeur, 1450, and that of Basil Valentine. Whatever uncertainty there may be about this, there is none in the fact that Thomas Norton classes the Freemasons by name as giving themselves to alchemical studies. One Richard Carter in this year 1476, had granted him a license to practice alchemy. During this reign Waynflete, Bishop of Winchester, and Archbishop Chichley superintended the erection of various buildings in Oxford, Cambridge, and others built 12 pious houses. Fuller says of King's College in Cambridge, founded by Henry VI. In 1441, that it is one of the rarest fabrics in Christendom. Churches begun, St. Mary's Redcliffe, 1440, Tattershall 1455. In Scotland William St. Clair built Roslin Chapel in 1445, and Mr. James Ferguson considers that the builders were from North Spain. Within it is a very beautiful pillar called the Prentice's Pillar, to which a legend is attached which says that whilst the master went to Rome for instruction, an apprentice completed the work in his absence, and that out of envy at seeing the beauty of the workmanship he slew the apprentice by a blow on the forehead. 3 heads are shown in the chapel as representing those of the master, the apprentice, and the widowed mother, but it has been suggested that they may equally represent Joseph, Jesus, and Mary, in their application to the rites of Herodom Rosicrucianism. A similar apprentice legend is attached to Cologne, Strasbourg, Rouen, Melrose, Lincoln, and to other places, and though it has a distinct esoteric reference easily understood by all Masons, may possibly be carried forward to an Asiatic superstition that a building intended to endure must be cemented by the sacrifice of life. Brother Speth is of opinion that in addition to a foundation sacrifice, previously mentioned, there was a completion sacrifice made at the crowning of the edifice, and that it was a custom obtaining amongst the Teutonic and other races, of which he gives many examples. 2 documents, actually copied at this period, deserve ample reference here. One is the Cook MS, written about 1450, and of the other there are several duplicates, the William Watson MS, which we shall take as our reference. The duplicates being the Heed MS, dated 1675, another is quoted by Dr. Plott in 1686, and Dr. James Anderson, between 1723 to 38 had seen a copy. Bro. Drive W. W. Begman has investigated the Cook MS. and considers that it is copied from one about the year 1410, whilst the second part or book of charges is much earlier, by at least a century, the preface being compiled in a West Midland county. Upon the Watson MS. A valuable commentary by Brother C. C. Howard, of Picton, has been printed, with a facsimile, and he shews very forcibly that it is a more complete and unabridged version than the preface to the Cook MS. But this also has been taken from a copy at least 3 removes from the original compilation, which served both for the Cook and the Watson Mizas, which again might be amplified copies of still older MSS. It is probable that modifications may have been made to adapt it for presentation to Henry VI, and the Lords of his Honourable Council, about the year 1442. And it may have been slightly modified in the next reign, when again copied, as little changes are made in all copies, no two being verbally alike. It will be convenient to place the 2 copies side by side, and to distinguish where the variations occur, to suit them to 2 different Masonic schools. These MSS begin with a description of the 7 liberal arts and sciences, upon which all crafts in the world were founded, and especially geometry, which is the basis of all other arts, for there is no handicraft but it is wrought by geometry. The author's legendary origin of the craft begins with Adam. Before Noah's flood there was a man called Lamech who had 2 wives, one hight Ada, and another Zillah. By the first wife, that hight Ada he begot 2 sons, that hight Jabal. And the other hight Jubal. Jabal was Cain's master mason and governor of all his works, when he made the city of Enoch, that was the first city. Jubal was the founder of music. Lamech begot upon his other wife, that hight Zillah, Tubal-Cain, and his daughter Naamah. This son Tubal-Cain was the founder of Smith's craft. Naamah was the founder of weaver's craft. Being forewarned of the deluge they wrote the sciences upon 2 manner of stones, marble and latres, one of which would not burn, nor the other sink. A great clerk that was called Pythagoras found that one, and Hermes the philosopher, found the other. Nimrod began to build the Tower of Babel and taught the workmen craft of measures, and had 40,000 masons whom he loved and cherished well. Nimrod sent to his cousin Assur 30,000 of masons, and gave them a charge. Abraham, a wise man and a great clerk, taught geometry to the Egyptians, and had a worthy clerk called Euclid as his pupil. A relation, varied in terms, from the more ancient form, is given as to Euclid's governance. The author then tells us that the children of Israel learned masonry when they were in Egypt, that King David loved well masons. And he graved them, charges, right nigh as they be now, and Solomon confirmed the charges that David his father had given to masons. Thence the worthy science passed into France where was a worthy king called Charles II, he was a mason before he was a king and gave them charges. Up to this point the 2 MSS are in perfect agreement, allowing for copyists' errors, but they now diverge in a remarkable manner, and we give a summary, side by side, the Watson MS complete in itself, the Cook having an older part attached. Watson MS. In the Watson MS, the account given of a charge by St. Alban is very full. It gives Athelstan for authority that Amphibel came out of France, and converted Street Alban to Christendom. He was steward of the king and built the walls of Verlam. Cherished masons, and made them good pay, and gave charges, as Amphibel had brought them out of France. Edwin, son of Athelstan, purchased from his father the right of assembly and correction within themselves, and held an assembly at York. The style of charges differ from the Cook MS, and yet allusions are made in these legends to books of charges, as if existing, which embrace Nimrod, Solomon, Euclid, St. Alban, Athelstan. A general series of charges has been collected out of these, which do not differ so much in substance from the Saxon charge, as they are differently certain of the points, and such as duty to king, and church, and employers. Are charges to masons in general. There is also no distinction between master's articles and fellows' points, but this might be the work of a later scribe. Stewards of the lodge, chamber, or hall, are mentioned as in the Regius MS. The Cook MS may have an imperfection, as the duties appear but not the word steward, to which evidently the duties are intended to apply. Cook MS. In the Cook MS the charge and account of Saint Alban is much abridged. It says, soon after that came Saint Adhabel into England, and converted St. Alban to Christianity, who gave them charges. And after that there was a worthy king in England that was called Athelstan, and his youngest son loved well the science of geometry. Wherefore he drew him to counsel and learned the practice of that science to his speculative, for of speculative he was a master, and he loved well masonry and masons. It is an abridgment of the Watson MS, and goes on to say that this unnamed son purchased a free patent of the king, that they should make assembly when they saw a reasonable time. This omission of the son's name, partially avoids a difficulty, as Athelstan had no son, but he had a younger brother Edwin, who went to sea in a leaky boat, and was drowned, arranged. In later times attempts were made to fix his death upon King Athelstan. The MS concludes with the remark that as to the manner of assembly, as it is written and taught in the book of our charges wherefore I leave it at this time. The author attaches an actual book of charges, which is admittedly of an older date than the preface of the MS to the point at which it leaves off. The closing lines, which precede the charges of the Watson MS, are as follows: these charges have been seen and perused by our late Sovereign Lord King Henry VI, and ye lords of ye honourable council, and they have allowed them well, and said they were right good and reasonable to be holden. And these charges have been drawn and gathered out of divers ancient books, both of ye old law, and new law, as they were confirmed and made in Egypt, by ye king, and ye great clerk Euclidus. And at ye making of Solomon's temple by King David and Salom his son, and in England by St. Alban, who was ye king's steward Yt was at Yt time, and afterwards by King Ethelstone Yt was king of England, and his son Edwin Yt was king after his father, as it is rehearsed in many and diverse histories and stories and chapters. To some extent the false chronology of these MSS might be reconciled if we substitute Hermes for Euclid, and Chaldeans for Abraham, but this latter would only be correct at a certain period of Egyptian history, when the shepherd kings were in power, and scarcely historically accurate. The chronology has been disarranged apparently by adding the Euclid charge in a document to which it does not belong. The introduction into the Albanus legend of Amphibulus with charges from France, betrays the work of an Anglo-Norman, for Britain supplied France with artisans at that remote period. The whole basis of the Watson MS and the first part of the Cook MS point to a French original, and the laws might be considered more applicable, as given in the Watson MS, to a chartered company which had the supervision of lodges of the craft. We consider, as we have before stated, that the Watson MS may represent the union of two sects, and the amalgamation of their constitutional charges. Our learned brother the late W. H. Upton, past Grand Master of Washington, USA, thinks that Hermes may have been first described as Lucas Pater, and that Euclid may have been described as pupil of Hermes, until someone destroyed the context by interpolating Abraham. In reference to the Alban legend he supposes that Amphibulus may be a later gloss, and that the Saxon text might be accommodated thus. The good rule of Masonry was destroyed until the time of Knight Athelstan, a worthy son of King Edward, and he brought the land into good rest and peace. And he, Athelstan, loved Masons more than his father. The Edwin legend thus arising by substitution of the short Edud of the father. He would restore the Saxon thus, or tid Knight Edelstain's dags will weerthful son signen Jedward ways, ond se sunnebrat. Und he lufod kreftinga mer d on his fader, edit. Other emendations will be found and noticed in the appendix, with which we close this book. Architecture is said to have been much neglected during the 17 years of the Wars of the Roses, but in the reign of Edward IV, 1461–83, the walls of London were rebuilt and 7 pious houses erected. Wakefield Church, Yorkshire, was begun in 1470, St. Stephen's, Bristol, same year, Blithborough Church, Suffolk, was completed in 1472, St. Lawrence, Norwich, in the same year, Swaffham, Norfolk, 1474, St. Mary's, Oxford, and St. Mary's, Cambridge, in 1478, Long Melford, Suffolk, 1481. Heswall Church Tower, Cheshire, was in course of erection, and its mason's marks were printed in 1894 by Brother Rylands. The King in 1475 expresses general disapprobation against the giving of liveries, signs, tokens, retainers of indenture, promises, oaths, and writings, and this is about the date when the original of the Watson MS was made. John Islip, Abbot of Westminster, finished the repair of the abbey in 1483. In 1472, the whole craft and fellowship of Masons had coat armor granted, sable, a chevron argenting railed, between 3 castles, garnished with doors and windows of the field, on the chevron a compass, sable. Crest, a castle triple towered as in the arms. The oldest motto, God is our guide, which later gave place to this, in the Lord is all our trust. With slight differences the lodges generally adopted these arms. Brother Condor informs us that the company, at one time, possessed the constitutions of the fellowship, presented to them in the mayoralty of John Brown in 1481, these were the laws of their own body as a company, but are now lost. Germany. It is known that the Emperor Rudolf I, even in the year 1275, authorized an order of Masons, whilst Pope Nicholas III. In the year 1278 granted to the Brotherhood of Stonemasons at Strasbourg, a letter of indulgence which was renewed by all his successors down to Benedict XII. In 1340. The oldest order of German Masons arises in 1397, next follow the so-called Vienna Witnesses of 1412, 1434, 1435. Then the Strasbourg Order of Lodges in 1464. That of Torgau 1462, and finally 16 different orders on to 1500, and the following centuries, for Spiers, Regensburg, Saxony, Altenburg, Strasbourg, Esterich, and Ungarn. Geschichte Freimaurerei in Österreich und Ungarn, Ludwig Abbefei, Budapest, 1890-1. The German Statutes of Ratisbon 1459 and of Strasbourg 1464, confirmed by the Emperor Maximilian I. On the May 1, 1498, are but a more ornate version of those of England. They were to be kept secret by the master upon his oath, and were his authority, as he had charge of the contribution book, and they were to be read yearly to the fellows in the lodge. And the Brotherhood Book, of 1563 mentions 22 towns where copies were kept. This book contains the following, liv. Every apprentice when he has served his time, and is declared free, shall promise the craft, on his troth and honor, in lieu of oath, under pain of losing his right to practice masonry. That he will disclose or communicate the mason's greeting and grip to no one, except to him to whom he may justly communicate it, and also, that he will write nothing whatever. Lvi. And every master having aforesaid apprentices, shall earnestly enjoin and invite each one when he has thus completed the above written 5 years to become a brother by the oath which such one has taken to the craft, and is offered to each. Vicentius in the Mirror of the World, printed by Caxton in 1480, contains short descriptions of the 7 liberal arts and sciences, similar to the description in the Masonic charges, but adding to each an explanatory woodcut. A book was published by Veldener in Holland in 1486 which is said to contain symbolism of craft and Egyptian initiation. The Book of Ludwig Abbefei says of Bohemia and Hungary that they had other mystic brotherhoods, Die Brüder von Reef und Hammer, Brothers of the Circle and Hammer. Die Hackbruderschaft, Brotherhood of the Hatchet. Die Freund vom Kreuz, Friends of the Cross, which spread to Netherlands and were still holding meetings in 1785 in Wallachia, Transylvania, and other places. The Torgau Ordinances of 1462 indicate clearly the German qualification for granting a mark, enacting, in Article 94, that no fellow shall qualify if he has not served his time or has bought his mark, and not honestly earned it. By Article 25, at his freedom he demanded a mark from his workmaster, and had to make a payment for the service of God. Article 12 enacts that if any one communed with a harlot he should retire from the lodge, so far as one may cast a gavel. Of the reign of Richard III, 1483-5, nothing noteworthy is recorded. In the reign of Henry VII, 1485-1509, various royal works were in progress, and about 6 pious houses were built. Reginald Bray raised the Middle Chapel of Windsor, and rebuilt the Palace of Richmond. The Savoy was converted into a hospital, and in 1500 the Knights of St. John elected the king as protector. In 1495 the law forbade the giving of liveries, signs, tokens, etc., being an official enforcement of the complaint made to the Star Chamber in 1475. Various minor works were in progress which we need not particularize here. We may mention that John Hilmer and William Virtue contracted, in 1507 for the groined roofing of St. George's Chapel at Windsor, and in 1509 Robert Jennings, Robert Virtue, and John Lobbins, are styled, ye King's 3 Mr. Masons. The Palace of Sheen was rebuilt after the fire of 1500 in the Burgundian style. Additions were made to Windsor, also to Hunsdon, Bridewell, and Newhall or Beaulieu in Essex. Edward Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, began the Palace of Thornbury, in Gloucestershire, but went to the scaffold before completion. The king in 1544 gave a patent to John of Padua as designer of His Majesty's buildings, and a noted engineer and Gothic architect, Sir Richard Lea, was employed as a master mason, and had a grant of the manor of Topwell in Hertfordshire. The Church of St. Mary at Beverley already mentioned, was rebuilt, in the reign of Henry VIII. It has upon the 6th pillar, this pillar made the minstrels. The city usually had 5 officials of this character. The chief minstrel had a long loose coat trimmed with fur, and the costume of the others was a yellow jacket, long brown hose, blue belts, and a heavy gold chain round the neck. A new style in domestic architecture termed the Tudor had arisen and is said to be Burgundian. The Reverend William Benham says that Richard Ely left an illegitimate son, 16 years of age at his father's death, who got his living as a mason, and was buried in Eastwell, Kent, thus recorded. Richard Plantagenet was buried the 22nd day of December ut Supra, 1650. So that he must have been 81 years of age. Drake, Eboracum page 117, states that he was knighted by his father at York. The reign of Henry VIII, 1509-47, was more remarkable for other things than masonry. Charles Dickens disposes of the king as a blot of blood and grease on the page of English history. Cardinal Wolsey and Thomas Cromwell built several great works, Hampton Court, Whitehall, Trinity College in Oxford, the College of Ipswich, St. James Palace, Christ's Hospital in London, Esher in Surrey, and Greenwich Castle. Lord Audley built Magdalen College, and Audley End. In 1512 the Master of Works at Christ's Church College in Oxford was Nicholas Townley, a priest. In 1520 York Minster was completed, and at the erection of St. Michael le Belfry, 1526, the master mason was John Freeman with 13 masons, 2 apprentices, 1 entailer, and 17 labourers. In 1530 the London Craft and Fellowship of Masons adopted the title of Company of Freemasons. There was in building at this date, and at the period of the Reformation, St. James Church, Bury, Lavenham, Suffolk, Bidston Church Tower, the marks of which were collected in 189, for 226, St. Stephen's, Norwich, Wiston, Northamptonshire, 1534. Bath Abbey Church, 1539, Trinity College Chapel, Cambridge, 1539. Of this century there is in Winchester Cathedral, a carved stone of the Freemasons' arms, and containing also the square, level, and compasses. .227. Brother H.R. Shaw points out in the banner, some interesting symbolism in the pavement of Printing House Square, London, which would be of value, had it been shown to be ancient. The manager of the Times told him the site was that of old Blackfriars Monastery, and, after the Reformation, of the King's Printing House. The square is slightly oblong and divided with granite cubes, by diagonally crossed lines, so as to form 4 triangles, each of which has a circle of cubes and in the center an emblem. In the east is a cross, or it may be a pair of diagonals. In the west is a 5-pointed star. 228 An interesting find was made in digging a drain, near Aragon, in the Isle of Wight, in 1856, a basin of a species of bellmetal, which has on the outside of the base the double triangles, a Tau cross within 3 circles. And at each of the 6 outer angles a star, and a 7th in the center, near the cross. 229. The German Rivius, in his Steinmetzengrund, 1548, terms the circle and triangle, the 2 most distinguished principles of stone masons. And he also adds that, the dimensions of the equilateral triangle are the primitive and most distinguishing marks of ancient cathedrals, of the period treated in this chapter. As practical symbols they typified arithmetic and geometry, and were treated as the standpoints of all created matter. It is somewhat remarkable that an ancient emblem of the theological trinity of Egypt, the triangle with an eye in it, passed into the Christian church, and is yet used as an emblem in the Oriental churches. It was carved in 1173 on the sarcophagus of Bishop Eusebius, who was interred at Mount Athos. We have also seen it upon an old Armenian sword. The regulations of the Masons and other crafts for the city of Norwich are given in the 1903 volume of Ars Quatuor Coronatorum. The corporation possessed a Book of Customs from the 13th or 14th century. The bailiff and some 12 to 24 members of each craft had the examination, with power to levy fines, of the craft guilds. All apprentices were to be indentured for 7 years, and some of the 15th century are preserved. The Smith's craft was at this period united with the Masons, and some regulations were made in 1469 because of faults used by the Masons to the dishonor of their craft. And it is stated in 1491 that no masters or wardens had been sworn to make search for defective work. An apprentice roll from 1512 is preserved, and there are lists of wardens until the middle of the 18th century. In the mystery plays they had to perform the part of Abel and Cain. Each member paid an annual penny to the priest of the chapel of St. John, who sang for the prosperity of the brethren who are alive, and the souls of those departed. Some changes took place at the dissolution of guilds in 1548, but the feasts, and fellowships, and the priest's salary, were continued. In 1572 rules for the Masons are drawn in the Assembly Book, and the lime burners are included, with the fines each had to pay for various faults. The Masons were to assemble every year with their 2 wardens and headmen, and were to elect 12, 11, 10, 9, or 8 of the members, and these had to elect new wardens, headmen, a beat-all, annually, and fines are imposed for not attending meetings when summoned by the latter. If necessary, the fines were recoverable by distress, half of which went to the town and half to the society. These regulations do not differ very materially either from the London Livery Companies, or the Scottish Incorporated Masters, nor from the trade incorporations granted by the Bishop of Durham. There is no doubt such bodies had usually a speculative lodge held of them, as at London and as at Newcastle in 1581. In other cases such assemblies granted an annual commission, say of 5, to initiate. Scotland. We will now hark back a little to examine the system which prevailed in Scotland. It embraces the features of the English livery companies and the French fraternities of masters, with a much stricter control over its members than the English companies found it convenient to enforce. And probably, at a later period, and even to this day through the Grand Lodge, may have had an influence upon the English Society of Freemasons, though the term Mason is always used in Scotland. There is no doubt that at an early period Scotland had its Masonic assemblies, but early in the 15th century, a cause was at work which modified the assemblies, by withdrawing the masters into bodies, similarly to the English companies. A statute was passed in the reign of James I, 1424, empowering handicraftsmen to elect a wise man of the craft as deacon or kirk master, and it was found necessary to bring craftsmen from France, Flanders, Spain, Holland, and England. The reason assigned being that all Scottish men of craft had been slain in the wars. The powers granted were obnoxious and abolished 2 years later. There followed upon this the constitution of masters and corporations granted by seal of cause, upon a petition to the Lord Provost and Town Council. The masons, wrights, and weavers received their charter in 1475,
which would confirm their older self-made regulations, the hammermen in 1475, butchers, 1488, cordwainers, 1489. The members of these incorporations had to contribute a weekly penny to support the altar and priest, equally a custom of the French masters' fraternities. Trial pieces, essays, or examinations, equally with France, were exacted upon application for admission to the masters' incorporations. On opening and closing the meeting prayer was offered up by the deacon, as the master was termed. An oath was required which embraced secrecy, obedience to their own and the burgh laws, and to the deacon of their own trade, and also to a higher officer that began to be constituted in various towns, namely the deacon convener. Loyalty to the king and the whole craft. The convenery was established somewhat later than the incorporations, the object being to unite the whole of the trades or arts of a town under one head and assembly, composed of the deacons or masters of the various incorporations. These elected their own president or convener, thus providing a supreme central authority. We thus see the gradual transformation of the primitive assemblies into lodges of apprentices and journeymen, incorporations of masters. Conveneries, of all trades, which were recruited by an accepted trial piece, the private lodges being held in subjection to the master's fraternity initiated by seal of cause. These various bodies never lost their legal status, and the incorporations of the Masons and Rites exist to this day. But many of the private lodges, which were subject, or subordinate to them, went under the Grand Lodge of Scotland when it was established in 1736. 230. It forms no part of our labors to give a history of Scottish Masonry, but some information is necessary in regard to countries other than England. The burgh records of Aberdeen afford evidence from 1483 to 1555, that the craft dealings with their employers, without reference to esoteric lodge work, resembled that of the 14th-century Freemasons employed in York Minster. In 1483 the Masons at work are obligated be the faith of their bodies, and there is mention of the luge. In 1484 it was ordered that the craftsmen bear their tokens on their breasts on Candlemas Day, in 1496 that every craft have their standard. In 1498 Matthew Richt agreed be his hand offelden to make good service in the luge, also that Nicol Mason and Daud Richt oblist thame be the fathies of their bodies, the Gret eighth sworn to remain at Sand Nicol's work in the luge. To be leal and truve in all points. In 1532 a seal of cause established a master's incorporation. And in 1555 it was ordered that there be na craftsman made free man to use his craft except he have serut apprentice under one maester 3 years, and he found sufficient and qualified in his craft to be one maester. How are we to read this? After serving an apprenticeship he had to be made free of his lodge, and could only become a master and a member of the incorporation, after an essay. It is an instance of the loose language so often found in Masonic documents, by which we are necessarily led away in reasoning upon Masonic rites and laws. A law of the incorporation was in force in 1587 that journeymen and prentices, though not members of the society, were to be entered in the books of their craft, whilst apprentices were to be entered in the books of the town. To enable them to obtain the rights of freedom of craft, as free burgesses. It seems like a side blow at the lodges, and the same custom was in force in the chief towns of England. In 1599 a convenery of all the trades was established, and their rules of 1641 enact that all indentures between masters and prentices shall be presented to the town clerk, within 21 days, for registry. Of course all this legislation, and the foundation of special bodies for the masters, must have affected the status and position of the Scottish lodges materially. And the same in England where lodges were established in towns in which there was a chartered livery company. Powers which had been granted 1424 were restored 1555. A decree arbitral was issued by James VI. In 1580 by which the council consists of the Auld Provost, for Auld Bailies, the Dean of Guild, and Treasurer, of the next year preceding, and 3 other merchants, to be chosen to them, and also to consist of 8 craftsmen thereof. 6 deacons, and the other crafts men, mac, and in the hale, the said council 18 persons.
Regulations follow as to the form of apprenticeship. In 1590 the same king, 25 September, appointed Patrick Copeland of Udockt, Warden and Justice, of the Masons, but in 1601-2 the Freeman Masons request the St. Clairs to procure from the king the office of patron and judge, and the document having perished by fire, the lodges confirm it in 1628. In 1598 and 1599 William Shaw, Maester of Wark, to King James, granted constitutions to Edinburgh and Kilwinning districts, and perhaps also to Stirling and others at these dates. These have already been mentioned. There is a tomb in the Chapel Royal of Holyrood of the year 1543 upon which is a stepped cross. On one side of it is a compass and some other emblem beneath, on the other side a square and below that a square-headed gavel. In Glasgow Cathedral, on the inside of a stone windowsill of the south side of the choir and carved over the date 1556, is an eye, crescent moon, 3 stars, hand pointing a finger, ladder of 5 steps, square and compasses. These were pointed out by Brother W. P. Buchan, who casts doubt, we think unnecessarily, upon the date given. 231. It may be noticed here, that the Lodge of Mary S. Chapel, Edinburgh, has minutes from 1599, and was old then, and that these minutes, those of the incorporation, and those of the convenery are independent of each other, and confirm what we have stated, and which we shall refer to more fully. In the year 1543 the Castle of Wark in Northumberland, was repaired by an Italian of the name of Urchin. Soon after 1549 the Wark Lodge sent a contingent guild to Haddington, which afterwards went on to Aitchinson S. Haven, and St. John S. Kilwinning Lodge, at Haddington, claims to be an offshoot of the Wark Lodge. 232. The Belgian Masons, Tylers, etc. had a guildhouse of the Four-Crowned, erected at Antwerp in 1531, the walls of which were decorated with the 4 statues, and with 7 large pictures representing their martyrdom. The guild is mentioned in 1423, and their incorporation by the magistrates dates from 1458. At Brussels at this date the ranks alluded to are apprentices, fellows, and masters, but the Antwerp laws of 1458, allows an apprentice, at 18 years of age, who has served 4 years, to make his trial piece and become a master. 233. A recent history of Spanish Freemasonry, by Brother Nicolas Diaz y Perez states that in 1514 Mohsen Ruby established a Masonic temple in Avila, and that the celebrated Admiral Coligny initiated a large number of Spanish personages in Catalonia, and later in the army. We give this last with reserve. In Danvers, Portuguese in India, is an engraved portrait, of which there is a copy in the British Museum, representing Prince Enrique, surnamed the Navigator, in the upper left-hand corner of which is the level, square, plumb line and weight, and open compasses. It was printed about 1620 by Simon van de Pays. In Sebastian Munster's Cosmography, printed in 1554, is the square and compasses in which is the letter G as a marginal ornament. The Enemy of Idleness, by W. F. W. M. Fleetwood, London, 1578, mentions a work on architecture and the science of building by Baptista Leo, a Florentine, and his Secrete and Hid Discipline. The compilation of this chapter is much indebted to the collections of the late E. W. Shaw, and Mr. Wyatt Papworth, also to the histories of Anderson and Gould, and the various papers of Ars Quatuor Coronatorum. The particulars, though interesting in themselves, relate rather to the craft in its operative and exoteric aspect. But they also shew the nature of the speculative and esoteric symbolism, the plan of the society's organization, the nature of an esoteric ritual, the fact that assemblies continue to be held, and that all things of the period of this chapter point to a perfect conformity with what is known of guild masonry, and its imitation in the Freemasonry of today. The statute law and the chartering of livery companies or masters' fraternities, seems to have gradually shorn the assemblies of much of their prestige and privileges, and contributed to make the more extensive assemblies stationary town lodges, with a modified constitution. The abandonment of Gothic art about 1550, and the death of the operative masters of that art about 1580 accomplished the rest and left Freemasonry what it was in 1700. The Gothic Arcanum had died out, its lodges had become mere social clubs. But a counter-movement was in progress under Inigo Jones to restore the Arcanum of the classical architecture of Italy. We cannot conclude better than with the following quotation from Robert Fabian's Concordance of Histories, which appeared in 1516, Pinson. The writer was Sheriff and Alderman of London, 1493 to 1502. And died about 1511, but his book was not printed until 1516 by Pinson. The following is from his prologue of 28 stanzas, of which this is the 5th and 6th. He may have been a member of the Masoness company. And I, like the prentice that heweth the wrought stone, and bringeth it to square, with hard strokes and many, that the master after, may it organ and print therein his figures and his story. And so to work after his proportionary that it may appear, to all that shall it see, a thing right parfite, and well in each degree. So have I now said at this rude work, as rough as the stone that come into the square, that the learned and the studied clerk may it or polish, and clean do it pair, flourish it with eloquence, whereof it is bare, and frame it to order that yt is out of joint, that it with old authors may agree in every point. We will only add that we think that this chapter clearly proves that there was engrafted upon the simple Anglo-Saxon constitution of Masonry a series of Semitic legends, and their complement in the Freemasonic ceremonies, which entered this country from the East in Anglo-Norman times, with an improved style of building, of Saracenic origin. Whence England derived its Semitic ceremonies of Freemasonry is not very definite, but circumstances point very clearly to a direct importation from Palestine, extended by French Masons who came over from time to time, and it is in that country that we find the earliest allusion to the Solomonic legends. And it is evidenced in this chapter that these legends were introduced into the older Saxon charges from that country. 10. Freemasonry in modern times. The pretensions that Dr. James Anderson has made for the grand masterships of numerous bishops, priests, and monks, should not be passed over with a shrug of contempt. Ages after architecture had been relieved from monkish trammels, the great architects were mainly clerics, who have left their marks upon the soil of England. We have mentioned many such in our last chapter, and these stand out prominently: Peter Bishop of Winchester, 1220, Eddington and Wykeham, both bishops 1364. The work of the latter, some author observes, is stamped with a genius, almost a style in itself, Prior Bolton, in conjunction with Sir Reginald Bray, 1503. And Cardinal Wolsey was a most accomplished architect, as is proved by all the buildings with which he was connected. It has been aptly said that, the classic styles are the prose of architecture, Gothic its poetry, the classic its speech, and Gothic its song. The period of this chapter is the Renaissance style, which arose in Rome, and spread to this country. The change of style was in part a matter of taste, and in part a matter of vanity, as with the affectation of classical learning it became the fashion to treat the brilliant Gothic as a barbarous style. The Gothic fraternity labored in bands or guilds, traveling about, and disappearing when their work was accomplished, and each man left his individual stamp upon the work, as each part of a Gothic edifice supports both itself and some other part. So the Freemasonic bands supported each other. Under the Renaissance each building bears the stamp of one man, and the architect came into being with the loss of the old sodalities. With the Reformation we have the decay of Catholic symbolism, and the loss of it to the modern Freemason. With the Renaissance we find this symbolism, as a part of Catholic doctrine in the old times, carried into the erection of private buildings, and we have castles and mansions built on a cruciform basis, or in the form of variously shaped triangles, and in the shape of letters of the Roman alphabet. It is said that John Thorpe, who erected many mansions in the Elizabethan style, was a pupil of John of Padua. But it is to the Italian masters of the 17th century that we owe the preservation of the rites of guild masonry. The period which we have now reached in Freemasonry exhibits an organization which somewhat diverges from its ancient constitution, for reasons assigned in our last chapter. The articles and points of a master and fellow have become combined in one code, in a new series of constitutional charges dating from about the Reformation. York was now universally recognized as the primary seat of Masonic assembly, and London may have acquiesced in this from the fact that the oversight of Masonry rested with the company of Freemasons known to date from the time of Edward III. Though it had a speculative lodge attached to which amateurs, and others for the livery, were admitted. Authorities are not quite agreed as to the original date to which we may carry back the numerous copies of Masonic MSS that we possess, but there seems not the slightest reason to doubt that all our modern guild charges are derived from an abridgment of the Cook and Watson MSS, which had become too lengthy for general use in the lodges, and with its reduction in length was associated other changes brought about by the circumstances of the times. Of this new constitution some 70 copied have come down to us dating between 1560 to 1700, and most of them no doubt have been the official copies of Masters of Lodges. They are all verbal departures from some one abridged copy, made perhaps about the years 1535 to 45, but in what locality there is nothing to shew. They usually begin with an invocation to the Trinity, and are addressed to the good brethren and fellows. The Euclid charge, which is the sole feature of the primitive Saxon charge, is condensed as in the Watson MS. To ordain a duly passed master or a master of work, and which, in the esoteric work of a lodge, is somewhat equivalent to the installation of a master, but which would be inapplicable to a large provincial assembly, met to receive fellows, and pass masters, as arranged for in the Athelstan Constitution. The new MS also agrees with the present ritualistic system, as it brings into prominence the charges of David and Solomon, and the assistance of Hiram of Tyre. The laws begin with a general charge to all Masons, collected out of the oldest articles and points, and then follows a charge to masters and fellows, where an article of the master has been copied out of the oldest MSS. The word fellow usually follows it, as if with the intention of claiming that a fellow in a lodge was equally a master. Usually the distance assigned, within which attendance at the assembly is compulsory, is 50 miles, which gives 100 miles diameter in a circle round a common center. All these later charges are the basis of the esoteric receptions then, and still in use. These later constitutions are in main agreement with the Watson MS and the preface to the Cook MS, which state that the great patron of Masonry in France was Charles II, the Karl II of the German Catechism, and the grandson of Charlemagne, respecting which we volunteered some remarks in our last chapter. But in the later MSS, however, the correction has been reached, a return has been made to Charles Martel, who, though only regent of France, was the accepted patron of stonecutters in France before the 13th century. Possibly, Secundus was a German error either for Magnus or for Martel and obtained credence in England. The instructor of Martel has a name that has puzzled most Masonic scribes, as he appears in endless forms, amongst others, Namus Graecus, Manus Graecus, Mammongitis, Namus Granius, etc. And he had wrought at the building of Solomon's temple with Ammon, Ammon, Anon, etc. It is possible that the origin of the name was from Nîmes in southern France, then from Namus to Marcus Graecus, a philosopher of the 8th or 9th century it is supposed, though not heard of till the 13th century. And when in the 16th century the name was disfigured beyond recognition, and Caxton had printed the Four Sons of Ammon, which contains a Masonic legend, that Ammon was adopted. The name Ammon was used in baptism as Cornelius Agrippa gave it to his firstborn son. Simon Granius also obtained countenance from his eminence as a geometrician. Brother Schnitger, in his commentary upon the MS. Charges printed by the Newcastle College of Rosicrucians in 1893, suggests that the difficulty in regard to Namus laboring at Solomon's temple and then instructing Charles Martel may be got over by reading it that he was one, who had been at the buildings of Solomon's temple, that is had visited the site. All these later constitutions preserve the relations as to Hermes, Pythagoras, and Euclid, and we cannot admit that the Masons who recognize these personages as, in some sort, their predecessors, were ignorant of the sublime spiritual geometry which underlaid their ancient philosophy. It is probable that in time we may adopt a theory developed in a paper before the Quatuor Coronati Lodge 2076 by Bro, during that Carolus Secundus of the Cook MS. is an error for Carolus Magnus or Charlemagne, and that Manus, Namus, or the man with the Greek name, was Alcuin Flaccus of York, also called Albines, who it was suggested might be the St. Alban therein mentioned, and who terms Charlemagne the wise Solomon, and speaks of the erection of the church at Aix-la-Chapelle as the work of this wise Solomon. The theory has the merit of rectifying the chronology, which is erroneous as it stands. The importance of York as a Masonic center would decline from various causes. In 1538 the monasteries were dissolved, and building requirements ceased for a time. This was emphasized by the suppression of the minor fraternities, brotherhoods, and guilds. One of the guilds thus suppressed at York had endured exactly for a century, and was named the Guild of Corpus Christi, and consisted of a master and 6 priests, who annually on Trinity Sunday regulated the mystery play of Corpus Christi when every trade in the city was bound to furnish a pageant. This sacred drama existed at York in 1220 AD. Another reason is that with the abolition of guilds, the existing livery companies lost even the lax hold which they had possessed over the trades. And the municipality of York, and other cities, had adopted a form of city freedom, as early as the 14th century, which was granted by the Lord Mayor and Common Council to the apprentice who had served his term of 7 years. It was an exoteric mode resembling the esoteric reception of a Mason. An apprentice was bound by an indenture, in which he took upon himself rules of conduct, which are practically the same as those to which, as a Mason, he would have been sworn in lodge. This indenture was taken to the city clerk, who endorsed it, entered. At the end of his 7 years' apprenticeship he repaired to the guild hall, and took an oath addressed, to the Lord Mayor and good men, that he would keep the privities and maintain with his body the freedom of the city. The clerk then charged him to protect the tolls and dues of the city, and conferred the freedom. We have not the precise date when this form began at York, though there are lists of freemen from early in the 14th century. The same usage was in force at Boston in Lincolnshire, and lists of the apprentices freed are preserved there from 1559. It existed at Leicester, Norwich, Appleby, etc., etc. 234 A like custom was adopted in Scotland, and ordered at Aberdeen in 1641. 235 Smith, in his learned essay on the Romano-German laws, which we have previously quoted, considers that the Roman collegia were the foundations of our municipal corporations. And says, in England the guilds appear to have been the immediate foundation of the old municipal corporations. Many of the exclusive privileges, which are scarcely yet forgotten, and many of the customs derived from the guilds, with regard to the exercise of a craft, have passed into common law, though now disconnected with the immunities derived from the municipalities. At this period, and for long afterwards, the Crown had ample cause for uneasiness in regard to the assembly of any large body of men in the north of England. And no other portion of the kingdom so strongly resented the suppression of monasteries and guilds as did Northumberland, Durham, and Yorkshire. Brother Francis Drake, the historian, says that their dissolution inflicted a terrible blow upon the grandeur of York. The sick, the infirm, and all sorts of religious persons were turned out of house and home to starve or beg. A formidable rebellion was organized in 1537 under the name of the Pilgrimage of Grace, in which the leading men of the country, with the abbots of Fountains, Jervaux, and Rivalx, took part. These pilgrims took an oath of their good intentions to church and king, and at their head marched a body of priests, habited in their vestments, and with crosses in their hands. The leaders assumed characteristics such as charity, faith, poverty, pity. Their banner was embroidered with a crucifix, a chalice, and emblems of the 5 wounds of Christ, and the last mentioned emblems were placed on the sleeves of their robes, with the name of Jesus in the center. The rising was suppressed in Henry's usual brutal manner, but the dissatisfaction continued to slumber on, and must have caused the government to look with suspicion upon any considerable gathering of men, however innocent their intentions might be. This dissatisfied element was also very strong in South Durham as well as North Yorkshire, and extended into Northumberland. A second and final rising occurred in 1569, under Elizabeth, but was as disastrous as the first, but though these recusants were often persecuted, and large numbers hanged, they made no further attempt to regain their lost position. It is however, known that they adopted secret modes of recognition, such as passwords, by which to recognize friends. One of these was Gibb, and Gibbs in a continental system was one of the three ruffians. We find nothing worthy of mention in the reigns of Edward VI, 1547–53, or that of Mary, 1553–8, but the long reign of Elizabeth, 1558–1603, has much to record. The old tradition, recorded by Anderson, that Queen Elizabeth sent an armed force in 1561 to break up the annual assembly at York is probably of an authentic character. He states that it was held under Sir Thomas Sackville, as president, and that by his friendly management the assembly was allowed to continue its labors. There is an ancient song in reference to this which may be almost contemporary. 236. The law complained querulously, in 1548, that artificers made confederacies not to meddle with another's work, which is exactly what the Masonic charges had insisted upon from ancient times. In 1562 all previous laws are superseded by statute empowering justices to rate the wages of journeymen and forbidding the exercise of trades without an apprenticeship to such trades. Which requirement is what Masons always contended for as a necessity of their trade. Anderson quotes the view of Judge Coke, as to the statute of 1425, which he said was now abrogated, and adds that it confirms the opinions of old Masons that he was a faithful brother. It is asserted in Masonic histories that, up to 1561, York was paramount in Masonic government, but that North and South were now divided, and the existing remnants of the old guild system teaches that the Trent was the division line. It is, therefore, probably a true statement. In the feeble rule of the Masons' Company and the existence of independent guilds there is traditional basis for the foregoing statement, which seems to be represented by a southern version of the old charges. These MSS, for there are several copies, do not differ materially from the others except but in one or two points. They omit the Euclid charge, but that seems to be an accident of the scribe. Edwin is said to have been the son of a worthy king of England in the time of Knight Athelstan, thus referring to their father, Edward the Elder, and this Edwin was made a Mason at Windsor. Hebrew MSS are now said to have been produced at the assembly which Athelstan held at York, and there is actually a Jewish profession of faith before Solomon in use by the French Sons of Solomon. The oath in these MSS is confirmed by the invocation of Almighty God, or as a copy of 1686, which is believed to have been prepared for the London Guild whence sprang the Lodge of Antiquity, has it, Almighty God of Jacob, in place of, by my Haldane. The most important script of this version is the Lansdowne MS, reproduced in facsimile by the Quatuor Coronati Lodge and supposed to have been in the possession of Lord Burleigh, who died in 1598. There is some doubt of its alleged antiquity, and the changes made savor of Commonwealth times, 1649–60 when the Jews were readmitted. A critical examination of the several copies has been made by Brother Drive W. Bagman with the conclusion that there was an older version than any of the three versions examined, such might have been Burghley's. If Queen Elizabeth did contemplate the suppression of the assembly at York, it would go before the law officers of the Crown, and the Secretary of State at that time was Sir William Cecil, a Lincolnshire man, who was created Baron Burleigh, and is alleged to have possessed this constitution. He began the building of Burleigh House about 1556, and it was continued down to 1578, and all details of the work were submitted to him. One of the Freemasons employed was Roger Ward, Peter Kemp was Clerk of Works, and Richard Shute Surveyor. We read January 10, 1562, of one Freemason YT was hired by ye year working upon ye IJ windows of ye court, in the letter of Kemp to Sir William Cecil. 237 Burleigh and Sir Nicholas Bacon, who was Lord Keeper, married two sisters, and Bacon died in 1578, leaving a son Francis born in 1561, and created Baron Verulam and Viscount St. Albans in 1618–19. Now the following curious coincidences occur in regard to these three closely related persons of rank and ability, -1. This peculiar charge is supposed to have belonged to Lord Burleigh. 2. The house of Sir Nicholas Bacon, called Gorhambury House in St. Albans, built about 1565, contains portraits of persons distinguished in the 7 liberal arts and sciences, and beneath each of these 2 Latin lines, expressive of benefits to be derived from the study of each, grammar, Donatus, Lilly. Servius, Priscan. Arithmetic, Stifelius, Budaeus, Pythagoras. Logic, Aristotle, Rodolphe, Porphyry, Seton. Music, Arian, Terpander, Orpheus. Rhetoric, Cicero, Isocrates, Demosthenes, Quintilian. Geometry, Archimedes, Euclid, Strabo, Apollonius. Astronomy, Regiomontanus, Halley, Copernicus, Ptolemy. 238. 3. Francis, son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, wrote in 1624 the unfinished fragment called New Atlantis, or the House of Solomon, or of the 6 Days' Work. Many foreign writers of note have erroneously thought that it led to the establishment of Freemasonry, but it is likely that the writer had the Masonic Society in his mind and desired to shew how its value might be enhanced. The 1620 edition of his Instauratio Magna, John Bell, London, has as engraved title a ship between 2 columns. In 1570 Sir Thomas Gresham built the Royal Exchange in London, and the movement to revive the Augustan style and depreciate the Gothic was general. The facsimile of a map of Portsmouth, of this period, shews the position of a Mason's Lodge. Probably a body was at work on some building at the port. 239 In 1584 Sir Walter Mildmay founded Emmanuel College at Cambridge. A colony of Spaniards settled at Galway in 1584, and many of their buildings yet exist, and are said to resemble the older Moorish architecture. The north is in evidence in the year 1581, the ordinary of the Company of Masons of Newcastle upon Tyne, dated the 1st of September of this year, constituted a body incorporated of themselves, with perpetual succession. Enjoined them to meet yearly to choose wardens, and that whenever the general plays of the town called Corpus Christi should be played they should play the burial of Our Lady St. Mary the Virgin, every absent brother to pay 2s. 6d. And that at all the marriages and burials of the brethren and their wives, the company should attend to the church such persons to be married or buried. The arms attached to this paragraph are, on a chevron between 3 towers a pair of compasses extended. Crest, a tower. Motto, In the Lord is all our trust. 240 It would seem that the intention of the Newcastle Council was to constitute a body held of themselves, at the same time the lodge may have long existed, and have sought a municipal charter to legalize their meetings. In reference to the Corpus Christi mystery plays, they are mentioned at Newcastle in 1426, but would seem from the ordinary to have been on the decline in 1548. The house carpenters, whose ordinary dates 1579, played the burial of Christ. And the masons that of St. Mary. The lodge may have been privy to the initiation of Sir Robert Moray in 1641 by a Scotch deputation, and had late meetings of their own. The Watson MS was discovered in the town, and is signed by Edward Thompson in 1687, who was doubtless a member of that lodge. The arms attached to it are identical with those assigned to the body of 1581. It is now known to have come through the hands of Dalziel, a member of Lodge 24. We shall allude to these Masons again in later notices. The position of this ordinary of Newcastle needs a better explanation than that here given. Durham and Northumberland were a county palatine under the bishop, but Newcastle as an important military station was a county in itself. Previously to 1215 Newcastle was governed by bailiffs, but Henry III. In this year ordered a mayor and 4 bailiffs to appoint a trusty moneyer and essayist. But it was in 1400 that Henry IV chartered the town as a separate county with a sheriff, a mayor, and 6 aldermen. The Newcastle ordinaries begin in 1426 with the Coopers. The Skinners' Ordinary of 1437 contains the names of the mayor, sheriff, and the 6 aldermen. In 1527 the weavers met in Carlisle Tower, and in 1532 the tanners had the Black Friary. The Ordinary of the goldsmiths in 1536 included braziers, plumbers, and they had to play the 3 kings of Cologne, the 3 magi who visited the infant Jesus, at the Corpus Christi.
It would seem therefore that an old masters' guild of masons existed here which accepted its ordinary from the mayor, sheriff and bailiffs in 1581. Whoever examines an old cathedral cannot fail to see that two classes of masons were employed on them, a class which did the level and square work, and a class which did the curved and arched work. Yet their separate duties was one of their trade secrets. Surprise has often been expressed that amongst these mystery plays there are none recorded as specially Masonic. Mackenzie states in his Cyclopedia that an arch-confraternity of builders existed in 1540 and enacted mystery plays in the Colosseum of Vespasian and expresses belief that it still exists. There is some evidence that in 1561 Masonry at York was in a declining state, as the records say that their share of the Corpus Christi plays was given to the minstrels. Incorporations also continued to be granted by the bishops as Count Palatines. The Cordwainers of Durham in 1436. In 1559 Bishop Tunstall reincorporated the Barkers and Tanners of Gateshead. Up to 1565 the city of Durham had been governed by bailiffs, but in that year Bishop Pilkington incorporated the aldermen. In 1638 a charter was granted to the Freemasons, Rough Masons, etc., etc., of the city of Durham. We gather from the Shaw Statutes of 1598, the Warden General of James VI. That Edinburgh was a district governed by 6 men of ancient memory, who had to take trial of the offences, and these 6 of the maist parfite and worthiest of memory had to take trial of the Hale Masons within the boundies foresaid. They appear to be the deacon maesters and wardens of the old lodges, and they were authorized to pass fellows of craft, after serving a 7 years' apprenticeship. And another 7 years as journeymen unless the latter was reduced by the assembly, and after making a trial piece. We see from this that to become a past master a freed apprentice had to serve 7 years as a past fellow. A similar constitution was given to Kilwinning in 1599, and their 6 quartermasters were to appoint a famous notary as clerk. King James' sanction was awaited this constitution, and possibly there were other districts that may have had similar grants by the Lord Warden General. Thus we learn from a Kilwinning minute that the 6 quartermasters of Cunning, Carrick, and Barrowthrow in 1659 continued to meet once a year at Ayr to take order with the transgressors of the Acts of Court. There can be no question that these 6 in every case were duly past masters and that they correspond with what we shall hear of as Herods, in Durham. For want of contemporary MS. Ceremonials we will occasionally refer to Masonic symbolism in several countries, for identity of symbols and the mode of their application, press on towards the proofs that initiatory ceremonies were identical in all times. In Ireland a Mason's square was deposited in the east corner of the northern land pier of Bales Bridge in Limerick. It bears date 1517, and was dug out in 1830. There is a heart at the angle on each side, and this inscription in one line at each side. I will strive to live with love and care, 1517. Upon the level, by the square. 241. In Coverdale's translation of Wormulieris, Spiritual and Most Precious Pearl, 1550, is the following: the Freemason heweth the hard stones, heweth of here one pess, there another. Tyll the stones be fit and opta for the place where he will lay them. Even so God the heavenly Free-Mason buildeth a Christian church. And he frometh and polisheth us which are the costly and precious stone with the cost and affliction that all abomination and wickedness which do not agree unto this glorious building might be removed and taken out of the way. Cowderies, Treasury of Similes, 1609. In the old church in Hanover of which we made mention in our last chapter there is a sundial with the date 1555, and the letters HBAS. Which a chronicle of 1695 says alludes to Hans Buntingson, who loved his art, and was well acquainted with the compasses and square and the great secret thereof. In the parish register of Much Wenlock in Shropshire is an entry of value, as it shews the meaning then attached to the word speculative, as theory. It refers to dates between 1546 to 76, Bird. Out of tents. In Madfold Street, next to St. Owen's Well, Sir William Corvhill priest of the service of Or.
Lady in this ch, which 2 tenths belonged to the SD service, he had them in his occupicon in PT of his wages, WCH was 8 marks, and the said houses in an OV+. He was well skilled in geometry, not by speculation, but by experience, could make organs, clocks, and chimes, in curving, in masonry, in silk weaving, or painting, and could make all instruments of music, etc., etc. All this country had a great loss of Sir William, he was a good bell founder and maker of frames. The same register records in 1599 that Walter Hancock's, Freemason, was buried September 16. This man was a very skillful man in the art of masonry. A Melrose MS of 1581 alludes to loses or cowans, and contains a caution that he ought not to let you know ye privilege of ye compass, square, level, and ye plumb rule. The Master Winchester who gives the charge as a certificate to his freed apprentice, was evidently an Englishman, as he dates it in the 12th year of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. 242, Be it known to all men to whom these presents shall come, that Robert Winchester hath lawfully done his duty to the science of masonry, as witness whereof, John Winchester, his master Freemason, have subscribed my name, and set to my mark. In the year of our Lord 1581, and in the reign of our most sovereign Lady Elizabeth the 22 year. Probably Robert Winchester was an English mason settling at Melrose, and the Constitution is further endorsed thus, extracted by me A.M., in margin Andrew Main, upon the 1, 2, 3, and 4 days of December anno MDCLXXI. Brother W. H. Rylands has contributed much information, at various times, upon Mason's marks, and amongst these we have those of Stonyhurst, 1585, Bidston Old Hall, 1590, Bromborough Manor House, etc. At Ayton Church, near Nantwich, is a monument of April 21, 1596, to Peter and Elizabeth Ashton. It has 2 shields of arms, one containing a 5-pointed star, and the other a square from which hangs a pair of compasses. 243. The reign of James I, 1603–25, is Masonically important. When he came to this country, he had at his own request, been accepted a Mason, by his master Mason John Milne, who was deacon, or master, of the Scone and Perth Lodge. This is related in positive terms in the 1658 records of that lodge, and the king accepted membership in it. 244 He claimed to be a patron of the learned who designated him the Scottish Solomon. A rising artist who had professionally made the tour of Italy under the patronage of Thomas Earl of Pembroke, named Inigo Jones, was employed by the king in 1607 to build a new banqueting hall at Whitehall. And Anderson asserts that at this time many wealthy and learned men were received into the craft. In 1649 he and Stone were engaged to repair St. Paul's. Part of Wigan Church was rebuilt in 1620, the rector having a charter from Richard III. As lord of the manor. It is the seat of irregular lodges in recent times. In the reign of Charles I, 1625–49, whom Anderson claims as an initiate, many erections were made under the superintendence of Inigo Jones, who died in 1652 aged 80 years. Anderson, 1738, cites a MS. by Nicholas Stone which was burnt in 1720, to shew that Jones remodeled the lodges, after the manner of the schools, or academies of designers in Italy, of which we gave a specimen in the Cucchiari of Florence, ch. 6. He is said to have held quarterly communications of the masters and wardens of lodges, and Nicholas Stone was a warden of these assemblies. Possibly the system of the guild which built St. Paul's was the system remodeled by Jones. The Stone family was actively employed at this time, and were no doubt members of the Masonic Society. Nicholas was born in 1586 at Woodbury, near Exeter, and buried at St. Martin's in the Fields in 1647, and the records of the Masons' Company prove that he was a member of the Speculative Lodge there before 1639. He had several sons. It is recorded upon the monument of his son Henry at Long Acre, that he spent the greater part of 37 years in Holland, France, and Italy, and died in 1653, therefore he may have been known to Getutti Leon mentioned later. He also seems to have been a member of Mason's Company Lodge in 1649. A somewhat interesting inscription appears on a tablet in the chancel of Sidbury Church in Devonshire, 245, to the memory of John Stone, Freemason, who died January 1, 1617. On our great cornerstone, this stone relied. For blessing to his building, loving most. To build God's temples, in works he died. And lived the temple of the Holy Ghost. In whom hard life is proved, and honest fame. God can of stones raise seed to Abraham. Mackey quotes a sentence of 1607, yet all this for me of formless deity drew by the square and compasse of our creed. In the year 1619 two books were printed in London, one having the title, Keep Within Compasse. The other, Live Within Compasse. An old black-letter book on bees, printed at London by H. B. 1608, is dedicated to the worshipful Master M. Gentleman, and although the patron's name and profession is not given, it proves the use of a certain title at that date. In Speed's Description of Britain, 1611, we have some characteristic language of a Masonic caste, worth reference, applying myself wholly to this most goodly building, as a poor laborer, carried the carved stones and polished pillars. From the hands of the more skillful architects, to be set in their fit places, which I offer upon the altar of love to my country. Dating from 1620, Father Edward Conder, Jun. has given us some valuable information in regard to the speculative lodge of the London Company of Masons, which met, from time to time, in their own hall, accepted Master Masons, and had a framed list of such, now unfortunately lost. The fees, 1622, are thus recorded, as a gratuity to the company, £1.00. 0d, for being made a master, 3s. 4d, fee for entrance, 6d. The company preserved the names of the accepted Masons in a fair enclosed frame with a lock and key. The inventory, of 1660 and 1675, mentions, one book of the constitutions that Mr. Flood gave. In 1629-33 the celebrated Dr. Flood has various symbolic allusions to his wise brethren who are laboring as architects. The lodge had also a set of 1481 laws for the governance of the livery. In 1649 certain persons were admitted on the livery, after accepting Masonry, or in other words after initiation and passing as masters. This proves that Anderson had grounds for expressing a belief that in former times members of the Masons' Company had first to be admitted in a private lodge. And also that Continental writers had slight grounds for their belief that Freemasonry arose at Mason's Hall. Brother J. Ross Robertson, P.G.M. of Canada, alludes to a boulder stone, with square and compasses, and the date 1606 indented upon it, which was discovered in 1827 on the shore of Annapolis Basin in Nova Scotia. 246 Brother Hosier mentions in the Bahut of 1889 that amongst the portraits of his ancestors is one of 1624 of Jacob Hosier, which represents him decorated with Masonic emblems and using the Master's sign. In Derrycaen, County Antrim, is a tombstone of Robert Carr, who died 1617, it appears to have Masonic application to family arms. The top is a species of shield, quarterly, first and fourth, a sun, or star of 11 points. Second and third, a deer's head upon which is a square. A lodge at Berwick upon Tweed has an old armchair of 1641-247 which may be described as a carved shield of arms, a chevron between various Masonic emblems. In the lower division a circular body, apparently an armillary sphere, and 1641 above the chevron a pair of compasses and square, and reversed, back to back, with the others, square and compasses. In chief a scallop shell between two circular or floral emblems, with a raised point in the center. Of Commonwealth times, 1649-60 there is nothing that need be specifically named. Speculative Masons have no lodge minutes of any antiquity in England, such as they have in Scotland, and though these are rather a puzzle to us than of serious value, our want of such is regrettable. Besides the paucity of the material to be found in such minutes, there is the fact of their dependence upon the Master's incorporations. And a doubt whether the rituals of Scotland and England were identical, though no doubt they had in ancient times been so. The Jews were readmitted in Cromwell's time, and Catholic attacks in France alleged that he founded Masonry. In 1655 the London Company dropped the title of Free, presumably because there existed independent guilds of Freemasons, and robbed. Paget, who signed the MS of 1686, now in possession of Lodge Antiquity, was not a member of the company. The Kilwinning records shew between 1642 to 56 that the lodge consisted of fellow crafts or masters and apprentices. Prentices on entering paid 20s. And fellow crafts at passing 40s. Scots, with 5s. Additional for their mark. This incidentally confirms certain old catechisms which make the fellow craft degree to consist of 2 parts, the master's part being the second portion. Scotland certainly had, in some sort, 2 degrees in their lodges, whilst the chair and work masters were in the incorporations and had their trials upon admission, opening and closing prayers, with oaths as in the English companies. In neither company, at any time in their history, does the society seem to have confined the lodge receptions to operative masons, and certainly, in the 17th century, amateurs and gentlemen were accepted in both countries. In Scotland the non-operatives were termed geomatic and the operative domatic, thus distinguishing geometers and house builders. Nor can we form any other opinion of the constitutions during 1,000 years, when they tell us that it was a society for all trades using geometry, and we see clerics as leading members. A lodge was held at Newcastle, by deputation, on behalf of the Lodge of Mary's Chapel, the May 20, 1641, under commission to Robert Mackay, General Quartermaster of the Armies of Scotland, to receive Sir Robert Moray. Amongst those present were General Hamilton and John Milne. This latter family were master masons to the kings of Scotland for many generations, and for 5 they were members of the Lodge of Mary's Chapel. The last of them was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral in 1811, having been surveyor of that edifice for 50 years. 248. In 1646 Elias Ashmole was made a mason in a lodge at Warrington, and it is now ascertained that the majority of the members present were not operative masons. Amongst the Sloane Misses is a copy of the Masonic charges, endorsed by Robert Sankey in 1646. The name is a place name, and that of an old Warrington family. The reign of Charles II. Extended from 1660 to 85. Anderson asserts that he was made a mason abroad during his exile, which is not improbable, and may have been traditional. In a proclamation of 1661 he advocates the building in brick and stone in place of timber, for the safety and beauty of London, the former being equally cheap. Early last century the clerical enemies of Masonry in France attributed a Cromwellian use to Masonry, but on the other hand, and with more probability, there has existed a Masonic belief that the lodges were used by the Stuarts to further the return of Charles II. And Brother Charles Putton Cooper, past Pgm, has given us a note to the effect that G. Gussaw 1741, who was acquainted with the Chevalier Ramsay and often conversed with him on Masonry, had learned from him that the Restoration was prepared by the Freemasons. And that General Monk belonged to the lodges. 249, The Wise Man's Crown, 1664, alludes to the late years of tyranny, in which Masons, who are mixed with other trades in the notice, were allowed to write and teach astrology. The affinity between the two must lie in the abstruse geometrical and mathematical calculations required in both professions. Brother George E. Turner some short time ago bought from a widow a quantity of Masonic scraps, amongst which are 27 plates, apparently torn out of various books, and referring chiefly to the ancient gods and mysteries. These he printed in 1896 at Blandford, and, from the mode in which they were acquired we give them with reserve. One of these is a readable, set off, from an alleged work entitled, Treatise on Freemasonry, with dedication to the Earl of St. Albans, 1670. A fragment of printed matter on one of the plates, mentions a 12mo. Tome of 1539 entitled Solis ad Areo, which alludes to Freemasonry, and says Lord Danby, died 1643, Sir Gilbert Gerhard, named in Sisters will 1637, Sir John Brooke, created Baron Cobham 1645, and many others. Noted members of the order were of this opinion, whatever that may be. The Scottish Kirk was tainted with the narrow-mindedness of the times of the Commonwealth, as is proved by an attack upon one of their own ministers, extracted from the MS. Records of the Presbytery of Jedburgh, parish of Minto, by the Reverend J. Thompson Grant. 1652, James Ainsley, A.M. Called January 11 and admitted and instituted, after being sustained by the General Assembly. December 9, 1652, objection having been taken because he was a Freemason, and the neighboring presbytery consulted previous to entering him on trial, the Presbytery of Kelso, February 24, 1653, shewed that, to their judgment. There is neither sin nor scandal in that word, because in the purest times of this Kirk, Masons having that word have been, and are daily in our sessions, and many professors having that word are daily admitted to the ordinances. Two other references, 1678 and 1691, as to the nature of this word, have recently come to light. The first is from the letters of the Reverend George Hicks, D.D., Dean of Worcester, amongst the Misses of the Duke of Portland. He says, "The lairds of Roslin have been great architects and patrons of building for many generations. They are obliged to receive the Mason's word, which is a secret sign all Masons have throughout the world to know one another by. They allege it is as old as since Babel when they could not understand one another and conversed by signs. Others would have it no older than Solomon. However it is he that hath it will bring his brother Mason to him without calling to him, or you perceiving the signa, 250. The other notice is from a MS. In the Advocate's Library entitled The Secret Commonwealth, by Mr. Robert Kirk, Minister of Aberfoyle, 1691. It contains the following, the Mason's word which though some make a mystery of it, I will not conceal a little of what I know. It is like a rabbinical tradition in way of comment on Jachin and Boaz, the two pillars erected in Solomon's temple, I. Kings 7, 21, with an addition of some secret signa, delivered from hand to hand, by which they know and become familiar one with another. 251. Much nonsense has been written by modern Masons by way of proving that Scottish Masonry consisted in a single word, but there is no doubt that well-informed initiates meant more by it than 4 letters, in the same way that Plato and St. John meant more than the 5 letters in logos. An oath must have had some ceremonial. The traditions of the ancient Masonic guilds are not to be altogether despised. The actual Guild of York is said to have claimed to date from A.D. 79 in the time of Agricola, and there was a carpenters' guild which claimed to date from A.D. 626. The former built a Roman temple at that time, and the latter a church of wood on the model of the tabernacle of Moses. Like the old operative lodge of which the Duke of Richmond was master, which claimed to date from the time of Julius Caesar, it would seem to have been the fashion of the guilds to claim from some great ancient work. Thus there was an operative lodge at Berwick which claimed to date from the erection of the Great Wall to keep out the Picts. The detached printed notices which we have of Freemasonry in England during the reign of Charles II, shew that small lodges were scattered over the country, independent of each other. But with a copy of the old constitutions as its right of assembly, and with a formal ceremony of reception. All trades are admissible, and gentlemen affect their company. Here and there, as we might expect, one lodge seems more faithful to the old traditions than another. It is evident that in the 17th century the speculative, or geomatic, element was becoming predominant, and that an attempt was made to retain the society in its old groove, and to keep on foot the General Assembly. This is indicated in the existence of several copies of the old Misas which contain a code headed, New Regulations. It is quite probable that there was an earlier and a later formal adoption of this code. 2 of these MSS. The Harleian and Grand Lodge No. 2 have been printed in facsimile. Yet we have no record either of the date of these, or the place where the assembly was held. They are supposed to be early 17th century, but Anderson says that they were adopted, though it may be readopted with the addition of an article limiting the reception to persons of full age, at an assembly held on the December 27, 1663. Under the Earl of St. Albans. Critics admit that none of the existing missas are copied from each other and that there was an older copy not now extant. A version was printed by J. Roberts in 1722, which states that the new laws were adopted at a General Assembly held at 13 dashes, which may read, the city of York, on the 8th day of December 1663. The new laws, of this latest charge, enact that in future the craft shall be ruled by one master and assembly, and that there shall be present a master and warden of the trade of operative Freemasonry. And that certificates were to be given and required. The Grand Lodge, No. 2, Roberts, and the missas seen by Anderson contain a clause which is not in the Harleian MS, that no one shall be accepted if under 21 years of age. Possibly this indicates the 1663 revision of an older form. Attached to these new regulations is, for the first time, a separate apprentice charge, which closes with an oath of secrecy, and indicates that apprentices and fellows had a ceremony of reception. A York origin for this form may be thought to be indicated by the fact that most of the copies in which the apprentice charge appears are found in the north of England. The form was used at Bradford and elsewhere 1680–93, at Alnwick 1701. And is minuted in 1725 at Swalwell. Brother Conder, however, considers that it originated with the London Company of Masons. There are no minutes now preserved at York of the 16th and 17th centuries, but there are other proofs that assemblies continued to be held. There is a copy of the charges which was discovered at the demolition of Pontefract Castle, where persons sent their documents for safety during the civil wars. It is supposed to date about the year 1600, and contains, an anagram upon the name of Masonry, Wilm. K. to his friend Ropt. Preston upon his art of Masonry as followeth. Much might be said of the noble art. A craft that's worth esteeming in every part. Sundry nations, nobles, and kings also. Oh, how they sought its worth to know. Masonry. And Nimrod and Solomon, the wisest of all men. Our reason saw to love this science then. I'll say no more, lest by my shallow verses endeavoring to praise should blemish Masonry. Another MS was found at York circa 1630. There is also a mahogany flat rule of 18 inches containing the following names. It is considered that John Drake was cousin of the Rev. Francis Drake, who was collated to the prebendal stall of Donnington in 1663, and father of the historian of same name. William, symbol, hexagram, Baron. Of York, 1663. John Drake. John, symbol, hexagram, Baron. Before 1660 there existed a lodge at Chester of which Randall Holm was a member. A copy of the charges, written by himself, is number 2054 of the Harleian MSS. Which contains the ordinary information and 2 fragments. There is several words and signas of a Freemason to be revealed to you, which as you will answer before God at the great and terrible day of judgment you keep secret. And not to reveal the same in the ears of any person, or to any but the masters and fellows of the said Society of Freemasons, so help me God. The second fragment is a list of fees, and no doubt a lodge list, beginning, William Wade Waite give for to be a Freemason, 25 names follow paying sums from 5s to 20s. Brother W. R. Rylands has shown that it was a speculative lodge, embracing many who did not follow operative Masonry. In his Academy of Armory, 1688, Randall Holm, a member of above lodge, says, I cannot but honor the fellowship of the Masons because of its antiquity, and the more as being a member of that society called Freemasons. In being conversant amongst them I have observed the use of their several tools following, some whereof I have seen borne in coats of armor. Lord Egerton held a special PGL at Chester April 18, 1892 to erect a memorial to this old brother, and quoted the following words of his, as written above 200 years ago, by the help of Masonry the most glorious structures in the world have been set up. As if their art had endeavored to imitate the handiwork of God, in making little worlds in the great fabric of the universe. The tomb of the third Randall at Chester, erected by his son, has the skull and cross bones. 252. There is an interesting document at Gateshead dated April 24, 1671, which the Bishop of Durham granted as a charter of incorporation of a community, fellowship, and company, to make freemen and brethren. Amongst the charter members are Miles Stapleton, Esquire, son of Brian Stapleton of Myton, Company York, Henry Freesall, gentleman, Robert Trollope, Henry Trollope, and others, masons, carvers, stone-cutters, and various trades mentioned therein. It would seem to represent an ordinary Masters Incorporated Lodge of the time. They were to assemble yearly on St. John the Baptist's day, and to elect 4 to be wardens, and a fit person to be clerk. Each warden was to have a key of the chest. On the dexter margin of the charter are various trade arms, those of the Masons, azure, on a chevron between 3 single towers, a pair of compasses, crest, a tower, motto, in the Lord is all our trust. On the sinister side are the arms of the sculptors. 253. The Masons' arms are the same as those in the MS of 1687 written by Edward Thompson, and termed, Watson MS. As a master's fraternity it would hold craft lodges, and as Herodom would rule them. There is an early grave cover in St. Nicholas Church, now the cathedral, with a floriated Greek cross lengthened. On the left side is a fish, and on the right a key. It is said to have had an inscription to the architect of the Newcastle Town Court, built in 1659. The 2 Trollopes who are mentioned in the bishop's charter were Masons of the city of York. The inscription to Robert Trollope is said to have been as follows. Here lies Robert Trollope, who made yon stones roll up. When death took his soul up, his body filled this hole up. It may be mentioned here that Brother Horace Sweet, M.D., described in 1872, a tobacco box, which he says formerly belonged to the Jacobite John Drummond, created Earl of Melford in 1695, and which with the date and initials, J.D. 1670, contains emblems identical with those of the catechisms of 1723. 254. It is not probable that Christopher Wren was a Mason accepted at this period, though it is said there is an Arch-Guild minute of his reception in 1649, but no doubt his colleagues the Strongs were such. Valentine Strong, son of Timothy of Little Barrington, is termed Freemason and was buried Navre. 1662, at Fairford, Oxfordshire. He was father of Thomas Strong of London, and of Edward Strong, senior, who with his son laboured at St. Paul's. Thomas laid the first stone June 11, 1677, and brought from Oxford a lodge of Masons for whom a special act was passed to make them free of London for 7 years. He died in 1681, and his brother Edward laid the last stone October 26, 1708. Hayden in his Dictionary of Dates, page 51, mentions the Court of Arches is so called from its having been held at the Church of St. Mary le Bow, London, whose top is built on stone pillars erected archwise. An old record says that it was built by companions of the Arch Guild, and was designed by its master, and was considered a masterpiece. The Bowmakers Guild included bow carpenters, who had the construction of the wooden centers to build arches. It is said that Strong was a member of the Arch Guild and that they received Chris Wren in 1649. They reckoned 7 degrees as in the craft, but where the latter held, as symbols 3 straight rods to form a square, the architectus, of whom there were 3, had curved rods with which to form a circle. They, only, used compasses and employed themselves in curved, and in assemblies they sat in circular and not in square fashion. Elias Ashmole records his own presence at a lodge in London in 1682, and Brother Conder makes no doubt that it was the Speculative Lodge held at Mason's Hall by the Company, March 10, 1682. Ashmole says that he was the senior fellow present amongst a number whose names he gives, and that there was admitted into the fellowship of Freemasons, Sir William Wilson, Knight, Captain Richard Borthwick, Mr. William Woodman, Mr. William Gray, Mr. Samuel Taylor, and Mr. William Wise. These notices, and those which follow, have been so often printed verbatim, that we give only a summary of them. 255. The next printed notice is one of 1686, by Robert Plott, LL.D. In his Natural History of Staffordshire, wherein he says, to these add the customs relating to the county whereof they have one of admitting men into the society of Freemasons. That in the moorlands of this county seems to be of greater request than anywhere else. Though I find the custom spread more or less over all the nation. For here I found persons of the most eminent quality that did not disdain to be of this fellowship. Nor indeed need they, were it of that antiquity and honor that is pretended in a large parchment volume that they have amongst them containing the history and rules of the craft of masonry. He then goes on to give an account from the old Masonic misas, and the nature of the copy which he had seen is indicated by his stating that these charges and manners were after perused and approved by King Henry VI. And his council. He then describes the mode of admission, with signs whereby they are known to each other, and the obligations of mutual assistance. He then comments in an abusive manner upon the society, and thinks the old acts against the society ought to be revived. 256 The names of Ashmole, Boyle, and Wren appear amongst the subscribers to the work. Aubrey next mentions the society in his Natural History of Wiltshire, page 277. Sir William Dugdale told me many years since, that about Henry III's time, the Pope gave a bull or patent to a company of Italian Freemasons to travel up and down over all Europe to build churches. The manner of their adoption is very formal, and with an oath of secrecy. 257 Memorandum, this day, May the 18th being Monday 1691, after Rogation Sunday, is a great convention at St. Paul's Church of the Fraternity of Adopted Masons, when Sir C. Wren is to be adopted a brother, and Sir Henry Gooderick of the Tower, and divers others. There have been kings that have been of this sodality. There is no doubt these three interesting accounts give an accurate view of the state of Freemasonry in England at the time. Both an Arch and Square Guild existed at St. Paul's in 1675, and minutes have been preserved with extreme care. Its ceremonies are known to the writer, and it sent a branch into Derbyshire to build Chatsworth, though in the jurisdiction of York. Some 30 or 40 years ago, an assembly of about 400 could be expected annually, and it is not yet extinct. The St. Paul's Guild was quite independent of the Masons' Company, which in 1677 obtained a charter from the king. One of their initiates is now at Aswan, and affirms that an ancient Jewish guild exists there, and that they practice Solomonian ceremonies with exactly the same rites as he received in 1866–76. They have a plan of a quarry, of 3 rooms through which the stone is perfected, and near thereto are other 3 for the officers, and a site for the building. Egypt has a slant masons' guild unknown here. A properly constructed lodge room in these several offices or yards would have double folding doors, forming a porch to each, where the preparation takes place. Solomon's temple is said to have had only a single door in the east. The first officer sits in the west, the second in the east, and the third in the north, and this applies to all the 6 sections. In the modern Freemasonry of 1717 they sit east, south, and west, or with their backs to their assigned duties. Their carpet has squares of 1 cubit, and the border is a lozenge 8 by 6 inches, a figure which includes the 3-4-5 angle 4 times repeated. All stones are sent from the quarry to the first yard and dressed 1/16th larger than required. In the second yard they are true to their required size, and in the third are marked and fitted for the site. The 5th, 6th, 7th offices are overseers. Now as to the ceremony continued to our own day. The candidate passes through the same process, and as a living stone, is first taken as a boy rough dressed, then polished, and advanced. Ist degree apprentice, received by a ceremony similar to the Ist degree in Speculative Freemasonry. 3 officers are sent out to prepare him in the porch. He bathes as in the ancient mysteries, is refreshed with food, clothed in the white Roman cloak, examined by the doctor, and finally admitted on the report of the 3 officers sent out. He remains a brother 7 years, but is not a Freemason as in the speculative system. 2nd degree fellow, at about 21 years of age the brother applies to be relieved of his bond. Is accepted as a square fellow by a ceremony similar to the 2nd degree of modern Freemasonry. Third degree, superfellow, after 12 months is marked as a living stone, and sent to the site. He is instructed in marking and fitting the actual stone. Fourth degree, superfellow, erector, knowing the system of marking, he knows how to join the stones and is himself erected in that position. If it has any connection with modern masonry, it is the first part of third degree. The two sections, however, are found in the degree of markman and master. Fifth degree, superintendent. These represent the 3,300 Monatskim of Solomon. They are foremen, and were of old termed cures or wardens under the master. Receives technical instruction. Has 10 men under him as intendant. Sixth degree past masters. These are the ancient herods or chiefs, of whom there were 15. The qualification, absolutely required, is that of a modern architect. The ceremony of reception is of a most solemn character, and cannot be given publicly. Seventh degree, Grand Master. There are 3 of these, co-equal, received in private. The degree has no analogy in modern Freemasonry, except in the 3 principles of a Royal Arch chapter, which seems to have restored a portion of the old guild ceremonial. Annual commemorations, given 2nd and October 30th. 1. Laying foundation and fixing the center by 3, 4, 5, and by the 5 points. There is a portion referring to the Second Temple which has originated the modern Royal Arch degree. 2. A tragedy, and Solomon appoints Adoniram the third GMM. The second part of the modern third degree is taken from this. 3. The dedication. There is a symbolical sacrifice in the first or foundation. These rites should be performed by the Grand Master, acting in the 6th degree and transferred to the site of the temple or 4th degree. All these commemorative ceremonies are Semitic, the rest might equally appertain to any nation. When first I heard of these ceremonies in 1856, the guild could number 400 members at the annual drama. There is a curious analogy between the 7 degrees of the guild and the 7 ranks of the London Company of Masons, which had a charter of incorporation, granted, in 1677, with a 7-mile radius. Conder gives these ranks as follows: p. 139, 1, apprentice, bound for 7 years to a member, and paid 2/6d, 2, freedom or yeomanry, 3, the livery or robes, 4, the court of assistants, 5, renter warden, 6, upper warden, 7, master in the chair. These would have to be sworn though no ceremony is mentioned. They had however the Guild Society's branch, and Conder considers that they were termed accepted, because they were received as amateurs to qualify them for acceptance into the livery of the company. The Guild Masons say that before the advent of modern Freemasonry they had 4 head guild houses which ruled different parts of the country, and are those given by Anderson. As I read Anderson, who wrote in 1738, guided by what we actually know before 1738, he can only mean that when, in 1716, Anthony Sayer was elected Grand Master, by some old brothers, he had one or more of some, or of all these guilds. Or is supposed to have had them. It seems an attempt to hoodwink the reader. No. 1. The Antiquity, certainly continued to meet for some years at the Goose and Gridiron, the house of St. Paul's Guild, but modern nos. 2, 3, and 4, seem never to have met at the other 3 guild houses. The reign of James II, 1685–8, was too short to leave its influence upon Freemasonry, but much of importance must have occurred in that of William III. 1689–1702, had the particulars been preserved. We do not doubt that May 16, 1691 is the actual date of the initiation of Sir C. Wren as an accepted Mason, even though a Master of the Arch Guild 1649, and with the Convention of St. Paul's. It may be conjectured that the connection of the accepted Masons with the Livery Company ceased to exist, if any existed, which the Arch Guilds deny. The notorious Pritchard, who wrote in 1730, makes 1691 to be the actual beginning of the quarterly communications, which ended in the formation of the Grand Lodge of 1717 by the dissidents who had been members of a real guild. Dr. Anderson in his Constitutions, 1738, writes that a lodge met at St. Thomas Hospital in 1691 at the instance of Sir Thomas Clayton, and, on the authority of some brothers living in 1730, that 6 other lodges then assembled in London. And besides the old lodge of St. Paul's, whose bastard offspring, according to the Guild, was the Lodge of Antiquity, which possesses a copy of the Masonic charges written by Robert Paget, clerk to the Worshipful Society of Freemasons for the City of London. He mentions one in Piccadilly opposite St. James Church, one near Westminster Abbey, which may be represented in a printed catechism of 1723 alluding to the Lodge of St. Stephen's, one in Covent Garden, one in Holborn, another on Tower Hill. And some others that assembled at stated times. These were probably no more than meetings at inns frequented by Masons. No doubt the Great Fire of London, and the efforts of Sir C. Wren in restoring the city after that calamity, would attract people from all parts of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and lead to the assemblies of Masons. In the north there is a copy of the old MSS. At York, of 1680, which concludes, that at every meeting or assembly they pray heartily for all Christians. Another copy of 1693, includes the apprentice charge, and has a peculiar reading which is doubtless ill-translated Latin. It reads, "Then one of the elders taking the book, and that he or she, that is to be made Mason, shall lay their hands thereon, and the charge shall be given." It concludes, "These be the constitutions of the noble and famous history, called Masonry, made and now in practice by the best masters and fellows, for directing and guiding all that use the said craft." Scripted P. Me, Vicissimo Tertio di Octobris, Anno Regni Regis et Regina Guglielmi et Marie Quinto Anoc Domini 1693. Mark Kipling. The names of the LODG, William Simpson, Anthony Horseman, Christopher Thompson, Christopher Gill, Mr. Isaac Brent, LODG. Ward. The Duke of Richmond seems to have been master of a lodge at Chichester in 1696. The minutes of Grand Lodge of March 2, 1732 contain an entry that Edward Hall was made a Mason by the late Duke of Richmond 36 years ago. Hall's petition was recommended by the Duke's son, who was then Grand Master, and the Chichester Lodge was registered by Grand Lodge as dating from the time of Julius Caesar. 258. A lodge met at Alnwick, Northumberland, in 1701. It was an operative craft lodge, and may have kept more closely to old customs from its nearness to Scotland, where the ceremonial work was practically extinct though the legal basis of Masonic guilds was still in force. We give 2 of the regulations of 1701 in regard to entering apprentices, and accepting fellows. 5th item. That no Mason shall take an apprentice and give him his charge within 1 whole year after. Not so doing the master shall pay for any such offence £0 3/4. 9th item. There shall no apprentice, after he has served his 7 years, be admitted or accepted but on the feast of Michael the Archangel, paying to the master and wardens £0 6/8. A minute of January 21, 1708, decrees, that for the future no master, warden, or fellow shall appear on St. John's Day, or attend the church service at Alnwick, without his apron, and common square fixed in the belt thereof. We must carefully guard ourselves from the supposition that these, past, wardens and masters, are those now termed such. They were the Monatskim and Herods, or superintendents and past masters of the old guild ceremonies. In the county of Durham up to 1813, wardens, as well as other officers, took the same OB as the master. The guilds OB the master in the 6th degree and the minor officers in the 5th degree lodge. A similar operative lodge existed in Durham, and is supposed to have been first established at Winlaton circa 1690, by a German iron master, which art had been established at Zollingen from early centuries, from Damascus. Thence it removed to Swalwell in 1725. This last date is later than the period with which we intended to close this chapter, but as it is considered to date from 1690, and as its lodge customs were similar to those at Alnwick, and were maintained to the last unaltered, it is not inappropriate here. Its regulations are minuted in 1725. The penal laws, that when a youth was taken as apprentice by a member of the lodge, his master was required to enter him within 40 days, in contrast to the 1 year at Alnwick, and a small fee was charged. The form by which the apprentice was entered is given in the minute book, and is an abridgment of the history given in our charge. Of course the apprentice charges, known to date between 1600 to 63, are those he would be sworn to keep. Nothing is said about secrets, but the 8th penal laws imposes a fine of £10, not faithfully to keep the 3 fraternal signs, and all points of fellowship. When the apprenticeship expired, the youth was made free of his craft by the full ceremony. On the March 21, 1735 the lodge went under the Grand Lodge of London, but retained its old customs intact for over 30 years afterwards. But we now read of 2 masters' grades, the one termed Herodem, spelled in the minutes Herodium, given in a Grand Lodge, and the other termed English Master, and the presumption is very strong. And especially as a mutual recognition of fees are made, that Herodem was their old past master's ceremony, but we shall again refer to the nature of these rites in our next chapter, as operative Masons. There was also an independent lodge at Hexham, but nothing is known of its history. In the minute book of the Hoffoot Lodge, Scotland, there is an entry under date 22 Dec. 1701, after a missing leaf, which clearly alludes to fellow craft work, as it says, of entry as the apprentice did, leaving out the common jug, gutch, luge. They then whisper the word as before, and the master mason grips his hand after the ordinary way. As we understand it, the common, or apprentice part, who is a rough dresser, was omitted from the ceremony, and the fellow craft word was given in a manner similar to the former degree. But the Scottish system seems to have been so loose that very little reliance can be placed upon what we meet with in their minutes, as a general custom, and it would appear that, at times, apprentices were present when a higher ceremony was conferred, and that the signs, tokens, and words, were communicated privately, whispered, shown in the Bible, or given in a separate room. The regulations of the Old Dumfries Lodge, May 20, 1687, enact that on entering apprentices a fee of £10 Scots had to be paid, and when afterwards passed as fellow craft a fee of £5 Scots, in each case besides gloves and entertainment. A Scots pound is 1 shilling. If Professor Robison is correct in his conclusions as to the operative masonry of Germany, and he seems to have carefully studied the subject, the instruction and therefore the ceremonies varied in that country. He says that there were wort moras, and scrift moras, and that there were borough laws enjoining the masters to give employment to journeymen who had the proper words and signs, that some cities had more extensive privileges in this respect than others, that the word given at Wetzlar entitled the possessor to work over the whole empire. And that we may infer from some municipal decisions that the master gave a word and token, for each year's progress of the apprentice, the word of the city upon which he depended, and another by which all his pupils recognized each other. The word and token were abolished in 1731 in favor of the script masons. At Halberstadt there is a copy of the German statutes of December 2, 1713, from which we gather that there were still 4 overmasters at Cologne, Strasbourg, Wien, and Zurich. These are designated old masters, as distinct from the old fellows who governed the craft. The first were a chief or archfraternity, the second were masters of lodges. A master who made his apprentice free of the craft had to bind him to keep the word concealed in his heart, under the pain of his soul's salvation. There is an old arm-chair at Lincoln of the date of 1681. 259 in a semicircular top is carved a hand holding a balance in equilibrium, and under it Pieri, 1681, Cohen. Below this are 2 stalks with leaves, each bearing what appears to be a passion flower. Beneath are 2 panels, one of which contains the double triangles, and the plumb rule, the other panel has the square and compasses. A member of the family deems the chair to have belonged to William, 4th Earl of Kingston, Lord Chief Justice in Ayr beyond Trent. In the graveyard of Slane Castle, Ireland, there is a tombstone to John Froe, who died in 1687, in the upper ark are compasses, Greek cross, and square. The Freemasons' Chronicle, March 2, 1909, says that in the Leicester Corporation Museum there is an old chair which, 250 years ago, belonged to a Freemasons guild which met at the White Lion down to 1790. Upon the back is a design to mark a square building and the letter B, and it is thought there may have been another with J. A second chair is said to have belonged the Arch Guild. Until very recent times our knowledge of what transpired in Ireland has been almost nil, but Brother Chetwode Crawley has recently shown that in 1688 a lodge of Freemasons, consisting of gentlemen, mechanics, porters, parsons, ragmen, divines, tinkers, freshmen, doctors, butchers, and tailors, thus heterogeneously denominated, in the 1688 Tripos of John Jones, as connected with the University of Dublin. It is further mentioned by Jones that a collection was made for a new brother, who received from Sir Warren, being Freemasonist this new way, 5 shillings. This new way may mean by some new regulation, or simply in reference to the collection, 260, but that was old guild custom. The tomb of John Abel of Sarsfield, Hearts, 1694, has a representation of himself and his 2 wives. Between a circular hoop at the bottom is a square, and above that a plumb, over which is a pair of compasses. It is said 261 that one John Moore settled in South Carolina in 1680 from England, thence removed to Philadelphia, and in a letter which he writes in 1715, he speaks of having spent a few evenings in festivity with my Masonic brethren. The celebrated Jonathan Belcher, governor of Massachusetts, was made a Mason in the year 1704, for he writes to a Boston lodge, in 1741. It is now 37 years since I was admitted in the ancient and honorable society of free and accepted Masons. There is a record at Newport, USA, that ye day and date, 1686 or 1688, we met at ye house of Mordecai Campunal and after synagogue we gave ABM. Moses the degrees of Masonry. If this took place it would be operative Masonry, and I see no reason to express a doubt. We have alluded in the foregoing, and shall again, to Scottish customs, the more fully because there are traces, to be read between the lines, that the advent of the Stuarts, and later introductions of Scottish Masons into the South, was instrumental in somewhat modifying the Freemasonry of London, and that what is taken for English is sometimes Scottish. Yorkshire is notably rich in the old charges, as besides those which formerly belonged to the York Grand Lodge, and are in possession of a modern lodge there are others in private hands, and in the West Yorkshire Masonic Library. It is stated in a manifesto of the Lodge of Antiquity, 1778, that there was one old MS in the hands of Mr. Wilson, of Broomhead, near Sheffield, written in the reign of Henry VIII, which is now missing, and there appears to have been one dated 1560. The Lodge of Hope, Bradford, has a copy of circa 1680. It forms no part of our plan to give an account of these old MSS. But students of them are greatly indebted to the late Brother Thomas W. 2, PGM of the West Riding, who had 8 of these, in possession of his provincial library, printed and distributed at his sole cost. Amongst them are the Thorns W. 2 MS, circa 1680, the Wastel MS, circa 1693, and the Clapham MS, circa 1700. The rolls in possession of the lodge at York have also been printed by subscription. One of these, dated 1704, is headed with the same anagram on Masonry as that of 1600, but addressed by Robert Preston to Daniel Moult. It also appears in a Newcastle roll, addressed by Richard Stead to his friend Joseph Claughton. There are other documents at York, but none older than the reign of Anne, 1702-14. It seems that George Benson was president in 1705, and that he was followed by other gentlemen at each annual election. We learn also from an old copy of the charges which has passed into the possession of the Grand Lodge of Canada, that a private lodge was held at Scarborough, Yorkshire, July 10, 1705, with William Thompson, Esq. as president, when 6 members were received whose names will be found in the facsimiles executed for the West Yorkshire Masons. Last century the Grand Lodge of All England at York had minutes from the year 1704, but they are not now to be found. They have, however, at the York Lodge some later parchment rolls, which to some extent take the place of minutes. The probability is that such information as we have prior to 1726 belongs to the operative guild. On the March 19, 1712, we read that several members were sworn and admitted into the Honorable Society and Fraternity of Freemasons by George Bowes, Esq., Deputy President. In 1713 the ancient lodge held a meeting at Bradford, when 18 gentlemen of the first families were made Freemasons. Meetings were held each succeeding year at York, those on St. John the Baptist's Day, in June, being termed a General Lodge on St. John's Day, whilst the others are designated private lodges. This was 4 years before any movement was made in London, and the meetings at Scarborough and at Bradford are in agreement with the ancient constitutions which state that the Masons were to hold an assembly, in what place they would. And it seems very apparent that where the term General Lodge is used, as distinct from a private lodge, it is the tradition of the ancient assembly continued. Again in 1716 it is minuted on this parchment roll as follows, at St. John's Lodge in Christmas, 1716. At the house of Mr. James Borum, situate Stonegate in York, being a general lodge held then by the Honourable Society and Company of Freemasons in the city of York, John Turner, Esq. was sworn and admitted into the said Honourable Society and Fraternity of Freemasons. Charles Fairfax, Esq., Dep. President. Lists of the Grand Masters are found in any modern Masonic cyclopedia, but Brother Whitehead recently discovered in an old armorial MS that the name of Sir William Milner, Bart. 1728, has been omitted, being the 798th successor from Edwin the Great, apparently claiming an annual election of Grand Masters from the year 930. However much we may regret it, yet we cannot blame the York brothers for the strict respect shown to the obligations. In such written documents as we have the terms used are simply well-known guild terms. We can draw no inference on such slight grounds as to the nature of their ceremonies, we do not know from contemporary documents what they were, and we have no right to expect that we should know. We can only judge of them by what they were when publicity began to be given to Masonic rites in the 18th century. We have not the least warrant for thinking that, on the one hand, they took up new inventions and pawned them off as old rites, nor on the other hand can we hope that they were very much better than the Grand Lodge of London, and shut their eyes to all improvement of the ritual. They would be guided in this by old tradition and landmarks. We note that in the facsimile of the Stanley MS, 1677, it is closed with the tailpiece of a checkered pavement. The Tatler, for June 9, 1709, has an article upon a class of Londoners termed, Pretty Fellows. The paper is believed to be by Sir Richard Steele, and alludes to matters with which he seems to be acquainted, for he says, they have signs and words like Freemasons, and a similar reference is found in the same journal for 1710. There is no record of Steele being a Mason, but there evidently was an impression that such was the case, for Pickart, in his Ceremonies and Costumes, gives a medallion portrait of Sir Richard Steele on a screen which gives a copy of the engraved list of lodges in 1735. As illustrating the state of things in Scotland at this date we may instance a dispute which occurred with the Mary S. Chapel Lodge in 1707. A portion of these withdrew and established without permission the lodge journeyman. Lodge Mary's Chapel objected to their meeting to take fees and give the Mason's word, and the dispute ran on for some years. The Masters' Incorporation was the legal head of such bodies, and the journeyman obtained leave to sue Mary S. Chapel for such Masonic rights as the latter possessed. The Incorporation agreed in 1715 that the journeyman should have an act of allowance to give the Mason's word. From this circumstance Bro. R.F. Gould is inclined to think that the custodians of this privilege were the incorporations, and that this case is the old survival of a claim that the private lodges were agencies or deputations of the incorporations for that purpose. It is a reasonable and just conclusion, and however loose the lodges may have been in their working, we may feel sure that the incorporations were custodians of ritualistic catechisms, probably of a Christian nature, of all known grades in Masonry. Whether the same were conferred or had lapsed. Brother Clement E. Stretton, who is eminent as a writer of books on his own line as a C.E., has stated in the journals of the day and confirmed to me by letters that Dr. James Anderson was made chaplain of the St. Paul's Guild in 1710, in succession to Dr. Compton, who had been in the habit of holding a daily service. In September, 1714, Anderson proposed that men of position should be admitted to a species of honorary membership, which was carried by one vote, and the accounts, in that and the following year, show 7 fees of 5 guineas each. All the time St. Paul's work was in operation the guilds met at high 12 on a Saturday, but Anderson changed the period of meeting to 7 o'clock on a Wednesday evening, at the Goose and Gridiron, and in September, 1715, the operatives found that their old pass would not admit them. And they complained to Wren and Strong and the dissidents were struck off the rolls. And this is probably why Anderson complained that Wren neglected the lodges. Now, under such circumstances, no honorable man can say that Anderson acted a creditable part. But we can see what he actually digested. He made the apprentice in a month, in place of 7 years, struck out everything technical, including the ceremonies of conferring the mark Mason. And left a fine moral institution on the lines of the mystic societies of the ancients, but it is not Freemasonry, but an imitation of it. He retained as much of the old rites as suited his purpose, and could be worked into the modern system, but it lacked the explanation the guild rites afforded. In the Stanley MS of 1697, facsimiled for the West Yorkshire P.G. Lodge, there is a peculiar addition which is of later date. A very precise investigation of the allusions therein was made by Brother Gould in 1888, and he has come to the conclusion that the lines are applicable to 1714. It is supposed to have been a North Country MS, and we give the endorsement. The prophecy of Brother Roger Bacon, disciple of Balaam, WCH he writ on ye any square of ye pyramids of Egypt. In capital letters. When a martyr's granddaughter in ye throne of Great Britain, Mary, makes Capet's proud son look you'd think him beschitten, Louis XIV. When ye Medway and Maze piss together in a quill, Kent and Holland. And Tagus and Rhine of ye Seine have their will, Germanic Confedon. When ye Thames has ye ta'en for better, for worse, Act of Union, 1707. And to purchase ye Doxy has well drained his purse, Scotland. When by roasting a priest ye Church has her wishes, Dr. Sacheverell. Loyal Tories in places, Whigs silent as fishes, ends reign. When Europe grows quiet and a man yts right wily, Peace of Utrecht, 1713. Sets up a wood bridge from ye land end to Chile, South Sea. Company. Freemasons, beware, Brother Bacon advises. Old members interlopers break in and spoil your devices, our being your Giblin and squares are all out of door, swamped. And Jachin and booze shall be secrets no more. It is evident that York was more advanced than London in the practice of a system of speculative Freemasonry, because it had a more close operative derivation and was less reduced, and whether the lines above given originated north or south. They indicate the views of some old operative brother, who saw changes which did not please him. Brother Edward Conder has recently shown that Viscount Dunrail must have held a lodge at his mansion, Cork, about the year 1710. At one of these assemblies some repairs were in progress in the library when his daughter Elizabeth secreted herself to watch the ceremonies, but was detected and forced to undergo the rites of making and passing. As she was born in 1693, and married to Richard Aldworth in 1713, we may reasonably fix 1710 as about the date of the reception. Brother W. J. C. Crawley, LL.D. has gone also into this matter in Coimentaria Hibernica, and expresses his opinion that similar lodges may have existed at the Eagle Tavern under Lord Ross, and at Mitchelstown under Lord Kingstown. There is an Irish MS. Amongst the Molyneux papers endorsed, February, 1711, which clearly indicates a 3-degree system, and is headed with a symbol. This is like an elongated H, with a vertical line down to the center of the crossbar. Above, across the vertical line, are 2 horizontal cross lines, upper shorter and just below top. All the serious works which refer, in print, to the Society of Freemasons make no question of its antiquity, either during the 17th century or after it had passed into an entirely speculative system. The Antiquities of Berkshire, by Elias Ashmole, London 1719, has a paragraph which includes the information given by Plot and Aubrey that we have before referred to, and we add some interesting particulars from the letters of Dr. Thomas Knipe, who flourished between 1660 and 1711, in which year he died, and which were used by the compilers of Ashmole's biography in 1748. This writer repeats the statement in regard to the papal bull of the time of Henry III. And goes on to say, but this bull, in the opinion of the learned Mr. Ashmole, was confirmative only and did not by any means create our fraternity, nor even to establish them in this kingdom. He then proceeds to give an account of the statements gathered from the old charges from Street Alban to the ratification of the Constitution by Henry VI. And closes with a statement that in the civil wars the Freemasons were generally Yorkists, and abuses Plot for his injurious comments. 262. In Scotland technically it would seem that a Scottish master was work-master of the Domatic Lodge, and the chair-master of the Geomatic Lodge, but who had to be examined and passed as a master. For it is to be presumed that non-operatives might be ritualistically dispensed from the 7 years probation required for a Fellow of Craft. Melrose had a very old lodge which kept to the ancient system until a few years ago, when it joined Grand Lodge. There is a Melrose Minute of 1764 of which an unwise use is made. It enacts that the apprentice and fellow craft ceremonies, for that is what is meant, shall be administered in a simple way and manner free of anything sinful and superstitious. At this date it had 2 degrees and the Prezes was Master Mason. It only proves the presence of a puritanical spirit in the lodge. That there was a fellow craft degree in Scotland worked in lodges is proved by the charge of St. Mary's, Edinburgh, against the journeymen in 1713 that they presumed at their own hand to enter apprentices and pass fellow crafts in a public change house. From the middle of the 17th century the Scottish minute books show numerous admissions of military men, and of lairds who are designated by their lands. The Kelso Lodge, to which Sir John Pringle's name appears in 1701, in 1705 imposes a fine for absence upon Cornet Drummond and Lieutenant Binet. The Hawfoot Lodge, opened in 1702 by John Pringle of Torsonse, leave us in no doubt that it then conferred and passed apprentice and fellow craft, the Master Mason occupying the chair. Sometimes both degrees were given at one meeting, at others after an interval. The annual meeting was held for business, and a commission given each year to 5 members to initiate others. The lodge at Aberdeen had 2 classes, Geomatic and Domatic Masons, and the admissions differently worded for each. The master was Geomatic, and the senior warden Domatic, and this latter class had to make a trial piece for each degree. Old Catechisms. The most important question with Freemasons will be by what sort of rights were these 17th-century Masons received into the Brotherhood? And the answer must depend on the nature of the lodge which acted. It does not seem very difficult to form an approximate idea of this. There are various old catechisms which, though of doubtful authority, and not wholly written in this century, but yet are clearly of it, and moreover are in general unison with the reduced 16th and 17th century constitutional charges. There is one copy of these catechisms which the late Reverend Bro. A. F. A. Woodford, who further quotes competent authority, considers from its archaisms to date 1650 if not earlier, and there are versions of 1723, 1724, 1729, 1730 and onwards. A copy was printed in the Scots Magazine of 1755, and is said to reveal an actual reception at Dundee in 1727. Although the general character of these catechisms are similar they differ in detail, but the Dundee specimen is in close agreement with the one that Brother Woodford has attributed to 1650, or earlier, and which is found amongst the Sloane MSS. And has been printed by him. It raises the question whether it is not actually a Scottish version brought south. All these documents besides the recognition of some apprentice ceremony, of an operative appearance, divide the Fellows' part into 2 portions. First, the catechism of that degree which we now term Fellowcraft, and second, the degree now termed master, and this last clearly defined in every copy that we have, and quite as clearly in the Sloan MS as any other. They are all a debased version of the original system prevailing when it took some years to become an operative fellow or master. Equally, some sort of mark or ceremony is in evidence. In Scottish lodges, such a system might arise from a desire to continue to confer a Master's degree after the actual masters had incorporated, and in parts of England where the fraternity ceased to be practical, from a desire to shorten the reception of fellow and master. In other words, to make an amateur into an apprentice, fellow, and master in one evening. In any case, all give 5 points of fellowship as applicable to craftsmen, but in the ancient guilds they had a technical reference. Sometimes a past apprentice would appear to mean a fellow, and a past fellow a master, so loose is the wording. In all cases, however, the catechisms give certain secrets of the modern third degree, from which we may justly infer that they had knowledge of a certain annual rite, or drama. And that if it should have passed out of practice, it was owing to the changed position of the lodge. Precisely the same thing has occurred amongst the guilds claiming medieval descent, of which many yet exist, and past masters have to be called in from a distance. One of the most expert workers is a York Mason. It is unnecessary to particularize much of these catechisms, but in our chapter 8, we advocated on the evidence to be obtained from the Saxon charge, old operatives, and the usages of societies similarly constituted, that the most ancient form of recognition was a salutation. And this is found in every catechism that has come down to us, until it was expunged in 1813. If this is correct, the most ancient Masons were salute Masons, the Freemasons were Hebrew word Masons. No doubt when this union took place, whether in the 13th century or any other date, it would be followed from time to time with revisions, to correct inaccurate oral transmission. The salutation varies in these old MSS. But the following from the Sloan, and the printed 1723, are given as specimens. Those of Germany were more elaborate, as they contained 7 prayers or words: the right worshipful, the masters and fellows, in that worshipful lodge from whence we last come, greet you, greet you, greet you well. The warden replies, God's greeting be at this meeting, and with the right worshipful the master, and the worshipful fellows who keeps the keys of the lodge from whence you come, and you also are welcome, worshipful brother, into this worshipful society. In the Sloan MS, there is found a Jerusalem word, Giblin, as well as a 2-syllabled word, Maharan, and doubts thrown on a sign, said to be given in France and Turkey, which may be considered in relation to what was said at the opening of chapter 9. The Catechism of 1723 has the following lines, 263. An entered Mason I have been. Boaz and Jachin I have seen. A fellow I was sworn most rare. And know the ashlar, diamond and square. I know the master's part full well. As honest Mathbin will you tell. Then the master says, if a master mason you would be, observe you well the rule of 3. And what you want in masonry, thy mark and Mathbin makes thee free. The printed Catechism of 1724 represents a body qualified as a St. John's Lodge, a term we saw used in the oldest York minutes, and it is in altogether better form than some of the others. We find in it a version of an old Rosicrucian and Gnostic symbol, an equal cross with a triangle over it, symbol, as described. It has also the word Ira, which no one has ventured to explain, but it occurs in the lectures of HRDMRSYCSS. Symbolism couched in rhyme is found in the Scottish and North England catechisms, to a late period. In a MS. Of the old charges belonging to the Dumfries Lodge, of date early 18th century, is the following, but we have no space to quote the Christian Catechism of the Old Temple symbolism found therein. 264. Q. Where ought a lodge to be kept? A. On the top of a mountain or in ye middle of a boge. Without the hearing of ye crowing of a cock or ye bark of a doge. Q. What was the greatest wonder white was seen or heard about the temple? A. God was man and man was God, Mary was a mother and yet a maid. There can be little doubt that one of the customs here referred to originated in the British and Teutonic customs of holding a council, folkmote, or thing, freestall or vame, either on the top of a mountain, or in the open. In the middle of a field, and every free man had a voice in such courts. According to a MS of the learned Mr. Jones in the Cottonian Library, the early British kings when they held a council either personally or by deputy, went to a certain private house or tower on the top of a hill, or some solitary place of council, far distant from any dwelling. And there advised unknown to any man, but the councillors themselves. The following lines, of much interest, appear in the Dumfries MS, just quoted, a caput mortem, symbol, circle with face, 2 dots with eyebrows, a curve for a nose and a small dash for a mouth, here you see. To mind you of mortality. Behold great strength, symbol of 2 vertical, parallel lines, by Herod fell, but establishment in heaven doeth dwell. Let all your acts, symbol, vertical line with horizontal line at top to right be just and true. Which after death gives life to you. Keep round within, symbol, small circle over inverted V, of your appointed sphere. Be ready for your latter end draws near. 265. A formula of old transmission has the following. By letters 4 and science 5. This G aright doth stand. Brother J. Cockburn of Adelaide thinks they are of very great antiquity. He holds that originally the G was the Hebrew gimel, and the Greek gamma, which is a Mason square, held sacred by the Pythagoreans, and the Kabiric initiates of the earth goddess Gu, or Gai. And he further suggests that the primitive emblem may have been the swastika, symbol, swastika, which embraces 4 gammas, and again represents the sacred tetragrammaton of the Jews. Plutarch says, the number 4 is a square. And Philo says, 4 is the most ancient of all square numbers, it is found to exist in right angles, as a square in geometry shows. Brother Sidney T. Klein, P.M. 2076, in a lecture upon the ancient geometry 266 says, that the Greek gamma was actually the etymon or name designating the square in the earliest times. The same brother considers that the great secret of prehistoric geometry was, how to make a perfect right angle, in any desired position without possibility of error, and gives as illustration an Egyptian deed of 2000 BC. And later papyrus of 1500 BC. Both English and Coptic guilds still give it, and the Old York Lectures also. He shews that the ancient geometers had this secret, and that it could be made by means of the center, from any straight line, or by taking any triangular line drawn from the circumference of a circle, by the rope or skirt. On the formation of Grand Lodge, he says, in 1717, every gentleman desired to be a master mason, and as the property of the square was assigned to 1 Wm. Whilst the ritual retained the original wording, the symbolic allusion was lost, and the Euclidean problem was given to the Wm in place of the simple square. The ancient guilds have possessed this as a secret for ages and based much ceremony upon it. Malvern Old Church is said to have a curious window, but no information is afforded as to its date. In the left-hand division of the last window, at the east end of the south aisle, the subject alluding to paradise. In the top section, is a figure before a dial column, the dial gone, holding in his right hand a square and a huge pair of compasses. In the next section of the same window, westward, is a figure kneeling, having a globe on a stand, on a pedestal behind him, with the moon, the sun, and 7 stars before him. A root of corn is at the foot near a stream of water, with a branch of acacia on raised ground. And in the third section is a figure prostrate, on a piece of square pavement. The latter is, however, only a compilation of odd pieces of ancient colored glass. Brother Kerr of Scotland has written something in reference to an examination of the Master S grade by 2 astronomers who decided it was some very ancient system. The celestial and terrestrial globes were rectified to the time of the foundation of Solomon's temple, and the signs and words were obtained, and the reason of the implements being used, the legend of the 3rd degree. Also the name being thrice repeated, why the ear of corn and the waterfall are depicted, and the direction in which the procession moves. A lecture similar to this, but not covering all these points, embracing chiefly the Temple of Solomon as a type of the universe, is in the library of the Grand Chapter of Scotland and attributed to Dr. Walker Arnott, an eminent Scottish Mason. The late Brother Albert Pike seems to have entertained a similar opinion, and argues for the identification of Hiram with the sun god. 267 In Egypt, Horus is represented as seated upon lions, the same word meaning both sun and lion. Again, Hari is a Hindu name of the sun, and Kuram or Hiram is the Egyptian Harare, Hermes, Hercules. He thinks certain assassins may possibly be recognized in the Arabic names of certain stars. When, by the precession of the equinoxes, the sun was in Libra, in autumn, he met in the east, where the reign of Typhon commenced, 3 stars forming a triangle. They are thus designated Zuban-es Shamali in the west, Zuban-Hakrabi in the east, Zuban-el-Gabi in the south. Of these the corrupt forms, he thinks, may be found in Jubila Gravelat, Jubilo Akarab, and Jubulum Gibbs. 268 The theory of Brother Kerr's 2 celebrated astronomers might imply the arrangement of the rites by old astrologers. A similar theory is embodied in the Swedenborgian rite, which upholds the Masonic symbols as those of the most ancient races, allied to the doctrine of correspondences. Thus the master's degree is an astrological, or astronomical allegory, based upon the position of the stars 5873 BC. The lodge is a symbol of the universe, also Dr. Arnott's contention, and the rites represent the building of God's temple in nature, and the building up of humanity. It has a further reference to the erection of the Sekuth, booths, or lodges erected at the Feast of Tabernacles. Brother Samuel Beswick, in his work on the rite, asserts that Emanuel Swedenborg was made a Mason at the University of London in 1706, and that this date appears upon a minute of 1787 when King Gustavus III presided, but that it is erroneously entered London. He also asserts that Charles XII, who was assassinated in 1718, had lodges, and chapters or encampments in his army. The ancient guilds may have been continued in Sweden, and with reference to higher degrees we have already mentioned the existence of Rosicrucianism in the 15th century, and there was a similar non-Masonic society in the 18th with the king as chief. It is not supposed that any quarrel occurred at York to separate the operatives and the speculatives. The former continued to hold their meetings at High 12, and the latter withdrew to meet in the evening. And their ritual retained much of the operative customs not now found in the modern ritual of 1813. In the first degree the candidate took a short O.B. before preparation, in order that if he was rejected or withdrew, he might be pledged to secrecy, and the same system exists in the guild, as the boy is O.B. in the porch before admission. On a York reception he was invested with the operative mason's leather apron up to the neck, and as in the operative guild he was shown how to hew the rough ashlar. In the second degree he was thrice tested by the J.W., S.W., and W.M. in the use of the plumb, level, and square. At the first and second rounds he had to test the columns of the wardens, and the W.M. required him to prove the perfect ashlar with the square. There is this difference however, that the guild used the hollow square of the nature of a picture frame as a gauge both for the stone and the fellow. The third degree begins as fellow, and ends as casual master. The old master's ceremony of York, and the north of England, contained much that is now omitted, and had many points of resemblance to the ancient mysteries. The names of the criminals are given, and after the death of Hiram the superintendent Adoniram succeeds him, and is ruler of perfect masters. The details would read thus: on the lines of the ancient mysteries, Hiram the Abiv or father of craftsmen is lamented for twice 7 days, when the fraternity is gladdened by a reappearance in the person of Adoniram the prince of the people. In real history Adoniram was slain, whilst according to Oliver, who quotes Jos and Menander, Hiram returned to Tyre, where he is known as Abdomonos. The York ceremony was a good representation of the Theophanism and Euresis of the mysteries. Respecting which Diodorus informs us that Egypt lamented the violent death of Osiris for 14 days at his tomb, referring to the lunation of the moon, after which they rejoiced on a proclaimed rising. In regard to the Masonic symbols, it is tolerably certain that the more recondite of these have been received by the Freemasons from the most ancient times, yet that their actual signification became lost to the society which ceased its connection with architecture, and in many cases, as we know, new meanings were assigned by the Grand Lodge in 1717. In reference to what has already been said of the perpetuation of a mark for tools and work, it may be pointed out that the custom was continued in Scotland when an apprentice was entered. And fellows had it in England according to the catechism quoted, and the remnants of guild life still have it. By the 1670 laws of the Aberdeen Lodge, the apprentice, besides other fees, had to pay 1 mark for his mark. The laws of this date enact that apprentices were to be entered in their outfield lodge, in the parish of Ness, save in ill weather, when we ordain likewise that no lodge be holden within a dwelling house, where there is people living in it, but in the open fields, except it be ill weather, and let there be a house closed, that no person shall err or see us. In the old Dumfries Lodge, number 53, by the laws of 1687 apprentices had to pay a mark Scots money a St. Mark. The Scots Magazine gives a Dundee initiation of 1727 and has, "How got you that mark?" Answer, "I took up 1 mark, and laid down another." In the Catechism, printed in England, we quoted the lines, "And what you want in Masonry, thy mark and mathbin makes thee free." All the evidence which these documents afford us, rudimentary, aid memory, or fragmentary though they may be, point to this, that in some parts, and especially in Scotland, the ancient fellow and master of the General Assembly had become the apprentice and fellow of the lodge, first by swearing the apprentice to a charge, and then by reducing the 7 years' qualification for fellowship, until finally there was little or no interval, but customs were not uniform, for there was no general central authority. In other cases, where a stricter tradition was followed, the apprentice was sworn to a charge by some ceremonial, and at the end of his 7 years' apprenticeship was accepted a fellow by a formal ceremony, and then, or afterwards, received the more ancient secrets of a master mason. Or, as in certain northern lodges, was created a herod or ruling chief, for as the lodges ceased to be schools of architecture, there was no call to continue a strict examination for the title of a past master. This apparently was the view of Grand Lodge in 1717, adopted with some changes to suit a new state of things. It is quite open to belief, as modern critics contend, that when an unindentured man, or a gentleman, was made a mason in a lodge, such as that of York, he would receive the whole degrees at once, in a running ceremony. The guild received amateurs in the 6th degree only. It must therefore be true, in a modified sense, that fellow and master were convertible terms. It is all but certain that the speculative, so-called revivalists of 1717 had oral or written catechisms of guild ceremonies, and we are told by Anderson that the 1721 meetings of Grand Lodge were made very interesting by the lectures of old Masons. At any rate, we are required to believe in their good faith, and that the men who formed the Grand Lodge of London in 1717, transmitted us what they had or could remember from the ancients. Revised, subtracted, added a little, it may be, but their chief alteration was eventually to make 3 ceremonies the rule of speculative Masons, and to contain, in one form or another, all which they had obtained from the ancient guild Masons, who when they received an amateur swore him only in the 6th degree. As they had now no use for an indentured apprentice, they divided the degree of reception into 2 portions, in our present apprentice and fellow craft degrees, revising somewhat the past fellow and adding a second part to their master's degree. At least they knew, however badly instructed they may have been, better of what genuine Masonry consisted than the iconoclastic critics of near 2 centuries later. And we must bear in mind that we are dealing with a society that was established for secret and oral transmission of its mysteries, and which bound its members to absolute secrecy on every point under the most binding penalties. The whole allegory of a master, it has been observed, enforces the lesson that it is a danger, even to allow it to be suspected that he possessed certain rights, that were a certificate of his proficiency in the craft. Nor must we forget that speculative Masonry was constituted as a triad society governed by threes, after the manner of the Druids. Shakespeare says, that a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. And the Grand Lodge established in 1717 is the same thing whether we call it by that name, or term it assembly, congregation, or chapter, as the ancient designations ran. Practically 1717 was the revival of a previous attempt to continue a ruling body without its rites and ceremonies. And from this period Freemasons can have little doubt as to the nature of the society and its degrees so far as the ordinary craft Mason is concerned. The supposed claim of the modern Grand Lodge to a full possession of the entire system of Masonry was not universally acknowledged but denied, and led to York, and other centers of Masons, being termed ancients. Whilst the Grand Lodge of London was designated modern. The guiding principle of the founders of the Grand Lodge rites was universality, and with antiquarian tastes, and logical views, nothing was accepted as Masonry but what concerned Solomon's temple. And in adopting guild ceremonies they did so without reference to the Second Temple. The question arises here whether or no they were fully informed initiates, and that is very dubious. After a full consideration of all the facts produced in previous chapters can we arrive at any other conclusion than this, that though Freemasonry of the present day may have undergone modifications in its ceremonies, and changed with the manners of society, yet that the general tone of its ritual has descended to us from the most remote antiquity. As to the second part of the Master's ceremony, on which so much criticism has been wasted, there can be no doubt that it has been taken from the yearly celebration of the guilds of what is supposed to have occurred at the building of the temple. Throughout these pages we have followed the ordinary histories which treat modern Freemasonry as a succession of the operative guilds. It is one of the descendants of these bodies, but lacking their technical instruction, and the abridgment which it has undergone can only be fully understood by placing the two rites in juxtaposition. It is, what else can we say? A moral and speculative imitation of the more ancient rites of the guilds, socially of a higher status, but separated from them, and with the next chapter we enter entirely upon a speculative Freemasonry. Much confusion has arisen owing to writers attempting to trace Masonry from a special class of what were termed mysteries. We have seen that the early mysteries were guilds, and that even after caste influenced them, and divided them into three sections they were still all one, varying only in the names, and there were then, 1. Those of the priests. 2. Those of warriors and agriculturists. 3. Those of the artisans. All three were equally mysteries, all were equally guilds, equally one mystery, with like ceremonies varying mainly in the object and technical part of their rituals. Masonry is the only one of these that has come down to us unchanged at the date we close this chapter. They were a necessity to the priestly builders of temples and churches, and therefore encouraged. It must be admitted, however, that the modern rites have a remarkable reference to those of the Kabbalah. It had 7 anthropomorphized gods of art, the number of a perfect lodge. Of these, 3 were chief gods, and 1 was slain by the others and buried in the roots of Olympus. It is said that the Roman Emperor Commodius in initiating a candidate was so energetic that he sent him to join his prototype. 11. The system termed high grade. Speculative Freemasonry. God bless the King. I mean our faith's defender. God bless, no harm in blessing, the pretender. But who pretender is, or who is king? God bless us all. That's quite another thing. John Byrom, Manchester. The general opinion of Freemasons will be that this chapter should conclude the next on the establishment of a Grand Lodge in 1717. The reason for placing it before that event is a reasonable belief in the assertions of the ancients, as opposed to the moderns, who admitted themselves the characteristic by which the former distinguished the latter. The subject of these degrees is a very intricate one, and I am rather puzzled how to put it clearly to the reader without much repetition. With Chapter 9. The Gothic builders died out and their lodges relaxed into small social gatherings, but in the north of England where there were lodges in the jurisdiction of York, the lodges continued the Heredem, or Master's Fraternity, of which Gould in his large history affords ancient proofs. What became of these bodies, for Grand Lodge has no knowledge of them. But on the death of the Gothic builders and the attenuation of their lodges there arose, Temp. Jas. I. A young Englishman of the name of Inigo Jones, whom the Earl of Pembroke took into Italy. He studied with much interest, amongst the disciples of Palladio and the Comacini, the classic works of Italy, and on his return reorganized such bodies as existed on the model of the Italian academies. And brought over Italians to instruct the guilds in the classical masonry of old Rome, and it became a fashion to term the magnificent Gothic erections a barbarous style. Our principal authority for this statement is Anderson, who says that the account was recorded in a MS by Nicholas Stone which was burnt in 1720, in order, we may suggest, that it might not fall into his hands. He further states that Jones held quarterly meetings, and lodges of instruction. Now there is no reason why Anderson should have falsified history on this matter, and his statements are accepted by Preston, and by so careful a writer as the German Findel. But the known ceremonies of the guild is a confirmation strong enough in itself, for they certainly represent a guild of the classical style. They had also the old Jewish monatskim or intendants, and herods, termed past masters, of which rank Grand Lodge has no knowledge. The best work on the Comacini is by Leader Scott. She shows that on the sack of Rome by the Goths they settled at Como, and spread their guilds over the whole of Italy and even to France. And retained the same style of architecture and ornamentation for centuries. Her impression seems to be that they had added to the Collegia a reference to Solomon's temple. And this is not improbable when we remember that the Roman Emperor Justinian, after he had completed Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, exclaimed, "I have surpassed thee, O Solomon." These Italian academies had their caput magistrum, and their archmagister, who according to Leader Scott had to be a grandee. The headmaster was no doubt the master of the level men, the archmaster of the guild working curved work. At the same time any authority that had central jurisdiction was termed an archfraternity, and M.H. Shuttleworth mentions a reprint of 1776 at Paris, of the 13th-century statutes of the Knights of St. John which mentions their Archiconfer Royal, de Jerusalem. Every country had a special class to pass masters. Scotland had its 6 men of ancient memory, Saxon England its elders, France its masters fraternities, Germany its old masters, who assembled chapter-wise. The establishment of the Grand Lodge of England and its depletion of the technical parts of the guild, in time destroyed the power of these herods, rulers, or past masters, and sought to occupy their place in a very perfunctory manner. The dissatisfaction against the Grand Lodge was everywhere great in England, Ireland, and Scotland had its archmasons in or about 1740, France had its monatskim, its herods, its provosts and judges, its architects, and its royal arch. They were the real Grand Lodge, with secret rites and tokens, they formed a court of award, as they united the geomatic and domatic sections, until the law and the Grand Lodge rendered their functions obsolete. Chiefly held in cathedral towns, we may find the sacred name over its gates. Besides the feeling, engendered by members of the old operative guilds, that modern masonry was an imperfect system, various other ideas operated in the development of a system of master's degrees, at a later period termed high-grade masonry. English masonry, in the course of ages had gathered much Christian symbolism upon its Semitic ceremonies, which, in certain parts, would intensify the dislike to the modern system. 1. On this question of teaching it may be noted that whilst the Jacobite Masonic faction sought to strengthen the Christianity of our rites, the Southern Masons had sought from the time when Cromwell readmitted the Jews, to broaden its lines. 2. In politics again there existed great, but suppressed, antagonism between North and South. The Grand Lodge of all England at York was essentially Jacobite, that of London, Hanoverian. 3. There was an Hermetic element, from early times in the guilds, and we shall see that this was well understood in 1721, for there was, as we have indicated in previous chapters, a very early quasi-connection. 4. There were in existence from the time of the Reformation in the 16th century, many mystical societies, and as these passed along the ages, they influenced the Masonic lodges, and in some instances were drawn upon to establish high degrees. And we will preface the information we can give upon some of these. England seems to have first began an innovation upon the system of the modern Grand Lodge, but the hotbed of the high grades was France. From 1688, when a quantity of English, Irish, and Scottish Masons emigrated with James II. There was an ancient Masonry in France of which Hector Maclean was Grand Master, and who was succeeded in 1725 by the Earl of Derwentwater, who held that position until the Elector of Hanover decapitated him in 1745. But a little earlier, namely in 1737, the Duke of Richmond, who had been GM of England, opened a lodge in which he initiated the Duc d'Antin, who in 1743 became Grand Master of the English Grand Lodge of Paris. We will leave him there for the present and take a survey of earlier matters. There is a Carbonari certificate of 1707, printed by St. Edmy, Paris, 1821, as authentic, which says that a Count Theodore born at Naples in 1685 had already obtained the high grades of Freemasonry in France. We cannot doubt, upon the evidence afforded in Chapter 6, that the apoptae, or higher initiates, of the first ages of Christianity, transmitted their mystical rites. These were taken up and carried forward by monks, dervishes, Manichees, Catharoi, Templars, Albigenses, Ghibellines, Friends of God, Militia of the Cross, Rosicrucians, and sects too numerous to mention. And that such secret schools were in existence long prior to the Reformation in the Church, as witness the labors of such men as Ficini, Pico de Mirandolo, Reuchlin, Erasmus, Agrippa, Rudolphus Agricolo, and many more. And that educated Freemasons, in their masters' fraternities and fellow craft lodges, were more or less conversant with Pythagoreanism, Platonism, Kabbalism, Rosicrucianism. And that these societies interested themselves in Germany and elsewhere in the spread of the doctrines of the Culdees, of Wycliffe, Huss, Luther, and other reformers, and the secret society established by Cornelius Agrippa in London, in 1510, may have been of this nature. How far these adapted the craft guild ceremonies, or at what date if they did so, can only be plausible conjecture. These secret schools, which the Church of Rome would term Gnostic, must have permeated the whole of Europe and entered into the guild life of the traders and artisans, and we cannot, well otherwise, account for the friendliness shown to Luther. When in 1517 he began his fearless crusade against the overwhelming force of Rome. It is supposed that Luther himself was a guild member, and he actually uses guild terms in 1527, when he says that he is already past master in clockmaking. It is stated that about 15 days after the Holocaust, which he had the temerity to make of the Pope's bull, he was waited upon by a member of some guild holding a meeting at Wittenberg, and induced to go to an assembly at the guild hall, where after reception, by ancient ceremonies, he received a medal bearing mystic characters, and was then placed under the protection of the Brotherhood. 269 It is quite certain that secret societies of mystics, united by ceremonies with signs, then existed. And it may be that the reformers strengthened themselves by such societies, intended for mutual protection, and the Charter of Cologne, 1535, if genuine, may represent such assemblies. The early secret societies of the Albigenses and the Ghibellines usually represented their position under the symbol of an Egyptian or Babylonish captivity, for both forms are used. And Luther himself adopts this in his book entitled The Babylonish Captivity. He says, the Christian people are God's true people, carried away captives into Babylon, where they have been robbed of that which they received at their baptism. Salandronius the Swiss thus writes to Vadian, "O, saw you how the inhabitants of the mountains of Rhaetia cast away from them the yoke of the Babylonish captivity?" Melanchthon, in 1520, says, the finger of God is to be seen in what Luther is doing, even as the king of the Egyptians refused to acknowledge what was done by Moses. We can even find language amongst them, which forms the most secret part of certain Masonic high grades, but which we cannot repeat. Luther in 1520 thus writes to the Elector, "With one hand I hold the sword, and with the other I build the walls of Zion." Similar language was used in Paris, and Toussaint Farrell, 1525, says, "The 70th year will come at last, the year of deliverance, and then we shall have freedom of mind and conscience." Nor is this symbolic language absent from the works of the English Rosicrucians, for John Hayden, writing in 1663, has an allusion to it, particularly forced. Speaking of Christian Rosenkreutz, circa 1400, he says, p. 18, after 5 years came into his mind, the wished return of the children of Israel out of Egypt, how God would bring them out of bondage. Then he went to his cloister, to which he bare affection, and desired 3 of his brethren to go with him to Moses. These he explains were brothers G.V., I.A., and E.O., who constructed a magical language. This may be traditional or found in Mizas to which Hayden had access. If history, it indicates a company of 4 working in a like direction to Luther a century and a half before his days. We find this symbolic language reduced to emblems. 2 of these brought from Nuremberg are engraved in the transactions of the Newcastle College of Rosicrucians. One of these has, on one side, the figure of a pontiff in the act of blessing, also the figure of a monk with a lighted taper in his hand, and between the 2 an altar with an open Bible upon it. Around the border is the inscription Verbum Domini HB, YHYH, irradiated, Manetneter, Knit 8. The obverse has an armed man, with a drawn sword, holding the scales of justice. In the heavier pan is a human figure, and in the lighter pan a writhing serpent. Several inscriptions appear in the center but are indistinct. The legend is Joshua confide non derelinquant. In the Peasants' League against the Nobles, 1524-5, the motto of Munzer was, "We must like Joshua destroy all the nations of Canaan with the sword," and in one of his letters he signs himself, Munzer, armed with the sword of Gideon. Possibly this medal is Anabaptist. The Roman Catholic clergy are very fond of making Faustus Socinius the founder of Freemasonry. This, of course, is false, but Socinius seems to have established a secret society by which he spread his views in Poland. The second medal we have named is a Jubilee one of 1617, the obverse being precisely the same as that just described. On the reverse we find a beehive, the HB, YHYH, irradiated, a serpent twined round a cross, 3 other indistinct emblems, at the top Egyptus et Israel, at the bottom Anno Jubilee IOM. Around the border, in 2 lines is the legend Demschorn Ägyptischen Dienst aus wie Moises Goethaus VNS Gfertivs des Beist Finest Technu, also hat Martin Lutherus. The Jubilee date of 1617 is about the period when the Rosicrucian societies began to supersede the mystic schools mentioned in Chapter 6, of which, to a slight extent, this is a continuation. Although the clerical enemies of Masonry in France pointed out last century the bearing of all this upon the Masonic rites then practiced, it is not in the province of a Mason to do so. But those who have the Red Cross and its analogous grades will comprehend. We have alluded to the Haredim, which in France became the nucleus of the high grades, and the secret societies from which these latter drew some of their material. There is, however, another order, which the Romish Church associates with a secret discipline, and an enlightened purpose, which they suppose has been embodied in Freemasonry. We allude to the Order of the Temple. The Templar origin of Masonry, or at least one of its rites, was quite a cardinal doctrine abroad last century, and we have already given the facts leading to this view. Philip le Bel, before he undertook the suppression of the Templars in 1310, had, 2 years before this, interdicted the trade fraternities. 2 branches of the Templars escaped destruction, the one in Scotland the other in Portugal, and a third is mentioned in Hungary down to 1460. These would correspond with each other, and they could not feel any friendship for Rome. The difficulty of a widespread continuation would arise from the vigilance, after 1313, of the priesthood, but the order may have been continued in spirit under other names. And we must ask what became of the numerous bodies of artisans expelled by this action from the preceptories of the Templars. Stark in his reply to Dr. Beester 270 says, had he been somewhat better acquainted with ecclesiastical history he would have found, not only one, but several religious bodies which under far more violent oppression than those endured by the Knights Templar, have secretly continued to exist for a far longer period. In Scotland there was a strong leaven of Culdee opinion to preserve the Templars, and papal opinion was always more lightly considered by the independent Scot than his English neighbour. Hence Scotland preserved the name of the Templars even after the dissolution of the chivalric orders in that country in 1560. These knights were often addicted to Hermetic studies, and may have become amalgamated with some of these. Thorey points out, in writing of the times of Lord Bacon, what he calls the singular fact that here and there in works of the time are found allusions to the Templars, and that alchemical works have references to their Red Cross banner. Mere denial of some such connection does not admit of being loosely made, and Aberdeen had its share of support as a seat of Masonic Templary. Baron Hund inherited some such traditionary belief and sent emissaries to investigate the belief. When the lands of Mariculture were surrendered in 1548, the knights took up their residence in the city, where an old lodge existed which embraced the noble and gentle. And we find this lodge meeting in tents, or encampments under canvas, designated Outfield Lodge, or held in the Bay of Nig, where no one could see or hear, and hence believed to have included Templar rites. It is also alleged that certain Templars, before 1600, united with the ancient Stirling Lodge. For some time after the Reformation, the Orthodox party would seem to have recruited themselves secretly with the sanction of the Grand Master at Malta, and it is very probable that the same thing had place in England when James I was the Mason King, and the craft included men of learning and gentlemen. The first assimilation of chivalry and Freemasonry would arise within the domus or preceptory, amongst the artisans and lay brothers there employed. And when they were expelled together in the 16th century, there would be a desire amongst both parties to continue the connection, and still stronger amongst the Protestant parties. Gradually, in the course of a century, the temple began to be looked upon as a Masonic appanage, owing to the chief members belonging to both orders. Finally, in order to make the orders homogeneous, the craft and other degrees were treated as the necessary gradation by which to become a Templar. There was undoubtedly an ancient traditionary connection besides this, even if the Templars, as seems most probable, did not in the 12th and 13th centuries, introduce the rites of Freemasonry now practiced. We will now consider the participation of the Freemasons themselves in the aims of the old Hermetic schools of sons and masters. We must all admit that the builders of our ancient religious houses were men of great intelligence, who would seek to increase their knowledge from all available sources, and amongst these sources from the societies of alchemists and Rosicrucians, including astrologers and mathematicians. We have given instances in 1450 where Hermetic symbolism was identical with that of Freemasonry, but the Ordinal of Alchemy, compiled by Thomas Norton of Bristol, in the year of Christ, 1477, 83 pages of MS. Commences as follows. To the honor of God, one in persons three. This book is made that lie men shouldn't see. He undertakes, to teach by alchemy great riches to win, and enumerates the great personages who have worked in the mysteries of Hermes, popes, cardinals, bishops, priests, kings, lords, merchants. And adds. And goldsmiths whom we should lest reprieve. For sights in their craft move them to believe. He styles alchemy a noble craft, and says, page 2, in allusion to the Freemasons. But wonder is it that weavers deal with such work. Freemasons, and tanners, and poor peevish clerks. Stainers, and glacers will not thereof cease. And yet seely tinkers will put them in prease. He closes his instruction in the noble art thus. All that hath pleasure in this book to read. Pray for my soul, and for all both quick and dead. In this year of Christ, 1477. This worka was begun, honor to God in heaven. This participation may have gone on for centuries, and we may feel sure that it did. Various societies of Oriental origin then existed using symbols by which Masons would be attracted to them, and it is in evidence that the early Rosicrucians were initiated by the Moslem sectaries. In 1630 we find Flood, the chief of the Rosicrucians, using architectural language, and there is proof that his society was divided into degrees, and from the fact that the Masons' Company of London had a copy of the Masonic charges, presented by Mr. Flood, we may suppose he was a Freemason before 1620. From the language of Eugenius Philalethes or Thomas Vaughan we may assume that he also was a Mason. Sir Robert Moray and Elias Ashmole, who were received Masons in 1641 and 1646 respectively, were both of them diligent students of occult matters. And it is within the bounds of probability that the Rosicrucians may have organized a system of the craft degrees, upon which they superadded their own Heredom receptions long before Freemasonry passed to the Grand Lodge in 1717. The Wise Man's Crown, 1664, has the following: the late years of tyranny admitted stocking weavers, shoemakers, millers, masons, carpenters, bricklayers, gunsmiths, hatters, etc., to write and teach astrology. This latter society Ashmole terms the mathematicians. It held an annual festival, which was active in London in 1648 and again in 1682. Even Wren was, more or less, a student of Hermeticism, and if we had a full list of Freemasons and Rosicrucians we should probably be surprised at the numbers who belonged to both systems. It included a study of the Jewish Kabbalah, and a Dutch Jew was exhibiting a model of Solomon's Temple in 1675, and he would be likely to draw upon the Talmud and Kabbalah in his explanatory lectures. For the Kabbalah has a branch which possesses a semi-Masonic character in architectonic gematria, which refers to the construction of words from the numbers given in the Bible when describing the measurements of the temple. And the Ark of the Covenant, in relation to man himself. Brother W. W. Westcott, M.B., has translated a very curious passage entitled The Secrets of Initiation, by J. J. Casanova, born 1725, Father R.C. circa 1757, in which he says, "The secrets of initiation are by their very nature inviolable. For the frauder who knows them, can only have discovered them by himself. He has found them whilst frequenting well-instructed lodges, by observing, comparing and judging the doctrines and symbols. Rest assured then, that once he has arrived at this result, he will preserve it with the utmost care, and will not communicate it, even to those of his frauders in whom he has confidence. For since any frauder has been unable to discover the secret for himself, he would be equally unable to grasp their real meaning, if he received them only by word of mouth. There can be no reasonable doubt from the evidence of numerous degrees of high-grade Masonry, and their symbolism, that what we have here described has contributed to the development of the systems now worked. Though it must always be difficult to trace the development seriatim. These mystical societies had survived in various centers of Europe down to the period when craft Masonry underwent a revival, and such traditional and mystical ceremonies were revised in many cases to adapt them to a new basis in new rites. This is proved by identity of aims and emblems, but the system has such scant influence on the general work of the craft that few consider these things worthy of notice. And moreover their ancient value as a means of uniting the forces of sectarian brotherhoods, ceased to exist in their new form, with the general acceptance of freedom of conscience. The inquiry is of interest, but the secrecy of the old mystic societies will ever be an obstacle to full elucidation. Thus amongst Masons meeting together in lodge, there were members of other societies which had similar rights to themselves, and therefore every probability that one would influence the other. The modern historians, the word is used in its double sense, have always conceded scant justice to this section of Freemasonry, and it has been their effort to assign all degrees, above the three first, of which the Grand Lodge, at its start, adopted two, to a foreign origin. And although French and German systems were introduced into this country in the 18th century, the evidence goes to show that with our craft system went the nucleus of all the high grades which were carried from England as early as 1688 and afterwards manipulated abroad. There is far more probability for the continuous transmission of secret societies of mystics in this country than on foreign soil, and nothing is gained by the contention. We cannot be a party to the insinuations that truth is found only amongst English Masons, who are usually more ignorant than those abroad, nor concede an all-seeing infallibility to the conceited critic who imagines that he knows everything. In affinity with this subject of the high grades must further be noticed, in one section at least, the essentially Christian character of its ancient ritual. Thus in a printed catechism we find after a question of, how many lights? The farther question, what do they represent? A. The three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Q. How many pillars? A. 2, Jachin and Boaz. Q. What do they represent? A. A strength and stability of the Church in all ages. Q. Who is greater than a Freemason? A. He who was carried to the highest pinnacle of the Temple of Jerusalem. This Christian character is found, in its strength, in the Dumfries MS. From which we have had quotations, and was probably the system of such bodies as possessed the old Christian master's grade of Herodom Rosicrucianism. The earliest printed evidence of something beyond the then new speculative craft is a work by Robert Samber, written in 1721 under the nom de plume of Eugenius Philolethes, Jr., and which he dedicated to the Grand Lodge of London in 1722. And there is no doubt that much has passed out of existence that would have enlightened us upon the writer's views, inasmuch as he claims, as did the Carpocratian Gnostics, that Jesus established an esoteric doctrine which he communicated to his disciples, and the possibility of such views implies a much broader field to survey than most writers wish to concede. This preface of long livers clearly refers to certain high grades then known, and is written in the easiest of three keys used by the Hermetic societies, namely, the operative, philosophic, and religious. It bears entirely upon the latter, and has no reference to operative alchemy but uses the terms of this craft, after the mode of flood, to convey theosophic and Masonic truths. Almost whilst we write, Brother Edward Armitage has discovered in the Bodleian Library, Oxford, fragments of a ritualistic nature which bear upon the printed preface, and is admitted to be in the handwriting of Samber. It is the preparatory application of a Rosicrucian formula to something missing. It embraces a trial by water, in washing, of fire, in purification, of light, as a symbol carried to its extinguishment, of giving the coal and chalk. The cord, or girdle, binding the recipient to the brotherhood, the incense, the symbolism of knocking at a door, of entrance. And the oath, which is that of secrecy, extending even to the persons acting, and treats of the aspirant's duties in general. 271 as a preparation, which it says that it is, it may bear some relation to that which follows, as there is verbiage in common. In the preface of 1721, Samber alludes to the grades of the arcane discipline of the early Christians as comparable with Masonry to a spiritual cube, and he associates Masons spiritually with the three principles of the Hermetic adepts, namely, salt, sulfur, and mercury, and there are other comparisons which agree with three Masonic grades. He claims that in all time there was a brotherhood which preserved true religion, essentially what Dermot claims for the Royal Arch, and he goes on to demonstrate the doctrine of the unity, passing from Moses through the schools of the prophets and the rabbis. He has also three traders who correspond with the Cain, Achan, and Eni, Anas, of Herodom Rosicrucianism who slew the beauty of the world. He ends by making Christ the reorganizer of a Masonic brotherhood, and Holy Brother St. Paul is alluded to with a marked emphasis which shews that he had a Masonic theory respecting him. He thus leads us through the natural law exemplified in the craft, the Jewish law in the Arch or Red Cross, to the law of grace in Christian Masonry, for these things are fully implied though no such grades are alluded to by name. He says that he is addressing a higher class who are but few, and this is done in Hermetic language, which shows that he perfectly understood the mystic language of that body. He speaks of those who ought to be erased from the book M, which implies here Masonry, but remotely that mentioned in chapter 6. We are rather concerned in defending Samber against his critics of the last 20 years, who represent him as little better than an idiot. The fault is theirs, for they have eyes but see not. We will now follow with some extracts which shew that it was a well understood thing that there were certain degrees above the craft system. The learned Dar. Stukely states in his autobiography, 7 November 1722, the order of the book instituted, he terms it also Roman knighthood, and says, December 28, that he admitted to it Lords Hertford and Winchelsea. There is nothing to shew the nature of it, and it is not probable that it survived as a Masonic degree. Bro. R. F. Gould has stated, in one of his papers, that there is an advertisement in the Daily Mail of 1724 announcing that a new lodge is to be opened at St. Alban's Tavern for regulating the modern abuses which had crept into the fraternity, and all the old real Masons are invited to attend. It is evidently the beginning of the agitation which led to ancient Masonry, and the role of the Royal Arch. In the years 1724 and 1725 there appeared 2 editions of a pamphlet entitled Two Letters to a Friend, in which are allusions to Dr. Thomas Rawlinson, a leading Freemason, who left the craft some documents referring to this period. In this print it is stated that the brother styles himself RSS and Doctor of Laws, and he makes wonderful brags of being of the 5th order. The doctor pretends that he has found out a mysterious hocus-pocus word. That against whomsoever he, as a member of the 5th order, shall pronounce the terrible word the person shall instantly drop down dead. To whatever degree Rawlinson really belonged it is certain that the allusion is to the Jewish Tetragrammaton, and that the worthy doctor had been incautiously airing his knowledge of the essays of Reuchlin and Agrippa upon the Kabbalah and the Mirific word. There is no reason why the 5th order should not mean the 5th degree, which it is known the Arch was a little later. The nom de plume of the writer of the pamphlet is Verus Commodus, and he mentions that some of the Masons write themselves STP, after their names, which in his blatant fashion he tries to make a profanation of the Trinity. From this it may be inferred that a civil reference was not to be understood by him but that it represented something Masonic, and we know, later on in the century, that the Templar grade was abbreviated TP. Either as here, or with the crossed symbol, P with vertical extended below and crossed as a Greek cross, and is so found on the 1791 seal of Grand Conclave. The writer also says, they tell strange foppish stories of a tree that grew out of Hiram's tomb. In Ireland there seems an incipient reference to the Christian grades in the newspaper report of the installation at Dublin of Lord Ross as Grand Master, June 24, 1725. The representatives of 6 lodges of gentlemen Masons were present, and it is said, the brothers of one lodge wore fine badges painted full of crosses and squares, with this motto, Spes meo in Deo est, which was no doubt very significant. For the master of it wore a yellow jacket and blue breeches. 272 It was well known that the clothing refers to the brass handle and steel legs of a pair of compasses. The reporter also speaks of the mystical table being in form of a Mason's square. There is a burlesque advertisement of the tailors, December 24, 1725, which accuses their whimsical kinsmen of the hod and trowel, with having changed their day of meeting and patron, on new light received from some worthy Rosicrucians. On the December 31, 1728, Brother Edward Oakley delivered an address at London, in which he quotes largely from Samber's preface to Long Livers, so that it must have had some Masonic importance given to it, and its references understood. Also, in 1729, Ephraim Chambers mentions in his Cyclopedia that there are certain Freemasons who have all the characters of Rosicrucians, or as retainers to the art of building. There is a still more precise statement signed A.Z. in the Daily Journal of 5th September 1730, from which we extract a small portion. It must be confessed that there is a society abroad, from which the English Freemasons have copied a few ceremonies, and take pains to persuade the world, that they are derived from them. These are called Rosicrucians from their prime officers, such as our brethren call Grand Masters, Wardens, etc., being distinguished on their high days by red crosses. The Gentleman's Magazine, April 1737, contains a long attack upon Masonry signed Jachin, in which he says, they make no scruple to acknowledge that there is a distinction between prentices and master masons. And who knows whether they have not a higher order of Kabbalists who keep the grand secret of all entirely to themselves. It looks very like an intimation of the Royal Arch degree. All this points out that prior even to 1717 the mixed lodges possessed a higher section, whether known to the Grand Lodge or not, which could be spoken of in Rosicrucian jargon. Thus raising the question whether there was not then a Freemasonry that had been passing as Rosicrucian during the previous century. Even the chapter of Claremont, a Templar system, asserted that the system of Solomon contained 7 degrees, and other books asserted that they had received a 7-degree system from the very heart of Albion, the sanctuary of the high degrees. One of the earliest bodies of which we know something was the following. The Gormagons. It is possible that the Gormagons had some relations with the Jacobite lodges of Herodom, as they used pseudonyms like the latter, and were equally attached to the Stuarts. Pritchard, who wrote in 1730, hints that they had pre-1717 or ancient Masons in their ranks. Particulars of the body is found in the 1724 pamphlet entitled Two Letters to a Friend, from which it appears that they had an emissary at Rome, and Samber, the author of Long Livers, is identifiable under the designation of a renegade papist. Ramsay was with the Pretender at Rome in 1724, and the Duke of Wharton, Pgm. of England, is evidently alluded to as a peer who had suffered himself to be degraded by having his apron burnt in order that he might join the Gormagons, was with the Pretender at Parma in 1728. And had received the title of Duke of Northumberland from him about 14 years previously. They had a secret reception in cipher of their own, and Claus considers, no doubt rightly, that in their jargon, China meant Rome. Brother R.F. Gould has been at great pains to disentangle the history of the Gormagons, and has made it clear that not only was Wharton a member, but probably founded the society on an older Jacobite plan. And he shows that the dates of its activity synchronizes with the events of Wharton's life, and the lampoon may very probably be Wharton's own composition, in which case it throws added light upon the matter in reference to Dr. Rawlinson. The two unhappy busy persons, who obtained their idle notions about Adam, Solomon, and Hiram being craftsmen, and who abused a venerable old gentlewoman under the pretense of making her a European Hiramite, is interpreted to signify Anderson and Desaguliers in the new constitution. Whilst the venerable old gentlewoman is the old operative charges. The whole satire was embodied by William Hogarth in a plate designated The Mystery of Masonry Brought to Light by Ye Gormagons, which went through 3 editions, the last about 1742. In this plate the old woman upon an ass who is about to be saluted by a man with his head in a ladder is thus explicable. As to Duke Philip, his father Thomas was somewhat to blame. Dr. Johnston flings the most opprobrious epithets at him. The Northern Herodom. This degree was at one time very popular in the county of Durham, and may be supposed to be a part of the work of the Gateshead body to whom the Count Bishop granted a charter in 1681. Bro, F.F. Schnidger was well acquainted with the last surviving Herod Bro, R. Reed, a DPGM. of the Mark, who received the degree from his father at Gateshead, where his grandfather also conferred it, and he had been received in the lodge in youth as an apprentice, and it is said that the lodge possessed his operative indentures. Bro. Reed made over all his privileges, free from Herodom, to the Newcastle high grades. Bro. Robert Whitfield first mentioned the Swalwell minutes of the degree in the Freemason of 11th Dec. 1880, and says that the lodges claimed important privileges from former ages, the appointment of the PGM, and the wearing of hats at the PGL meetings. The first mention of it, if it can be called so, is the quotation by Bro. Joseph Laycock, who brought the Swalwell, and the Gateshead lodges under the GL in 1735, and was appointed PG Master of the Company of Durham in that year. On these occasions he gave a quotation, in an oration he then made, and which is printed in the Book M, or Masonry Triumphant, in 1736 at Newcastle. He terms these bold verses, and they are yet a part of the 4th section of the Jacobite Herodom Rosicrucianism. The next reference is a minute of the Swalwell Lodge as follows, July 1, 1746. Enacted at a Grand Lodge, held this evening that no brother Mason shall be admitted into the dignity of a Herodium under less than a charge of 2s. 6d, or as Damascene or foreign as John Thompson of Gateside paid at the same night 5s. Memorandum, Herodiums to pay for making in that order only 1s. 6d, 8 names follow and 9th line closes. Paid 2s 6d. English, William Ogden. N.B. The English masters to pay for entering into the said mastership 2s. 6d, per majority. Of course the English masters refers to the Master Mason of the Grand Lodge of London, introduced by Laycock, and as they style themselves a Grand Lodge, and as the name of Joseph Laycock does not appear as a Herod at any time. It seems very clear that the object was a semi-rebellion of the old operative Masons against the innovations of 1735. A man who spells Heredim as Herodium may be excused for spelling Domatic as Damascen, but Bro. Schnitger seems to think it may mean Damascus. The lodge was mostly composed of the men employed at Cowley's foundry, and he brought over from Zollingen, steel workers who claimed that they had inherited their method of working the metal from Damascus. As the Markgrave had brought instructions thence in the time of the Crusades. The ceremonial was a system of secret receptions and points, similar to the Jacobite Heredim Rosicross to which we will shortly refer. They were the custodians of the ritual of all Masonry, which was what Oliver invariably termed the Old York ritual, and which certainly contains Heredim points, and no doubt York at one time had the ceremony. The two Trollops who were part of the Gateshead Foundation of 1681 were stonemasons of the city of York. Its position in Masonry is precisely that which we have described as past masters, in the old pre-1717 London Guild. In operative times the ritual, of which they claimed to have been the custodians, was doubtless the yearly drama. It is the key to all York Masonry after 1725, and begins with the 7th degree and goes down even to the apprentice. They had oversight of all the lodges of their jurisdiction, there were 9 of them, and they travelled in groups of 3 to punish irregularities, and reconcile differences. At receptions there were to be 9 present, but 6 and 3 candidates would suffice in emergencies. At Sunderland Bro. Hudson states that the Heredim was conferred from the first establishment of the Phoenix Lodge, and that between 1755 and 1811 they received 150 members. In 1787 Markham passed the bridge, and a month later was made a Royal Archmason. Bro. Logan has shown that Palatine Lodge, 97, had the Heredim. In each case members visited from neighboring towns. Heredim Rosicross. This was a London version, clearly of Jacobite derivation, which in 1743 claimed a time immemorial origin. We would suggest that it might have been carried to France from the north by Derwentwater who belonged to this part of the country. It is clearly the grade which Baron Scheffer had from him, in 2 sections, when he gave him authority to establish lodges in Sweden November 25, 1737. Ramsay in his speech of 1737 alludes to the old arcane discipline of the Alexandrian Church when he says, "We have amongst us 3 classes of confreres, the novice or apprentice, the companion or professed, the master or the perfected. We explain to the first the moral virtues, to the second the heroic virtues, and to the last the Christian virtues. The 4th quality is a taste for the useful sciences and the liberal arts." Religious discords caused us to change and to disguise, and to suppress, some of our rites and usages, which were opposed to the prejudices of the times. He also alludes to the Jews working with the sword in one hand and the trowel in the other, which are the lines quoted by Laycock in 1735. Dean Swift must have had some knowledge of this, and he was acquainted with Ramsay in 1728. And he thus writes in 1731, "The famous old lodge of Kilwinning, of which all the kings of Scotland have been, from time to time, grand masters without interruption," and he speaks of the adornment of ancient Jewish and pagan masonry, with many religious and Christian rites, by the Knights of St. John and of Malta. It is quite possible that Scotland may have had the rite of Heredim Rosicross at an early date. There is a curious passage in the Muses Threnody, a metrical account of Perth, published in 1638 for Henry Adamson, M.A. The extract may mean much or little in the argument, according to the idea in the mind of the student, for he says, 273. "For we be brethren of the Rosy Cross. We have the Mason's word and second sight." The claim is made for this metrical system of lectures that it is of Culdee origin, and had Colmcille for its birthplace. The following list of London chapters has been carefully preserved at Edinburgh, and does not come down later than 1744. 1. Grand Lodge at the Thistle and Crown in Chandos Street. Immemorial. 2. Grand Chapter. 3. Coach and Horses in Welbeck St. Immemorial. 4. Blue Boar S Head, Exeter St.
5. Golden Horse Shoe, Cannon Street, Southwark, December 11, 1743. 6. The Griffin, Deptford, in Kent, December 20, 1744. In 1750 there is a petition of Sir William Mitchell, FDLTY to Sir Robert RLF, Provincial Grand Master of the most ancient and honourable order of the HRDM of KLWNNG in South Britain, Sir Henry Brumont, FRDM, Deputy Grand Master. Sir William PRPRTN, and Sir Richard, TCTY Grand Wardens, and the rest of the Right Worshipful Grand Officers of the said orders. It is said that the Grand Master had held his office since 1741, so that is probably the date when the Right was reconstituted as here given. A charter was granted to The Hague in 1751, and this was carried to Edinburgh in 1763, since which period the Right has handed down the lectures intact. It is likely however that some revision may have been made about 1740 say in the last section and the title. It has since 1767 been termed the Royal Order of Scotland. In 1786 they chartered a body at Rouen, when an interesting correspondence ensued between W.M. Mason the Grand Deputy Master, and Murdoch the Grand Secretary, in which the latter speaks of the dormancy of the order for some time in Scotland, in a light that scarcely agrees with the facts of the case. Rebold says that the ceremonies of the Royal Order were revived on the formation of the Grand Lodge of St. John S. Masonry the mastership of the Jacobite Lodge Canongate Kilwinning, and it is a fact that in 1735 that lodge had, as is proved by the minutes, Master's Lodge, quite distinct from the craft, and which in its work and organization was identical with the London Lodge, No. 115, designated in 1733 a Scots Mason's Lodge, and Brother John Lane holds that this was identical in constitution with certain lodges established as Master Mason's Lodges, conferring that degree only of the English ritual. That therefore the so-called Scots Lodges differed only in this that their members were Scottish men. But though this be so it is no proof that the rituals were the same, and it may well be that the actual Scots Lodges had a special ceremony such as the Mastership of Herodom. It is probable therefore that there is truth in Rebold's statement that the Canongate Kilwinning Lodge, which was a Jacobite lodge, was the Christian Herodom which expired, as the Scotch Rite contends with the ruin which befell that political sect. Thory who was Athersata, or most wise, of the French branch in 1807 makes the Mason of Hirdom, the Knight of the Tower, and the Rosy Cross to correspond. As they clearly do, with the degrees of Scotch Master, Knight of the East. And the Prince Rose Croix, the fourth and last step termed the Sanhedrin he considers, the figurative banquet of the Paschal Lamb, we rather consider it was converted into the Templar Kadosh. Red and Rosy Cross. In the absence of any old minutes of these two degrees, it may perhaps be thought idle to express an opinion that they may have had an existence amongst Hermetic Masons long prior to the establishment of modern Freemasonry. Ramsay told to Gussaw, when occasionally visiting him at Paris in 1741, that General Monk had used the lodges as meetings at which to promote the return of Charles II. Gussaw's diary passed into the keeping of the Prince of Rus, and it is held that at this period it was sought to further ally the Hermetic associations of London with the craft for the same purpose. There is this further to be said on the matter at the quaint old rhyming ritual of Hirdom Rosy Cross would seem to be a system of lectures referring to these two degrees, which constituted with the craft a rite of themselves. The only qualification for the Rosy Cross being the Red Cross, sometimes termed the mysterious Red Cross of Babylon. When Herodom Rosy Cross was carried to France by the followers of James II. The title was translated into Rose Croix of Hirdom, and the Red Cross was designated Knight of the East, and in 1744, Knight of the Sword, whilst the Rosy Cross is the Rose Croix. In the Red Cross there are 3 points, namely, 1. The obligation of the 3 sojourners, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who have escaped the fiery furnace of affliction. 2. The Arch-Chapter of Jerusalem, which includes the passing of the bridge on the way to and from Darius. 3. The council of the Persian monarch. There are many points in the degree which have reference to the Herodom lectures, such as passing the bridge, the dungeon of the tower,
the Journey of Zerubbabel, and the essays on the respective strength of wine, women, and the king, when truth is said to be mighty above all things. Would that it applied to Masonry and Masons. There is one curious thing in this portion, in which it is said that the Lord will provide a victim, and it probably alludes to the ancient guild rite of a human sacrifice. Whilst the Red Cross is a mystery of the Second Temple added to that of Solomon, the Rosy Cross of Herodium is the erection of a spiritual temple not made with hands, the mystery of the ancient Gnostics, God with us, in the bodily temple. There is an ancient alphabet given in Barrett's Magus called Passing the River, having much similarity to Mason's marks, which may be allied with Passing of the Bridge. It is, to say the least, somewhat singular that so favored a symbol, in all time, as the rose has been, in both religious and civil architecture, should have been neglected by the modern Freemasons. And proves that it must have lost much of its symbolism. We have mentioned that Bishop Theodoratus connects mystically Ros with the rose, which was a Gnostic emblem of the Savior. And applies equally to the arcane discipline and the rosy cross ros, or dew, implying regeneration, and the rose the thing regenerated. Shall I say it? The writer has seen an old rosy cross ritual, where the Athanasian fable that a drop of blood from the slain god, sprang up a rose, is applied to the Christian Savior. In Egypt the rose was consecrated to Isis or Mother Nature, and Apuleius fables himself as drawn from brute nature, or an ass, by eating roses. Chaucer translated the Romance of the Rose, wherein a pilgrim is represented as going in search of roses. We have mentioned the girdles of the Guild Mason, John Cadaby, of Beverley. A much worn one contains the letters J and B, whilst another is embroidered with roses, in the manner of modern Rose Croix clothing. The arms of William of Wykeham were two carpenters, couples between three roses. The emblem was often carved in the center of the ceilings of mansions to symbolize that what passed at the table was under the rose. One other example we will mention, the chapter house of York Minster, which is octagonal, and therefore based on the eight-pointed cross of the temple, has upon the lintel of the entrance door the following Latin couplet, which, though it looks modern, is said to be ancient, but renewed when necessary. Ut rosa flos florum. Sic est domus ista demorum. As the rose is the flower of flowers, so this house is the house of houses. Under the name of Macon's Icossois, Herodium, the Parfait Macon, 1743, gives the degree of Knight of the Sword, or of the East, our Red Cross, as of the time of Darius and Zerubbabel, but in 1766, le plus secrets de Haut's grades. Omits Darius and adopts Cyrus, and terms the degree a military ceremony, which goes to prove that the army was employed to spread these degrees. Out of these two versions arose the Royal Arch, and other degrees. The fourth point of Herodium Rosy Cross was made Scottish by claiming Bruce as founder of it as a knighthood, but Gould has shown that in ancient times, in the primitive guilds of Paris, the masters and wardens were esquires. And the provosts, are herods, chevaliers. They also elected a chief who had the title of prince or king. Holy Royal Arch, Knight Templar, priest. This rite is that of the ancient Masons of York and London. Yet although we have information that in or about 1740, it was known in London, Dublin, York, Stirling, very little that is reliable has appeared to show its actual origin. It is usually held that it originated with the dissident ancients. Yet as there was no ancient Grand Lodge at the time when it had some prominence, it could only have been established by the numerous lodges of Masons which then existed, and which did not recognize the Grand Lodge of London. When Rawlinson brags of a fifth order in 1724, it is just possible he may have belonged to such degree, whether then termed the Red Cross or the Royal Arch. Only one thing is historically certain: sometime between 1723 and 1740 there were ancient pre-1717 Guild Masons, who were dissatisfied with the digestive faculties of Anderson and Desaguliers, and made up their minds to restore to modern Masonry some part of what it had lost. There are so many features in common between the Red Cross of Babylon and the modern Royal Arch degree, that we are quite safe in assuming that there was a primitive ritual from which both were evolved. And we can easily prove what that primitive ritual was. The term Red Cross seems to be far the most appropriate name for the degree, and for this reason that the term Royal Arch refers to a special guild which members of this degree are not, they are essentially craft masons. Both York and Dermot practiced the Templar degree, but it seems never to have assumed the rank of Masonry, but was occasionally, in all parts, at times, conferred on non-Masons, whilst the priest was essentially a Protestant ceremonial. The Arch. We have previously alluded to the ancient drama, or annual commemorative ceremonies, of the primitive guilds. We have also mentioned that in laying the foundation stone of the Temple of Solomon, a vault was constructed 1 reed, or 6 cubits, below the floor, where, over the center, was erected a pedestal, in which were the plans and a scroll with the first lines of Genesis. This foundation is laid on the 5-point method, and the instant the center is fixed it is guarded by 4 men armed with swords in one hand and building tools in the other. When the fugitives returned from Babylon the center of Solomon had to be found, and the laborers were set to find the vault and report to the duly passed masters who had to report to the 3 grand masters. The vault being found, 3 past masters descended and brought away the plans and the scroll which every modern archman brings away also. Nor did these revisers end here. They could not understand why modern Masons had only 1 Grand Master, whilst the guilds had 3, and they therefore gave the 3 principals all the attributes of the original builders of the first temple. These held as their attributes 3 rods by which to form a square building, or oblong as the 3-to-1 temple. The arch principals instead of rods have scepters. The private receptions of these principals, and their secrets, are all but identical with those possessed by the representatives of SKJ, HKT, and HAB. Masons are so utterly careless about historical truth, that we might safely have left them to puzzle out the origin of the arch degree for themselves, but what we have written, we have written. There is no doubt that the old Northern Haredim gave much of this information owing to their having been of operative origin before they joined the Grand Lodge of London. The author of The Illustrations of Masonry, William Preston, who was sometimes a modern and sometimes an ancient, reorganized the system of the lectures in 1786 under the designation of the Grand Chapter of Haredim, and established them in London January 4, 1787. He claims that it is of ancient date in different parts of Europe. The mysteries are peculiar to the institution, and the lectures of a chapter include every branch of the Masonic system. The rulers were a general director and a grand herod, of which Haredim is the plural. The members were divided into clause holders, sectionists, and lecturers. Thus the 5 first sections would carry a member to the Royal Arch, and 4 more sections conducted to the Ne plus ultra, in a total of 81 points. The Arch of the Ancients represents the Sanhedrin, composed of 72 members, as a supreme court of judicature amongst the ancient Jews, so also does the Red Cross, Knight of the Sword, and Prince of Jerusalem. Hence it is supposed to have a standing superior to that of a Grand Lodge which has irregularly usurped its functions. Although the ritual has undergone many changes, since none of its tinkers seem to have understood what it was, there is no doubt that it had developed into a stately reception before the year 1750. Brother A. J. Cooper Oakley has gone so far as to suggest a more ancient origin for the arch pedestal than any previous writer, namely, that it is the yentram or symbol of the Temple of Jehovah. For the temple of every Hindu deity is bound to have a yentram composed of a geometrical or monogrammatic emblem upon which the god is placed. An old catechism printed in 1723 asks the question, whence comes the pattern of an arch, and the answer is, from the rainbow. Another printed catechism of 1730 but grounded on the modern system of 1717, speaks of a word, which was lost, is now found, and there are French tracing boards of the craft for 1743, which contain the word, Jehovah. And the rituals of that period say that a word was substituted out of fear lest Hiram should have been induced to reveal the genuine one. We must bear in mind that the work of the Grand Lodge was not that of the Herods, though Anderson's Constitutions of 1723 has the representation of an arch. Oliver in his Discrepancies embodies the excellent authority of the late Peter Gilkes that the lost secrets of the moderns, for the guild had no lost secrets, were anciently given to the newly received master after an interval of 15 days. And the old French ritual, before quoted, gives them at the close of the ceremony. There is a symbolism at York and Stirling which seems to make the arch and the rainbow synonymous. The minutes of Dermot's Grand Lodge in 1752 mentions the absurdities of Dr. Mackey, of London, one of the leg of mutton masons, so called because they made masons for that useful joint, who gave a long story about 12 marble stones, and that the rainbow was the royal arch. Yet Oliver in confirmation of this quotes an old Masonic work, in which the royal arch is carried up from the building of the second temple to Moses, Aholiab, and Bezaleel, and from thence to the altar and sacrifice of Noah. Under the rainbow as an arch, and with the altar as a pedestal, thence to the expulsion of our first parents from the Garden of Eden. 274 Similar matter is referred to in the Old York Lectures, and its second degree has a legend of 12 stones erected in the River Jordan. Dr. Crawley thinks that an incipient form of the arch degree can be traced in Anderson's Constitutions of 1723-275 and that this is hinted at in two parts of the ceremony of installation of Master, sanctioned by the Duke of Wharton in 1722. Where he speaks of the cement of the Brotherhood, and of the cement of the Lodge, when the well-built arch was formed, and the word may have been then given. It is a very plausible theory and the only thing against it is that the oldest rituals we have give no hint of it. The arch degree, by written evidence, first consisted of 3 steps or veils, entitled the Excellent, Super Excellent, and the Royal Arch itself. In the Impartial Inquiry of Dr. De Signy, printed at Dublin in 1744, he makes allusions to the arch degree as composed of a body of men who had passed the chair of Master. And alludes to some propagator of degrees in Dublin who claimed to have the York system a few years before, 1744. And that his want of knowledge was exposed by some brother who was acquainted with the Royal Arch degree as it was practiced in London, which is, prima facie, evidence that it was widely spread. He adds in a note, I am told in that city, York, is held an assembly of Master Masons, under the title of Royal Arch Masons, who as their qualifications and excellencies are superior to others, they receive a larger pay than working masons. Of which more hereafter. This seems to allude to an operative arch guild at York, as it is doing violence to his language to read it that whilst the craft was the initiation of working masons, the arch was intended for initiates and rulers of a higher standing. At the General Assembly on St. John's Day, there may have been practiced ceremonies of which we are allowed to have no written knowledge, and which may have been discontinued in the sleep into which it fell between 1740 and 1760. Their old lectures ask the question, who amongst Masons are entitled to knowledge? A. Those who are justly considered free and accepted, and have been exalted to the Royal Arch degree, and knighted in a Masonic encampment. D. Assigny goes on to say that there had lately arrived in Dublin some itinerant Mason, evidently a different person to those he had mentioned, who offered to add 3 more degrees to the craft, of some italic order. And he warns his brethren against foreign schemers. When Lord Sandwich asked a definition of orthodoxy from Bishop Warburton, the latter wittily replied, well, my lord, orthodoxy is my doxy, but heterodoxy is another man's doxy. Hence we need not worship D. Assigny's doxy. What we learn from his remarks is that about 1740 there had entered Dublin 2 systems of working the arch, one of York, and a London one which D. Assigny favoured, and that these were, in some respects, opposed to each other. The 3 grades of an italic system may have been Claremont Templary, Jacobite and Romish. For some 15 or 20 years the Grand Lodge of all England at York was dormant, but was revived in 1762 by one of its old Grand Masters. Francis Drake, Jacobite in his leanings. The Grand Lodge formally recognized the arch, and there are minutes which show that in 1778 the Templar was a ceremony equally recognized. It would seem, however, that the officers named, February 7, 1762, are H.C.J. So that the arch degree related to the Second Temple as with Dermot, but that in 1776 it referred to Solomon's Temple, and would therefore be the Arch of Enoch. And Oliver says that he saw an old ritual of 1778 in which this ceremony appears as introductory to the Arch of the Second Temple, And that after his own exaltation in 1813 he saw another ritual in which the portion relating to Enoch's arch was struck out. At a later period, however, the officers are those of the Second Temple as in Dermot's system. The actual earliest mention of the Royal Arch in print is at Youghal in 1743, where there was a procession of Lodge 21, with display. Amongst these particulars we have, fourthly, the Royal Arch, carried by two excellent masons. 276. If these grades were given at York before 1740, it is curious to note that degrees, or systems, called Scotch Masters, are alluded to in minutes. Thus in Royal Cumberland Lodge, 41, Bath, appears the following: January 8, 1746, brothers Thomas Naish and John Berga were this day made Scotch Masters, and paid for making twos. 6d. 5 others were received 27th Nov, 1754. In the minutes of the Salisbury Lodge, October 19, 1746, we find this: at this lodge were made Scots Masons, 5 brethren of the lodge, one of them being the W.M. The Lodge of Longnor, Company. Derby. Claim that they received the method of the secrets from the rebel army whilst in Derby. Claus quotes J. F. Pollitt as saying, April 25, 1763, that the Scots degree was the same as that known as the Royal Arch of France. Where it dates from the raising of the Scottish regiment Ogilvy in 1746, and he gives the clothing as green and red, which is that of the Red Cross, and the two, crossed. Of Herodom Rosy Cross. This would render it probable that Scots in England went with the rebellion of 1745. The old Scottish minute books show initiations of military men, many of whom joined James II. And established these degrees in the army and on the continent. Lawrence Dermot, to whose labours London was indebted for the establishment of the Grand Lodge of the Ancients, who termed themselves York Masons also, had no doubt received the London version of the Royal Arch in Dublin apparently in 1746. In his A Hymen Reason of 1764 is a note, not found in any earlier or later edition 277 in reference to the arms, quarterly, a lion, ox, man, and eagle, which he says were found in the collection of the architect and brother, Rabbi Jacob Jehuda Leon, who had constructed in 1641 a model of Solomon's Temple, for the States of Holland, which he exhibited in Paris, Vienna, and in London under the Great Seal and the signature of Killigrew. At the same time Leon published a description of his labors entitled, A Relation of the Most Memorable Things in the Tabernacle of Moses, and the Temple of Solomon, 1675, and dedicated it to King Charles II. And Dermot adds that in 1759 and 1760 he had examined and perused such curiosities, and he concludes, as these were the arms of the Masons who had built the tabernacle and temple. There is not the least doubt of their being the proper arms of the most ancient and honorable fraternity of free and accepted Masons, and the continual practice and formalities, and tradition, in all regular lodges. From the lowest degree to the most high, i.e., the Holy Royal Arch, confirms the practice thereof. Dermot in his Constitutions seems to follow the lines indicated by Samber in 1721, and he informs us that the arch degree possessed, circa 1740, the peculiar square alphabet, which he says that he had known for over 30 years. A similar alphabet was in use amongst the occultists, who termed it the Aik Bikar, or Kabbalah of 9 chambers. It is found in Barrett's Magus, and when dissected gives an alphabet of 9 characters increased to 27 by adding to the first series 1 and 2 dots respectively. Trithemius, the friend of Cornelius Agrippa, is known to have possessed it. In reference to Dermot's claim to the arms used by Rabbi Leon, it is easy to prove that they were not used by craft lodges, unless it might have been by some unknown speculative branch. All the ancient guild MSS, which add arms, use those granted to the London Company of Masons in 1472, or a variation of them. Randall Holm gives these in his Academy of Armory, with triple towers, according to the original grant, but he adds as supporters, which are not in the grant, 2 pillars of the Corinthian order, or gold. But we cannot hastily dismiss Dermot's contention, for Leon's arms of the Masons were used by the Grand Chapter of York, and Bro. W. H. Rylands possesses an old panel brought from St. Albans, of date circa 1675–80, which gives these arms over the interlaced square, level, and plumb of the Masons. There are moreover Rosicrucian and Kabbalistic works which treat of these symbols, and it is probable, as they represent the banners of the four leading Hebrew tribes, that Leon might derive them from the Kabbalah or Talmud. Or he might have been a member of the ancient Jewish guild. In Masonry, peculiar systems are taken up by small bodies, then die out, to be revived in another part of the country. The Book of Raziel, alluded to by Cornelius Agrippa in his book on Magic, affords evidence of the signs used in the arch degree, and the exegogue of the Jew Ezekiel, written, so Wharton thinks, after the destruction of Jerusalem, and translated into Latin by Fr. Morellus at Paris in 1580, gives details which have reference to the signs of the veils, omitted from the modern ceremony, but which gave the titles of excellent and super-excellent. Clemens and Eusebius give portions of the drama, so its great antiquity is unquestionable. The following seems to have been the general practice before the modern revision: Masons under the G.L. of the ancients prefaced the arch ceremony by the Messical veils, those under the G.L. of the moderns prefaced it with the Arch of Enoch. France at the same period had a degree said to refer to the time of Vespasian which they termed the Royal Arch of York. A London lodge of 1754 practiced degrees to which the ordinary Mason was not admitted. Dermot terms it ancient Masonry held every third lodge night, on account of extraordinary benefits its members had received abroad. The lodge met at the Ben Jonson's Head in Spitalfields, and Grand Lodge censured them. Moderns, however, became members of both the Royal Arch and Templar, but without the sanction of their Grand Lodge. They sought and obtained from Lord Blaney, July 22, 1767, a Charter of Institution and Protection, formulated a Charter of Compact in 1778, and printed an Abstract of Laws for the Society of Royal Arch Masons in London, 1778. And followed by a second edition in 1782. Bristol had a lodge founded in 1757 and erased in 1769, in which the arch degree was worked. A charter was granted in 1769 to Manchester under the title of the Euphrates Lodge, or Chapter of the Garden of Eden, No. 2. The writer tried to save it from erasure in 1854, but the old members were indifferent to its fate. At Bristol on August 7, 1758. Bro. Henry Wright gave a crafts lecture, and on the 13th of the same month, brothers Gordon and John Thompson were raised to the degree of Royal Arch Masons. On the 31st of the same month, brother Peter Fuchs requested to be raised to the degree of Royal Arch and accepted, and this was done on the 3rd Sept. 1758, along with two others, and a lecture on the degree was given by brother James Barnes. The minutes are headed A Royal Arch Lodge, 278, and there are other receptions down to 1759. From recent discoveries it appears that brother Thos. Dunkerley, a scion of royalty on the wrong side of the blanket, was exalted to the Royal Arch degree at Portsmouth in 1754, as he states in a letter of January 14, 1792. Bro. Alexer. Howell discovered at Portsmouth, in recent years, an old minute book in cipher of the Chapter of Friendship, No. 3, chartered August 11, 1769. We read, 1st Sept. 1769, the Bro. G.M. Thomas Dunkerley broke the warrant of the chapter, and having lately received the mark, he made the Brie and Mark Masons and Mark Masters, and each chose their mark, and he also told us of this man are of writing which is to be used in the degree, which we may give to others, so that they be F.C. for Mark Masons, and Master M. for Mark Masters. In Navarre. 1770, the degrees of excellent and super-excellent Masons are mentioned, to pay tens for 2 steps and 2 guineas for the arch as before. In October 1778, the term companion is used, and Dunkerley gives the chapter permission to make Knights Templars. In 1769 the arch was known at Darlington, Company of Durham, as the Hierarchical Lodge. And Lodge 124, Durham possessed the mark as we read 21st Dec. 1773, Brother Barwick was also made a marked Mason, and Bro. James McKinley raised to the degree of a Master Mason, and also made a Mark Mason, and paid accordingly. In Scotland the mark was usually recognized by the Arch Authority, and Stirling has a very old chapter named the Stirling Rock Chapter, which possesses 2 old and rudely engraved brass plates which alludes to the Red Cross or Ark. The chapter has been admitted to date from 1743, and they had minutes from that period, but we will allude to this when we reach the Templar. At Dumfries some interesting matter has been discovered by Bro. James Smith. The register of passings to the Royal Arch degree begin in 1756, with a form of certificate after a minute of passing the chair, and the sublime degrees of Excellent, Super Excellent, and Royal Arch Mason of the October 8, 1770. In which the degree of Mark Mason is mentioned. 279 There was also a Royal Arch chapter at Montrose in 1765. In the Pocket Companion of Joseph Galbraith, printed at Glasgow in 1765, is a song of which a verse follows. It also contains a letter on the Acts of the Associated Synod, which first appeared in the Edinburgh Magazine for October, 1757, under the signature of R.A. Mtl. Eden. October 25, 1757. The chapter mentioned in this verse would be the Enoch. May every loving brother employ his thoughts, and search how to improve, in peace and love, the Glasgow Royal Arch. A Glasgow Templar was remade in the Manchester Royal Encampment in 1786, the year chartered by the GL of All E at York. 280 There are minutes at Banff, 1765-78, of the Arch and of the Mark, when the 2 steps of the latter were conferred on F. C. and M. The Scone and Perth Lodge, which claims our British Solomon, James I, of England, as one of its members, had these degrees, as we learn from the minutes of the Edinburgh chapter, No. 1, 2nd Dec. 1778, when they were conferred on members of the St. Stephen S. Lodge. Certain brethren were made past masters, and 4th Dec. 1778, the officers received Ex and Sup. Ex Mason, Arch and Royal Arch Masons, and lastly Knights of Malta. 281. In Ireland it has hitherto been difficult to obtain information as to lodge work, but we have already mentioned allusions to it, in Dublin, circa 1740, and elsewhere 4 years later. It was generally worked under the Craft Charter, as was equally the case, under authorization of Dermot's GL, from 1751. The Red Cross was required, but it has now been divided into 3 sections since they accepted the Scottish Rite of 33 degrees, and they profess to claim it from the 1515 Order of KT of the Sword of Gustavus Vasa. In America the Arch degree was practiced early. At Virginia, USA, there is a record that, December 22, 1753, Royal Arch Lodge was held, when 3 brethren were raised to the degree of Royal Arch Mason. Philadelphia has had a chapter since 1758. At Boston, USA, the St. Andrews has a minute that William Davies was made by receiving the 4 steps, that of an Excelt, Sup, Excelt, Royal Arch, and KT. Templar, and it is afterward said these are the 4 steps of a Royal Arch Mason. 282 Brother Benjamin Dean, past GD, Master of Templars, has lithographed a certificate which says that, first oct. 1783, a brother was, past, been raised to the sublime degrees of an Excellent, Super Excellent, Royal Arch Mason, Red Cross, Knight Templar. Bro. G. W. Bain, of Sunderland, has printed the copy of a certificate issued by the Dominica Lodge, No. 229, of the Ancients. It was given by the High Priest of an Arch chapter, 22nd Dec. 1785, and records that John Lucas was appointed to constitute the lodge and proved himself past master in the chair, grand alarm, signs and summons, arc, excellent, and super excellent, arch, and royal arch. Super excellent Mason in the Royal Art. A Sir Knight of the Red Cross. 283. These notices might have been very greatly extended from English minutes of bodies that worked these degrees under craft warrants, but we have said enough to show the nature of the system, which had not, one, central organization. The ancient Masons of the 1751 Grand Lodge of London, printed Royal Arch Regulations in 1771, which they again revised in 1789 and 1791. The members frequenting the modern body of 1717, issued a third edition in 1796, and a fourth in 1807. There is a peculiar duplication of rites, alluded to in these last pages, which we may point out before proceeding further. We have two separate and distinct rites as follows. 1. Craft Masonry in 3 degrees. 2. 1. Craft Masonry in 3 degrees. 2. Red Cross, Passage of the Bridge. 2. Royal Arch, Enoch etc. 3. Rosy Cross, Herodim, etc. 3. Templar. If to the first we add the Kadosh, and to the second the Templar priest, we have, including the required past master, a double rite each of 7 degrees, practically distinct, yet all through identical in ceremony, or almost so. And yet no evidence that either rite is derived from the other. Templar priest. All the Templar bodies of the 18th century in England, Ireland, and Scotland, possessed this degree, which was at one time in esteem. It is now entirely abandoned. In Ireland, because the Orangemen obtained it, at a time when there was a close alliance between that body and Freemasonry. The ceremony is an embodiment of Flood's idea that, it is under the type of an architect that the prophet warns us, let us go up to the mountain of reason and there build the temple of wisdom. Again, its laws have, wisdom hath builded her house, she hath hewn out the 7 pillars thereof. The rite had 7 steps, or journeys, with 7 passwords, and 7 species of refreshment, 7 seals, and 7 emblems. Its certificates sometimes gave the era as, the year of revival 1686. In the French Order du Temple the profession of knight exacted the tonsure, and conferred clerical functions. And it is a reasonable conjecture that conscientious convictions led to the establishment of the degree, in or about the date named. The early Grand Lodge of Ireland dated its era from 32 AD. York Templars did the same. Knight Templar. The early history of this degree, or order, is shrouded in much mystery, and all that we can do in the elucidation of it in this country is to give such views as have some probability. The writer suggested in Notes on the Order of the Temple, etc., 1869, that it entered England with the followers of James I, after 1603. Bro, F.F. Schneider, in a lecture given at Newcastle, sought to show, and with some force, that all the charges brought against the actual Knights of the Temple in 1311 can be explained by a forced and false view of certain rites in the modern ceremony, which proves an actual descent of the ritual from the ancient body. In a lecture by the late Bro T. B. Whitehead, of York, some years ago, he advocated the probable connection of the Templars, whom Archbishop Greenfield placed in the monastery of St. Mary's Abbey, and the York Guild Masons. Through the Knights of St. John and the Temple some such connection is feasible, as Masonic history asserts that in 1500 the Knights in London and the Guild Masons were under the protection of Henry VII. Lessing advocates the chivalric union through a certain house at which Wren assembled, with his Masons, during the erection of St. Paul's. Bro. Henry Sadler 284 shows that numerous independent lodges existed termed, Ye Holy Lodge of St. John, and the Grand Lodge list of 1723, contains a lodge held at St. John's Gate, Clerkenwell, the old property of the Knights, and the lodge must have withdrawn itself at once, as it is not mentioned in later lists. Hogarth in his burlesque of the Scald Miserable Masons, has the Tyler of His Grace of Wat Tin, Grand Master of the Holy Lodge of St. John of Jerusalem at Clerkenwell. By Wat Tin does he allude to the Duke of Wharton? It would seem so. During the 18th and 19th century the Gate was a favorite meeting place for conferring the high grades and was much frequented by the adjacent lodges. The Grand Master at Malta in 1740 expelled 6 of his knights for being Freemasons. The late Bro, Colonel W. J. B. MacLeod Moore, of Canada, a past GM of Templars, had a theory, which he had received from an aged Danish physician, and which included Templars and Masons. He asserts that the Benedictines, who date circa 600 AD, practiced the sacred mysteries of the arcane discipline of the Alexandrian Church. The aged Dane informed him that the King of Denmark was head of a secret non-Masonic society in the 18th century, of which he himself was a member in 1785. It had 7 degrees. When the United Orders of St. John and the Temple were suppressed in the 16th century, and Torfican and its knights dissolved, these fugitives carried their mysteries to Denmark, and that he belonged to the body at Copenhagen 60 years previously. These sacred mysteries represented the fall of man, his redemption by sacrifice. And the resurrection. 285 They saw Christ by faith and represented his doctrine by symbols. They taught that none can claim the right of eternal life beyond the grave, but those that believe on him that liveth, and was dead, and is now alive forevermore. The object, the end, the result of the great speculations of antiquity, was the ultimate annihilation of evil, and the restoration of man to his first state by a Redeemer, a Master, a Christus, the incarnate Word. Of course this view as to the mystery of the Templars has been advocated by many writers, and has been equally applied to Masonry by Samber in 1721, by Ramsay in 1737, and is the same thing as the claim to occultic origin by the Haredim Rosicrucianism. There were, as we have indicated, many similar societies, and the following may be noted. On December 6, 1623, John Chamberlain wrote to Sir Dudley Carleton, a letter which appears in the Court and Times of James I, London, 1848. From which it appears that Lord Vaux's regiment had brought from the Low Countries a society the members of which had become numerous in London, and, under colour of good fellowship have taken certain oaths and orders to be true and faithful to the society, and conceal one another's secrets. Having a prince, wearing blue or yellow ribbons, having certain nicknames for their several fraternities. Apparently all the formula of Freemasonry. The Stuarts in the 17th century made an effort to revive the order of St. John and the Temple, then of Malta, and a North Convent seems to have existed about Montrose, and it is alleged, on the authority of Dom Calmet, that Viscount Dundee was Grand Master of the Order of Templars in Scotland. And that when he fell at Killiecrankie he wore the Grand Cross which was given to Dom Calmet by his brother. It is also asserted that Mar and Athol succeeded him, and that Prince Charles Edward Stuart was installed Grand Master at Holyrood in 1745, and that John Ollivant of Backhilton succeeded him, and held the office until his death, October 15, 1795. 286 After this the remnant of the order is said to have united with some Scoto-Irish Templars, of whom Alexander Ducar, Lion Herald, was Grand Master, and who said, no doubt truthfully, that he could trace the order back in Scotland to 1740. By means of living members. It is quite certain that there was at this period in France an Ordre du Temple, with a charter from John Marc Larminius who claimed appointment from Jacques de Molay. Philip of Orleans accepted the Grand Mastership in 1705 and signed the statutes. Its enemies, in recent years, have asserted that these statutes were forged by the Jesuit Father Bonani, and that it was actually the resuscitation of a 1681 society entitled the Little Resurrection of Templars. And that it had as one of its members the learned Fenelon who converted Ramsay to orthodoxy. In any case, if of 1705, the charter proves the existence of a branch of Scottish Templars, because it was considered necessary to place them, with the Knights of St. John, outside the bounds of the Temple, now and forever. In 1766, that Scouty speaks well of these French Knights as the Fraternity of Jerusalem, nicknamed Frères de Aloya, from the compositon of their suppers. At Stirling a system of Masonic Templary prevailed which they attributed, rightly or wrongly, to certain Knights of St. John and the Temple who became Protestants, and joined the Masonic Lodge at that place, whence an order of cross-legged Masons arose. We should put it that the Knights continued the superintendence of the Masons of their domus. In confirmation of this they show 2 rudely cut brass plates about 9 by 3 inches, which they believe to date into the 17th century. The first of these has on one side, the word Stirling Ancient Lodge, and the apprentice symbols. The obverse having the fellow craft emblems. The second contains on one side the master's symbols, 2 pillars, sun, moon, figures 1 to 12 in a circle, a clock, obverse, at top the words Red Cross or Ark, with a cross, a dove, and an ark. At bottom, a series of concentric arches, like a rainbow, but with a keystone in place, within a border of 3 equal divisions the inscription Sepulchre, with an adze, stone, and sarcophagus. Knights of Malta, with lamb, and 3 tapers joined, Knight Templar, with what appears to be a serpent, and 12 tapers in 7 and 5. Name of lodge as first plate. 287. Allusions to the bylaws appear in the lodge minutes in 1745, and a copy appears of May 14, 1745, signed by Joe. Calendar M. The 8th bylaw reads: Entered apprentice 10s. To Grand Lodge 2s. 9d. Passing Fellowcraft 2s. 6d. Passing Master 7s. 6d. Excellent and Super Excellent 5s. Knight of Malta 5s. 288. And that each entered apprentice shall treat the lodge to the extent of 5s. If demanded. It is possible the plates may date about 1743. There is a minute of 1784 that Alexer Craig then conferred on certain brethren the Order of Malta, and that about 10 years previously he had conferred the degrees of Excellent, Super Excellent. The objection is sometimes made that as Masonry was an operative guild they were not a likely body to have continued difficult rites and ceremonies, or to have appreciated anything but simple tokens of recognition. But this is a very shallow view to take, as will be apparent when we remember that Masons, and other trade guilds, were engaged for ages in the spectacular dramas entitled the Mystery Plays, and they were therefore, from ancient times, the very men who were most likely to appreciate such rites in their own secret assemblies. With the Reformation the sacred drama came to an end in this country, and it is to the feeling thus engendered that we owe such a minute as that at Melrose, enacting that the rites were to be administered, free from superstition. Dublin seems to have the most steady continuation of the Templar of St. John, though we have no written proof of the accuracy of its claims. There is a valuable paper on this subject by Bro. C. Cameron. 289. It appears that the early Grand Encampment of Ireland on the 29th Oct. 1805, issued a document contesting a proposal of the Grand Lodge to take over the control of that body, in which it is said, our early Grand Encampment of Ireland has subsisted in the city of Dublin for above a century. An additional currency was given to this by Caesar Gautier, who says, its age was above a century, as appears by its books. Some of its warrants established bodies of non-Masonic Templars of St. John, and the like is known to have been the case, from time to time, in England, Ireland, Scotland, and in America, as says Dr. Folger. And although all the ancient Masons in these countries gave the Templar in succession to the arch degree, there seems equally a feeling everywhere, that it was not looked upon as a Masonic degree. There was formerly an early grand body at Carisbrooke, of White. They also existed in Lancashire, and I have supplied to inquirers copies of a ritual of 1800. The body ceased to meet about 1836. The Freemasons Quarterly, 1846 p. 176, gives information in regard to an early Grand Encampment of England, the minutes of which passed into the hands of the Duke of Sussex, G.M. It contained a curious document of 1312 in the shape of a prayer, or supplication of the ancient knights, at the time of their trial, at the hands of the two scoundrels Bertrand de Goth, and Philip le Bel, a coiner of false money. This ancient document is said to have been deposited under the high altar of the Temple Church London, where it was discovered in 1540. Then it passed, how is not stated, into the hands of Jacob Ulrich St. Clare of Roslin, in whose family it was handed down, until it came to William St. Clare, the Scottish Grand Master of 1736, who gave it to his nephew John St. Clare, M.D., of Oldcastle, Company of Meath, who translated it, with assistance, and forwarded this copy to the said E.C.E. of England. There was however a second body of Templars in Ireland termed the High Knights Templar, who conferred the right under their craft charter. These men applied in 1770 to the Kilwinning Lodge of Scotland for a charter under the designation of the High Knights Templar Kilwinning Lodge, who granted the same without any inquiry. It is said that Baron Donoughmore was their GM in 1770, and that the said HKT of Ireland's Kilwinning Lodge in 1779 conferred the degrees of E.Sc. H.R.A. The Knights Templar are mentioned in 1786, 1792, and the Rose Croix is said to have been carried to Dublin by the Chevalier St. Laurent. The early Grand has been extinct for half a century but at the present moment is represented in Scotland by an independent body working the degrees of Red Cross of Rome and Constantine, KT, of St. John, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre. The Christian mark, the TIO of the Cross, Pilgrim, Templar, Mediterranean Pass, and Knight of Malta. Besides which they recognize other side degrees formerly practiced in Scotland. It appears that after the early Grand Encampment of Ireland had issued some 30 charters to Britain they gave to Brother Robert Martin as Grand Master, in 1822. A charter of renunciation of rights and of erection under which this body works to the present time quite unattached to the ordinary history of Templary in Scotland. At York the Templar was formally recognized by the Grand Lodge, and they chartered several subordinate, royal encampments, before 1780, when a charter was granted, July 6, to Rotherham. We have mentioned that the modern members of the Royal Arch had established themselves under a so-called Charter of Compact, and the Templars of Bristol executed a similar charter, 20th Dec. 1780, with Joshua Springer as GM. Its 20 rules will be found in W. J. Hughone's English Rite, in which they style themselves, the Supreme Grand and Royal Encampment of the Order of Knights Templars of St. John of Jerusalem, Knights Hospitallers, and Knights of Malta, and these regulations settle the question of costume, but we have not the Charter of Compact itself, nor the bodies thus compacted. About the year 1790 Thomas Dunkerley, who had long taken a very important part, in every degree of Freemasonry, and was Grand Superintendent of the Royal Arch for Bristol and he himself writes to the York Encampment of Redemption, July 24, 1791, that the Bristol Knights had requested him to take the Grand Mastership of their order, which of course would include all the bodies which had compacted. No doubt Bath and Salisbury. There was an encampment termed the Observance of London, which had evidently a foreign origin, as Lambert de Lintot, who was a PM of Lodge St. George of Observance, and who had been initiated in 1743, had for many years been working the 7-degree system of the French Templary of Clermont, ostensibly as agent of Prince Charles Edward Stuart. A Rose Croix ritual in French was printed at London which says that a member of the degree had power to assemble masons, and perfect them up to the 6th degree of Écossaise Knight of the East, qualifying for the 7th degree of R.C. Bath, it has already been noted, had the practice of Scots Masonry, in 1746, nor was it then abandoned, for there are other minutes of 1754. But whatever degrees Bath had, with Bristol, under the Charter of Compact, Dunkerley commissions in 1791 Charles Philpot, a banker of Bath, to confer his system, and in 1793 he writes to T. West, who had been present at Philpot's initiation in 1784, that he expects he will have conferred upon him, the first section of the 5th degree, viz., Rosicrucianism. And there is a 1790 minute at Bath with an evident Dunkerley reference. William Boyce took all the degrees of the Red Cross, also Royal Arkansas Mariners, and many other sections and degrees. Having first a dispensation afterwards a warrant thereby to act. Dunkerley had at once under his Grand Conclave, of which Prince Edward was patron, at least 4 subordinate bodies to which he assigned, time immemorial, rank, the Observance of London, the Redemption of York, the Eminent of the 7 degrees at Bristol, and the Antiquity of Bath. His order was styled Royal, Exalted, Religious, and Military Orders of HRDMKODSH, Grand Elected Knights Templar of St. John of Jerusalem, and his history of the 7 Steps of Chivalry is crude, but his views are shown to be after the minor series of the Arch, 4th degree, Rosicrucianism, 5th degree, Templar of St. John, 6th degree, K, of the E and W, TP, 7th degree Kadesh Palestine. There was also a Grand Inspector, but the whole series was often conferred in one ceremony, and the titles combined in the varying fortunes followed this. G. C. Dunkerley died in 1795, and was succeeded by Thomas, Baron Rancliffe, 3rd Feby. In 1796, he by Judge Waller Rodwell Wright, April 10, 1800, he by Edward Duke of Kent 2nd January, 1805, and he by the Duke of Sussex 6th Oct, 1812. Judge Wright gave prominence to a degree termed Red Cross of Rome and Constantine, which has been revived as a special rite in recent years. It also appears that French Masons had introduced into London various degrees, of which the members belonged to a lodge chartered by the G.L. of London in 1754. On the death of Lambert de Lintot, about 1775, an inventory was taken of his effects in which numerous references are found to French high grades, which are not now practiced. 290 The initiation of Lintot must have taken place about 1743, when the Jacobites were very active, and meditating a descent on England, to enforce the rights of the Stuarts. In circularizing a plate dedicated to the foundation of the girls' school in 1788, he states that he had been made a Mason 45 years previously, and that he was past master of the lodge, St. George Delaware L. Observance, No. 53, and he speaks mystically of the 7th and 9th heavens. One of his plates also has reference to the Rose Croix, and Kadosh. Continental Ecossaism. We have already alluded to the existence in France of two species of Masonry, the earlier of which was that of the Jacobites and termed Ecossaism. The ritual of modern Masonry was later by a generation. Two works published in France in 1727 and 1731 had some influence upon the high grades. The first was the Travels of Cyrus, by the Chevalier Andrew Michael Ramsay, and the other was the Life of Sethos, by the Abbé Terrasson. But they founded no degrees. There need be no mystery in regard to Ramsay's degrees, but there is much as to where he received them. Born in 1680, it is pretty clear that the system to which he belonged was not that of the Grand Lodge of London, and though he was in England and Scotland, 1728–36, there is no record to show that he mixed with the modern lodges. But we have given a quotation from a work of Dean Swift S. that has some affinity. French writers seem to be of the opinion that the earliest additions to the craft degrees were three, termed Irlandais, and included a potent, or powerful Irish master. Then succeeded Ecossais degrees, usually assumed to be a fourth degree voted by the craft lodge, to which Professor Robison, who was a member, assigns the date 1690. But if, at an early date, it had reference to one degree only, it ended in being applied to all degrees of the ancient system. The first step in the increase of the degrees was this: in old pre-1717 Guild Masonry there was a trial of 3 traders, and this system applies it in the best form. And as old Jacobite Masonry was that of the old Scottish operative lodges, and as the portion was omitted by the moderns, though adopted by the ancient moderns, so, as the modern rituals became known, 3 degrees of elect, of 9, of 15, and of sublime, were established. The Heirdom Rosy Cross was the old guild past master or Heredim. Out of these sprang the high-grade system, but most of these degrees were soon permeated by Hermetic influence, and I will therefore first speak of it. Rosicrucianism. One of the first societies to make use of the craft as a basis for their own operations was the Rosicrucian, and it may even date from the time of Agrippa and Flood. Abroad the same view was adopted by the Golden Rosy Cross, and, once inaugurated, the Hermetic cult expanded. In 1714 a German pastor of the name of S. Richter published a book entitled Sincerus Renatus, which contains the basis of the order of the Golden Rosicrucians, and which, itself, contains many points which resemble modern Freemasonry. About the year 1730, when the two societies had been associated publicly, some of the former joined the latter. In 1716 Richter published at Breslau, The True and Complete Preparation of the Philosopher's Stone of the Brotherhood of the Golden Rosy Cross for the benefit of the sons of the doctrine. In this he says that, some years ago the masters of the Rosicrucians went to India, and since that time none of them have remained in Europe. Mr. Karl Kieswetter, to whom we referred in a previous chapter, has stated that his grandfather was Imperator of the order between 1764 and 1802, and that amongst his papers is mentioned, under the cipher of FRC. An adept who lived in honorable imprisonment at Dresden, and who made 4 quintals of gold for the Prince of Saxony, and that he vanished, in a mysterious way, leaving some tincture of health. His serving brother Johann Gottlieb Fried, was afterwards employed at Taucha, near Leipzig, and had some of the tincture which was of lead and quicksilver and found to give true results. The last mentioned imperator of the operative craft was admitted at Amsterdam by Tobias Schulze. In religious matters the then members seem to have sympathized with Bohm, and were in touch with the emanation theory of the Kabbalah, and therefore with the ancient Gnostics. Then arose an amalgamation with the Masonic rite founded by Martinus Pasquali in 1754, and that of his pupil the Marquis de Saint Martin, and which was instituted after a journey which the former made to the east. Schreper, St. Germain, and Cagliostro, are said to have been connected with this order of the Golden Rosy Cross. But the Masonic element, and a connection with the Illuminati of Germany, would seem, says Kieswetter, to have forced it out of its grooves, and in 1792 it was decided to relieve the members from their vows, and to destroy their archives. Theurgic. Martinus Pasquali was making proselytes between 1754 and 1762 under a Jacobite authority of May 20, 1738, which describes Charles Stuart as King of Scotland, Ireland, and England, and Grand Master of all lodges on the face of the earth. According to the book Martinism, Paris, 1899, which seems to be written on the evidence afforded by contemporary writers, he added 3 degrees of Apprentice Cohen, Companion Cohen, and Master Cohen. A letter says, "I have been received Master Cohen, in passing from the triangle to the circles." The 7th degree was that of Rose Croix. His work was theurgic and sought union with deity, as in Oriental societies. He traced the initiatory circles, and the sacred words himself, and prayed with great humility and fervor in the name of Christ. Then the superhuman beings appeared in full light to bless the labors. After these had departed, Martinus instructed his disciples how to obtain like results, and it was to these only to whom he gave the 7th degree of Rose Croix. Females were not refused admission. Jean-Baptiste Willermaz organized the rite at Lyons about 1760 and the Marquis de St. Martin was a member between 1785 and 1790, when he resigned, having first made a system of his own by extending the degrees. The rite of Cagliostro was clearly that of Pasquali, as evidenced by his complete ritual which has recently been printed in the Paris Monthly Initiation. It follows so closely the theurgy above noted, that it need leave no doubt as to whence Cagliostro derived his system, and as he stated himself that it was founded on the MS. Of a George Coughton, which he had acquired in London, it is pretty certain that Pasquali had disciples in the metropolis. Chastanier was at one time acting with Cagliostro, and left a rite termed Swedenborg in London. Amongst the Masonic rites which dabbled more or less in Hermeticism and theurgy may be mentioned the Beneficent Knights of the Holy City, the Philoliths, the Philadelphies, the Unknown Philosophers, the Philosophic Scotch Rite, the True Mason. The Hermetic Rose Croix, the Kabbalistic Rite, the Illumines of Avignon, founded by Dom Pernetti, a system of Masonic Rosicrucianism and alchemy was worked in Hungary by the Knights of St. Andrew in 1773. There was also the Fratres Lucas, or Brothers of Light, of which an interesting ritual appears in the Theosophical Review of 1899. The Homunculi. Some of the lodges appear to have gone in for the creation of the homunculi of Paracelsus, and Dr. Hartmann in his Life of Paracelsus, gives a very lengthy and curious account from a MS diary printed in the Sphinx of Dr. Emil Bisetze published at Vienna in 1873, and which is shortly as follows. The Count Jo. Ferd. Von Kufstein, in Tyrol 1775, carried these bodies in bottles to the lodge of which he was master, where they were seen by Count Max Lemberg, Count Franz Joseph von Thurn and others. These homunculi were created by Kufstein, and the Abbé Geloni, or Scaloni. Owing to the bottle being overturned, one of the objects died, and the Count attempted to make another, but in the absence of the abbé he only succeeded in making something of the nature of a leech, which soon died. It is however impossible to dwell at length upon the numerous rites which sprang out of the Hermetic and mystic cult, and we must return to the basis upon which the existing and popular rites are founded, and which we have already pointed out is to be found in the elect degrees, and in the Haredim, and, as well, in the legends of the old operative guilds. Cumulation of rites. Although rites were being established with feverish haste, their cumulation into one rite of numerous degrees was gradual. Though Derwentwater was considered, as we have shown, to be Grand Master of the Scottish system, yet the real claim to rule was in the hands of the Masters' fraternity. There is little truth to be gathered from the pretended history of modern Masonry, and when past G.M. Richmond had brought the Duc d'Antin into the modern system in 1737, and made him G.M. until his death 11th Dec. 1743, the Venerables assembled and elected the Comte de Clermont as G.M. of a new Grand Lodge Anglaise, and a law was passed that the claims of the Écossaise had recently arisen and were not to be recognized. Claus gives an extract from an address published in the Frank Macon of 1744, thus translated. 291 Ignorance is so common that the masters and wardens do not know that Masonry consists of 7 degrees and the Loge Générale, in its blindness, resolved, on the December 11th. 1743, to regard the Masons of the 4th degree, that is to say the Scotch masters, only as common apprentices and fellow crafts. This refers to the law of the English Grand Lodge just mentioned, and if it has any meaning it is, that the modern Masons were ignorant legislators who considered the Scots degrees as the equivalent of the modern craft. And some historians of today fall into the same error. The French Heirdom Rosicrucianism consisted of 3 steps: 1. Lectures on the craft, 2. The Temple of Zerubbabel, 3. The Rosy Cross, 4. The knighthood which is attributed to Bruce, and which it was sought to tack on to the Order of the Thistle. Out of these an order of Templars, of which Bruce had assumed the protection in 1314, was established at Clermont, and with which Ramsay, a disciple of Fenelon, who belonged to the Temple, is supposed to have had some connection about the year 1740. Chapter of Clermont. The original degrees of this chapter were Scotch Master-elect, Knight of the Eagle, Illustrious Templar, and a little later a 4th degree was added, viz., that of Sublime Knight. Graf von Schmettau introduced these claims into Hamburg in 1742. In 1741 Field Marshal von Marschall was admitted a knight, the Baron von Hund followed in 1743. The Baron von Weiler claimed to have received the degrees in 1743 at Rome, by someone whom he terms Lord Raleigh, the reception being made in a church of the Benedictines with 2 monks in attendance. Out of this sprang the German rite of strict observance, worked jointly by Marshall and Hund, the latter of whom said that he had been created by Lord Kilmarnock, the Grand Master of Scotland, and that Lord George Clifford acted as prior. That he was then introduced to the Knight of the Red Feather, whom he believed to be Prince Charles Edward Stuart, and the Supreme Grand Master. At a later period he sent 2 members to England and Scotland, who returned with a charter in cipher, creating him the head of the 7th province. Between the years 1743 to 7 Sir Samuel Lockhart constituted lodges of a rite called the Viel Bru, or Faithful Scots, at Toulouse, at Montpellier, and at Marseilles in 1751. The rite, if we know it, drew on the legends of the old operative guilds and did not proceed in its instruction beyond the Second Temple. It consisted of 9 degrees, of which the last was Monatskim, or prefects. In 1751 a similar rite, and evidently derived from it, existed at Paris under the designation of Knights of the East, and ruled by a de Valois. It was democratic in its nature, whilst the Clermont chapter was aristocratic. This Clermont chapter in 1754 had added, to its degrees, under an unknown de Bonneville, some of those of the Viel Bru, as well as others of an apocalyptic character, that we may find amongst the Friends of the Cross, the Militia Crucifera, and the Christian Fraternity of Andrea, previously referred to. Brunswick received the degrees of the Clermont chapter before any great change was made, and the following account has recently appeared from the pen of archivist and librarian F. Kistner. 292. According to the legend of the order, it is said to have passed through 5 periods of time, and to have been founded by Adam. The second period deals with the time of Nimrod. The third period with Moses, who brings the knowledge from Egypt. The fourth period begins with Solomon, and contains the division into 7 grades, and the distribution of the arts and sciences among them. The fifth period begins with the Order of Templars. The chapter concerned itself with the fourth and fifth periods. The 1754 version of the degrees in Brunswick was as follows: after the 3 craft degrees, -4th degree, Maitre Écossaise. Scotch Master. 5th degree, Maitre Eleu. Master Elect, or Knight of the Eagle. 6th degree, Maitre Illustre. Illustrious Master, or Knight of the Holy Sepulchre. 7th degree, Maitre Sublime. Sublime Master, and Knight of God. A legend of Solomon's revenge was omitted from the master's degree and woven into the high grades. The Maitre Illustre had to take vengeance on the murderers. Jewel: a dagger struck into a skull, a white black-edged apron, a black sash worn from left to right with a dagger at the end. In the 7th degree, a hexagonal star of mother of pearl, suspended from the neck by a black ribbon. Bro. Kistner goes on to say that the Jesuits created clerical grades for the Jerusalem ones. And that in 1758 certain French officers, prisoners of war, introduced the degrees into Berlin. With some changes, the organization consisted of 3 grades: Capitulum Electum, Illustrious, Sublime. Pastor Philip Samuel Rosa introduced it into Brunswick, where he received 7 members into it. It cannot be denied that between 1725 to 47 the Irish, English and Scottish Jacobites were making political capital out of Masonry, and the eventual changes may be thus summarized. Their first essay, though the evidence is slight, would seem to have been, after the craft degrees, 4th degree, Irish Master, 5th degree, Perfect Master, 6th degree, Powerful Master. The system then became divided into 2 branches. 2. The Viel Bru, 1743-7. 1-3 RD degree, Jacobite lodges. 4-7th degree, 4 elects. 8th degree, Écossaise. 9th degree, Monatskim. The system of Clement, 1740. 1-4th degree, St. John's Lodges. 5th degree, Knight of the Eagle, elect. 6th degree, Illustrious Templar. 7th degree, Sublime Illus, Knight. 3. In 1751-5, College de Valois. Knights of the East, det Scouti a member. Statutes signed January 15, 1758 in 15 articles. 1-3 RD degree, M. Grand Lodge. 4th degree, Perfect Irish Master. 5th degree, Master Elect. 6-8th degree, Scotch App, Fellow and Mr. 9th degree, Knight of the Orient. In 1754 a certain Chev. de Bonneville devised the grades of the chapter of Clermont and increased them. 1-3 RD degree, M. Grenade St. John's Lodge. 4-5-7-9th degrees, Écosse. Of Valois College. 10th degree, KNGHT of the Eagle Elect. 11th degree, Illustrious Templar. 12th degree, Sublime Illus, Knight. In 1761 a ritual was printed in France entitled, Les Plus Secrets. Au Louvre Rose-Croix traduit de l'Anglais. Suivi du Nochite traduit de l'Allemand. The grades given resemble those of the College de Valois and are, 1-3 RD degree, Craft, 4th degree, Perfect Mason Elect, 5th degree, Elect of Perignean, 6th degree, Elect of 15. 7th degree, Little Architect, 8th degree, GD, Architect, 9th degree, Knight of the Sword and Rose-Croix, really the Red Cross, 10th degree, Nochite, which is thought to be the Allotophilote of the German Rite of African Architects. The true Rose-Croix is not given, yet its jewel of a pelican feeding its young is engraved therein. The true Rose Croix appeared in French at London in 1770, and is distinct from the English ritual of Rosicrucianism, and the present Rose Croix is a translation of it. It speaks of 7 degrees, or 4 besides the craft. The 6th degree is Écossais Chevalier d'Orient, East or Red Cross, 7th degree, Knight of the Eagle, Perfect Prince Mason, free from Heirdom, Sovereign of the Rose Croix. The dedication is, on behalf of a Lodge of the Royal Art. Nicolai in 1783, and N. de Bonneville in 1788, London, repeat a general, but an old tradition, that the Rosicrucian Society in London and Craft Masonry were united by General Monk for the purpose of aiding the return of Charles II. And as rallying signs they added 5 symbols to be found in Typodiae Emblematiae, 1601, which were abandoned in England, after they had served their purpose. The Abbé Berulle says that they were used by the chapter of Clermont, and we know that in 1764 they designated the 7 Templar provinces in Germany. They are engraved for the Franks Macons Acras, 1747, 1772. 1778, and placed crosswise, with a crouching lion in the center, a fox, an ape, a dove, and a pelican feeding its young. De Bonneville also gives a Kadosh Circular of England 1788. A certain Lord de Berkeley granted to Arras on the 13th Feb. 1747, in the name of Prince Charles Edward, to the Lodge, Jacobite Scots, at Arras, a charter for the Rose Croix, in which he speaks of the degree having first been named, Chapter of H. Herodom, then the Eagle and Pelican, which was the standard of his father James III. In 1715, and, since our misfortunes, of 1745, Rose Croix. The charter is signed Berkeley and is not unassailable, for we know of no authenticated copy. Some writers say that Charles Edward is termed King Pretendant, his father James III. Being then alive, Ragan in his Orthodoxie Macanique, gives a copy which omits the word pretendant, and uses the term substitute GM. Considerable change must have taken place in the feelings of the Grand Lodge of France since 1743, for they abandoned the English title, and in the 1755 statutes testified by Louis de Bourbon, GM. The following appears as the 42nd article: the Scots masters shall be censors of the labours, they only may correct faults. They shall at all times have liberty of speech, and that, of carrying arms, and remaining covered, and can only be called to order, if they fall into error, by Scots masters. There is some analogy between the Culdee legend of the quest of the Sangreal, and the Rose Croix Mason's search for the word. In the old Herodom Rosicrucianism it ends in the discovery of JM and J. In the modern Rose Croix in the discovery of the word INRI, and has drawn upon the Catholic Miserere, which is thus described by Lord Beaconsfield in his Lothair. He says, "The altar was desolate, the choir dumb. The service proceeded in hushed tones of sorrow and even of suppressed anguish. As the psalm and canticle proceeded, all lights were gradually extinguished. A sound as of a distant and rising wind was heard, and a crash as it were of the fall of trees in a storm. The earth is covered with darkness, and the veil of the temple is rent. But just at the moment of extreme woe, when all human voices were silent, and it was forbidden even to breathe Amen. When everything is symbolical of the confusion and despair of the Church at the loss of the expiring Lord, a priest brings forth a concealed light of silvery flame, from a corner of the altar. This is the light of the world, and announces the resurrection, and then all rise up and depart in peace." In former times the degree of Rose Croix, or Rosy Cross, was considered and practiced as the Easter celebration of the Templars of England. 4. The primitive Scottish rite of 33 degrees was established at Namur in 1770, of which Oliver gives a list of its degrees in his Historical Landmarks. 2 page 89. It was constituted by a brother of the name of Marcotte, and it is necessary to mention it here, because several of its degrees went to swell the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of 33 degrees, which was known at Geneva before 1797. As Chemin Dupont gives a certificate of it at that date, granted to Villard Espinasse, an officer of the Grand Orient of France, the 33rd degree title of Grand Inspector General was acquired by the G.L. of France from the dignitary officers of the emperors, when, together with the Knights of the East, the remains of these orders united with the Grand Orient in 1786, and into which Detschaudi had introduced the Gnochite. 293. Between 1762 and 1780, this Detschaudi was working a rite of his own termed Adoniramite Masonry, of which the last is the 13th degree or Gnochite, but it is not a rite of any importance in this inquiry. The Moronite rite of perfection, 25 degrees. We are now approaching a subject which in every way is discreditable to Freemasonry. Stephen Morin proceeded to San Domingo, as we have said, with a patent of the 25th degree as Grand Inspector of Lodges, but there is no evidence of what he did until later. On the August 17, 1766, he was accused in Grand Lodge of propagating strange and monstrous doctrines, and his patent of a Grand Inspector was withdrawn, and the rank conferred on Henry Martin, who was proceeding to San Domingo. Upon this Morin, no doubt with revenge in his heart, proceeded to Kingston, Jamaica, where in 1767 he established a Grand Consistory of the 25th degree, off his own bat. We know quite well, on the evidence of his own rituals, what the changes which he made were. The Freemasons magazine, for 1885, pages 506-7, gives a full description of his ritual of 1767. He had with him, or they were sent after him, certain statutes of 1762, enacted and agreed to at the east of Paris and Bordeaux, and are so designated, even in the reprint of them which the late Bro. Albert Pike made. In 1767 Morin terms them of Berlin and Paris, and says they were of the Grand East of France and Prussia. To give a color to this lie he introduced the degree of Prussian Gnochite, which had been translated, from the German, at Paris in 1757. This he ranked as 21st degree, and added the degree of Key of Masonry, which he had on his patent of 1761, to the 23rd degree, Knight of the Sun. He shows his ignorance of Prussian heraldry by using the double-headed eagle of the emperors, and retaining the mantling of the French royal arms. He probably, ignorant charlatan as he was, mistook Frederick II, grandson of Barbarossa, an actual king of Jerusalem, for his contemporary Frederick II of Prussia. He seems to have shown ability in selecting energetic and pugnacious individuals as his disciples. He first conferred the degrees of his irregular consistory at Kingston upon Henry Andrew Franken in 1767, who admitted M. Hayes, of Boston, who conferred the same on Spitzer of Charleston, who received others until we find them in possession of Mitchell and Dalcho. In 1802, when these latter issued to the world their manifesto, they had certainly heard of the increase of the rite by 8 degrees, though they would seem to have been ignorant of their very names. In this manifesto all the falsities of Morin are accepted without question, and others are added to them, as for instance, Chalon de Joinville is termed Deputy of the King of Prussia, instead of what he actually was, Deputy of the Count of Clermont. When they forged the name of Frederick of Prussia to a charter they had discovered that several of the 8 added degrees were taken from the primeval rite, or that of Namur 1770. On the February 21, 1802, Mitchell and Dalcho signed a patent of the 33rd degree on behalf of de Grasse-Tilly, and also for Pierre de Lorne of San Domingo. Franken also conferred the 25th degree upon Augustine Prévost, as Deputy Inspector of the Windward Islands and the British Army, and this brother in 1776 conferred the degrees upon J.P. Rochett of Scotland, who is understood to have established them there. Prévost also conferred the degrees upon Major Charles Sheriff of Whitchurch, who was propagating them between 1783-8, and who gave laws and a charter for the ineffable degrees to Grand Treasurer Hasseltine, and Grand Secretary White, through whom they entered the Templar conclaves. One important fact is little known. When de Grasse-Tilly was a prisoner of war in England, 1 or 2 French lodges were established by him and his confreres, and in 1811 Ben Plummer and 6 other noble knights, the requisite 7, were received members of the conclave at Bath. Plummer had been member of a lodge held at Wincanton in Somersetshire, and on the 20th, 5th month, 1813, till he certificated him as a member of Lodge, Les Mars et de Neptune, of which he was master at Abergavenny. And terms him, a Royal Grand Commander of Templars, which he had attained before his membership at Bath, where he was regularized. The Martin Rite of the Grand Lodge, 25 degrees. In the meanwhile the Grand Lodge of France was asserting itself, and as Henry Martin was proceeding to the West Indies he was appointed a Grand Inspector to supersede Morin, and rituals, stamped, signed, and sealed, were ordered August 17, 1766. To be prepared and handed to him. He labored at the consistory previously established by Morin, though little is recorded. He was succeeded in his office by Matthew Dupotet, with whom was the Frenchman Joseph Cerno. In 1801 it is believed that Dupotet and German Hackett had converted the consistory of San Domingo into A.S.G.C. of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Towards the end of 1802 a second insurrection of the blacks occurred, and Cerno fled to Cuba, and Hackett to France by way of New York. Dupotet would seem to have appointed, July 1, 1806, Joseph Cerno, as Grand Inspector for Cuba. Hackett revived the rite in the Grand Orient of France in 1803, and Cerno established a SGC 33rd degree in New York October 22, 1807, yet flourishing. Emmanuel de la Mata, of Charleston, in 1813 gave him trouble by establishing his SGC. There, Folger treats him as a crazy lunatic, he acted it well. It may be mentioned that the Lacarnites continued to give trouble to the GL of France, and in 1766 a dozen of them were expelled. The Count of Clermont died June 16, 1771, and with the aid of the Duke of Luxembourg, and the recognition of the Grand Lodge of London, Philip Égalité was elected GM of a new Grand Orient, which in 1786 reduced the degrees to 7, or 8 with the Kadosh. Now we have the Martinites, the Moronites, and the French Rite. And the chief distinction between the two former is this: in the Rite of Morin the 33rd degree claims to govern all Masonry under the pretended charter of Frederick of Prussia. With the Rite of Martin the bodies are governed chiefly by the 32nd degree, the 33rd degree forming a Supreme Court of Appeal. Changes on the Craft Union of 1813. Considerable changes arose in the constitution of the high grades on the union of the two rival bodies denominated Ancient and Modern Masons. The Duke of Sussex had been received into the Royal Arch degree in 1810. In the Templar Order HRDM, KDSH, His Royal Highness was proposed as Grand Master May 5, 1812, and duly installed August 6 of the same year, but he seems at no time to have shown interest in aught but the craft. In 1813 the modern Grand Chapter had issued to its members 183 separate charters for the Royal Arch, whilst on the other hand the ancient modern Grand Lodge of 1751 empowered the working of the Arch under their craft charters. And it was now stipulated in the Articles of Union that the Royal Arch should be considered as the completion of the degree of Master Mason, and the members allowed to join the chivalric orders under separate governance. As a completion of the third degree, however, the statement is more imaginary than real. Up to 1813 if a Mason had not been a chair master the past master's degree was conferred upon him, as is yet done in America. Accordingly it was resolved by the United Grand Lodge, November 30, 1813, that a United Grand Chapter should be constituted with the Craft Grand Officers as its rulers, and unlimited powers were given for this purpose. An assembly was held on the August 18, 1817, with the Duke of Sussex as first principal. There is no doubt that many old chapters, previously held under craft warrant, neglected to renew their privileges by applying for charters, as they were required to do, and that such bodies gradually passed out of working. In August, 1826, it was decreed that none but past masters were eligible as principals. The ceremonial of the degree was revised, and reduced to its present form in the year 1835 by the Duke's chaplain, the Reverend Bro. Adam Brown, under a committee of 9, appointed 5th February, 1834.294 A chapter of promulgation, consisting of 27 members was chartered May 1835. Also a new edition of Regulations of the United Grand Chapter, was published in 1817, and was followed by one with plates of jewels, and a list of chapters, in 1823, since which there have been editions printed in 1843, 1852, 1864, 1869, 1875, 1879. 295. The death of the Duke of Sussex, in 1843, caused further changes in the rule of the high grades. He had held the supreme power of the orders of Knight Templars, HRDMKDSH, since 1812, though he gave scant countenance to the high grades. At one time he accepted a patent as Grand Prior of the French Order du Temple, and it is said that Paul of Russia made him Grand Prior of the Order of Malta. He had also the degrees of the Right of Mizraim conferred upon him. Ragan gives a ritual of the early time of the Duke's rule granted to a subordinate body at Port-au-Prince, from which it appears that the ceremony was assimilated to the Templar Kadosh. The Jerusalem Conclave at Manchester, which had originally been chartered by the Grand Encampment of All England at York in 1786, and had gone under G.D. Master Dunkerley in 1795, issued its own certificates during the neglect of the Duke. It installed certain brethren from Liverpool in 1813 who constituted the St. Patrick Conclave. And there was also in 1830 a conclave entitled the Jacques de Molay emanating from Scotland, and which in that year went under the banner of the French Order du Temple, at the instance of Brother W. H. Stewart, a Grand Cross of the Scottish Conclave who sought recognition at Paris, and was made Commander, Bailey, and Grand Cross for the Liverpool Convent 296 and printed, in 1830, a full translation of the French Statutes. 297 Brother Dr. Robert Bigsby was a member of the Metropolitan Convent of the Order, and nominally received a few members into the Order, after it had ceased to exist. The Ancient and Accepted Rite. Certain members of the Templar Order and of the Rite of Perfection of 25th degree, which continued to be conferred under Templar charters, and in that form is not yet quite extinct, applied to Brother John James Joseph Gurgas, of New York. For a charter to practice the ancient and accepted rite of 33rd degree, the pupil and amanuensis of the notorious Emmanuel de la Mata in 1813. The rite, as we have seen, dates from Charleston in 1802, Ireland had obtained a charter from Charleston in 1825, Scotland from France in 1843. Accordingly the following English brethren obtained a Gurgas charter October 26, 1845, namely, R. T. Crucifix, George Oliver, D.D., Henry Udall, D.W. Nash, of Bristol, who was expelled by his confreres in 1858 because he had the audacity to attend meetings of the Templar bodies from which they had each and all received what degrees they individually possessed when the charter was granted. Brother D. W. Nash then reorganized the old Templar body and pushed it as a system of 7 degrees. The SGC is said, however, to have freed itself from the Morin de la Mata frauds by registration as a limited liability company. The reader may consult the 2 exhaustive histories of Robert Folger, M.D., and William H. Peckham, of New York, as to the discord created by Charleston. The 7 degrees of Nash in 1858 were as follows: 1st degree, Knight Templar. 2nd degree, Knight of St. John. 3rd degree, Knight of Palestine. 4th degree, Knight of Rhodes. 5th degree, Knight of Malta. 6th degree, Rosicrucianism of Hirdam. 7th degree, Grand Elected Knight Kadosh. To obtain a union of Bristol Knights with the Grand Priory of England, that body in 1866 agreed to allow the practice of the old degrees of Hirdam Kadosh, by its older encampments, now termed preceptories. Manchester revived the old Dunkerley degrees of Red Cross, Hirdam, Kadosh, 1869-70. The trouble with Bristol led to a similar trouble at Bath in 1871, and they revived their old degrees together with the whole of the degrees which they had had from 1811 of the Scottish Rite. In 1872 they received and certificated 7 noble knights of the Manchester chapter, and formed an alliance with them, their certificates including the whole of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and an alliance was formed. When Harry J. Seymour, the SGC of the Cerno SGC of New York, was over in Manchester in 1872. He received as 33rd degree of that system the writer, John Yarker, and on his return to New York had him created an honorary member, November 15, 1872, and representative of Amity. And the same was renewed in 1880 by his successor W. H. Peckham, SGC 33rd degree. On the other hand, Dr. R. B. Folger established a SGC in Canada with Bro. G. C. Longley as SGC 33rd degree, and, July 23, 1882, Hon. Membership was conferred upon Yarka with a request that he would send on 2 other names for the same rank. Again on the July 11, 1882, Peckham established a second SGC 33rd degree in Canada with Bro. L. H. Henderson as GC 33rd degree. Canada had also 2 bodies of the Rite of Memphis which were united in 1882, and from the combined bodies Theo. H. Tepps visited Manchester, and formal documents were drawn January 12, 1884, since which time the Scottish Rite has been in occupation. It may be mentioned here that, January, 1903, Mrs. Annie Besant established in London a SGC 33rd degree, conferring all degrees from the 1st to the 33rd indiscriminately upon men and women. She received her constitution from India, SGC, which had its authority from a dissension in the SGC of the 33rd degree for France, Tilly's constitution. The Templar. The New Templars assembled a grand conclave February 27, 1846, and elected Sir Knight Charles Chemis Tint as Grand Master, and revised their ritual, as a single ceremonial, in 1851. On his death, November 22, 1860, the ensuing Grand Conclave elected Brother William Stewart, who was installed Grand Master May 10, 1861. On the death of this brother in 1870 the order was placed under HRH the Prince of Wales with HM. the Queen as Grand Patron, and attempts were made to unite with Ireland and Scotland under a general chapter, or convent general, with national grand priories in each country. But Scotland posed as a superior system, though they had accepted a patent in 1811 from Edward Duke of Kent, the Grand Patron of English Templary during the Grand Mastership of Bro. Alex. Ducar, and hence the full scheme fell through. Other changes in clothing, nomenclature, and ritual were introduced, which met with scant approval. On the December 12, 1895, the Prince of Wales dissolved Convent General, which had been utterly without success, and was proclaimed sovereign of the national Great Priory, and the statutes of the order were revised accordingly. England has had as G.D. Priors, Earl of Limerick, April 2, 1873, Shrewsbury, December 8, 1876, Latham, October 5, 1877, Euston, May 8, 1896. The Rite of Mizraim. As to its origin and history, something may be gathered from the French historians of the Rite. It may be added that the Hermetic Scottish body named the Illuminati of Avignon was founded by Dom Pernetti and Gabrienka, and then spread to Montpellier in 1760. Gad Bedaride of Cavallon went in 1771 to Avignon, where, he says, he was initiated into Masonry by one Israel Cohen surnamed Carras, and, after a few years, he obtained the equivalent, 77th degree, at Toulouse. In 1782 an Egyptian of the name of Anania visited Cavallon, and gave Gad an augmentation of salary, which means a higher degree, and perhaps we owe to this augmentation the Talmudic and Kabbalistic degrees of the Rite. In the troubles of the time, Gad became a captain of artillery at Nice, and here he united himself with G. M. Blanc and became 87th degree, and was afterwards made a sovereign Grand Master, 90th degree, at Naples, by G. M. Palambo. The great authority of the Rite, Mark Bedaride, together with his brothers Michael and Joseph, were born at Cavallon in 1766, and Mark became a soldier, and was initiated at Cesena, January 5, 1801. At Paris he received the 18th degree of Rose Croix, his 46th degree, and also the 31st degree of the A.N.A.S. Rite, and he says the 70th degree of the Rite of Mizraim. At this time the chief of the Rite was Bro Lushengur, of Milan, who is said to have systematized the 90th degree in the year 1805. Ragan seems to have examined a certificate granted to B. Clavel in 1811 by a chapter of Rose Croix meeting in the Abruzzes, and which Mark Bedaride signs as 77th degree. In 1813 Milan granted patents of the 90th degree to a few brethren in Paris, and the Grand Orient accepted the authority, but on the December 22, 1817, the right assumed independence. Mark Bedaride himself states that he received the 90th degree at Naples, and he seems to have taken an active part in the Masonic lodges of Italy and France. With varying fortunes the right continues to meet in Paris, and has recently exchanged representatives of amity with this country. Rebold says Jacques-Étienne Marconis, surnamed de Niger, and founder of the Rite of Memphis, was at one time a member of Mizraim. The Rite of Mizraim was first cumulated and established in Italy in 1804-5, and consists of 90 degrees, collected from all sources, and is not without value. It was then taken to Paris by the brothers Bedaride. At one time it was looked upon favorably in this country. The Duke of Sussex was its recognized head in England, the Duke of Leinster in Ireland, and in Scotland the Duke of Atholl was succeeded by Walker Arnott of Arlieri, Esker. But eventually they came to an agreement to abandon the right. No doubt they were influenced in this step by financial difficulties in Paris. Someone has observed that it needs the fortune of a kingdom to carry on a rite of 90 degrees with the necessary splendor. Some of the Templar conclaves continued to confer it till recently. In Italy and some other parts it has been reduced to 33 degrees, and designated the Reformed Rite of Mizraim. In a quiet way it is still conferred in this country under its own Supreme Council. The Ancient and Primitive Rite. The Rite of Memphis has a similar record to that of Mizraim, and was established on the basis of the rites of primitive Philadelphes and the primitive Philalethe's, occult branches of the systems of Pascalis and St. Martin, in which the grades were not clearly defined, but each of the three sections into which they were divided had power to add any suitable degrees useful for its aims. An Egyptian system of Masonry was foreshadowed in the pamphlet of Master of Masters, Paris 1815. Freemasonry had been introduced into Egypt by the armies of Bonaparte, and from thence, where it gathered some additions, was transplanted to Montauban in France, 1816, by the brothers Marconis, Baron Dumas, Petit, Lebruni, Sam Hannis of Cairo etc. After an interval of sleep it was revived at Brussels and Paris by Jacques-Étienne Marconis, surnamed de Niger, son of Grand Master Marconis. Its revival at Brussels took place in 1838, and at Paris in 1839, with the assistance of the elder Marconis, under the designation of the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis divided into three sections, and 95 or 97 degrees. At an early period it was introduced into America, Egypt, and Romania. The former chartered a sovereign sanctuary for Great Britain and Ireland in 1872, and in the two latter countries it is the only rite held in much esteem. It requires, in this country, that its neophytes should already be master masons, and in this year of grace is spread into almost all countries, with whom representatives are appointed. It introduced the rite into Germany in 1905, where it has numerous craft lodges, and Paris is in course of re-establishing itself. The Swedenborgian Rite. The Swedenborgian Rite was revived in the United States and Canada by Brother Samuel Beswick. It consists of three elaborate and beautiful ceremonies for which the craft is required. A Supreme Grand Lodge and Temple for G.B. and I. Was chartered by Brother Colonel W. J. B. MacLeod Moore, 33rd degree, and of the Canadian body, on October 1, 1875, with Bro. John Yarker as GM. A charter has recently been issued by this country for a body in Paris, and previously to Romania and Egypt. Mark Master. In the old arrangement there were, as we saw, two ceremonies of Mark Man and Mark Master, and at its early establishment a cubic stone of the craft was used, then changed to an arch key stone. There was also a fugitive mark conferred upon royal archmasons, as well as a Christian mark. It has also been worked in conjunction with the degrees of the wrestle, the link, and the arc. One version which was practiced in Yorkshire last century, say 1780, is based upon the older Red Cross of Babylon and the Second Temple. The ceremonies must have arisen from the discontinuance by the speculative Masons of the old operative mark. A Grand Lodge of the degree was established by Lord Lee in June 1856, and has now a very numerous following. The present ritual is a revisal of an old Aberdeen one. In Scotland the marks are often hereditary. Red Cross of Constantine. This order was revived in 1870, it had been formerly worked under Lord Radcliffe, and Judge Waller R. Wright, it enjoys consideration. Newcastle has not been dormant. Rosicrucian Order. The Rosicrucian Order in 9 degrees was revived in 1866, chiefly by the exertions of Brother Kenneth Mackenzie, who had resided in Germany. It has made itself most useful to Freemasons by the publication of papers upon occult and abstruse subjects, of a superior kind, emanating from Scotland, Newcastle, York, and London. The first Supreme Magus was Bro. R. W. Little, whose successor was Dr. Woodman, and the present chief is Drive W. Wynne Westcott. The Cryptic Rite. This is an American importation, and is the revision and rearrangement of certain ceremonies of the ancient and accepted rite, as well as those of Mizraim and Memphis, and therefore was scarcely necessary in this country. The Order of St. Martin. This order has its Supreme Council in Paris, and its members are scattered all over the world. It has bodies in this country and a sovereign inspector and delegate. Each of its members are supposed to contribute a paper annually upon the aims of the order, and in affinity with those of its founder the Marquis de Saint Martin. In Paris, its members are republishing the works of that author. Allied Degrees. In 1884 a Grand Council of the Allied Masonic Degrees was constituted in London, taking over the Red Cross of Babylon, the Knight of St. Lawrence, which claims an operative origin, the Knight of Constantinople, an American invention. The Grand High Priest, a degree in part referring to the head of a chapter prior to 1838, and in part to the chief officer of Knight Templar Priest. There is also the Secret Monitor, and other degrees have recently been added, such as the Red Branch Knights of Ulster. Oriental Societies. The Sat Bhi. This is a Hindu society organized by the pundit of an Anglo-Indian regiment, and brought into this country, about the year 1872, by Major J. H. Lawrence Archer. The name alludes to the bird Malacocercis grisis, which always fly by sevens. It has 7 descending degrees, each of 7 disciples, who constitute their 7, and 7 ascending degrees of perfection, ektha or unity. Its object is the study and development of Indian philosophy. Somehow its raison d'être ceased to be necessary when the Theosophical Society was established by the late H. P. Blavatsky, which at one time at least had its secret signs of reception. August Order of Light. This order was introduced here in 1882 by Bro. Maurice Vidal Portman. The altar is that of Mahadeva, and had a ritual of 3 degrees, novice, aspirants, viator. The writer arranged with Bro. Portman to amalgamate it with the Sat Bhi Rite of Perfection, but it seems to be continued separately at Bradford, Yorkshire, as the Oriental Order of Light. Its early certificate adopted the forms of the Kabbalah, with which the theosophy of India has some affinity. In the East ceremonial degrees are not valued, the object being the development of practical occultism, which was the purpose of the establishment of the Order of Light, governed by a Grand Master of the Sacred Crown or Kether of the Kabbalah. The writer has a letter from Bro. Portman in which he says, "The Sat Bhi rituals are without exception the finest and best suited to an occult order of anything I have ever read," and he leaves all arrangements in the writer's hands. Adoptive Masonry. This chapter would be incomplete without some mention of adoptive Masonry. Societies admitting females as members were established in France early last century, and spread to other countries. One of the first to admit ladies were the Mopses, who reorganized after the papal bulls of 1738 against Freemasonry. The Felicitaires had a nautical character, and existed in 1742. In 1747 Brother Bauchain, the master of a Paris lodge, instituted an order, admitting ladies, called the Defenders, or woodcutters, modeled on the Carbonari, a class of men who would seem to be a branch of the ancient Compagnonage. The popularity of this order led to the creation of others, to wit, of the hatchet, of fidelity, etc. This popularity induced the Grand Orient of France, in 1774, to establish a system of 3 degrees called the Rite of Adoption, with the Duchess de Bourbon as Grand Mistress of all France. The rite has been generally adopted into Freemasonry, and various degrees added from time to time, to the number of about 12 in all. The Ladies Hospitallers of Mount Tabor added to the original plan, a recondite system called the Lesser and Greater Mysteries. The French lodges of adoption were patronized by the highest ladies in the land. And there is evidence that the Rite of Mizraim held androgynous lodges in 1819, 1821, 1838, 1853, and the A&P Rite of Memphis in 1839. Of these 2 last there are handsome certificates in the Museum of the Lodge of Research, Leicester. America has a system of her own called the Eastern Star, in 5 points. In all systems admissions are usually restricted to the wives, widows, sisters, or daughters of Master Masons. Scotland has attempted the working both of the Order of the Eastern Star and adoptive Masonry, but not successfully. Summary. To sum up this chapter, it advances that prior to Grand Lodges there were Masters of Masters and duly passed Masters or Herods, who had controlling power over the ordinary craftsman. And that the chief rites of the speculative system of which there is evidence may be thus summarized. 1. The Guild Rite of 4 working and 3 official degrees, Judaic. 2. The Craft and their ruling Herods in the Company of Durham. 3. 3 Craft degrees, and the Red and Rosy Cross, Judaic and Christian. 4. Ancient Masonry of the Moderns, 3 Craft, and the higher degrees of Holy Royal Arch, Knight Templar, Priest. But outside all this, numberless degrees which we have not space to mention, in some cases derived from the mystic schools and adopted into the Masonic system. In many cases new degrees were but variants of the different rites, readopted by others with a new name, the ruling degree of one rite becoming a mere ritualistic ceremony in another. In other words, a constant revision by ignorant rulers, making confusion worse confounded. 12. Freemasonry in the Grand Lodge era. And therefore what I throw of is ideal, lower d, leaven d, like a history of Freemasons. Which bears the same relation to the real. As Captain Perry's voyage may do to Jason's. The grand arcanum is not for men to see all. My music has some mystic diapasons. And there is much which could not be appreciated in any manner by the uninitiated. Byron's Don Juan. Canto 14, stanza 22. The Guild Assembly is supposed to have been revived as the Grand Lodge of London in 1717, and according to the account of Dr. James Anderson, by 4 old lodges, which met for that purpose at the Apple Tree Tavern. But another account, of 1764, states that 6 old lodges took part in the proceeding but gives no evidence. The first Grand Master may be considered a member of the old operative body, namely Brother Anthony Sayer, of whom a very excellently executed portrait has recently been published by Brother Henry Sadler. The election of this first Grand Master took place at the Goose and Gridiron on St. John's Day, 1717, he was followed by George Payne, a gentleman of antiquarian tastes, who was elected GM on the June 24, 1718. In the year 1719 Bro. J.T. Desaguliers was elected Grand Master. He was a man of some scientific eminence, and visited Lodge Mary S. Chapel, Edinburgh, where he was received, after due examination. It has been suggested that he may have exemplified the London working, but the facts are such that it is much more probable that he went to learn and not to teach. Moreover, the Grand Lodge terms, Cowan, and Fellowcraft, are Scotisms. Of late years the more critical historians have expressed themselves as very dissatisfied with the account which Anderson has given of himself and of the establishment of his Grand Lodge in 1717. And if the statements which appear in our pages are unassailable, as we believe them to be, he had every reason for prevarication and reticence. He says that the Grand Lodge was established because Wren neglected the lodges, that is the lodges which were established by the dissidents who left the operative guilds in 1715. Under the circumstances, whatever legitimacy the Grand Lodge of London had, it derived it from the old operative lodges, chiefly in the north of England, which united with it. The guilds assert that it was Anderson who abrogated the 7 years' apprenticeship and changed the seat of the master from west to east. In 1720 Brother George Payne was elected for a second time, and compiled a code of regulations for the Grand Lodge which was passed on the June 24, 1721, and forms the first constitution. Several old MSS were burnt in London by scrupulous brethren in 1720, one of them being by Nicholas Stone, who is said to have been a Grand Warden of Inigo Jones. The office of Deputy Grand Master was instituted. In 1721 the antiquary Dr. William Stukely was made a Mason and records the circumstance thus in his diary, January 6, 1721, I was made a Freemason at the Salutation Tavistock Street, with Mr. Collins and Captain Rowe who made the famous diving engine. In his Commonplace book he records, that, I was the first person made a Freemason in London for many years. We had great difficulty to find members enough to perform the ceremony. Immediately after that it took a run, and ran itself out of breath through the folly of the members. In his autobiography, he again refers to the matter. His curiosity led him to be initiated into the mysteries of Masonry, suspecting them to be the remains of the mysteries of the ancients. These references are very valuable in the inferences to be drawn from them. As there were few members in 1721, it is clear that under Anderson and his friends much progress had not been made, but from some old members, he must have received the impression of the great antiquity of Masonic rites. On the March 10, 1721, he says, I waited on Sir C. Wren. At a meeting of the June 24, 1721, at which were present the Duke of Montague, Lords Herbert and Stanhope, and Sir Andrew Fountain, Stukely saw the Cook MS. Which he says Grand Master Payne had obtained in the west of England, and Brother Speth points out that Stukely made a copy of the first and last page. There exist 2 other copies of it made at this period. Stukely considered the MS 500 years old. Grand Master Payne read over a new set of articles and Dr. Desaguliers pronounced an oration. 298 From this we gather that speculative Masonry was rising into importance. On the June 24, 1721, at the Grand Lodge held by G.M. Payne at the Queen's Arms, St. Paul's Churchyard, at the request of the Duke of Montague, Philip Lord Stanhope, afterwards Earl of Chesterfield, and several gentlemen attended. After usual proceedings the brethren adjourned to Stationers' Hall, and in the presence of 150 brethren the Duke of Montague was proclaimed Grand Master and Brother Beale, Deputy. Dr. J.T. Desaguliers delivered an eloquent oration about Masons and Masonry, which is said to have been printed. Stukely records that on the May 25, 1722, he met the Duke of Queensborough, Lords Dunbarton and Hinchinbroke at the Fountain Tavern Lodge to consider the festival of St. John's. Philip Duke of Wharton was elected G.M. June 25, 1722, and Brother J.T. Desaguliers Deputy. Brother Gould has given good reasons for believing that Anderson's statements of 1738 on this point, as well as upon others, are unreliable. 299 Brother William Cooper was appointed Grand Secretary, and G.M. Wharton approved a ceremony for installing the Master of a Lodge. Wharton at this time was much embarrassed, having inherited an impoverished estate, and was himself a man reckless in his expenses. Stukely records that on the November 3 the Duke of Wharton and Lord Dalkeith visited the lodge of which Stukely was master. In this year J. Roberts printed the version of a MS. In which are the new regulations, as to one master and assembly, which his copy says was passed December 8, 1663, it contains the clause that a Freemason must be fully 21 years of age. At this time the Grand Lodge claimed the sole right to confer the grade, or grades, of Fellow and Master. It is thought that one grade is implied, if it is two it indicates the sense in which they regarded the rights of assembly given in the Cook MS. In 1723 Francis Earl of Dalkeith was Grand Master, and in this year Brother James Anderson, a Presbyterian divine, and a genealogist, published the first Book of Constitutions, which he had compiled from the old MSS. and other sources, by order of the Grand Lodge. It was dedicated to the Duke of Montagu by J.T. Desaguliers, the Deputy Grand Master, and Brother Gould is of opinion that Anderson, as an Aberdeen man, introduced Scottish terminology into the English craft. As a Scottish antiquary, the author would be well acquainted with the customs of the lodges and the masters' incorporations, and whilst the early years of Grand Lodge resembles the Scottish lodges, the grant of fellowcraft and master to the private lodges, and the sending of masters and wardens to Grand Lodge brings it into line with the incorporations, but Desaguliers had also visited the Edinburgh Lodge. This year an engraved list of lodges was begun by Brother John Payne, in a small volume. The Freemason and Hudibrastic poem appeared, and attacks on the society began in the press. In 1724, 1725, 1726, the Grand Masters were Charles Lennox Duke of Richmond, James Hamilton Lord Paisley, and William O'Brien Earl of Inchiquin. In 1724 the office of Grand Treasurer was instituted. We gave particulars, in our last chapter, of a considerable lodge at Chester of which Randall Holm was a member, and it is probable that admissions were continued, for in the year 1724 3 lodges were accepted at Chester, and Brother F. Columbine was appointed the Provincial Grand Master. On the November 27, 1725, Grand Lodge passed a resolution granting the privilege of masters to private lodges, the majority of the members being masters may make masters at their discretion. No doubt Grand Lodge found its time fully occupied with affairs of the government, and this led, a little later, to the sanction of masters' lodges, or meetings for the sole purpose of making masters. 300 The lampoon on the Freemasons and Gormagons appeared, and in 1726 the Freemasons' accusation and defense. Anderson seems to have withdrawn from the Grand Lodge until 1730. A copy of the old constitutional charges appeared in 1726 which contains many additions, and the name of Hermes is substituted for Euclid. 301 In June 1726 Dr. Stukely removed to Grantham and established a lodge there. In Ireland Masonry, as we have seen, was known at the university in 1688, and there was a Grand Lodge of Dublin in 1725, having 6 subordinate lodges of gentlemen Freemasons. The first Grand Master was the Earl of Ross, who was installed in the Great Hall of Kings in June 26, 1725. There was also a Grand Lodge at Munster in 1726, of which Brother James O'Brien was Grand Master, and also member of the Horn Lodge in London. At Cork a lodge is known to have existed in 1728. The custom of issuing charters to lodges began with the Grand Lodge of Ireland in 1729, and they were the first to charter military lodges, the earliest of which is November 7, 1732, to the 1st Battalion Royal. 302 A copy of the English Constitutions edited by J. Pinnell, with some slight additions, was printed by J. Watts of Dublin in 1730, and in 1734 Bro. William Smith issued a pocket companion, of which later versions appeared in England. In the constant reception of noble brethren, changes in the constitutions, and in the qualifications, coupled with the elimination of Christian references which had obtained admission in the course of ages, we probably see. It is supposed in the first named case especially, the cause of the attacks made by the press between the years 1723 to 26, by a class socially inferior, but equally zealous for Masonry, of whom the old speculative and operative body had been previously composed. There are allusions in the Praise of Drunkenness, by Robert Samber to catechisms then known in 1723, another appeared in that year, the Grand Mystery and Praise of the Gormagons 1724, and a second edition in 1725. To this a short reply was printed by Dublin Masons, 1725, in which the society is held to be of great antiquity and supported by superior persons. Some years ago the late Brother Matthew Cook brought to light a very curious and important MS. book of this period which is now lying in the British Museum, being ad. Mrs. 23,002. 303 It is a minute book of the Philo Musicae et Architecturae Societas, established at the Queen S Head, near Temple Bar, by 7 members of whom 2 were made Masons by Mr. Thomas Bradbury and 3 by the Duke of Richmond. Other initiates were afterwards made by the Society, and we read under date 1724, Mr. William Golston, Court Nevitt, Esq., Mr. William Jones, and Mr. Edmund Squire were regularly past D Masters, in the before-mentioned Lodge of Hollis Street, and before we founded this society a lodge was held consisting of masters sufficient for that purpose, in order to pass Charles Cotton, Esq., Mr. Papillon Ball, and Mr. Thomas Marshall, fellow crafts, in the performance of which Mr. William Goulson acted as senior warden. Immediately after which, viz. the 18th day of February AD 1724, the said Mr. William Goulson was chosen president of the said society. These brethren were visited amongst others by past G.D. Master Payne, and the S.G.D. Warden William Sorrell. As there are no minutes in Grand Lodge of anyone being made masters after 1723, and as it never had an actual body of past masters, the ancient guild ceremony is in evidence. It is probable that the regulation of passing existed only on paper, for we see that officers of Grand Lodge were visiting and acting in private lodges. In the north of England, following a meeting evidently operative at Scarborough in 1705, and therefore unminuted, at Bradford in 1713. There are records of meetings in 1721, 1723, 1725, 1726, of private lodges at York, that mode being used to distinguish the lodge from the General Assemblies on St. John's Day. At a meeting in 1725 Francis Drake, the historian, was made a Mason by Brother William Scourfield. A code of regulations for their meetings was agreed upon, and the society now took the title of Grand Lodge of All England. In 1726 Charles Bathurst was appointed president, and Francis Drake, warden, and the latter at the annual assembly on St. John's Day, December 27, 1726, gave an address, which has often been printed, and always held to be of great interest. He speaks of the efforts to revive the society in London, addresses the operative Masons, other trades, and gentlemen, and claims for York the undeniable mastership of all England. Brother W.M. Scourfield in 1726 was suspended for calling an unauthorized meeting, and making Masons, and was probably acting with the operatives. The old body met till 1744, and then fell into abeyance until the year 1761, when Drake revived it. Besides York, other bodies of an operative and independent nature existed in the north, as at Swalwell, Alnwick, Hexham, Ford, Newcastle, etc. At London in 1727, 1728, 1729-30, the Grand Masters were Henry Clare Lord Coleraine, James King Lord Kingston, Thomas Howard Duke of Norfolk, who held the position for 2 years. On the May 27, 1727, Hugh Warburton was appointed Perovie G.D. Master for North Wales, and on December 27, 1728, George Pomfret opened a lodge in Bengal. A copper plate of the Mystery of Freemasons was printed by Andrew White, taken from the papers of a deceased brother, and we find Bro. Oakley quoting largely from Samber's preface to Long Livers, 1721. Benjamin Cole published in 1728, from copperplate, the Constitution of 1726. It is noteworthy as illustrating the state of things now existing that past G.D. Master Sayer was censured for behaving irregularly, and what he did was probably to attend his old guild as he was an operative. Brother Gould thinks he may have been visiting the Gormagons. In August and September 1730 the Daily Journal printed certain spurious rituals, and the Grand Whimsy of Masonry, by F.G. And these were followed in the same year by a broadsheet reprint entitled, The Mystery and Motions of Freemasonry Discovered. In this year also Samuel Pritchard published his Masonry Dissected, 12 Mo, pp. 31, London, 1730, which led to an able defense, which Brother Gould has proved, from the minutes of the lodge at Lincoln, was written by Brother Martin Clare. Also the censure of Grand Lodge fell upon a society of honorary Freemasons. Also appeared in 1730 the perjured Freemason detected. In all this there was probably a Jacobite undercurrent coupled with high-grade dissatisfaction, for the sympathies of Grand Lodge was Hanoverian while York was essentially Jacobite. On the January 29, 1731, the Duke of Norfolk presented Grand Lodge with the old sword of Gustavus Adolphus, to be used as the sword of state. It is worthy of note that in the few preserved minutes of lodge meetings, at this period as in those of Lincoln, there is but little mention, and sometimes none, of the degree of fellow, now termed fellowcraft. The minutes confining themselves to record the making of apprentices and masters. Faulkner of Dublin printed in 1731, Swift's Letter from the Grand Mistress of Female Freemasons. There appears in the Daily Advertiser, of August 16, 1731, an advertisement to the public, that there was on view a fine model of King Solomon's Temple, with 2,000 chambers and windows, 7,000 pillars. And models of the Ark and all the holy utensils. Further stating that a printed description, with 12 fine cuts, might be had. This would be a model prepared by Councillor Schott of Hamburg between 1718-25 and on exhibition 1725-31. There is mention September 22, 1732, of the admission of Jews in the Rose Tavern in Cheapside, and the Grub Street Journal, printed letters attacking Freemasonry. There are several interesting notices of meetings at Newcastle on Tyne, which we should suppose from Border Table Talk, to have had a succession from 1581, a tolerable antiquity for an English lodge, if the links were shown. The Northumberland Calendar states that July 1, 1674, the Society met in the White Friars Tower, and no doubt the Watson MS written in 1687 by Edward Thompson was their lodge document. On the May 29, 1730, a lodge of the Honourable Society of Free and Accepted Masons was held at Mr. Barth Pratt's, at which abundance of gentlemen assisted, wearing white leathern aprons and gloves. On December 28, 1734, the anniversary of the most honourable and ancient fraternity of Free and Accepted Masons, was held at Widow Gray's, the society consisting of the principal inhabitants of the town and country. After this they attended church to hear a sermon by the Reverend Mr. Robinson, Vicar of Bywell, their chaplain. On December 27, 1737, Walter Blackett, Esq., was W.M., Mr. Thorsby, Deputy W.M., Messrs. Newton and Graham, wardens, for the ensuing year. 304 Richardson says that in 1742, the company obtained from the corporation a grant of the Cutler S. Tower in Carlisle Croft, now Croft Street, which they repaired, and fit up in a handsome manner. We have seen an old craft certificate form used in the old Newcastle Lodge, under the Grand Lodge, which represented two pillars on one of which was engraved ISK Chotseb, ISB Sabal, Giblum. And on the other, facing right, Bonai, Manatskim, Herods. The Lodge of Alnwick preserved its minutes from 1700 to 55, and these have been handsomely printed by the Newcastle College of Rosicrucians. We find mention of the entering of apprentices, making of free brothers, of brothers and fellows, the annual elections of the masters and wardens, yet no word as to rights and secrets. But the only inference we can draw from this is that the brethren were real Masons, not pretenders, inoculated with the new doctrines of 1717, and knew that such things could not be written about. Hence in the case of similar omissions in the minutes of York, Durham, Scotland, etc., no reliance can be placed, or arguments drawn from obscure allusions to matters of this nature. There was also, at this period a lodge at Hexham, which would seem to have died out without at any time coming under the Grand Lodge of England. There was another at Swalwell, which will be referred to when it comes under the Grand Lodge in 1735. We may add a few lines here in regard to Masonry in Scotland, which had many ancient lodges at work, and which were societies sanctioned by law for mutual assistance and the regulation of business, and over which the Clare family had an hereditary jurisdiction, and had to be in possession of the Mason's word. From early times they had admitted traders unconnected with building, and gentlemen of position, the one termed dogmatic or operative Masons, the other geomatic or speculative Masons. These bodies met together in 1736, and established a Grand Lodge upon the London system, and consolidated it by the election as Grand Master of Brother William St. Clare, who then resigned the rights if such still existed which he had from his ancestors who had been appointed in the 16th century Lord Wardens General, and patrons of the Masonic craft. With the consent of lodges, and sanction of the kings, judges of all matters in dispute. 305 From this period, Scotland gradually conformed to the ritualistic system of England, but as proved by the Dumfries MS. Quoted in our last chapter, for a long period retained its Christian character. In this condensed account it is unnecessary to repeat the mere names of the Grand Masters of England. These are found in any modern cyclopedia, or in the Grand Lodge calendars. Various old lodges must have united themselves with the Grand Lodge, but as the entries are made from the date of admission, it is impossible in all cases to trace their origin by the Grand Lodge register. One notable exception is Lodge 65, of St. Rook's Hill, Chichester, which is registered as dating from the time of Julius Caesar. An old lodge of Swalwell, N.R. Gateshead, with minutes from 1725, accepted a deputation, or joined the Grand Lodge, March 21, 1735, and the Earl of Crawford appointed one of its members, namely Brother Joseph Laycock of Winleton, as Prov. Grand Master at the same date with a second lodge at Gateshead, March 3, 1736, number 256. The lodge was frequented by brethren from all the surrounding country as the Grand Master conferred the heredem at his residence. 306 That these lodges had the heredem is proved by an address which he gave the lodge in 1735, and which is printed in the Book M, or Masonry Triumphant, Newcastle, 1736, and which contains subscribers from this lodge at Swalwell, from Hexham and Gateshead. But the minutes do not confirm the statement that Laycock continued the heredem. It is the pocket companion of Brother Smith of Dublin adapted to English use, its full title being, the Book M, or Masonry Triumphant. In two parts. Part 1. Containing the history, charges, and regulations of Freemasons, with an account of stately fabrics erected by the illustrious society. Part 2. Containing the songs usually sung in lodges, prologues and epilogues spoken at the theatres in London in honour of the craft, with an account of all the places where regular lodges are held. Be wise as serpents, yet innocent as doves. Newcastle upon Tyne. Printed by Leonard Umfreville and Company. MDDCCXXXVI, it is dedicated to the Brethren and Fellows, assembling in lodges in the northern counties of England. In 1735 Anderson complained to Grand Lodge in evident allusion to it. The Grand Lodge of London had now achieved high prestige, for in 1733 18 new lodges were constituted in the London district alone, and the powers of the Committee of Charity were extended. In 1734 P.R.O.V.G.D. Masters were appointed for Lancashire and Durham, Northumberland we have already named. This would not be likely to give much satisfaction to the Grand Lodge of All England at York, and may have contributed to its later relapse, and even in the south, 1735-8, dissatisfaction was spreading. Freemasons were being admitted in unchartered St. John's lodges, members dropped off, and lodges began to be erased. On the April 15, 1736, the Earl of Loudoun had Garter and Lyon, the Kings of Arms of England and Scotland, besides many titled persons, to attend his installation as Grand Master. But his appointment of officers seems to have given dissatisfaction. In 1737 the Prince of Wales was made a Mason, at a private lodge held at the Palace of Kew. Under the Marquis of Carnarvon the G.D. Master in 1737 a P.R.O.V.G.D. Master was appointed for the West Riding of Yorkshire. A papal bull excommunicating the members of the society made its appearance in 1738. In the same year Anderson issued a second edition of the Book of Constitutions, in which the history of architecture is much extended, but some changes were made in the wording of the charges which were not altogether received with favour. In the same year the Gentleman's Magazine printed a pretended description of the ceremonies, and J. Wilford, the printer of Pritchard's 7th edition, issued a 6d. pamphlet entitled, Masonry Further Dissected. Or more secrets of that mysterious society, revealed faithfully Englished from the French original, just published at Paris, by the permission and privilege of M. de Harrant, Lieutenant General of Police, pages 16 and 32, London, 1738. This work of Heraut is given in Masonry Trahi. 1745. In 1739, the Holy Roman Inquisition ordered to be burnt a work, written in French, entitled, The History of, an Apology for the Society of Freemasons, by J.G.D.M. F.M. Printed at Dublin by Patrick Odenoko, 1730. Oliver gives a professed translation in Volume 3 of the Remains, and it has been erroneously attributed to the Chevalier Ramsay. On the June 30, 1739, Lord Raymond, G.M. There are complaints of irregular makings, and the laws are ordered to be enforced, and on the July 23, 1740, Earl of Kintore, G.M., there are complaints of brethren being present and assisting at irregular meetings. In the year 1741 the Grand Lodge prohibited the publishing of anything concerning Freemasonry. And in the following year a mock procession was got up by people calling themselves Scald Miserable Masons, in imitation of that of the Grand Lodge which led to the abolition of the annual procession of Freemasons. A plate of this ridiculous procession was published April 27, 1742, but this must not be confounded with Hogarth's embodiment of the Gormagon's slanders which had a third edition about the same year, and mentioned in our last chapter. On the June 24, 1742, 3 lodges were erased for not answering summonses to appear, and between 1743 to 7 there were 34 more lodges erased, but number 9 restored. Next there were 5 lodges erased, but 2 restored. Thus the basis was laid for the prosperous advent of a rival. A new Book of Constitutions, the 3rd edition, appeared in 1746, but Brother Hughan points out that it is but that of 1738, with a new title. In 1736, Le Franc Macon appeared at Frankfurt and Leipzig, and was dedicated to Count Bruhl. Scott gives it in his Pocket Companion of 1757. In 1737, the mysterious receptions of the celebrated Society of Freemasons. Also, in the same year, the Society of Masonry made known to all men, by S.P. In 1738, Masonry further dissected. In 1745, the Testament of a Freemason or Le Testament de Chevalier Graf. In 1747, L'Adept Macon, or the True Secret of Freemasonry. In a work entitled Magistracy Settled upon its Only True Basis, by Thomas Nairn, Minister of the Gospel at Abbot Shao, printed in the year MDCCXLVI. For which I am indebted to my publisher, there is a peculiar protestation in the Appendix. At Kirknewton, on December 27, 1739, James Christie, James Aikman, Andrew Purdy, and John Christie renounced the Mason word, to which John Miller, at Dalkeith, July 27, 1747, adds his adhesion. All repudiate their oaths as members of the Society of Operative Masons in the lodge at Torfason to meet at Livingston Kirk. They declare, when I was young at my admission amongst you, both as an apprentice and fellow craft, wherein, upon very solemn penalties, I was bound to secrecy and also to admit none but operative Masons into the society. Kneeling upon their bare knee with the Bible upon the same, and the naked arm upon the Bible. Most of the secrets being idle stuff and lies. And as a further aggravation the idle and excessive misspending of precious time and money in superstitious observation of St. John's Day in idleness, drunkenness and profane jests and songs. Several particulars of the old operative charges are quoted and they withdraw from the society in favor of the Oaths of our National and Solemn League and Covenant. In 1750, December 27, a sermon was preached at Gloucester, by F.M. Printed and dedicated to Henry Toy Bridgman, of Prinknack, Esq. High Sheriff of the County of Gloucester, Master Mason, and Master of the Lodge of the Ancient and Honourable Society of Free and Accepted Masons, regularly constituted in the city of Gloucester. In 1751, an answer to the Pope's bull, with a vindication of the real principles of Freemasonry. Published by the assent and approbation of the Grand Lodge of Ireland. Magna est Veritas et Proevalebit. Dublin, printed by John Butler on Cork Hill, for the author, 1751. Small 8 vo, 64 pp. Dedicated. To the Right Worshipful and Right Honourable Lord George Sackville, Grand Master of the Ancient and Honourable Fraternity of Free and Accepted Masons in Ireland. Arms plate are close sculpture. In the same year, La Macon Damask. By T.W. initiated at the Swan, in the Strand, through his friend Mons. Cowan, a Mr. Fielding being the Venerable or Master. London 1751. In Berlin 1757. It is not difficult to see where the shoe pinched the modern Mason. An old broadsheet of 1755 says that, the moderns leave out at least one half of the lectures, and this is confirmed, later, by a pamphlet of 1765 entitled, A Defense of Freemasonry. The writer of which states that he visited a lodge of the ancients, and he condemns their prolixity, and defends the abridged form of modern ceremonies. In our days the Guild Freemasons have spoken, to some extent, and we know their process. What the founders of the G.L. of 1717 did was to do away with all technic, and revise what was left to make a new system. The Dermot body had Guild Masons to help them. The general dissatisfaction thus shown to exist, was taken advantage of in the establishment at London of a rival Grand Lodge of which Brother Lawrence Dermot, an old Irish Mason, became the Grand Secretary. Their ceremonies were undoubtedly, as he states, remodeled by ancient Guild Masons. Their affairs from 1751 were managed by a committee of the lodges until 1753 when Robert Turner, Esq. became Grand Master, and was succeeded by Robert Vaughan in 1754. In 1755 a manifesto entitled The Mason's Creed was issued. In 1756 Dermot issued their first book of constitutions under the title of A Hymen Reason, and certain rules are entitled Regulations for Charity in Ireland and by York Masons in England. The Earl of Blessington became Grand Master in 1757. Brother Henry Sadler in his work entitled Facts and Fictions has done much to disentangle the confused history of the period, and he has shown that this body was established by Irish Masons, reinforced by dissidents who had been initiated in the unchartered St. John's lodges, and by members of the lodges which had been struck from the roll of the Grand Lodge of 1717. They claimed to have retained the full ancient work of York which had been curtailed by the Grand Lodge which they dubbed modern. The ancient, or the York Masonry, by which the new Grand Lodge distinguished itself, was an old Arch-Templar body, and the same system was worked by the London Grand Lodge of 1751. By their charters the Arch was worked under Lodge authority, and though no prominence was given to the Templar, it was usually conferred with the Arch degree. At York itself, when a revival took place under Grand Master Drake, in 1761, the Arch was recognized by the Grand Lodge and the Templar also, continuing in active operation until 1792, when they silently expired. In 1764 Dermot published a second edition of the A Hymen Reason, in which comments are made upon three pamphlets of the period, namely, Hiram, or the Master Key to Masonry, the Three Distinct Knocks, and Boaz and Jachin. These works seem to have given Dermot much annoyance, and he brings the author of the two last to untimely ends on the August 23, 1762, and September 8, 1763. The charity regulations of this new edition give in parallel columns the Dublin and London rules in force since 1738, and those of 1751 for his own Grand Lodge. In 1772 the Duke of Atholl became Grand Master, after which they were usually designated Atholl Masons, and had formal recognition from the Grand Lodges of Scotland and Ireland. A third and enlarged edition of the A Hymen Reason appeared in 1778. We will now return to the Grand Lodge of 1717. And may mention that in 1746 a brother of the name of John Custos published an account of the sufferings he had undergone by the Roman Inquisition for the crime of Freemasonry, and expressing his grateful thanks to the British government for claiming his release from his abominable torturers. Complaints of irregular meetings reappear in 1749, and again in 1752. In 1754-5 there are proceedings against the members of a lodge held at the Ben Jonson's Head in Spitalfields as ancient Masons, and the lodge was ordered to be erased. Dermot says that some of its members had been abroad, where they received much favor from the fact of their following the traditional rites of the ancients, and therefore they resolved to practice ancient Masonry every third lodge night. To which meetings the ordinary craft Mason was not admitted. The matter was not mended by Brother Spencer, who replied to a letter from an Irish petitioner for his relief that their Grand Lodge was neither Royal Arch nor ancient, and Dermot prints his letter in 1764. The progress of the ancients has been attributed to the general mismanagement of the affairs of Grand Lodge and to the absence from England of Lord Byron the Grand Master, 1747-52, and a proposal was on foot to supersede him in 1751. But Brother Thomas Manningham interposed so judiciously that the proposal fell through, and he himself was promoted to the office of Deputy Grand Master in 1752. Various lectures and sermons, given between 1735-52, are printed by Oliver in his Remains, and Brother Thomas Dunkerley delivered a lecture, on Masonic Truth and Charity, at Plymouth in 1757. A new edition of the Book of Constitutions, edited by Brother John Intick, was published in 1756. In 1757 a list of 14 irregular Masons meeting at the Marlborough South Head in Pelham Street, Spitalfields, was ordered to be sent to each lodge. And Brother Henry Sadler points out that they were working independently of any Grand Lodge. In 1760 J. Bird published a translation of Les Ordres de Frank Macon's Trahi under the title of A Master Key to Freemasonry, by which all the secrets of the society are laid open, and their pretended mysteries exposed to the public. 307 This led in the same year to the publication of The Freemason's Advocate, or Falsehood Detected. In spite of this untoward state of affairs Freemasonry made progress. In 1764 appeared a work entitled Multa Paucis for Lovers of Secrets, which is the basis on which is grounded the charge of negligence by Lord Byron. In Scotland Joseph Galbraith, of Glasgow, in 1765, issued the Freemason's Pocket Companion. It contains an account of the Acts of the Associate Synod concerning the Mason's Oath, at Stirling in 1745, September 26, and at Edinburgh in 1755, March 6, and appended is an impartial examination of the Associate Synod against Freemasons. Reprinted from the Edinburgh Magazine, of October, 1759. In 1763 a lodge at Durham which had met since 1738 went under the Grand Lodge. The office of Grand Chaplain was instituted in 1765, and in this year a lodge at Ford in Northumberland, consisting of 40 members, petitioned Grand Lodge for a charter, it being of old standing. And between 1764 to 771 new lodges were established. Prince Edward Duke of York having been made a Mason at Berlin in 1765 was constituted a past Grand Master in 1766. The Stewards' Lodge this year printed an address of November 16, 1763. Intick issued a new edition of the Constitutions in 1767. On the May 16, 1766, William Henry Duke of Gloucester received the 3 degrees in a lodge held at the Horn Tavern. On the February 9, 1767, Henry Frederick Duke of Cumberland at the Thatched House Tavern. Thus the 3 princes, as Masons, attended a meeting of Grand Lodge April 15, 1767, and were presented with their clothing, and the Duke of Cumberland was elected a past Grand Master. Brother Thomas Dunkerley, who claimed to be an illegitimate connection of these princes, was present at the meeting, and from this period was a most active promoter of Freemasonry. The registration of initiates commenced in 1768. In the year 1769 Brother Wellins Calcott, P.M., published A Candid Disquisition of the Principles and Practices of the Most Ancient and Honorable Society of Free and Accepted Masons. He dedicated the work to the Duke of Beaufort, and had the large number of 1,200 subscribers for the edition. In these years, 1759 to 70, the opposition to the Grand Lodge, which had never ceased from the time that they broke away from the operative guild in 1715, was in constant evidence. As witness the following publications. In 1759 appeared in Jocular Evidence, The Secrets of Freemasonry Revealed, by a Disgusted Brother. In 1760, The Three Distinct Knocks, by W.O.V.N., member of a lodge in England. Also a Wowed Be's Reason, For and Against, followed by a Willingly Wowed Be, believed to refer to Dermot's Ahiman Reason. In 1762, Jachin and Boaz, followed by A Freemason's Answer to the Suspected Author of Jachin and Boaz. In 1764, Hiram, or the Grand Master Key, by a member of the Royal Arch. And in the same year, An Institute of Red Masonry. In 1765, Shibboleth, or Every Man a Freemason. Also, in the same year, Mahabone, or the Grand Lodge Door Opened. Also, The Way to Things by Words. McClelland. Solomon in All His Glory, professes to be translated from the French original published at Berlin, and burnt by order of the King of Prussia, at the intercession of the Freemasons. London, printed for G. Robinson and J. Roberts, at Addison's Head in Paternoster Row, April 22, 1766. 2s, 0d. 8, and 61p. A second edition appeared in 1768. In 1766, Solomon in All His Glory, by T. W. An officer in the army, and late member of the Swan Tavern Lodge in the Strand. In 1767, a second edition of The Three Distinct Knocks appeared at London, Sargent, the previous edition being printed by and for Clough, Radcliffe Highway, T. Hughes, 35, Ludgate Street, B. Crosby, Stationer's Court. Price 1 shilling. N.D. In 1769, the Freemason stripped naked. Isaac Fell. We may also mention here 6 valuable plates by Lonbert de Lintot. 1. Grand Lodge of England. 2. Chapter and Grand Lodge. 3. Foundation of the Royal Order. 4. Fourth and Last Stone. 5. Old and New Jerusalem. 6. Night. And also in 1770 appeared in London a ritual in French, of the Rose Croix as the 7th degree, the 6th degree being Knight of the East. An effort was made at this time to incorporate the society by Act of Parliament and to build a hall. And, in reply to a circular letter, 168 lodges expressed themselves in favor of the proposal and 48 opposed it. A bill was accordingly promoted in 1771, but the scheme was finally abandoned. In 1772 under Lord Petre, G.M. a committee was appointed for the purpose of erecting a hall, and Preston's Illustrations of Masonry received the sanction of Grand Lodge. In 1775, The Spirit of Masonry was published by Brother William Hutchinson, F.A.S., of Barnard Castle. It bears the sanction of the Grand Officers of England, and is dedicated to the Grand Lodges of England, Ireland, and Scotland, and the craft in general. He is said to have revised the Old York Lectures, and his system was used in Manchester. The foundation of Masonic Hall was laid May 1, 1775, and was dedicated on the May 23, 1776. On April 10, 1777, the first Freemasons' calendar appeared. In 1778 a dispute occurred between the time immemorial Lodge of Antiquity and the Grand Lodge. This resulted in an application from Brother William Preston addressed to the Grand Lodge of All England at York, which had met regularly since 1761, for the grant of a charter to establish a third Grand Lodge in London. This was accomplished on the April 19, 1780, and a Grand Lodge on the ancient system was constituted, with jurisdiction south of the Trent, and Preston mentions it briefly in the 1781 edition of his Illustrations. Now we have 3 Grand Lodges in London and 1 in York. During the 10 years' existence of this new Grand Lodge it established only 2 subordinate lodges in addition to the Antiquity, and the authority came to an end with the readmission of Brother Preston in 1790 by the Premier Grand Lodge. In 1783 Brother Captain George Smith published a work entitled, the use and abuse of Freemasonry. The death of the Grand Lodge at York following shortly upon that of Brother W.M. Preston left only the two London rivals of ancients and moderns, and efforts began to be set on foot to unite them. It is asserted by the Reverend Brother A. F. A. Woodford, on the authority of Mr. Walbran, the editor of the Chartulary of Fountain Abbey, that the York brothers were in possession of a charter, now missing, which was supposed to be that of Athelstan. Other brethren say the same, but assert that it was almost illegible. On the May 1, 1782, Henry Frederick Duke of Cumberland was nominated Grand Master, with the Earl of Effingham as his deputy. In 1784 a new edition of the Constitutions was issued by Brother John Nordhauk. The chief change is that the word order is often used for the customary titles of society or brotherhood. On the March 9, 1786, Prince William Henry, afterwards Duke of Clarence, was initiated in Lodge No. 86 at Plymouth. And on the February 6, 1787, the Prince of Wales, afterwards King George IV, was initiated by the Duke of Cumberland in a lodge held at the Star and Garter, Pall Mall, London. And on the November 21, 1788, Frederick Duke of York was initiated by the same Grand Master, at the same place, the Prince of Wales, his brother, assisting at the ceremony. Sir Peter Parker, Admiral of the Fleet, had been appointed Deputy GM. In November, 1786. The Freemason School for Girls was founded March 25, 1788, mainly by the exertions of the Chevalier Ruspini. It now bears the title of the Royal Masonic Institution for Girls. In 1790 the Grand Lodge met under the auspices of the Duke of Cumberland, when Edward Duke of Kent and Augustus Frederick Duke of Sussex, both of whom had been made Masons abroad, were constituted past Grand Masters. It was on this occasion that the old Lodge of Antiquity was reinstated. On the death of the Duke of Cumberland, G.M. the Prince of Wales was elected to the vacant throne, and was installed Grand Master May 2, 1792, when he appointed Lord Rawdon as acting Grand Master, and Sir Peter Parker as deputy. The great extension of Freemasonry under the patronage of all these princes is shown by the fact that the number of G.D. Masters had increased, from 11 in 1770, to 24 in 1795, when Prince William of Gloucester was initiated, and Earl Moira appears as acting Grand Master in 1795. A Masonic publication entitled, The Freemasons' Magazine, was begun in 1793, and continued for some years with a change of title in 1798. In this year Bro. Stephen Jones published his Masonic Miscellanies. In 1798 the Boys' School was founded, and continues to the present day. On the July 12, 1799, an act was passed for the better suppression of treasonable societies, special exemption being made of the Freemasons' lodges then existing. Under the favorable influence of the Prince of Wales and Earl Moira, Freemasonry made progress, and the possibility of uniting the two rival Grand Lodges began to be seriously contemplated. On the April 10, 1799, an address was received from the Duke of Sundermania, chief of the order in Sweden, and a brotherly reply was reported by the Earl of Moira to Grand Lodge May 9, 1799. The first step towards uniting the ancient and modern Masons was made at a meeting of the latter body November 20, 1801, when a complaint was made against Brother Thomas Harper and others for frequenting lodges of the Athol Masons. Harper then requested a delay of 3 months, promising to use the time in exerting himself to promote a union of the two Grand Lodges, and this delay was conceded. On the May 4, 1802, the complaint against Harper was rescinded, and a committee appointed, of which Lord Moira was a member, to pave the way for a union. From some cause or other Harper turned his back on this arrangement. The Duke of Athol's name was used in opposition to the scheme, and no progress resulted. On the February 9, 1803, Grand Lodge passed a resolution condemnatory of the meetings of persons calling themselves ancient Masons, and threatening to enforce the laws against their own members attending such meetings. In 1805 the Duke of Sussex was elected a past Grand Master. A pamphlet dated February 9, 1804, by an anonymous author was issued entitled, Masonic Union, an address to His Grace the Duke of Atholl, on the subject of an union, etc. Although the writer was a member of the Grand Lodge of 17I7, he closes his title with a quotation from the Ritual of Templar Priest. He overruns Masonry from the time of Carausius to the period when Harper was expelled by his Grand Lodge. Other steps were being taken in the meantime, and on the February 12, 1806, the Earl of Moira reported that he had exerted his influence with the Grand Lodge of Scotland in favour of the union of the two bodies. The same course was followed with the Grand Lodge of Ireland, and a similar report was made on the November 23, 1808. On the April 12, 1809, a resolution was passed that it was necessary no longer to continue in force those measures which were resorted to, in or about the year 1739, respecting irregular Masons. And do therefore enjoin the several lodges to revert to the ancient landmarks of the society. This refers to a change which the Grand Lodge of 1717 had made, during the period, of what they were pleased to term the advent of irregular lodges, and which is referred to in the pamphlet of 1804. By reversing the words of the ist degree and second degree, and which the pamphleteer alludes to as a dispute whether Gog and Magog were on the right hand or left, according to the position of the beholder. The reversal yet continues with many bodies of foreign Masons. This step was followed by the appointment of a Lodge of Promulgation as preparatory to the desired union. Generally it is considered that this change had given the Atholl Masons the first handle for terming the Grand Lodge modern, but the distinction between the two sects had much wider grounds, as shown in our last chapter. On the death of Admiral Sir Peter Parker, HRH. The Prince of Wales appointed his brother, the Duke of Sussex, December 11, 1811, as acting Grand Master, and when the former became Regent of the Kingdom, the Duke of Sussex was elected Grand Master, and the Regent Grand Patron. At a meeting of the Grand Lodge on the January 27, 1813, there were present 6 Royal Dukes: Sussex, York, Clarence, Kent, Cumberland, Gloucester. On this occasion Earl Moira, now Marquis of Hastings, was presented with a magnificent chain and jewel of office, as he was about to depart for India. The Duke of Sussex was installed Grand Master on May 12, 1813. And as Edward Duke of Kent had already become a member of the Atholl Grand Lodge, their Grand Master the Duke of Atholl, with the union in view, resigned his office and recommended as his successor HRH. The Duke of Kent, who was accordingly installed as Grand Master on the December 1, 1813, at Willis Rooms, St. James Square. There now remained no obstacle to the union of the whole craft, and the formal Articles of Union were drawn up at Kensington Palace on the November 25, 1813, and ratified at meetings of the two Grand Lodges held on December 1, 1813. These articles were signed on behalf of the Grand Lodge of 1717, by Augustus Frederick, G.M., Waller Rodwell Wright, P.G.M. of the Ionian Islands, Arthur Tagart, P.G.W., James Deans, P.G.W., William H. White, G.D., Secretary. And on behalf of the Grand Lodge of 1751, by Edward, G.M., Thomas Harper, D.G.M., James Perry, P.D.G.M., James Agar, P.D.G.M., Robert Leslie, G.D., Secretary. In accordance with this the two parties met at the Crown and Anchor Tavern in Strand, when the articles were accepted with Masonic acclamation and unanimously confirmed. A Lodge of Reconciliation, composed of 9 members of the Constitution of England, with Brother White as Secretary, and 9 members of the old institution, with Brother Edward Harper as Secretary, was then constituted with the object of mutually obligating each other, and affording the necessary instruction for amalgamating the two usages into one uniform ritual. Although the 1717, or modern Masons, had become zealous members of the Royal Arch and Chivalric degrees, yet such degrees were held to be outside their Grand Lodge. On the other hand the 1751, Ancient Masons, had from the first treated the Arch degree as an essential part of Masonry to be conferred on past masters under craft charters, and to meet this the following was made part of the Articles, 11. It is declared and pronounced that pure Ancient Masonry consists of 3 degrees, and no more, viz., those of the entered apprentice, the fellow craft, and the Master Mason, including the Supreme Order of the Holy Royal Arch. But this article is not intended to prevent any lodge or chapter from holding a meeting in any of the orders of chivalry, according to the constitutions of the said orders. By this article, which is obligatory upon the Grand Lodge in all time, the Royal Arch is the completion of the third degree, yet worked as a high grade, and though all other grades are excluded from the new rite. They are not prohibited but they are allowed to be practiced. At the period of this chapter the official catechisms had become elaborate, the heredom of Brother Preston being of some note. They still continued to retain a considerable amount of Christian symbolism, confined chiefly to the spiritualization of Solomon's temple, and the furniture and utensils. 13. Freemasonry under the United Grand Lodge. A meeting of the United Grand Lodge of Ancient Freemasons of England was held at Freemasons' Hall on the December 27, 1813, to formally consummate the union. The masters, wardens, and past masters of the two bodies composing this united assembly had been obligated by the Lodge of Reconciliation on a uniform plan, and were admitted by tickets. Signed and countersigned by the two secretaries whose names appear to the Articles of Union mentioned in our last chapter, Brothers White and Leslie. The two Grand Masters, namely, the Dukes of Sussex and Kent, occupied equal thrones. The Reverend Brother Coghlan, D.D., Grand Chaplain of the Grand Lodge of 1717, proclaimed the confirmation of the articles to which the brethren signified their assent. Then the Reverend Brother Barry, D.D., Grand Chaplain of the Grand Lodge of 1751, proclaimed the union, after which Brother Wesley performed a symphony on the organ. Other symbolic ceremonies were gone through and the tests were pronounced pure and correct. The grand officers of both bodies now divested themselves of their insignia. The Duke of Kent proposed his brother the Duke of Sussex as Grand Master of the United Fraternity. The latter was then obligated, placed upon the throne and proclaimed, after which the Grand Master proceeded to appoint his officers, the Reverend Bro. Samuel Hemming, D.D., and Bro. Isaac Lindo, Grand Wardens, and the two Grand Secretaries being those of the former Grand Lodges. The register of the United List of Lodges was settled by drawing lots for precedence, and as that resulted in favor of the 1751 body its charters obtained a rank in numerical order over those of the other, which still perpetuates a muddle in the chronological position of the lodges. A reference to Brother John Lane's valuable Masonic records indicates that the revised list of the United Grand Lodge included 388 lodges of the 1717 Constitution, and 260 lodges of the 1751 Constitution, or a total on the new register of 648 lodges. A new edition of the Constitutions was edited by Brother William Williams and issued in 1815, and which inserts the declaration as to degrees with which we closed our last chapter. The arms adopted by the United Grand Lodge were a quartering of those of the Grand Lodge of 1717, and those of the Grand Lodge of 1751. The first being a differenced coat of those granted to the London Company of Masons in 1472, and the latter being derived from the standards of the four principal tribes of Israel, adapted by Christians to the four evangelists, and forming the seal of the Grand Chapter of York, the Grand Lodge seal being the three crowns attributed to Prince Edwin of Dara. Motto: Aud vid tes, hear, see, and be silent. A revision of the lectures of the 3 degrees of the craft was committed to the Reverend Bro. Samuel Hemming, D.D., chaplain to the Duke of Sussex, who made some progress therein, but is said to have been completed by the Reverend Bro. Williams. The system, though exhibiting no great amount of genius, has continued in use to the present day, and though preserving the main features of the older systems, all Christian references were expunged, in order to adapt them, in an antiquarian sense, to the supposed constitution of the society by King Solomon, whose throne every worshipful master is fabled to occupy. For some years the United Grand Lodge continued the even tenor of its way, without much worthy of notice for the historian. On the death of Brother William Preston in 1810 he left £300 in consols, the interest of which was to be devoted to an annual rehearsal of his own system of lectures. On the March 8, 1820, the Grand Master called the attention of Grand Lodge to the death of George III,
who had occupied the throne since 1760, and an address of condolence was voted to the Grand Patron of United Freemasonry, now King George IV. This address was presented by the Duke of Sussex on May 10, 1820, and the royal arms were hereafter engraved on the head of the certificates. A similar address was presented to His Majesty, the Grand Patron upon the death of H.R.H. the Duke of Kent, past G.M. Between the years 1819 to 23 a regrettable misunderstanding occurred between the Purovgd, Master of Lancashire and some of the lodges under his sway, the misunderstanding arising in Lodge No. 31, meeting at Liverpool. Blame seems to be attributable to all sides alike, and the lodge was erased in 1822. It was followed in 1823 by the erasure of the Sea Captain's Lodge, No. 140, which had resolved to stand or fall by No. 31. 308. The death of the celebrated traveller Brother Belthsoni in 1825, left his widow in straitened circumstances, and the Grand Lodge voted her the sum of £50. And has placed it on record that this brother was made a Mason in the Lodge of the Pyramids, at Cairo, and whilst resident at Cambridge had joined the School of Plato Lodge, No. 549, Belthsoni left behind him some little memento of his Masonic theories, in which he refers to the triangular and the serpent aprons of the Egyptian kings, and their initiations. He also expresses an opinion that the invention of the level and plumb are due to Nimrod and Ashur. In the year 1829 past Grand Stewards had permission to wear a jewel. The death of the Grand Patron George IV. In 1830 was reported to Grand Lodge July 17, 1830 by his brother the Grand Master, who then read the draft of an address to be presented to King William IV, condoling with him upon the loss of his brother, and soliciting that he would extend his patronage to the craft. To this a reply was received from Sir Robert Peel, dated the July 28, 1830, signifying the King's consent to become Grand Patron. At the beginning of the year 1832 Sir John Soane, the Grand Superintendent of Works, reported the completion of alterations which had been in progress to adapt the new Masonic Hall as a temple exclusively devoted to Masonry. And as the expense of the alterations had been great he enclosed a draft for £500 towards the cost. In this year 1832 a renumbering of the lodges took place to fill up the vacancies occasioned by lodges which had become extinct. In March 1833 Lord Dundas, the Deputy GM presented to Grand Lodge on behalf of the Duke of Sussex, GM, a bust of King William IV. The Grand Patron, also 3 gilt trowels which had been used on the occasions of laying the foundation stones of the London University, the Licensed Victuallers' Asylum, and the Charing Cross Hospital. In the year 1834 the Freemasons' Quarterly Review was commenced and continued its labours down to 1850 when a new series was begun, since which time the craft has never been without one or more periodicals. The learned brother George Oliver, D., whose father, the Reverend Samuel Oliver, had been a Mason of the ancient school, since 1823 had published a number of Masonic works. He may be considered the father of Masonic literature, though his works, for want of critical attention, have fallen into much undeserved neglect. Several new lodges were constituted in the provinces in 1834, when the Earl of Durham was Deputy GM. And new Masonic halls were opened at Dorchester and Tiverton. In the month of June 1835 a resolution was passed at a meeting of brothers favourable to the scheme in view, that it is expedient to provide for the wants of the meritorious, but aged and decayed Freemasons, by the erection of an asylum to receive them within its sanctuary. In December 1835 the Grand Stewards' Lodge celebrated the centenary of its foundation in June 1735, at Freemasons' Hall. Also the Grand Lodge of Scotland celebrated the centenary of its foundation by a festival on St. Andrew's Day 1836. In this year 1836 several foundation stones were laid in England with Masonic ritual and solemnities. The Duke of Sussex, GM, had been for some time in bad health, and the loss of his eyesight was feared, but on the 27th Jan. 1837, he was so far recovered as to make his appearance in Grand Lodge, when he received a most cordial and hearty welcome. The Grand Lodge at this period conceived the idea of forming a library. In the year 1838 a magnificent candelabrum, the funds to purchase which had been raised by subscription, was presented to the Grand Master. The Asylum for Aged and Decayed Freemasons celebrated a festival in June of this year, but later on, in the same year, an opposition to the scheme was raised by the Grand Master, who had formed the impression that it would injure the other charities, but the opposition was withdrawn, after some very unpleasant scenes, which for a time affected the Masonic standing of Brother R. T. Crucifix, one of its supporters and the editor of the Freemasons' Quarterly Review. This asylum was brought into actual operation in 1839, and the Earl of Durham was appointed Pro-Grand Master in the same year. In 1842 the Male Annuity Fund of the Royal Benevolent Institution was established, the Grand Lodge voting it an annual sum of £400. The Duke of Sussex, G.M. died on the April 21, 1843, and it then became necessary for the Grand Lodge to elect a Grand Master. Bro. Thomas Dundas Earl of Zetland was selected for that office, and his installation took place in March 1844. In the same year a handsome testimonial was presented to Dr. George Oliver. Also the Duchess of Inverness presented to Grand Lodge the candelabrum which had been given to her husband in 1838. Between the years 1944 to 7, a certain amount of friction occurred between the Grand Lodges of England and the Royal York of Berlin, owing to the refusal of the latter to acknowledge any other than Christian Freemasons. The difficulty was finally arranged by the Royal York, acceding, in a limited measure, to the liberal views of this country. Previous to 1847 it was, from olden time, a necessity that a candidate should be freeborn, but in this year it was resolved to substitute the qualification of freeman. In 1849 the Masonic Widows' Annuity Fund was established, and the Queen became Grand Patroness of the Boys' School in 1852. On the December 7, 1853, the Grand Master reported to Grand Lodge that he had been under the necessity of suspending Bro. William Tucker, the Purovgd. Master of Dorsetshire. The offence being that he had made his appearance in his Purovgd. Lodge wearing, in addition to his craft clothing, the insignia of the Christian Orders of Masonry. It is also on record 309 that Brother Tucker had made a point in his address of recommending those higher degrees of Masonry found in the ancient and accepted rite of 33 degrees, which after having met with disfavor from the late Grand Master had been introduced into England from America within 2 years of the death of the Duke of Sussex. On the June 4, 1856, an attempt was made to foist the ceremonial of the marked degree into the craft series, but was rejected as an impossibility, as the Articles of Union state that pure Freemasonry consists of 3 degrees and no more. On this occasion Brother John Henderson, the Grand Registrar, said that, no man, nor body of men, could make such innovation as that proposed, without endangering the whole fabric of the institution. The Earl of Dalhousie was appointed Deputy GM in 1857. Between October 1855 and September 1857, many of the Canadian craftsmen withdrew themselves from under our banner alleging neglect by the officials of Grand Lodge, and thereupon erected a Grand Lodge of their own. This led to the formation of a Colonial Board in 1856 by the Grand Lodge of England, and the establishment of a second Grand Lodge in Canada. On this occasion England lost the Canadian lodges, save a few Masons who remained faithful to their old allegiance. The 2 Grand Lodges, thus formed in Canada, united July 14, 1858 under the designation of the Grand Lodge of Canada. These troubles led to the resignation of Bro. William High White, who had been G.D. Secretary since the Union of 1813, and to the appointment in 1857 of Brother William Gray Clark. The nucleus of a Masonic Hall was begun in Manchester 27th June, 1857, by taking the upper floor of rooms over the shops with an opening at 78, Cross Street, and dividing the same into refreshment rooms supplied by a back staircase, a lodge room and a tiler's room. A club also was established. The Liverpool Masonic Temple was commenced in 1858 by the purchase of a building for £1,600. In April 1861 the Earl de Grey and Ripon was appointed Deputy GM. On the January 8, 1862,
the Grand Lodge voted an address of condolence to the Queen on the death of her consort on December 14, 1861. In July, 1862, the Provgd. Master of East Lancashire Brother Stephen Blair, laid the foundation of a Masonic Hall at Manchester, the necessary funds being raised by a company of shareholders. On the December 3, 1862, it was resolved to revise the numbering of the lodges, thus eliminating the vacancies occurring since 1832. The Masonic Hall at Manchester was opened by the Provgd. Master November 3, 1864. It had been in contemplation to improve the Masonic Hall, London, by separating the tavern entirely from that portion used for Grand Lodge purposes, and on the April 27, 1864, the Earl of Zetland, G.M. laid the foundation stone of the new building which was completed for Masonic purposes in 1866. In 1865 a revision of the Book of Constitutions was made and it was directed that the term Prov. Grand Master in England, should be District Grand Master in the colonies and foreign parts. On the June 7, 1865, the subject of the marked degree was again brought under discussion and it was resolved to refuse recognition to the marked Grand Lodge which had been established in 1856, the ceremonial being treated as comparatively modern. The learned brother Dr. George Oliver was interred with Masonic honors in 1867, and on the death of brother William Gray Clark in 1868, brother John Hervey became Grand Secretary. On the June 2, 1869 the Earl of Zetland, G.M. informed the Grand Lodge that HRH the Prince of Wales had been received into Freemasonry by the King of Sweden, and in September of the same year he was elected a past G.D. Master of England, and the Prince attended Grand Lodge in December 1869. The number of lodges on the roll had increased from 723 in 1844, to 1299 in the year 1869. Freemasons' Hall had now been separated from the tavern, and was formally inaugurated on the April 14, 1869. On the voluntary resignation of the Earl of Zetland as Grand Master in 1870, a handsome testimonial was arranged and subscriptions obtained. The Earl accepted a silver inkstand, and directed that the remainder of the contribution, which amounted to £2,730, should form a fund for the relief of distinguished brethren who might be in distress and to be named the Zetland Fund. Earl de Grey and Ripon was now nominated to the office of Grand Master, and was installed as such on the May 14, 1870. The Masonic career of this Grand Master, who was made a Marquis for diplomatic services in the United States, was not closed in a manner equally distinguished. As upon his embracing the Roman Catholic faith he resigned his office of Grand Master September 2, 1874. Arthur Duke of Connaught and Leopold Duke of Albany were initiated in 1874, the former in the Prince of Wales Lodge, and the latter in the Apollo University Lodge. The Prince of Wales having already the rank of a past Grand Master of England, a deputation was appointed to interview him upon the acceptance of the office vacated by the Marquis of Ripon. At the meeting of Grand Lodge in December, 1874, it was reported that the Prince would accept the Grand Mastership, and would appoint the Earl of Carnarvon as Pro-Grand Master, and Lord Skelmersdale as Deputy GM. Accordingly the Prince of Wales was installed Grand Master, with great pomp, at the Royal Albert Hall, South Kensington, on the April 28, 1875, which was duly commemorated by a painting in oil, and an engraved copy of the same. In May of the same year the Prince was installed GZ of the Supreme Grand Chapter. His brother Leopold Duke of Albany was installed Provincial GD, Master of Oxfordshire in February 1876. At the meeting of Grand Lodge, April, 1877, the Prince of Wales, GM, appointed his brothers the Dukes of Connaught and of Albany as his two Grand Wardens, and £4,000 was voted by Grand Lodge to the Royal National Life Boat Institution. On the December 5 in this year a committee was appointed to consider the action of the Grand Orient of France in reference to the abolition of the requirement of any special religious belief from candidates for initiation. Or as the Grand Lodge preferred to put it, the removal of the name of God from their constitution, and in March 1878 the committee gave in a report denying recognition as true and genuine brethren to those so initiated. In 1879 Brother John Hervey, whose death took place the following year, resigned the office of Grand Secretary, and Colonel Shadwell H. Clerk was appointed. On the June 1, 1881, the list of Grand Officers was increased by adding a Deputy Master of Ceremonies and 2 Grand Sword Bearers. In 1882 the Prince of Wales, G.M. was present at Grand Lodge, with his 2 brothers, when a congratulatory address was voted to the Queen on her escape from the danger of assassination. In 1883 a new edition of the Book of Constitutions was issued. The Great Hall at Freemasons' Hall in London was destroyed by fire, and the society lost the Duke of Albany by death, March 28, 1884. On the November 28, 1884, a charter was granted for the Quatuor Coronati Lodge, 2076, Brother Sir Charles Warren being the first W.M. The object of the lodge, besides the ordinary routine of such bodies, being the increase of Masonic knowledge by competent lectures at each meeting, the publication of the same in a journal entitled Ars Quatuor Coronatorum, and the reprint of our ancient MSS, and other works in volumes designated Quatuor Coronatorum Antigraphia. One of their first developments was the establishment, by the late Brother G. W. Speth, the secretary of the lodge, of a correspondence circle, which now numbers over 3,000 members. In the year 1884 Grand Lodge passed a resolution of remonstrance against the Pope's encyclical denouncing Freemasonry. And a new edition of the Arch Regulations was prepared. At a meeting of Royal Alpha Lodge, London, on the March 17, 1885, the Prince of Wales, G.M. himself initiated his eldest son Prince Albert Victor, and in 1887 conferred upon him the office of Senior Grand Warden. The new Great Hall was completed in 1885, and on the June 22, 1886, the Prince of Wales, G.M. installed his brother the Duke of Connaught as Provgd, Master of Sussex. On the June 1, 1887, Brother Henry Sadler was appointed Sub-Librarian of Grand Lodge, which was a poor affair for so wealthy a body, but which Brother Sadler has done much to improve and is himself the author of some valuable works. As Masonic Facts and Fictions. Life of Thomas Dunkerley, Notes on the Ceremony of Installation, Portrait of G. M. Sayer, Catalogue of G. D. Lodge Library, etc. In this year, 1887, Brother R. F. Gould completed the last volume of his well-known History of Freemasonry. On the June 13, 1887, a grand Masonic celebration of Her Majesty's Jubilee was held at the Royal Albert Hall, under the presidency of H.R.H. the Prince of Wales as Grand Master, when an address, handsomely illuminated on vellum, for presentation to Her Majesty the Queen, was read to the assembly and a special jewel was presented to the Grand Master, such as might be worn by all Masons who were subscribing members of any lodge at the time. At a meeting of Grand Lodge, June 6, 1888, the rank of past Grand Master was conferred upon Oscar II, King of Sweden and Norway, Grand Master or Vicarius Salomonis in those countries. Between the 4th and 7th of June in this year the Royal Masonic Benevolent Institution for Girls celebrated its centenary at the Royal Albert Hall. The 4th was the prize distribution day, at which were present the Prince and Princess of Wales, and the Princesses Louise, Victoria, and Maud. On the 7th the Prince of Wales presided, and was supported by the King of Sweden, and various notables of the English craft. In December 1890 the Prince of Wales, G.M. installed his eldest son Prince Albert Victor Duke of Clarence and Avondale as Perovy Grand Master of Berkshire. Unfortunately his tenure of that office was very short as he died on the January 14, 1892. The death of Brother Shadwell H. Clerk, the Grand Secretary, on the December 25, 1891, led to the appointment to that office of Brother Edward Letchworth. On the January 27, 1892, the Grand Lodge voted an address of condolence to the Queen, and to the Prince of Wales, G.M. on the lamented death of the Duke of Clarence and Avondale, and the whole craft followed this example. The Jubilee of the Royal Masonic Benevolent Institution was celebrated the February 24 of this year at the Covent Garden Theatre, with the Earl of Mount Edgecombe as president, when the unprecedented sum of £59,593.15. 0d was contributed. In December, 1892, Grand Lodge again agreed to enlarge the number of Grand Officers by the addition of a Deputy Grand Registrar, a Deputy Grand Sword Bearer, additional Grand Deacons, and Grand Directors of Ceremonies. The like appointments to extend to provincial Grand Lodges, according to their numerical strength. During this year the question of admitting Jews as Freemasons was agitated in Prussia, and a new lodge was established for the special purpose of such initiations. It is, however, outside a work of this nature to print the ordinary and recent outline of the routine of Freemasonry, which must give the world the idea that all is pomp, parade, man-millinery, and banqueting. Matters of this sort can be gathered from the ordinary Freemasons' journals, which make it their business to report every detail for the edification of the members of lodges. With the great increase that is constantly taking place in the numbers of lodges, innovations are constantly being introduced of a doubtful character, not calculated for the good of the society. We will, however, mention a few more items of general interest. At a meeting of Grand Lodge, April 19, 1896, the rank of past Grand Officer was conferred upon 21 distinguished Masons, in commemoration of the 21 years during which the Prince of Wales had filled the Grand Mastership. A commemoration festival was held on the June 14, 1897 at the Royal Albert Hall, in honor of Her Majesty the Queen having attained the 60th year of her reign, and which was one of the finest spectacles on record. Another, worthy of record, was the Festival of the Royal Masonic Institution for Boys, on the July 10, 1898, under the presidency of the Grand Master at the Royal Albert Hall, London, when the unprecedented sum of £141,000 was reported as subscribed for the purpose of erecting new school buildings, and removing the school to Bushey, near Watford. At the meeting of Grand Lodge on the September 7, 1898, terms were proposed and passed for the recognition of the sometime established Grand Lodge of New Zealand. On the May 12, 1900, the foundation stone was laid at Bushey of the new Royal Masonic Institution for Boys. The inscription upon the plate deposited was as follows: this stone was laid on the May 12, A.D. 1900, with Masonic ceremonial, by H.R.H. the Duke of Connaught and Strathern, K.G., and Grand Master, President of the institution. The death of H.M. Queen Victoria occurring on the January 22, 1901, with the accession of the Prince of Wales as Edward VII. Caused his resignation as Grand Master, on the February 15, upon which the Duke of Connaught was nominated as Grand Master and was installed July 17, 1901, in the Royal Albert Hall. The prosperity of the craft, for many years, has been progressive and uninterrupted in its numerical accessions, and since 1869, when the lodges were renumbered, to the day we write, some 1,500 lodges are added to the roll. The advance in its literary efforts has kept pace with the numerical increase in its lodges, though Freemasons as a body are very indifferent to its literature. The Quatuor Coronati Lodge has distinguished itself by the issue of numerous facsimiles of ancient missas reproduced with great care, and in the most beautiful style. It has completed 20 volumes of its Transactions, Lectures and Papers distinguished by the accuracy and soundness of their information, and the excellence of the workmanship. And it has thus been the means of spreading sound and reliable Masonic literature over all the world. And we have been much indebted to its papers in compiling this book. In equally good style the Newcastle College of Rosicrucians has produced facsimiles of ancient missas besides their ordinary Transactions. The Rosicrucian College of London has also published valuable papers. The West Yorkshire Provincial Library, established by the exertions of Brother William Watson, the P.R.O.V.G.D. Secretary and Librarian, has reproduced 9 copies of the Constitutional Charges at the cost of the P.R.O.V.G.D. Master, the late Brother thus William II. The York brothers have published a similar volume of the old charges by subscription. Other valuable works have proceeded from the pens of brothers William James Hughan, Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie, Robert Freak Gould, W. Wynne Westcott, M.B., G. W. Speth, John Strachan, Q.C., Henry Sadler, John Lane, W. J. C. Crawley, Doctor of Laws, G.W. Bain, and many others too numerous to mention, also some reprints of old plates, books, and documents. The Quatuor Coronati Lodge, 2076, however, has had the great misfortune to lose one of its most valued pillars, Bro. G.W. Speth, April 19, 1901, in his 54th year, and the lodge erected, by subscription, a monument. The death of the treasurer followed on the June 4, 1901, viz., Sir Walter Besant in his 65th year. In 1905 Bro. R.F. Gould published his Concise History of Freemasonry. Another notable event of the time was the establishment, by Mrs. Besant, of a S.G.C. 33rd degree, in London, under authority from India, which received it from a dissension which occurred in the S.G.C. 33rd degree of France. It confers all its degrees indiscriminately upon males and females, and works the craft degrees under the ritual of the Grand Lodge of England, and at the present time has numerous adherents and lodges. It has added only to the ritual a Dharma lecture which compares Masonry with secret societies of India, and takes the name of Co-Masonry. Even this may aid in rousing amongst Freemasons a more intellectual standard of labor. Possibly, if Masonry was less of a political machine, officered from the court, and its high officials elected by the craft for merit alone, we should see a better state of things than now exists. A section of the press is now agitating against Freemasonry, assigning as grounds that the worst men are employed by our municipal councils to the detriment of non-Masons. On the other hand, a very worthy brother, who was initiated in the same lodge as myself, was complaining against the carelessness in inquiry into the character of candidates. I replied that this was so, but although I had been 55 years a Mason, and had been deluged from every part of the world with unsolicited honors, I was pleased to say that, in all these years, I never, in a single instance, met with any one Mason with an eye to my worldly interests, hence I utterly disbelieved those assertions that good men were ousted in the interests of Masons. In all these years the old operative guilds of Freemasons have continued their work without changing the secrecy of their proceedings. They have their lodges in London, Leicester, Norfolk, Derbyshire, Holyhead, York, Durham, Berwick, and elsewhere. Some of these are in a languishing condition, but they exist, and are in course of galvanization. Of late years they seem to have become disgusted with the vain pretensions of modern speculative Freemasonry, and under authority of the three co-equal GMMs of the South and North have to some little extent relaxed the secrecy of their proceedings. And though the greater part of their members are utterly averse to anything whatever being made public, possibly in time these restrictions will be further modified, to the advantage of the speculative system of 1813. For many parts are quite incomprehensible, even to learned Freemasons, without the technical part which only the guilds of the Freemasons can supply. Appendix. Preface. It has been thought advisable to add here copies of the ancient Missas referred to in the foregoing pages, reduced into somewhat more modern English for the comfort of the reader. No injury can arise from this procedure, as those who are interested in the exact verbiage will consult the facsimiles issued by Lodge 2076, and other printed copies. We have made use of certain emendations which have been shown to be necessary by the best critics. Attention was first directed to these Missas by Brother William James Hughan, who printed, in 1872, a volume of the Old Charges. For some years his efforts to direct attention to these Missas met with slight success, as the bearing of them upon the present state of Freemasonry was not fully recognized. But to Brother Hughan belongs the credit of bringing these documents into prominent notice. A few zealous brethren, amongst whom may be mentioned the Reverend A. F. A. Woodford, R. F. Gould, G. W. Speth, Dr. William Bateman of Rostock, C. C. Howard of Picton, N.Z., William Watson, Henry Sadler, F. F. Schnidger, and others, have labored to develop the work thus begun by Brother Hughan, and we must express indebtedness to their unselfish labors. It is noteworthy that, with the exception of those Missas which refer to Henry VI, all these documents close their Masonic history with the reign of Athelstan. Practically the Regius MS and the Book of Charges of the Cook MS are identical, except that the versifier has lengthened the former MS by his own comments, and we have therefore taken the prose copy, as probably nearer the Athelstan original. For most of the emendations, in brackets, we are indebted to Brother C. C. Howard. Brother G. W. Speth considered it likely that the 9 articles were the legal enactments of the king, whilst the 9 points were those of the employers. John Yarker. West Didsbury. Near Manchester, 1909. Introduction. I. Anglo-Saxon Charges. This MS, as we have before stated, is the Book of Charges attached to the Cook MS, and agrees with the Regius MS, being complete in itself. And, our oldest MS, is actually, with some additions, a rhythmical version of number 1. When we come to the mention of new men, it is possible that the 9 points may have been substituted for them by divers congregations. In later times they were read as the charge of an apprentice. It is even so today by Masons. 2. Anglo-Norman Charges. There seems no reason to doubt that no. 1 is the original Saxon charge, but as there was a constant influx of French Masons from the time of the conquest, a pure French charge must at one time have existed, and which has clearly been added to the older English documents. The 1316 document is extracted from Brother R. F. Gould's History of Freemasonry, Volume 2. Page 341. It is of equal value with any that we have, and illustrates the old misses in an interesting way. In the first place, the laws are decreed by the very authorities which the charges themselves appeal to, and 6 or 4 ancient men of the trade are required to testify on a master taking on work. It settles the dispute between the mason hewers and the light masons or setters, and places them both under sworn elders or ancients of the trade. It admits that there was no court, and orders one to be sworn, which thus became the London Company of Masons, uniting Masons and Freemasons, of which the former had 4 representatives and the latter 2, but became now a united company. 3. The text of the Cook Preface, as far as the same is complete, has been used for this document, the remainder being taken from the Watson MS, which is a document complete in itself, but with many errors of the copyist. The author speaks of old books of charges, existing before his time, and he has possibly mistaken Martellus for Secundus, inasmuch as Charles Martel was not king but regent, and only came to his kingdom in his children. Charlemagne being his grandson, who had a grandson Charles Il. 4. Modern Charges. These modern charges, of which there are about 70 copies, of which no 2 are exactly alike, are an abridgment of the Watson MS series, which had become too lengthy for use in lodge work. The version given is a fair representative of all the others and is a York MS circa 1600. The portion in brackets and charges 19 to 25 are found in the 2 MS, West Riding of Yorkshire. The southern variation of No. 5 is peculiar and found in a few misses. The evidence of causing Edwin to be made a Mason at Windsor shews that it was compiled in the south, though Winchester is probably meant, as King Athelstan had his royal residence in that city. The version is a late 16th century view found in the Lansdowne MS, the Probity MS, and the Antiquity MS. 6. The apprentice charge attached to a MS which contains the new regulations, are found in many MSS. And are those used in the written indentures of an apprentice. The new regulations are found in the Harleian MS, which is the one we give, 2-1, the Grand Lodge MS2, numbered 29C 33, 2, the Roberts MS, numbered 1-7. 3, the McNabb MS. 4, a MS seen by Dr. James Anderson, number 1-7, but there must have been an older original. The Harleian, Grand Lodge. And McNabb Misses give no date of the assembly, Roberts and Anderson give 1663, probably there was no date in the oldest original. The British Museum officials consider the Harleian MS to be early 17th century, it forms a species of Grand Lodge. And inaugurates a charge for apprentices. 7. The addition of 1663 to the New Articles, and numbered 6, is given by Anderson in the copy he saw, and also in the copy printed by Roberts in 1722. But as it appears in Grand Lodge MS. 2, as Article 32, it may have been omitted by accident from 6. Version I. The Anglo-Saxon Constitution. Good men for this cause and in this manner Masonry took its first beginning. It befell sometimes that great lords had no such large possessions that they could well advance their free-begotten children, for they had so many. Therefore they took counsel how they might advance their children and ordain for them an honest livelihood. And they sent after wise masters of the worthy science of geometry, that through their wisdom they might ordain them some honest living. Then one of them that had the name of Euclid was the subtle and wise founder, and ordained an art and called it Masonry, and so with this honest art he taught the children of the great lords. By the prayer of the fathers and the free will of their children. The which, when they were taught with high care, by a certain time they were not all alike able to take of the aforesaid art, wherefore Euclid ordained that they who were passing of cunning should be passing honored. And ordained to call the more cunning master, to inform the less cunning, masters of the which were called masters of nobility of wit and cunning of that art. Nevertheless they commanded that they who were less of wit should not be called servant, nor subject, but fellow for nobility of their gentle blood. In this manner was the aforesaid art begun in the land of Egypt, by the aforesaid master Euclid, and so it went from land to land, and from kingdom to kingdom. After that many years, in the time of Athelstan king of England, by his counsellors and other great lords of the land, by common assent, for great defects found amongst Masons, they ordained a certain rule amongst them, once in the year. Or in 3 years, as the need were, the king and great lords of the land, and all the commonalty, from province to province, and from country to country, congregations should be made by masters. Of all master masons and fellows in the aforesaid art, and so at such congregations they that be made masters should be examined of the articles, after written. And be ransacked whether they be able and cunning to the profit of the lords, having them to serve, and to the honor of the aforesaid art. And moreover, that they should receive their charge, that they should well and truly dispend the goods of their lords, as well the lowest as the highest, for they be their lords for the time of whom they take pay for their service. And for their travail. The first article is this, that every master of this art should be wise and true to the Lord that he serveth, dispensing his goods truly as he would have his own were dispensed, and not give more pay to a mason than he what he may deserve. After the dearth of corn and victual in the country, no favour withstanding for every man to be rewarded after his travail. The second article is this, that every master of this art should be warned beforehand to come to his congregation, but they be excused by some cause. But nevertheless if they be found rebellious at such congregations, or faulty in any manner of harm to their lords, and reproof of this art, they should not be excused unless in peril of death, and though they be in peril of death, they shall warn the master who is principal of the gathering of his disease. The third article is this, that no master take no prentice for a less term than 7 years at the least, because such as be within a less term may not profitably come to knowledge of this art, nor able to serve truly his lord and to take as a mason should take. The fourth article is this, that no master for no profit take no prentice to be learned that is born of bond blood, because his lord to whom he is bond, will take him, as he well may, from his art and lead him out of his lodge, or out of his place that he worketh in. For his fellows peradventure would help him and debate for him, and therefore manslaughter might arise, it is forbidden. And also for another cause, this art took beginning of great Lord S. children freely begotten, as it is said before. The fifth article is this, that no master give more to his prentice in time of his prenticehood, for no profit he might take, than he notes well he may deserve of the Lord that he serveth. Nor not so much, but, that the Lord of the place that he is taught in, may have some profit for his teaching. The sixth article is this, that no master for no covetousness nor profit take no prentice to teach that is imperfect, that is to say having any maim, for the which he may not truly work as he ought to do. The seventh article is this, that no master be found wittingly, or help to procure to be, a maintainer and sustainer, of any common nightwalker to rob, by the which manner of nightwalking they may not fulfill their day's work and travail. And, through the condition their fellows might be wroth. The 8th article is this, that if it befall that any mason that be perfect, and cunning come for to seek work, and find an imperfect and uncunning mason working, the master of the place shall receive the perfect and do way with the imperfect to the profit of his lord. The 9th article is this, that no master shall supplant another, for it is said in the art of masonry, that no man can make an end so well of work, begun by another, to the profit of his lord, as he, that, began it, to end it by his matters. Or to whom he sheweth his matters. This counsel is made by divers lords and masters of divers provinces, and divers congregations of masonry, and it is, to wit, that whoso coveteth to come to the state of the foresaid art it behoveth them, first, principally to love God and Holy Church and Allhallows, and his master and his fellows as his own brethren. The second point, he must fulfill his day's work truly that he taketh for his pay. The third point, that he can helay the counsel of his fellows, in lodge and in chamber, and in every place where masons be. The fourth point, that he be no deceiver in the foresaid art, nor do no prejudice, nor sustain any articles against the art, nor against any of the art, but he shall sustain it in all honor, inasmuch as he may. The fifth point, when he shall take his pay that he take it meekly, as the time is ordained by the master to be done, and that he fulfill the acceptations of travail and of rest ordained and set by the master. The sixth point, if any discord shall be between him and his fellows, he shall obey meekly, and be still at the bidding of his master, or of the warden of his master, in the master's absence, to the holy day following. And that he accord them at the disposition of his fellows, and not upon the workday, for hindering of the work and profit of the Lord. The seventh point, that he covet not the wife, nor the daughter of his master, neither of his fellows, but it be in marriage, nor hold concubines for discord that might fall among them. The eighth point, if it befall him to be warden under his master, that he be true mean between his master and his fellows, and that he be busy in the absence of his master, to the honor of his master, and profit of the Lord that he serveth. The ninth point, if he be wiser and subtler than his fellow working with him in his lodge, or any other place, and he perceiveth that he should leave the stone that he is working upon for defect of cunning, and can teach him and amend the stone, he shall inform him, and help him, that the more love may increase among them, and that the work of the Lord be not lost. When the masters and the fellows be forewarned, and are come to the congregation, if need be the sheriff of the country, or the mayor of the city, or alderman of the town, in which the congregations are holden, shall be fellow and associate to the master of the congregation to help him against rebels, and, for upbearing of the right of the realm. At the first beginning, new men that never were charged before, were charged in this manner: 1. That they should never be thieves, nor thieves maintainers. 2. And that they should truly fulfill their day's work and travail, for their pay that they shall take of their Lord. 3. A true account give to their fellows, as stewards, in things to be accounted of them. 4. And to hear and love them as themselves. 5. And they shall be true to the King of England and to the realm. 6. And that they keep with all their might all the articles aforesaid. 7. After that it shall be inquired if any master or fellow that is warned, have broken any articles before said, the which if they have done it shall be determined there. 8. Therefore it is, to wit, that if any master or fellow that is warned before to come to such congregations, and be rebellious and will not come, or else shall have trespassed against any article before said, if it be proved he shall forswear his masonry and shall no more use his craft. 9. The which if he presume to do, the sheriff of the country in which he may be found working shall prison him and take all his goods into the king's hand, till his grace be granted him and shewed. For this cause principally were these congregations ordained that, as well the lowest as the highest should be well and truly served in his art beforesaid, throughout all the kingdom of England. Amen, so mote it be. Supposed Ascent of Athelstan. Regius MS. These statutes that I have here found, I will they be held throughout my land, for the worship of my royalty, that I have by my dignity. Also at every assembly that you hold, that ye come to your liege king bold, beseeching him, of his high grace, to stand with you in every place, to confirm the statutes of King Athelstan, that he ordained to this craft, for good reason. 1 to 9, possibly the ancient points, the numbers 1 to 9, do not appear in the original MS. The Anglo-Norman Constitutions. 2. Statutes of AD 1356. At a congregation of Mayor and Alderman Holden on the Monday next before the purification of the Blessed Virgin Mary, 2 Feb. In the 30th year of the reign of King Edward III, etc. There being present Simon Francis the Mayor, John Lovekin, and other aldermen, the sheriffs, and John Little, Simon de Bennington, and William de Holbesch, commoners, certain articles were ordained touching the trade of masons. In these words. 1. Whereas Simon Francis, Mayor of the City of London, has been given to understand that divers dissensions and disputes have been moved in the said city, between the masons who are hewers, on the one hand, and the like masons and setters, on the other. Because that their trade has not been regulated in due manner by the government of folks of their trade in such form as other trades are. Therefore the said Mayor, for maintaining the peace of our Lord the King, and for allaying such manner of dissensions and disputes, and for nurturing love among all manner of folks, in honor of the said city, and for the profit of the common people, by assent and counsel of the aldermen and sheriffs, caused all the good folks of the said trade to be summoned before him, to have from them good and due information how their trade might be best ordered and ruled, for the profit of the common people. 2. Whereupon the good folks of the said trade chose from among themselves 12 of the most skilful men of their trade, to inform the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, as to the acts and articles touching their said trade. That is to say Walter de Salinge, Richard de Salinge, Thomas de Bredwan, John de Tyrington, Thomas de Gloucester, and Henry de Yeveley, on behalf of the Mason hewers. Richard Joy, Simon de Bartoni, John de Estoun, John Wylett, Thomas Hardegray, and Richard de Cornwall on behalf of the light masons and setters. Which folks were sworn before the aforesaid mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, in manner as follows. 3. In the first place that every man of the trade may work at any work touching the trade, if he be perfectly skilled and knowing in the same. 4. Also, that good folks of the said trade shall be chosen and sworn every time that need shall be, to oversee that no one of the trade takes work to complete, if he does not well and perfectly know how to perform such work, on pain of losing. To the use of the commonalty, the first time that he shall by the persons so sworn be convicted thereof, 1 mark. And the second time 2 marks, and the third time he shall forswear his trade for ever. 5. Also, that no one shall take work in gross, if he be not in ability in a proper manner to complete such work. And he who wishes to undertake such work in gross, shall come to the good men, of whom he has taken such work to do and complete, and shall bring with him 6, or 4 ancient men of his trade, sworn thereunto. If they are prepared to testify unto the good men of whom he has taken such work to do, that he is skillful and of ability to do such work, and that if he shall fail to complete such work in due manner, or not to be of ability to do the same, they themselves who so testify that he is skillful and of ability to finish the work are bound to complete the same work, well and properly, at their own charges, in such manner as he undertook. In case the employer who owns the work shall have fully paid the workman. And if the employer shall then owe him anything, let him pay it to the persons who have so undertaken for him to complete such work. 6. Also, that no one shall set an apprentice or journeyman to work, except in the presence of his master, before he has been perfectly instructed in his calling. And he who shall do the contrary, and by the person so sworn be convicted thereof, let him pay the first time to the commonalty 1/2 mark, and the second time 1 mark, and the third time 20 shillings. And so let him pay 20 shillings every time that he shall be convicted thereof. 7. Also, that no man of the said trade shall take an apprentice for a less time than 7 years, according to the usage of the city. And he who shall do the contrary thereof, shall be punished in the same manner. 8. Also, that the said masters so chosen, shall see that all those who work by the day shall take for their hire according as they are skilled and may deserve for their work, and not outrageously. 9. Also, that if any one of the said trade will not be ruled or directed in due manner by the persons of his trade sworn thereto, such sworn persons are to make known his name unto the mayor. And the mayor by assent of the aldermen and sheriffs shall cause him to be chastised by imprisonment, and other punishment, so that rebels may take example by him, to be ruled by the good folks of their trade. 10. Also, that no one of the said trade shall take the apprentice of another to the prejudice or damage of his master, until his term shall have fully expired, on pain of paying, to the use of the commonalty, half a mark each time that he shall be convicted thereof. The ancient charges. 3. Charge, circa 1400, revised, circa 1475. Thanked be God our glorious Father and Founder and Former of heaven and earth, and of all things that in them is, that he would vouchsafe of his glorious Godhead to make so many things of diverse virtues for mankind. For he made all worldly things to be obedient and subject to man, for all things that be comestible or of wholesome nature he ordained it for man's sustenance. And also he hath given to man wit and cunning of divers sciences and crafts, by the which he may labor in this world to get our living with them, and to make diverse things for God's pleasure and our own ease and profit. The which things if I were to rehearse them, it were too long to tell and to write. Wherefore I will leave them, but I will shew you some part of them, and tell you how and in what wise the science of geometry first began, and who were the founders thereof, and of other crafts more, as it is noted in the Bible and other stories. How and in what manner this worthy science of geometry first began I will tell you, as I said before. Ye shall understand that there be 7 liberal sciences by which 7 sciences all the sciences and crafts in the world were first found, and especially the science of geometry, for it is the cause of all other that be. The which 7 sciences are called thus, as for the first, that is called the foundation of science, its name is grammar, it teacheth a man rightly to speak, and write truly. The second is rhetoric, and it teacheth a man to write formably and fair. The third is dialecticus, 3:10, and that science teacheth a man to discern the true from the false, and most commonly it is called the art of sophistry. The fourth is called arithmetic, the which teacheth a man the craft of numbers, for to reckon and make accounts of all manner of things. The fifth is geometry, the which teacheth a man meat and measures and ponderation and weightiness, in all manner of crafts. The sixth is music, that teacheth a man the craft of song in notes of voice and organ and trumpet and harp and all others pertaining to them. The seventh is astronomy, that teacheth a man the course of the sun and of the moon, and all other planets and stars of heaven. Our intent is principally to treat of the first foundation of the worthy science of geometry, and who were the founders thereof. As I said before, there are 7 liberal sciences, that is to say 7 sciences or crafts that are free in themselves, the which 7 live only by one, and that is the science of geometry. And geometry is, as much as to say, the measure of the earth, sic diciter ahea Greece quat est pro terra latine, e metrona quat est mensura una geometria ie mensura terri vel terram, that is to say in English that geometry is, as I said, of geo, in Greek earth, and metron, that is to say measure, and thus is this name geometry compounded, and is said, to be, the measure of the earth. Marvel ye not that I said that all sciences live only by the science of geometry, for there is no artificial or handicraft that is wrought by man's hand but is wrought by geometry, and a notable cause. For if a man works with his hands he worketh with some manner of tool, and there is no instrument of material things in this world, but it comes of some kind of earth, and to earth it will turn again. And there is no instrument, that is to say a tool to work with, but it hath some proportion more or less, and proportion is measure, and the tool or instrument is earth, and geometry is said to be the measure of the earth. Wherefore I may say that men live all by geometry, for all men here in this world live by the labor of their hands. Many more probations I could tell you, why that geometry is the science that all reasonable men live by, but I will leave it at this time for the long process of writing. And now I will proceed further on my matter. Ye shall understand that among all the crafts of the world of man's craft masonry hath the most notability, and most part of this science of geometry, as it is noted and said in history, and in the Bible, and in the Master of Stories. And in the Polychronicon, a chronicle proved, and in the histories that is named Beta de Imagine Mundi, Edi Isidorus Etymologiarum. Methodius Episcopus Edi Martyris, and others, many more, said that Masonry is principle of geometry, as me think that may well be said, for it is the first that was founded, as it is noted in the Bible. In the first book of Genesis in the 4th chapter, and also all the doctors aforesaid accordeth thereto, and some of them saith it more openly and plainly right as it saith in the Bible, Genesis. Adam's line lineal of sons descending down the 7th age after Adam, before Noah's flood there was a man called Lamech, the which had 2 wives, the one called Ada and the other Zillah. By the first named Ada he begot 2 sons, the one named Jabal and the other named Jubal. The elder son Jabal, he was the first man that ever found geometry in masonry, and he made houses and is named in the Bible, Pater Habitanicum in Tentorius ac Pastorum, that is to say father of men dwelling in tents, that is dwelling houses. 3:11 And he was Cain's master mason and governor of all his works when he made the city of Enoch. That was the first city that ever was made, and that made Cain Adam's son, and gave it to his son Enoch, and gave the city the name of his son and called it Enoch, and now it is called Ephraim. And there was the science of geometry and masonry first occupied and contrived for a science and for a craft. And so we may say that was the cause and foundation of all crafts and sciences, and also this man Jabal was called Pater Pastorum. 3:12 The Master of Stories saith, and Beta de Imagine Mundi Polychronicon, and others more say, that he was the first that made partition of land, that every man might know his own ground and labor thereupon, as for his own. And also he parted flocks of sheep that every man might know his own sheep, and so we may say that he was the first founder of that science. And his brother Jubal was the first founder of music and of song as, Pythagoras, saith, the Polychronicon, and the same saith Isidore in his Etymologies, in the 6th book. There he saith that he was the first founder of music in song and of organ and trumpet, and he found that science by the sound of ponderation of his brother's hammers, that was Tubal-Cain. Sothly as the Bible saith in the same chapter, that is to say the 4th of Genesis, this Lamech begot upon his other wife, that named Zillah, a son and a daughter, the names of them were called Tubal-Cain, that was the son. And his daughter was called Naamah, and as the Polychronicon saith, that some men say that she was Noah's wife, whether it be so or no we affirm it not. Why ye shall understand that this son Tubal-Cain was the founder of smith's craft and of other crafts of metal, that is to say of iron, of brass, of gold, and of silver, as sundry doctors saith. And his sister Naamah was founder of weaver's craft, for before that time there was no cloth woven, but they did spin yarn and knit it, and made such clothing as they could, but as the woman Naamah found the craft of weaving. Therefore it is called women's craft. And these 3, her brethren, had knowledge before that God would take vengeance for sin either by fire or by water, and they had great care how they might do to save the sciences that they had found. And they took their counsel together and by all their wits they said that there were 2 manner of stones of such virtue that the one would never burn, and that stone is called marble, and that other stone would not sink in water. And that stone is named Lacerus, Laterus. And so they devised to write all the sciences that they had found in these 2 stones, so that if God should take vengeance by fire, that the marble should not burn, and if God sent vengeance by water that the other should not drown. And so they prayed their elder brother Jabal that he would make 2 pillars of these stones, that is to say of marble and Lacerus, and that he would write in the 2 pillars all the sciences and crafts that they all had found, and so he did. And therefore we may say that he was the most cunning in science, for he first began and performed the end before Noah's flood. Kindly, intuitively, knowing of that vengeance that God would send, whether it should be by fire or by water the brethren had it not by manner of prophecy. They wist that God would send one thereof, and therefore they wrote their sciences in the 2 pillars of stone, and some men say that they wrote in the stones all the 7 sciences, but they had in their minds that a vengeance would come. And so it was that God sent vengeance by water, so that there came such a flood that all the world was drowned, and all men were dead therein, save 8 persons, and that was Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their wives, of which 3 sons all the world come of, and their names were in this manner, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And this flood was called Noah's flood, for he and his children were saved therein. And after this flood, many years, as the chronicle telleth, these 2 pillars were found, and as the Polychronicon saith that a great clerk that men called Pythagoras found the one, and Hermes the philosopher found the other, and they taught forth the sciences that they found therein written. Every chronicle and storial, and many other clerks, and the Bible principally, witnesseth of the making of the Tower of Babylon, and it is written in the Bible, Genesis, Capo. X. How that Ham, Noah's son, begot Nimrod, and he waxed a mighty man upon the earth, and he was a strong man like a giant, and he was a great king. And the beginning of his kingdom was the true kingdom of Babylon, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, and the land of Shinar. And this same Nimrod began the Tower of Babylon, and he taught to his workmen the craft of measures, and he had with him many masons, more than 40,000, and he loved them and cherished them well, and it is written in the Polychronicon. And in the Master of Stories, and other stories more, and this, in part, witnesseth the Bible, in the said X. chapter, where it saith that Ashur, that was nigh of kin to Nimrod, yet out of the land of Shinar, and he built the city of Nineveh, and Platias, and other more. Thus it saith, de terra illa in descenere egressus est sur et edificavit Nineveh et Platias civitatis et Calen, et resin, quoque est inter Nineveh et Calen haec est civitatis magna. Reason would that we should tell openly how, and in what manner the charges of masoncraft was first founded, and who gave first the name to it of Masonry. And ye shall know well that it is plainly told and written in Polychronicon, and in Methodius Episcopus et Martyris, that Ashur that was a worthy lord of Shinar sent to Nimrod the king to send him masons and workmen of craft that might help him to make his city that he was in will to make. And Nimrod sent 300 of masons, and when he should go and send them forth he called them before him, and said to them, You must go to my cousin Ashur, to help him to build a city. But look that ye be well governed, and I shall give you a charge profitable to you and me. When ye come to that lord, look that ye be true to him, like as ye would be to me, and truly do your labor and craft, and take reasonable for your meed therefore, as you may deserve. And also that ye love together as ye were brethren, and hold together truly, and he that hath most cunning teach it to his fellow, and look ye govern yourselves well towards your Lord, and among yourselves. That I may have worship and thanks for my sending, and teaching you the craft. And they received the charge of the king that was their master and their lord. And went forth to Ashur and builded the city of Nineveh in the country of Platias and other cities more that men call Calah and Rezin, that is a great city between Calah and Nineveh. And in this manner the craft of masonry was first preferred and charged for a science and a craft. Reason would that we should shew you how that the elders that were before time had these charges written, to them as we have now in our charges of the story of Euclid, as we have seen them written, in Latin and in French. And how that Euclid came to geometry, we should tell you as it is noted in the Bible and in other stories. In 12. Capitolo Genesis he telleth how that Abraham came to the land of Canaan, and the Lord appeared to him and said, I shall give this land to thee and to thy seed. But there fell a great hunger in that land, and Abraham took Sarah his wife with him and went into the land of Egypt in pilgrimage, while the hunger endured he would bide there. And Abraham was a wise man and a great cleric, and he knew all the 7 sciences, and taught the Egyptians the science of geometry. And this worthy clerk Euclid was his scholar and learned of him. And he gave it first the name of geometry, albeit that it was occupied before it had the name of geometry. But it is said in Isidorus, Etymologiarum, in the 5th book, Capitolo Primo, that Euclid was one of the first founders of geometry, and he gave it name. For in his time there was a water in the land of Egypt that was called Nile, and it flowed so far into the land that men might not dwell therein. Then this worthy clerk Euclid taught them to make great walls and ditches to hold out the water. And he by geometry measured the land and apportioned it in divers parts, and made every man to close his own part with walls and ditches, and then it became a plenteous country of all manner of fruit and of young people, of men and women. That there was so much fruit of young people that they could not well live. And the lords of the country drew them together and made a council how they might help their children that had no livelihood competent and able to find for themselves and their children, for they had so many. And among them all in council was this worthy clerk Euclid. And when he saw that they all could not bring about this matter, he said to them, Will ye give to me your sons in governance, and I shall teach them such a science that they shall live thereby gentlemanly. Under condition that ye will be sworn to me, to perform the governance that I will set you to, and them both. And the king of the land and all the lords, by one consent, granted thereto. Reason would that every man would grant to that thing that were profitable to himself, and they took their sons to Euclid to govern them at his own will, and he taught them the craft of masonry and gave it the name of geometry. Because of the parting of the ground that he had taught the people in the time of the making of the walls and ditches aforesaid, to close out the water, and Isidore saith in his Etymologies, that Euclid calleth the craft geometry. And there this worthy clerk gave it name, and taught it the lord's sons of the land that he had in his teaching. And he gave them a charge, that they should call each other fellow and no otherwise, because they were all of one craft, and gentle birth born and lord's sons. And also he that were most cunning should be governor of the work and should be called master, and other charges more that are written in the Book of Charges. And so they wrought with the lords of that land, and made cities and towns, castles, and temples, and lords' palaces, and did live honestly and truly by the said craft. What time the children of Israel dwelt in Egypt they learned the craft of masonry. And afterwards, when they were driven out of Egypt, they came into the land of Behest which is now called Jerusalem, and it was occupied in charges there held and kept. And, also, at the making of King Solomon's temple that King David began. And King David loved well masons, and he gave them charges right nigh as they be now. And at the making of the temple in Solomon's time, as it is said in the Bible, in the third book Regum in Tertio Regum Capitolo Quinto, that Solomon had 4,000 masons at his work, and the king's son of Tyre was his master mason. And in other chronicles it is said, and in old books of masonry, that Solomon confirmed the charges that David his father had given to masons. And Solomon himself taught them their manners, but little differing from the manners that now are used. And from thence this worthy science was brought into France, and into many other regions. Sometime there was a worthy king that was called Carolus Secundus, that is to say Charles II, and this Charles was elected king of France by the grace of God and by lineage also. And some men say that he was elected by fortune only, the which is false, as by the chronicle he was of the king's blood royal. And this same King Charles was a mason before that he was a king, and after that he was a king he loved well masons and cherished them, and gave them charges and manners at his device, whereof some be yet used in France. And he ordained that they should have reasonable pay and should assemble once a year and commune together of such things as were amiss, and to be ruled by masons and fellows. Every honest mason or any other worthy workman that hath any love to the craft of masonry and would know how the craft came first into England, and how it was grounded and confirmed. As it is noted and written in Storials of England and in old charges of St. Alban's time and of King Athelstan's reign 313, that Amphibel came out of France into England and brought St. Alban into Christendom, and made him a Christian man. And he brought with him the charges of masons as they were in France, and in other lands. And at that time the king of the land, who was a pagan, dwelt where St. Albans is now, and he had many masons working on the town walls, and at that time St. Alban was the king's steward, paymaster, and governor of the king's works, and he loved masons and cherished them well and made them good pay, for, before that time throughout all England, a mason took but a penny a day in meat and drink, and St. Alban got of the king that every mason should have xxxd. And id. For their noon finding, and he got them charges and manners as St. Amphibel had taught him, and they do but little differ from the charges that be used at this time, and so these charges and manners were used many years. Afterwards they were almost near hand lost through barbarous wars, until the time of King Athelstan 314, who brought the land to rest and peace, and he loved well masons and had a son called Edwin. 315 And the same, Edwin, loved well geometry and applied himself busily in learning that science, and also he desired to have the practice thereof, wherefore he called to himself the best masons that were in the realm. For he knew well that they had the practice of geometry best of any craft in the realm, and he learned of them masonry and loved and cherished them well, and he took unto him the charges, and learned the manners. And afterwards for the love that he had unto the craft, and for the good grounding on which it was founded, he purchased a free charter of the king his father that they should have such freedom, to have correction within themselves. And that they might commune together, to correct such things as were amiss within themselves. And they made a great congregation of masons to assemble together at York, where he was himself, and let call the old masons of the realm to that congregation. And commanded them to bring to him all the writings of the old books of the craft that they had, out of which book they contrived the charges by the device of the wisest masons that were there. And commanded that these charges might be kept and holden, and he ordained that such congregations should be called assembly, and he ordained for them good pay that they might live honestly. The which charges I will declare hereafter, and thus was the craft of masonry grounded and confirmed in England. In England right worshipful masters and fellows that have been of divers assemblies and congregations, with the consent of the lords of this realm, hath ordained and made charges, by their best advice, that all manner of men that shall be made and allowed masons, must be sworn upon a book to keep the same, in all that they may, to the uttermost of their power. And also that they have ordained that when any fellow shall be received and allowed that these charges shall be read to him, and he to take his charges. And these charges have been seen and perused by our late sovereign Lord King Henry VI, and the lords of the Honourable Council, and they have allowed them well, and said they were right good and reasonable to be holden. And these charges have been drawn and gathered out of divers ancient books, both of the Old Law and New Law, as they were confirmed and made in Egypt by the king and by the great clerk Euclid. And at the making of Solomon's temple by King David, and Salom his son, and in France by Charles King of France, and in England by Street Alban that was steward to the king. And afterwards by King Athelstan 316 that was king of England, and by his son Edwin that was king after his father 317. As it is rehearsed in many and diverse histories, and storials, and chapters, and ensweth as the charges following, particularly in severally. The first and principal charge is 1. That ye shall be true man, or true men, to God and the Holy Church, and that ye shall use neither error nor heresy, by your own understanding nor discredit wise men's teaching. 2. That ye be true liegemen to the king without treason or falsehood, and if you know any treason or treachery, look ye amend it if you can, or else privately warn the king, or his rulers, or his deputies, and officers. 3. That ye shall be true one to another, that is to say every master and fellow of the science and craft of masonry, that be allowed masons, and to do unto them as ye would they should do unto you. 4. That every mason keep true counsel both of lodge and chamber, and all other counsels that ought to be kept by way of masonry. 5. That no mason be thief, or thieves, maintainers, so far as he knoweth. 6. That he shall be true to his lord and to his master, that he doth serve, and truly look to his master's profit and advantage. 7. You shall call masons your fellows, or your brethren, and by no foul name, nor shall you take your fellow's wife in villainy, nor further desire his daughter or servant. 8. And also that you pay truly for your meat or your drink, wheresoever you go to board, also ye shall do no villainy in the house, whereby the craft may be slandered. These be the charges in general that every mason should hold, both masters and fellows. Now other singular charges for masters and fellows, -1 st, that no master, nor fellow, take upon him lord's work, nor other man s, but he know himself able and cunning to perform it, so that the craft have no slander nor disworship. so that the Lord may be well and truly served. 2ly, that no master take work but he take it reasonably so that the Lord's may be well and truly served with his own goods, and the master may live honestly, and pay his fellows truly their pay, as the manner of craft asketh. 3ly, that no master, nor fellow, shall supplant other of his work, that is to say, if he have taken a work, or stand master of any lord's work, or other. Ye shall not put him out, unless he is unable of cunning to end that work. 4ly, that no master, nor fellow, take no apprentice, to be allowed his apprentice but for 7 years, and that the apprentice be able, and, of birth and living, as he ought to be. 5ly, that no master, nor fellow, take no allowance, nor allow any, to be mason without the consent of v or 6. Of his fellows at least. And that he that shall be made mason to be, amenable in all points, that is to say, that he be free-born and of good kindred, and no bondsman, and that he have his right limbs, as a man ought to have. 6ly, that no master, nor fellow, take any lord's work to task that hath been accounted to be journey work. 7ly, that every master, give pay to his fellow but as he may deserve, so that the worthy lord of the work may not be deceived through false workmen. 8ly, that no fellow do slander another behind his back to make him lose his good name, or his worldly goods. 9ly, that no fellow within lodge, or without it, do minister evil answers to another ungodly, without reasonable cause. 10ly, that every mason shall do reverence to his elders, and shall put him to worship. 11ly, that no mason shall play at hazard, nor at the dice, nor at any other unlawful games, whereby the craft might be slandered. 12ly, that no mason be ribald in lechery, to make the craft slandered. 13th, that no fellow go into town in the night time without a fellow to bear witness that he hath been in honest company. For if he do so there is to be a lodge of fellows to punish the sin. 14th, that every mason and fellow shall come to the assembly if it be within 50 miles of him, and if he have any warning to stand at the award of masters and fellows. 15th, that every mason and fellow if they have trespassed to stand at the award of masters and fellows to make them accord, if they may, and if they may not accord then to go to the common law. 16th, that no master make no mold, nor square, nor rule, to layers, i.e., setters. 17th, that no master, nor fellow, shall set a layer within lodge, nor without it, to shew any moulded stones, with any mould of his making. 18th, that every master shall receive and cherish strange masons when they come out of the country, and set them to work, as the manner is. That is to say, if they have moulded stones in the place, ye shall set him a fortnight at the least in work, and give him his pay, and if ye have no stones for him to work, then ye shall refresh him to the next lodge. 19th, that you shall truly serve your Lord for your pay, and justly and truly make an end of your work, be it task or journey work, so that you may have your pay truly, as you ought to have. 20th, that every mason work truly upon the working day, so that he may receive his pay and deserve it, that he may live honestly upon the holiday. And that ye, and every mason, receive your pay godly of your paymaster, and that you shall keep due time of labor in your work, and of rest as it is ordained of the master's counsel. 21st, that if any fellow shall be at discord or dissension, ye shall truly treat with them to make accord and agreement, and shew no favor to either party, but act justly and truly for both. And that it be done at such times as the Lord's work be not hindered. 22nd, also if ye stand warden or have any power under the master, where you serve, ye shall be true to your said master while ye be with him, and be a true mediator between master and fellows, to the uttermost of your power. 23rd, also if ye stand steward either of lodge, chamber, or common house needs, ye shall give a true account of your fellows' goods, how they are dispensed, at such times as they may take account. And also if ye have more cunning than your fellow that stands by you at his work, and see him in danger to spoil his stone, and wants counsel of you, ye shall inform and teach him honestly, so that the Lord's work be not spoiled. These charges that we have declared and recorded unto you, ye shall well and truly keep to your power. So help you God, and your Hallydame, and by ye holy contents of this book. 4. Modern charges. Abbreviated, circa 1535. The might of the Father of Heaven, with the wisdom of the Blessed Son, through the grace of God, and the goodness of the Holy Ghost, that be three persons in one Godhead, be with us at our beginning. And give us grace so to govern us here in this life, that we may come to his blessing, that never shall have ending. Good brethren and fellows, our purpose is to tell you how and in what manner this worthy science of Masonry was first founded and afterwards how it was maintained and upholden by worthy kings and princes, and many other worshipful men. And also, to them that be here, we will declare the charges that it belongs to every Freemason to keep sure in good faith, and therefore take good heed hereunto, for it is a science that is worthy of being kept, for it is a worthy craft. And is one of the 7 liberal sciences. The names of the 7 liberal sciences are these: the first is grammar, that teacheth a man to speak and write truly; the second is rhetoric, that teacheth a man to speak well, in subtle terms. The third is dialectic, or logic, that teacheth a man to discern truth from falsehood. The fourth is arithmetic, that teacheth a man to reckon and count all kinds of numbers. The fifth is geometry, that teacheth a man to mete and measure the earth and all other things, on which science Masonry is grounded. The sixth is music, that teacheth the craft of song and voice, of tongue, organ, and harp. The seventh is astronomy, that teacheth a man to know the course of the sun, moon, and stars. These be the 7 liberal sciences, the which are all grounded upon one, that is to say geometry. And this may a man prove that the science of all work is grounded upon geometry, for it teacheth mete, measure, ponderation, and weight of all manner of things on earth. For there are none that work any science, but he worketh by some measure or weight, and all this is geometry. Merchants and all craftsmen, and others who use the sciences, and especially the ploughmen and tillers of all manner of grains and seeds, planters of vineyards and setters of fruit, none can till without geometry. For neither in grammar, rhetoric, or astronomy can any man find mete or measure without geometry. Wherefore this science may well be called the most worthy science, for it foundeth all others. How this science was first begun I will now tell you. Before Noah's flood there was a man called Lamech, as it is written in the Bible in the 4th chapter of Genesis. And this Lamech had 2 wives, the one called Ada by whom he had 2 sons, one called Jabal and the other Jubal. And his other wife was called Zillah, by whom he had 1 son Tubal-Cain, and 1 daughter named Naamah, and these 4 children founded the beginning of all the sciences in the world. Jabal, the eldest son, found out the science of geometry. He kept flocks of sheep and lambs in the fields, as it is noted in the chapter aforesaid. His brother Jubal founded the science of music, in song of tongue, harp, and organ, and trumpet. And the third brother Tubal-Cain found the science of smith's craft, in gold, silver, copper, and iron. And their sister Naamah found the craft of weaving. And these persons knowing right well that God would take vengeance for sin, either by fire or water, therefore they writ their several sciences that they had found in 2 pillars of stone, that they might be found after Noah's flood. The one stone was marble that would not burn with fire, and the other called latres, latens, laterns, lacerus, and because it would not drown with water. Our intent is now to tell you, how and in what manner these stones were found in which were written these sciences. After the destruction of the world by Noah's flood, as histories affirm, a great clerk called Pythagoras found the one, and Hermes the philosopher, who was Cush's son, who was Shem's son, who was Noah's son, found the other. And was called the father of wise men. These 2 found the 2 pillars in which the sciences were written, and taught them to other men. And at the making of the Tower of Babylon Masonry was much esteemed. And the king of Babylon that was named Nimrod was a Mason himself, and he loved well Masons and their science, as it is said by masters of histories. And when the cities of Nineveh, and other cities of eastern Asia, were to be built, this Nimrod sent thither 60 Masons 318 at the request of the king of Nineveh, his cousin, and when he sent them forth he gave them a charge in this manner. That they should each one be true to the other, that they should love well one another, that they should serve their lord truly for their pay, that the master may have worship and all that belonged to him. And other more charges he gave them, and this was the first time that a mason had any charges of his craft. Moreover Abraham and Sarah his wife went into Egypt, and there he taught the 7 sciences to the Egyptians. And he had a worthy scholar named Euclid, and he learned right well and was master of all the 7 sciences. And in his days it befell that the lords and states of the land had so many sons, some by their wives and some by their concubines, for that land is hot and plenteous of generation. And they had not a competent proportion of estates wherewith to maintain their said children, which caused them much care. And the king of that land summoned a great council to consult how they might provide for their children to live honestly as gentlemen, and they could find no good way. And then they made proclamation throughout all the realm, that if there were any that could inform them therein he should come to them and would be well rewarded for his labors. After this proclamation was made the worthy clerk Euclid came and said unto the king and the nobles, If you will accept of me to teach, instruct, and govern your children, I will teach them the 7 liberal sciences whereby they may live honestly as gentlemen. I will do it upon condition that you will grant me and them a commission, that I may have power to rule them, after the manner the science ought to be ruled. The king and all the council granted him this and sealed the commission. And then this worthy doctor took to himself these lords' sons and taught them the science of geometry, and to practice work in stones, of all manner of work that belongeth to building churches, temples, castles, towers, manors, and all other sorts of buildings, and gave them a charge in this manner, first, that they should be true to the Lord that they serve, that they should love well one another, that they should call each other fellow or brother, and not servant, knave, or other foul name, that they should truly deserve their pay of their Lord, or the master that they served. And that they should ordain the wisest of them to be masters of the work, and neither to chose for love, nor affection, nor greatness, nor richness, to set any in the work that hath not sufficient knowledge or cunning to be master of the work, whereby the master should be evilly served and they dishonored. And also that they should call the governor of the work master, during the time that they work with him, and other more charges which is too long to tell here. And to all these charges he made them swear a great oath, that men used at that time. And he ordained for them reasonable pay that they might live honestly thereby, also that they should assemble themselves together once every year, and consult how they might best work for their Lord's profit and their own credit, and correct within themselves him that had trespassed against the science. And thus was the science grounded in Egypt, and that worthy master Euclid was the first that gave it the name of geometry, the which is now called Masonry. And, after that, when the children of Israel were come into the land of behest which is now called with us the country of Jerusalem, Jewry, King David began the temple that is now called Templum Dei, as is called with us the temple of Jerusalem. And the said King David loved well masons and cherished them much, and he gave them good wages, and also charges and manners, as they had learned in Egypt, from Euclid, and other more charges that you shall hear afterwards. After the decease of King David, Solomon his son finished the said temple that his father had begun, and he sent for masons out of divers countries and divers lands, and gathered them together so that he had 80,000 workers of stone who were masons, and he chose out of them 3,000 that were ordained to be masters and governors of the work. And furthermore, there was a king of another region that men called Hiram, and he loved King Solomon well, and he gave him timber for his work. And he had a son named Amon, Amon, Himon, Anon, Adon, and K. And he was a master of geometry, and chief master of all his gravings, carvings, and all his masons and masonry, as appears in Scripture, in Libro Primo Regum in chapter 5. And this Solomon confirmed both the charges and manners that his father had given to masons, and thus was the worthy science of masonry confirmed in the country of Jewry, and city of Jerusalem, and in many other kingdoms. Curious craftsmen walked about full wide into other countries, some to learn more craft, and some to teach others that had little skill and cunning. And it befell that there was one curious mason named Namas Greekas, Namus Greekas, Manus Greekas, Mammon Greekas, Mammon Greetus, Mamuz Greekas, Minus Coventus, Marcus Greekas, Namus Granius, etc. That had been at the building 319 of Solomon's Temple, and he came into France, and there he taught the science of masonry to men of that land. And there was one of the royal line of France called Charles Martel, and he was a man that loved well such a craft, and he drew to this above said, and learned of him the craft, and took upon him charges and manners, and afterwards by the providence of God, he was elected King of France, and when he was in his estate he took and helped to make men masons which before were not. And he gave them both their charge and manners, and good pay as he had learned of other masons, and also confirmed the charter from year to hold their assembly where they would, and cherished them right well. And thus came this famous craft into France. England in all this time stood void of any charge of masonry until St. Alban's time, and in his days the King of England 320 then a pagan did wall the town, that is now called, St. Albans about. Nst. Alban was a worthy knight and steward of the king's household, and had the government of the realm, and had also the ordering of the walls of the said town, and he loved and cherished masons right well, and made their pay right good. For he gave them, 3s a week, 2s 6d and 3d. Forenoon, 3s 6d and 3d, etc., and before that time, throughout all the land, a mason took but a penny a day, until Street Alban amended it. And he procured them a charter from the king in his council, for to hold council together, and gave it the name of assembly, and thereat he was himself, and helped to make men masons, and gave them a charge, as ye shall after hear. But it happened soon after the death of St. Alban that there arose great wars in England, which came out of divers nations, so that the goodly rule of masonry was well nigh destroyed until the days of King Athelstan, who was a worthy king of England. And he brought the land into good rest and peace, and builded many great works, as abbeys, castles, towns, and other buildings, and loved well masons. And he had a son named Edwin, that loved masons, much more than his father, and he was a great practitioner in geometry, and delighted much to talk and commune with masons and to learn of them skill and cunning. And afterwards for the love he bore to masons and to their science, he was made a mason, and he procured for them of the king his father a charter and commission to hold every year an assembly, wheresoever they would within the realm of England. And to correct within themselves all defaults and trespasses that were done within the craft, and he himself held an assembly at York. And there he made masons and gave them the charges and taught them the manners and commanded that rule to be kept ever after, and also gave them the charter to keep, and also gave orders that it should be renewed from king to king. And when the assembly was gathered together he made proclamation, that all masons who had any writings or understanding of the charges and manners concerning the said science, that was made before in this land or any other, that they should bring them forth, and when they were viewed and examined, there were found some in French, some in Greek, some in English and other languages, and the intent and meaning was found all one. 321. And these charges have been gathered and drawn out of diverse antient books and writings, as they were made and confirmed in Egypt by the king and the great clerk Euclid, and by David and Solomon his son. And in France by Charles Martel who was king of France, and in England by St. Alban, and afterwards by Athelstan and Edward his son that was king after him. And he had made a book thereof, how the craft was founded, and he himself counselled that it should be read when any masons should be made, and the charge given to them. And from that day to this the manners of masons have been kept and observed in that form, as well as men might observe and govern it. Furthermore at diverse assemblies there hath been added certain charges more by the best advice of masters and fellows. Tunc unus ex senioribus tenit librum ut il vel illi potiat vel potient manus sup librum et tunc precepta deberant legi. Every man that is a mason, take right good heed to these charges, and if any man find himself guilty of any of them, let him amend himself before God. And in particular, ye that are to be charged, take good heed to keep them right well, for it is perilous and great danger for a man to forswear himself upon a book, the Holy Scriptures. First, the first charge is that you be true man to God, and the Holy Church, and that you use neither error nor heresy, according to your own understanding, and to discreet and wise men's teaching. Second, you shall be true liegemen to the King of England without any treason or falsehood, and if you know of any that you amend it privily, if you may, or else warn the king and his council of it by declaring it to his officers. Third, ye shall be true to one another, that is to say to every mason of the craft of masonry that be allowed masons, and do unto them as you would they should do unto you. Fourth, you shall keep truly all the counsel of lodge and chamber, and all other counsel, that ought to be kept by way of masonry. Fifth also that you use no thievery, but keep yourselves true. Sixth also you shall be true to the Lord, or Master, that you serve, and truly see that his profit and advantage be promoted and furthered. Seventh, and also you shall call masons your brethren, or fellows, and no foul name. Eighth, and you shall not take in villainy your fellow's wife, nor desire his daughter, nor servant, nor put him to any discredit. Ninth, and also that you pay truly for your meat and drink where you go to table, and that you do not anything whereby the craft may be scandalized or receive disgrace. These be the charges in general that belongeth to every mason to keep both masters and fellows. Now come I to rehearse certain other charges singularly, for masters and fellows. 1. That no master take upon him any lord's work, or any other man's work, except he know himself to be of sufficient skill and cunning to perform and finish the same, that so the craft receive no slander, but that the Lord be well served. And have his work truly done. 2. Also that no master take any work at unreasonable rates, but so that the Lord, or owner, may be truly served with his own goods, and the master live honestly thereby, and pay his fellows truly their wages, as the manner is. 3. And also that no master, nor fellow, shall supplant another of his work. That is to say, if any master or fellow have taken any work to do, and so stands as master of the said work, you shall not put him out of it, unless he be unable of skill and cunning to perform the same to the end. 4. Also that no master nor fellow, take any apprentice under the term of 7 years, and that such apprentice is sufficiently able of body and sound of limbs, also of good birth, freeborn, no alien, but descended of a true and honest kindred. And no bondsman. 5. Also that no mason take any apprentice unless he have sufficient occupation wherein to employ 2 or 3 fellows at the least. 6. Also that no master or fellow take any lord's work, in task, that was wont to be journey work. 7. Also that every master shall give wages to his fellows according as his work doth deserve, that he be not deceived by false work. 8. Also that none shall slander another behind his back, whereby he may lose his good name, or worldly riches. 9. Also that no fellow, within the lodge or without it, shall misanswer or reprove another, without cause. 10. Also that every mason shall reverence his elder brother, and put him to honor. 11. Also that no mason shall be a common player at cards or dice, or any other unlawful game, or games, whereby the science may be slandered and disgraced. 12. Also that no fellow at any time go from the lodge to any town adjoining, except he have a fellow with him to witness that he was in an honest place, and civil company. 13. Also that every master and fellow shall come to the assembly of masons, if it he within 50, 1, 5, 7, 10 miles about him, if he have any warning of the same. 14. And if he or they have trespassed or offended against the craft, all such trespass shall stand there, at the award and arbitration of the masters and fellows there, present. They to make them accord if they can, or may, and if they cannot agree then to go to the common law. 15. Also that no master, nor fellow, make any mold, rule, or square for any layer, nor set any layer, with, or without to hew any mold stones. 16. And that every mason shall cherish strange fellows, when they come out of other countries and set them on work if he can, as the manner is, viz. If he have no stones, nor molds, in that place, he shall refresh him with money to supply his necessities until he come to the next lodge. 17. Also that every mason shall perform his work truly and not slightly, for his pay, and serve his Lord truly for his wages. 18. Also that every master shall truly make an end of his work, whether it be by task or journey, viz. by measure, or by days, and if he have his pay and all other covenants performed to him by the Lord of the work according to the bargain. 19. Also that no mason shall be a common ribald in lechery to make the craft slandered. 20. Also that every mason shall work truly upon the work day, that he may truly deserve his pay, and receive it so he may live honestly on the holiday. 21. And also that you and every mason shall receive weekly, meekly, and godly, the pay of your paymaster, and that you shall have due time of labor in the work, and of rest as is ordained by the master's counsel. 22. And also if any fellows be at discord you shall truly treat with them to be agreed, shewing favour to neither party, but wisely and truly for both, and that it be in such time that the Lord's work be not hindered. 23. And also if you stand warden, or have any power under the master whom you serve, you shall be true to him, and a true mediator between the master and your fellows, to the uttermost of your power whilst you be in care. 24. Also if you stand steward either of lodge, chambers, or common house, you shall give true accounts to your fellows, at such time as they have accounts. 25. And also if you have more cunning than your fellow that stands by you, and see him in danger to spoil his stone, and he asketh counsel of you, you shall inform and teach him honestly, so that the Lord's work be not damaged. These charges that we have now rehearsed to you, and to all others here present, which belongeth to masons, ye shall well and truly keep to your power. So help you God, and by ye contents of that book. Amen. By your Halidome, Halidame, etc. V. A South County variation. Afterwards, soon after the decease of St. Alban there came divers wars into England, out of divers nations, so that the good rule of Masonry was destroyed and put down, until the time of King, Knight, Alfelston. In his time there was a worthy king of England that brought this land into good rest, and he builded many great works and buildings, therefore he loved well masons, for he had a son called Edwin, the which loved masons much more than his father did. And he was so practised in geometry that he delighted much to come and talk with masons, and learn of them the craft. And after for the love he had to masons and to the craft, he was made mason at Windsor, and got of the king his father a charter and commission, once every year to have assembly where they would within England, and to correct within themselves faults and trespasses that were done touching the craft, and he held them at assembly at York, and there he made masons. 6. The New Articles and Apprentice Charge. Harleian MS, etc., early 17th century. The New Articles. 1, 26. No person, of what degree soever, be accepted a Freemason unless he shall have a lodge of 5 Freemasons. At least whereof one to be a master or warden, of that limit or division, wherein such lodge shall be kept, and another of the trade of Freemasonry. 2, 27. That no son shall be accepted a Freemason but such as are of able body, honest parentage, good reputation, and observers of the laws of the land. 3, 28. That no son hereafter be accepted a Freemason, nor shall be admitted into any lodge or assembly until he hath brought a certificate of the time of acceptcon from the lodge white accepted him. Unto the master of that limit and division where such lodge was kept which say D master shall enroll the same in parchment in a roll to he kept for that purpose, to give an account of all such acceptions at every general assembly. 322. 4, 29. That every person who now is Freemason shall bring to the master a note of the time of his acception. To the end the same may be enrolled in such priority of place of the son shall deserve and to ye end the whole company and fellows may the better know each other. 5, 30. That for the future the said society, company, and fraternity, of Freemasons shall be regulated and governed by one master, an assembly, and wardens, as ye said company shall think fit to chose at every yearly general assembly. 7, 31. That no son shall be accepted a Freemason, or know the secrets of the said society, until he hath first taken the oath of secrecy hereafter following, I, A.B. Do in the presence of Almighty God and my fellows and brethren here present, promise and declare that I will not at any time hereafter, by any act or circumstance whatsoever, directly or indirectly, publish, discover, reveal, or make known any of the secrets, privileges, or counsels, of the fraternity or fellowship of Freemasons, which at this time, or at any time hereafter, shall be made known unto me. So help me God, and the holy contents of this book. The charge belonging to an apprentice. 1. You shall truly honor God and his holy church, the king, your master, and dame, you shall not absent yourself but with the license of both, or one of them, from their service by day or night. 2. You shall not purloin or steal, or be privy, or accessory to the purloining or stealing, to the value of sixpence, from them, or any of them. 3. You shall not commit adultery, or fornication, in the house of your master, with his wife, daughter, or maid. 4. You shall not disclose your master's or dame's counsels, or secrets, which they have imparted to you, nor what is to be concealed, spoken, or done within the precincts of their house, by them or either of them, or by Freemasons. 6. You shall reverently behave yourself to all Freemasons, not using cards, or dice, or any other unlawful games, Christmas excepted. 7. You shall not haunt, or frequent any taverns, alehouses, or such as go into any of them, except when your master's business, or dame's, there, or any of their affairs, or without their or any of their consent. 8. You shall not commit adultery or fornication in any man's house, where you shall be at table or at work. 9. You shall not marry or contract yourself to any woman during your apprenticeship. 10. You shall not steal any man's goods, but especially your said master's, or any of his fellow masons, or suffer any one to steal their goods, but shall hinder it if you can, and if you cannot, then you shall acquaint your said master and his fellows presently. 7. Addition to New Articles, in 1663. 6th. That no peason be accepted a Freemason, except he be 21 years old or more. Grand Lodge MS No. 2, circa 1650. 32, the 6th, page 559. Hence the omission from Harleian MS. And some others may be an error by accident. No date. The end.